Pokémon Unite.
You must, folks at home must be wondering, we're starting the show a little bit early, but this is the Countdown Show. Welcome in. This is where we're going to be defending our games a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to be brawling with each other a little, figuring out which game is best. Unite will come out on top, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, we'll be brawling for it.
VG has a big history there, so I think we know all the tactics to beat the game that is definitely on top.
I don't know, folks at home. There's 3,000 TCG players on the hall right now, so I have a lot of backup.
Yeah, we're kind of new, but we walk like 20 kilometers a day, so we're prepared. You know, we're prepared.
You have the energy. I feel that.
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite competes in teams of 5. 5 Pokemon Unite players could take down 5,000 TCG players. They're just not organized.
So we're doing the debate of 5 Pokemon Unite players against 1,000 Lions.
I think so. Yeah.
Who's winning?
No, but it absolutely astounds me how many Pokemon players have really come together for this big tournament. I mean, I was doing the math by myself for TCG. There's 3,000 players in TCG just now. 3,000 masters. There's even more juniors and seniors. That means there's over 180,000 cards being shuffled simultaneously as we play together. And you just know all these players have multiple decks, right? So I'm sure there's like 1 million, give or take, cards in the venue.
Oh my God.
And they said, when would that math be useful in real life? Well, you just saw it right there. This is why you go to school, everybody.
Yeah. 100%. And with that, I want to talk about the season, this tournament, the North American International Tournament. Let's talk about everyone's format.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a really exciting format here for Pokemon Unite. We have 2 tournaments going on this weekend. So day 1, we're going to find out who our North America champion is going to be, the 3 representatives heading to Worlds for North America. And then tomorrow, we have the final stretch, which is like a last-ditch effort for some of these teams to qualify. It's a wild card slot. Any team could sign up here and make it all the way to Worlds on Saturday. It's going to be insane.
Wow. Well, we in Pokemon Go have a double-elimination bracket, which makes things a lot more tenser. You know, it's a lot harder. That means that if you lose 2 times, you lose. So you need to stay winning. And if you go on the losers bracket, you need to defeat the actual champion 2 times. So it's a lot harder, but makes it totally worth it when you're in the finals and you can turn things around. So people are really hyped for that. We have a couple of updates, moves. So we are eager to see if these new Pokemon would enter the meta or not.
In VG at the moment, we have, for the last just month and a bit, been in Regulation Set G, which is a really exciting format because it means that everyone can use one really powerful, restricted legendary Pokemon. But what's been really interesting is that in the last couple of weeks, we've had multiple regional level events where the victor has been Calyrex Shadow Rider, such a strong Pokemon. And at the moment, that's what everyone's trying to plan for here in NAIC. We need something that beats this Pokemon, especially when compared with Clefairy. So I'm really excited to see what beats this duo.
Competitive Clefairy. Some words I wasn't too sure I heard right.
Yeah, it doesn't work for our game either. Competitive Clefairy, it's just not there.
No, but for sure, for TCG anyway, this is going to be, we have the latest set, Twilight Masquerade. It honestly just released, and this is going to be the first and only North American tournament in this format. So this is the only opportunity that these players will be able to use these cards, well, by themselves before the new set comes out. Because the next time we have a big tournament is going to be the World Championships. And just before Worlds, there's another set. So a lot of players have a lot of things to prove that they are essentially the best player in this format, right? In the Twilight Masquerade. Again, there's so many new cards, which really led into so many new decks. There's a lot of things like the Ogre Pawn EX or not useful just yet. But it's only because the North Americans haven't had a shot at building a deck with Dragon Ball EX just yet.
Okay, right. There's a lot to play for here, there, Honcho. Oh my goodness. Okay, I might just sidle over and watch a little bit, but Fiji's still where it's at, by the way. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, your games sound amazing, but Pokemon Unite really is where you need to be. I don't know if we're supposed to be fighting over which game is best. They really didn't tell us to do that. In fact, I bet they're discouraging it right now.
No.
3,000 players. Come on, let's go. Let's make some noise for TCG. No. But you know what? We're here. Oh,
Yeah,
let's go.
be careful.
We're here for, you know, everyone, every Pokemon enjoyer, especially the folks at home. That's why, hey, you know what? We're giving stuff away.
Yeah.
I think we're going to start with something for the VGC folks at home.
We are. Now, I've already mentioned Calibrate Shadow Rider's doing very well here, so you probably want something that resists Astral Barrage, or even better, immune to it, and Porygon 2 is a great Pokemon to pick for that. And as you can see, Neil's done one with this incredible duck back in EUIC, and as you can see, it uses Trick Room. It's so bulky, and it makes use of Terra Blast in and out of Terra as well. So if you want a reliable Trick Room Pokemon but maybe your restrictions are already spent on something that isn't Calyrex Ice Rider, Porygon 2 is a great option, so get it on your team with that code below.
Ooh, Porygon 2. Easy code there. I got to write that down. I want that in my team as well.
Yeah,
That's very generous of you to give that away.
Yeah.
That's
That's
really
all right,
nice
yeah.
of you.
I mean, Nils had a little chat, and he was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I'll make 1,000 of those, and more.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah. I have one in my pocket right now. Pretty generous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone should, though. It's everyone's favorite duck. It's
Yes.
my absolute favorite.
I just love how Porygon 2 has been like just the mainstay instead of like something like Porygon Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the Eviolite, it makes it really, really strong. And that's why Clefairy is also really good with that Eviolite too. So Eviolite Pokemon seem to be the play at the moment when compared to those restrictors.
I like it. I like it. But you know what? I believe we're also giving stuff away for the TCG.
Ooh.
You know, like I did talk about the Ogre Pond EX, Twilight Masquerade, and all that jazz. And I can't think of anything better than to give, you know, we love our rarities. This is the secret rare version of the Ogre Pond EX, the Teal Mask Ogre Pond, excuse me, which is used in a very new competitive deck. You're gonna need 4 of them. We're gonna help you out, give you 1. And yeah, it's an easy code, Teal Dance, NAIC 24. Make sure you grab it. I mean, hey, then this is, of course, for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. If there's one thing TCG players like, it's those high rarity cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love what you were telling me before about how this is the only time we're going to see this format here in North America, and then things change completely for Worlds. That's so exciting.
Yeah.
I love that. I love watching high-level players have to adapt to that.
Oh, 100%. It's like, it's almost a test in itself, right? It's there's skill in deck building and then a skill in playing the game. And it truly, truly tests that your skill in both aspects just for this tournament.
Yeah. And I gotta say, that Ogre Pond art is beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like I'd get distracted just by that and really wouldn't play the game very well.
I drew it. I drew it.
I drew, oh my
Wow.
God, you're
Wow.
so talented, dude.
I need
What?
one signed.
You're so
I have
talented,
to
yeah.
tell everyone I did not draw it.
Oh.
I understand. No.
I fall for it,
That
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah. Okay, I
fall for
won't
it,
do that again. Thank you. Production.
Well, sign my Ogre Pond EX anyway.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I really wanted.
No, definitely. It's a very powerful card. Again, something you should be able to see down on the floor. And I mean, you know what? It's you're gonna need 4 of them. So getting 1 definitely helps out. And with that, I believe we're also giving away stuff for Go.
Yeah, we're all feeling really generous today. And we're here celebrating M.E. Wheel's victory at EUIC with his Altaria. We're giving away, if you stay a little bit on Twitch, a special research that will give you access to one of his signature Pokemon on that victory Altaria, and a lot of good items and resources to maybe prepare for next PvP season, maybe next Play Pokemon season, or maybe Worlds, because you have TMs, Stardust, and different Pokemon, maybe Candy too. So this will help you prepare for future competitive tournaments.
That's a lot of stuff. All I'm giving away is a card.
That's a cool card.
It's a cool card, but you're giving the stars out there. The
Yeah.
Stardust.
Huge. Stardust is huge. Very huge.
Huge Stardust fun,
Yeah,
yeah.
What about for Unite? What are we giving away for Unite?
Nothing at all. Wait a minute. Actually, we are. We have some of the best drops we have ever had for Unite. First off, we have a code right now. NAIC 2024, or as my casting partner Doopsnax calls it, NICE 2024. You're going to get the opportunity to play as the team that won this thing last year for North America, TTV. You've got their rental licenses for their Pokemon, a rental Hollower for Gardevoir, and that beautiful UCS sticker. But that's not all. If you order right now, you are also going to receive 11 gold emblems and a possibility to get a Unite license from a selection of 20 Pokemon. These Twitch drops will be available throughout the weekend. There's some amazing gold emblems there. We have Lugia, which is a huge pickup. If you do not have it, it's going to complete some amazing sets for you. So really the best drops we have ever had for Unite. You're welcome. They asked me if I could do it. I'm like, okay, I guess. So I set it all up.
Yeah,
so you're welcome, everybody.
Are you feeling a little jealous? We give away one card, one Pokemon. He gives away an entire team.
Yeah.
Really just stole it at the
Don't
end
do
there.
that to yourselves, okay? You guys are
No.
fantastic. You're wonderful. Don't do that. Yes, I went above and beyond, but you guys did great too.
He needs to make up for the lack of Pokemon
Yeah,
Unite.
yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm furious.
No, but you know what? That all of these drops, it does help all the newer players out there, if you're players at home playing any Pokemon game. I know I'm writing that down. I'm going to go ahead and try out to be the next VGC champion, the next Unite champion, next Go champion maybe. But you know what? There is a certain group of people I really do want to talk about, and it's going to be the best of the best players we have to watch out for here at NAIC. And how about we start with Pokemon Go?
Okay, let's go. There's a lot of players that you need to watch in this tournament. And I choose one of each region to comment. First of all, the favorite, maybe the best player at the world at this moment, Dumbuck. He's been winning non-stop tournaments, so you need to watch him because he's totally capable of winning the whole thing. Then you have from EU, Inadequans, one of my favorite players and co-caster. He has the ability of create really creative teams and use Pokemon in different ways and win with them. And at the end we have from Latam, from Brazil, LNDS, where Jeff, he holds one of the biggest records of undefeated streaks ever, and he's definitely one to watch.
Sounds like a bunch of amazing people. But hey, you know what? TCG players are not slacking here. I want to talk about some of the most amazing TCG players we have out there. Again, let's start with Ian Robb. Again, there's so many amazing North American players. I could have chose someone like Azul GG, a lot of regional champions, but I believe there's no one else that wants this tournament more than Ian Robb, because he was the closest to get it last year. He got second place at NAIC, and he used that drive to really have an absolutely amazing season, almost multiple top 8s, top 16s throughout all the regionals. But I'd be, of course, I also have to talk from EU. Probably our best player in the game, in history, some would argue, Tord Reklev, just because he has 5 international championships, and he's gunning for his 6th for this one. You know that. I mean, he's essentially gotten the playset. He's gotten one of each, and then one extra one for EUIC. You know, Tord, if you need to, if you want to trade your spare, let me know. And of course, there is Brent Tonneson over at the Oceania. He is a player that has been traveling all over the world. He is your favorite player's favorite player, but right now I think he really has made a name for himself to just be, hey, you know what, your favorite player. He's made day 2s and probably almost every tournament he's been to. But and honestly, you never know. He's won the Melbourne Regionals. He's over there in Stuttgart, rocking it as well. So then you'll see him in LA. He's all over the place, and I'm sure he's going to make a name for himself here at NAIC.
Well, let me tell you a bit about the VG players that we've got going on. So I've got 3 in mind who I think everyone should kind of know a little bit about. Has anyone heard of the guy on the left, by the way? Like, anyone know?
No.
Anyone know
No,
who he is?
that's an unknown.
Yeah, maybe. Was that an error there, maybe?
Wolf
I don't know, yeah. Wolf, yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Wolfay. Well, that name's not yet. He's not going to stick around. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, just in case, this is Wolf Glick, by the way. He's the 2016 World Champion and a previous North American International Champion, 9-time Regional Champion, and 2-time previous North American Nationals Champion as well. So, and 2 of the regional championships have been this season on top of that too. So unfortunately, he is someone we're going to have to watch a little bit more closely to see what World Champ difference that makes to everybody here at NAIC. Alex Gomez as well is from Spain. He is a very hot pick right now because he came all this way last year and took the win away from the North American region as well, doing it for the EU crowd. So we really want to see if he can do it again this year. And Juan Salerno from Argentina is a really up-and-coming, very much younger player from the LATAM region who's been doing really well recently. And it actually had a win at Buenos Aires special event as well with the Calyrex Ice Rider, the not so much popular pick that everyone needs to prepare for. So, I don't know who's going to be doing it, but these three are definitely ones to watch.
Definitely, definitely. I think for Unite, you'd say it'd be a group more than 3. I think you'd be introducing like 15 people. Right?
Yeah, there are so many players to talk about with Unite, but I want to highlight 3 teams that you will nemesis. There's an amazing story behind Orange Juicers and Luminosity that we will get more into on broadcast. These teams were kind of together, then they broke up and pulled different members of around the community and formed super teams, which has been really amazing. A real Romeo and Juliet story. I've been told many times that does not apply to this, but I keep saying it's a real Romeo and Juliet story with these 2 teams. Luminosity, your former world champions with possibly the best player ever on them. Overlord, they're amazing. Orange Juicers, the young upstarts who are coming to take the crown. And then Nemesis, the most consistent and best team in North America throughout the year. It's amazing. It's going to be a crazy day.
I know there were some exciting storylines for Unite, but I wasn't imagining Romeo and Juliet or Shakespeare there.
And everyone tells me I'm wrong. They say it just doesn't apply in this situation. It's just the only Shakespeare you know, Jake.
That's for sure, that's for sure. Okay, with that, I do want to remind folks at home, probably the most important thing, follow us on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you can't watch Pokemon unless you're here on YouTube with /Pokemon or on Twitch /Pokemon as well. I've been loving the Twitch integration as well on Twitch.
Yes.
They have a chance to really vote and get Twitch drops and all that jazz.
Yeah, and I do have to say, make sure you're following Pokemon Unite on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. We have our own space for our games, so make sure you're watching us over there.
Definitely a lot to watch out for. Make sure you really have, those 4 screens open for all of us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, have 4 screens open, maybe even a 5th, just
Why
watching
not?
a show you love, something nice like The Office. You've got that on too. I'm just saying, keep yourself entertained this weekend, but I think we're gonna keep them pretty entertained because we have some amazing games coming up.
No, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Just make sure you put TCG on the bigger screen.
No.
On the white screen on the TV, right?
not the bigger
No.
screen.
It's really hard to read the cards, okay?
Video game has the word video in
That's
it.
a fair point.
It's right there. It's already there for you. Yeah, it's the Switch screen. You got your Switch as well. You can be playing at the same time. So I think we've got it there. But
Yeah. No, maybe grab some popcorn, grab your cell phone, put up a lure, capture some Pokemon, prepare for next tournament. And I gotta say, and I start with my Unite here partner, that we got a live game. This is second by second, action. So
Yeah.
this is jab-back action.
Yes.
No shade, guys, but
No
the
shade
action
at
is
all.
right
The action
here.
is just insanely good over
Like
here. Yeah. Watch Unite. I
Yeah.
think that would be the way to go.
You know what? You don't even need screens to enjoy TCG. Just need your cards, you play it out, you can pretend you're playing against some of the best players out there. Just saying, you just need a webcam. So.
That didn't feel like a great defense of it, but you know what? I appreciate your trying. Yeah.
Okay, I can't compete with the newfangled technologies of the phones.
Come
you just
on.
need your cards. You need
I
a
mean,
booster
there's.
pack and that's
I gotta
it.
help you right there. There's TCG Online you can play.
Yeah, there is Pokemon
Yeah,
Trading
there is,
Card
yeah.
Game Live, and make sure you use the Ogre Pond code to make a brand new deck and all that, right?
Yeah.
Can you watch VGC from the Switch?
You can still definitely play it, and you can open up the Nintendo eShop and buy plenty of other games at the same time as well. So yeah, you've got multiple screens going on, definitely. You can obviously hook it up to your TV with the HDMI cable. So loads can be happening with the Switch, and of course Scarlet and Violet, and we've got all the DLCs on top of that, and
Yeah.
the Porygon 2 coming in too. So VG's definitely the place you want to be.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, how is your setup hooked up? Are you using an HDMI cable or something else? Let us know right now. We're very excited to find out how everyone plays their game.
Hey, man, you can enjoy TCG on a CRT. Again, we just use cards here. We're very low tech.
That's true. You could enjoy it on a CRT. Absolutely. Yeah. Another huge binge for TCG.
Yeah. You play on top of the CRT, right?
Yeah.
Very nice.
I do want to talk about something else a little bit. Just what Pokemon are you guys expecting to really do well in your in your events?
Oh, I really want to talk about Tyranitar just for a second. Tyranitar has been amazing. It recently got some huge buffs in our game. We had the Japanese regionals, and they're one of the best regions in the game. They were not playing it, but I expect to see it make waves here. I guess ironically, it will make waves here at NAIC because it's, you know, it's got the sand tomb and everything. It really doesn't do a lot with waves.
It's a sand wave, right? When you do the attack.
I'd like to think so now. Yeah.
What about for Go?
I would love to see a Shadow Charizard today. I love that Pokemon. I mean, I know it's cliché to say Charizard, but it's really cool, and the Shadow makes it even cooler and deals a lot of damage. So I would love to see that on the first place.
Hey, I love Charizard. Gen 1, Gen 1, Gen 1.
Well, speaking of Shadow, obviously Shadow Calyrex Rider. I've been like shouting about this entire time, but unfortunately, one of the best ways to deal with it is be the faster Calyrex Shadow Rider to outspeed it, because it's very weak to its own Ghost type moves as well. So I think not only are we going to see a lot of maybe Terapagos, which might kind of help against it, but a lot of just faster Calyrex Shadow Rider, or ways to make it even quicker, because at the moment it's just so consistent. And I can't think of any solid way to really deal with it right now, but I hope our players out there certainly can.
Well, it's like they always say, you need to fight Calyrex Shadow Rider with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's
I
what
believe that was Shakespeare.
I believe that was in Romeo and Juliet. Part of it was like later in it, but yeah, it was definitely in there. Pretty positive.
To be or not to be a Shadow Calyrex Rider.
Hopefully with a better ending.
That's for sure. That's kind of scary to think that in BGC, it comes down to who has the faster horse.
Yes.
And you can only be so fast, like 250, right? But
Exactly.
But for TCG, again, I talked about how we have the latest set coming out, Twilight Masquerade, and with the latest set means, hey, you know what? You guys have nice updates and all that, a little bit of changes, but hey, our updates are like a lot of cards, almost 100 cards probably, and not everyone is usable, but something I do want to keep an eye on is, again, the Teal Mask Ogerpon with the Raging Bolt. I know that has been doing really well over in Japan, but yeah, I mean, it's very powerful. You get to just do almost infinite damage on as long as you have enough energy. But something I do want to talk about is the Dragapult EX. Dragapult, again, it almost is a mascot as well of the set, but it hasn't been doing well at all. Surprisingly, I mean, some people are doing well with it. It's getting a lot of hype, but you know, it's not perfect. People are really hyping up this card. But I always just say it's because we haven't had a chance yet here in North America to really make the perfect 60. And that's exactly what I expect from players down here today, is a deck to copy-paste the perfect Dragapult EX deck.
I have faith in the Dragapult. I really like its design, so hopefully it does well today.
We also have a Dragapult problem, where Dragapult seems pretty good, and no one's been able to make it work in our game also. So I think, look, I'm not saying Dragapult needs love from the developers or something like that, but sosomeone's got to figure out what's going on with this Dragapult situation.
They might like VG better, because Dragapult's very good in our game.
Oh,
No problems going on here.
I want Dragapult and Go, please. Please, give it to me. It's not available yet. I want it. Please.
Don't worry. Once it releases, then you'll realize we have to fix it a little bit.
Yeah, I feel kind of left out right here. I don't have it yet.
That's okay.
One day.
You'll get Dragapult.
One day.
I know you'll get Dragapult.
You will.
I'm positive. Come on.
One
Believe in
day,
yourself.
one of our games will shoot a Dreepy your way from its face and land in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, hopefully. Sooner than later, yeah.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. With that, again, there's so much Pokemon action to be had this weekend. Is there anything else you guys are excited for here in NAIC?
I mean, I want to talk a little bit about the final stretch real quick. Again, tomorrow for Unite, we're having teams who have one last shot to make it to Worlds. They've got one match. You're going up against every single great team left in North America, and someone is going to claw their way through all of those squads and qualify for Worlds. It's just that really exciting story where you could have someone who maybe couldn't get it together throughout the earlier part of the year, or a new team that gets formed, and then they find their way to Honolulu and they could win the whole thing. It could be amazing.
Love that when that can happen, yeah. In VG at the moment, we've got so many restricted Pokemon that can really come out and of nowhere, honestly. And last week we had the Japan National Championship,
Ooh, yeah.
which was really exciting because there's always something new that crops up there. The Japanese seem to have like a unique way of like looking at the video game and how to play it. So a lot of people have probably looked at last week and seen what they can kind of use. And something that really came out of that, which was really cool, was a Kyogre team, which obviously sets the rain, right? But it was paired with like a Tornadus, which had Snowscape to set the snow.
Ooh.
So with Terra Ice Kyogre, it could go for the Terra Ice, get the snow defense boost, and make the blizzards it was going for really accurate and really powerful as well. So it was a snow team, but it was a Kyogre team.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else is going to think
So
of that.
creative.
And it came second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's something I've never seen. Again, I like to play a lot of VG as well, so normally, yeah, if you're bringing Kyogre, you want it to rain. You're going to use water type attacks, but
Yeah.
making it snow, an ice Kyogre. Okay, so
Thinking
next,
outside the box.
next regional
Yeah, yeah.
form,
you go.
Pokemon, we're making notes, yeah?
I think it was top cut at least anyway. Top cut at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's very strong, obviously. Like, and there were so many players throughout the nationals that had got whittled down to this very point here, across all the global challenges that had been going on throughout the season as well. And they had multiple qualifiers as well. So this was kind of the first opportunity for them to really show it. And now so many of them are now qualified for the World. So we'll see them later in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it just gives me so much anxiety, so I would say, just because this is a lot of players' last chance to qualify for the Pokemon World Championships. There's, again, I've said this time and time again, 3,000 players are here trying to fight for that dream, trying to fight for that chance to become a Pokemon master, and it can happen. You really, really can. Get your invite by playing here at NAIC. You could go home with, what, $20,000 plus a bunch of packs and everything. Dreams will come true in the Pokemon trading card game, in the Pokemon games in general.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting, isn't it? You know, like you were saying, a lot of players are going to find out they're going to Worlds this weekend, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Hawaii ticket sales just going up.
It's skyrocketing.
It's starting to get really expensive.
Yeah. And I gotta talk about something about Go. There's been lately, like just like a couple of weeks ago, this week we had the last update, moved update. So there's a lot of Pokemon that are getting a spotlight right now. Typhlosion finally got Thunder Punch for coverage, and we finally see a debuff on Scald. So Whiscash is not that powerful right now. But I want to see if that's really the case. Maybe people are going to bring it anyways. Or maybe it's finally Quagsire time, because I'm a Quagsire boy. Yeah, I love my Quagsire, yeah.
Hey, you know what? We're all experts in all our respective fields, I think, here.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's the first time anyone's ever said that about me. That's huge.
So I'd like to put everyone on the spot.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I want to get everyone's hot take. What do you think is, not something people are expecting, but will maybe do well here at the North American International Championships?
Okay, maybe I want to go with maybe not expecting is a little out there. I think Phalanx, which just came to our game, could be really huge, but a lot of teams are pretty wary of it because it has some really strong counters. So in Unite, you're able to draft against your opponents, you're able to pick away Pokemon from them or ban Pokemon. If you see a Phalanx on the other side, there are a lot of great opportunities to counter this thing, but I do think it's also really amazing. Also, if I want to give a hot take, I don't think Mimikyu is it. It's just not it. I love it, but it's not it. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't think Phalanx is very fair. Isn't that like multiple Pokemon in one?
I did pick like 6 Pokemon. Yeah.
It's the entire Unite team right there.
Yeah, exactly. I would put my hands on fire, for Shadow Bastion maybe. It's not a flexible Pokemon. It's a wall. Literally, it's a wall. It's the stone wall. It's not that flexible. But in later tournaments, it had a great, score at the end. It put so much pressure to the opponent's team, not necessarily because you use it, but because the presence of him in the team makes me think not twice, like 3 or 4 times what I'm gonna use, because if he aligns correctly, my opponent aligns correctly, it's Bastion, then it's over. So I need to be extra careful, and now it did so well last week. I think people will bring it a lot more.
Okay, well,
If
My
you
hot
say
take.
Shadow Rider Calyrex
Yeah,
one more
you
time,
can't
we'll
say
one more
it.
time.
you out.
We'll kick you out right now.
You've said it a lot.
Okay, but well, can I say
Ice Rider.
Incineroar? I think Incineroar's going to be good this
Say
weekend.
Ice
know.
Calyrex. Ice Calyrex.
Yeah, Ice
Could
Calyrex-
change it a little bit.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah,
Yeah.
like either way, like I don't know what horse I'm going to back, honestly. But Ice Rider is a great call, to be fair. It's really been consistent, honestly, and everyone's had to kind of respect it as an option because it's the go-to Trick Room mode at the moment. So that's probably why it hasn't like taken many wins just yet. So I think it's always going to do well, but instead of like something that's going to fly under the radar, I think it's going to be something like Lunala or maybe Necrozma Dawnwings, which
Ooh.
we've never seen until, again, Japanese Nationals last week as well. So we'll have to see. I think there's so much potential for and like room for creativity here. Like I honestly can't call it.
I mean, I like those picks. I would have been surprised if it said something like Cosmog. That's a restricted Pokemon, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Restricted to the lower tables, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, if you win at NAIC with something like Cosmog, don't you just
Yeah.
make a name for yourself for the entire Pokemon history?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, there's two different ways to
Yeah.
play this game, I suppose. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
want to go Cosmog, go for it. Because,
I'm-
like,
I
Ned
mean-
is strong.
Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie, I can't think of anything better than winning a tournament with a deck people don't really expect.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You know, you really do make a name for yourselves. I guess for a hot take for the trading card game, Lugia V-Star. No, everyone knows Lugia V-Star is a great deck, but I've been playing a lot of that Monkey Dory control. So it's a new card as well, Monkey Dory from Twilight Masquerade. You're essentially playing no Pokemon that can really attack. All you do is sit on the bench, and there's a Frostlass with an ability that hits everything for damage with anything with a Pokemon ability. And all you do is hit your own Monkey Dory and move the damage over, and not really attack, which is a very interesting way to play Pokemon. Typically, you want to knock out the opposing Pokemon, but this way, you're just hiding behind some walls. You're using your Mawile to get something stuck in the active while all your Monkey Dory is just hitting stuff on the bench. It's not the most competitive deck, but I've been seeing some results with it personally. Might lose my career now after I've said this. Hopefully none of you guys are in trouble as well with your hot takes.
Oh yeah, well I'll
Monkey
be
Dory
fine.
stocks right now
Yeah.
plummeting.
Is there a Pokemon that you would really love to see, but you don't see played too often? Like we have a pretty big roster in our game, but obviously not thousands like VGC, not thousands, but like 1,000 Pokemon now.
There is now, yeah.
So I'm curious, is there something that you would love to see and you just don't get to see played often?
Yeah, for me anyway, it'd be Murkrow. I'm a little bit biased because did rather well at the previous tournament, but Murkrow actually has a place in this meta game right now. It's got that prankster ability, which a lot of other Pokemon have, like Whimsicott and Thundurus and Tornadus. So it can offer like prankster Tailwinds, and Taunts, and Thunder Waves, but namely Haze, because Haze is a move that like completely eliminates all the status changes on the field, and what Calyrex Shadow Rider sometimes does. It's like
never mind.
Stop it.
come
You
on.
can't talk about
And,
it
like,
anymore.
we need to kind of squash that out. So like Haze
Stop
Prankster
him.
can do that.
Yeah. For me, I would love to see more plant-type Pokemon. Right now, Skarmory is really strong, so I would love to see Venusaur, for example, come back, or maybe Trevenant. Trevenant as a Ghost-type Pokemon is really strong because fighting types on Pokemon Go are really strong, so I would love to see Trevenant come back in this tournament.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? There's a lot of noise coming out. Is that drums?
Is it?
What?
Yeah, I hear something.
Cymbals?
Yeah.
What's
horns
happening?
and everything? It's a little noisy.
Hey!
the morning. Let's hear it for Gwendolyn Events and the Red Wolf Brass Band. Good morning, Pokemon fans from all over the globe. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and I'm so excited to be here at the New Orleans Convention Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is the final international event of our 2024 season. This is set to be one of the biggest Pokemon events ever, and we're so excited not only for the competition, but to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. Our prize pool has topped $500,000. And for many here, that's actually just the cherry on top to the coveted Pokemon trophy they could win by the end of this weekend. Over 4,000 trainers are here in New Orleans this weekend, and we're about to kick things off across Pokémon UNITE, Pokémon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. Pokémon UNITE will be hosting 2 events this weekend, with the first capping off our NA regional finals later today. The other titles are gearing up to battle all weekend in order to reach Championship Sunday. Now, it's time for our competitors to make your way to the play tables. For everyone else, stay with us as we go into our pregame show or take some time to walk around the event. Make sure you don't miss any of the action by catching it all on Pokemon.com/play and join the conversation using hashtag PokemonNAIC. Most importantly, if you're watching along on Twitch and YouTube, don't forget to follow that channel. Now with that, it's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championships.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokemon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokemon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokemon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was gonna win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
Got the melon, we're done taking this fifth game and is your North America International Champion.
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points do go in. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and
Winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
Oh, we're going to see the first wicket ball, but no! It was decisive! And the catch onto Slopper.
What is it? Another super rod.
This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrageous. Into the floor.
Hello and welcome to the North America International Championships, home this year to 2 Pokémon UNITE tournaments, North America Regional Finals, and of course the final stretch. What's up, everybody? We have an incredible weekend of competition coming up for you with so many teams trying to carve their spot in the World Championships in just a few short months. Hi, everyone. I am Zoinks, and I'm joined by Wonder Chef as per usual.
That's right, Zoinks, we've made it. We're near the end of this season. We've hit the literal and figurative final stretch to see who's going to make it to Worlds. But as we heard earlier, we are going to have 2 tournaments this weekend. So if one wasn't enough for a usual IC, you're going to get double as many. But of course, it can get a little bit confusing. So to make sure that you understand exactly how we're going to be playing everything out this weekend, we've got a video for you.
The Pokémon UNITE North American Regional Finals at the 2024 North America International Championships will be showcasing exhilarating matches Friday and Saturday from New Orleans, Louisiana. Right after, the final stretch open will take place to fill in that final slot to this year's World Championships. North America's best teams have traveled far and wide to compete in the regular season finale. They are fighting for a piece of the $50,000 prize pool and a Worlds 2024 invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. Both events will play out over 2 days. On day 1, 8 of North America's top teams will compete through a double elimination bracket to see who takes home the title of regional champion and represents North America at Worlds 2024. While we cover that action, the final stretch open will run in parallel to whittle down up to 32 teams to just the top 8 that will play in a single elimination bracket on day 2. Day 2 will host the top 8 of the final stretch open to see who will get that final exclusive spot at Worlds 2024. Who will join Nouns Esports from EU and Fusion from Latin America and many more at Worlds this year? Stay tuned to find out.
There's so much on the line in this tournament. It is the final of the season for any region, and like we mentioned, a few world spots left up for the taking. However, whatever team qualifies out of these tournaments in North America is going to have to join an incredible roster of teams that have already qualified from around the globe.
Yeah, I think we have some of the most exciting teams qualifying from all over the world this year. Some of the closest competition, I think, amongst every single region. And we can actually take a look here at some of the teams. And of course, all of those slots up in North America are to be decided within the next 2 days.
Yeah, still TBD, but take a look at this. Latin America North, Janus, Rework, Respawn, and Teku, all great squads that we have talked about a lot. Yala Bingo, Nouns Esports, and Vamos out of Europe. I mean, so many teams. And then, of course, last weekend, Japan concluded qualifying Champion Lord, Kabi-chans, and Reject JSV. A lot of people have that region as the front runner, but Wonder Chef, currently the only region to ever win a World Championships in Pokémon UNITE is, of course, North America, the region we are covering all weekend long. So I think it would be a failure to say they don't have a target on their back at the World Championships. But here it is all about proving that North America could be a Worlds contender again, and a lot of teams want that spot.
They do, but right now we can see the top 8 championship points leaderboard for North America. This is actually just the teams that we have here today. Of course, one of those teams is the one that you've been talking about, being the only team to win, Luminosity Gaming, but they're sitting here in 3rd as far as points, which means I don't believe they're actually guaranteed. You can see Nemesis, Orange Juicers, and Luminosity Gaming all very high on points, getting very close to guaranteed for some of them, but Exile is sitting right there. They do have a chance to earn a ton of points today, or of course, any of these teams could just win and earn this spot.
Of course, yeah, you can earn your way there, but this is the final tournament of North America for the season. So let's take a look at the overall rankings that players earned and teams earned as they competed in multiple monthly finals, AOS Cup, and of course, the regionals, whether in group stage, the qualifiers, or otherwise. A few teams that are fortunately not in our top 8, but had a great season. So hats off to a few of these squads. I know Team YouTube in particular is actually playing in the final stretch this weekend. So currently going to be playing in the open bracket today, and if they can make it in the top 3, we'll be joining the day 2 final stretch festivities. It is going to be very exciting. Still have a chance at qualifying for Worlds.
Oh, yes. I mean, of course, any win here in either of these tournaments means that you qualify. So any team here still can qualify. We can start off by taking a look at what we've got here. Day 1 bracket, the North American Regional Finals. We've got Nemesis and Nihao, Orange Juicers and G, all sitting in the winner's side bracket. On the bottom, Exile and Ignorance, Luminosity Gaming versus Brave Birders. But one thing to really talk about, in my opinion, is the fact that so many of these teams, we didn't see them on the championship leaderboard because they are newly formed.
Newly formed or having an unbelievable breakout performance, right? G is that new form squad, kind of the core of GT, add in a world champion in Slash, and of course an unbelievably good top path player in Zealot. But now we have Nihao, who just has been competing throughout the season, but a huge spark of competitive fervor has hit that squad. They are currently in the winner's side of the bracket. Incredible matches to be watching all weekend long, of course, with incredible Pokémon Unite action, with maybe some new Pokémon being added to the fray. Phalanx has now been added to the roster and is finally competitively eligible for our tournament. The first time in North America that this is the case. And it is a Pokemon that we think might make a huge splash. So we got a video to check out on this Pokemon Wonder Chef.
Yeah, we do. And honestly, there's a good reason why we could potentially see a lot of it. I mean, just to say as a baseline, of course, these teams, they've all qualified before Phalanx was competitive. Just like you said, it's the first time that we're going to be seeing it. We did get a chance to see it a little bit more competitively from Japan, who, like you said, just had their qualifying tournament. But can we talk about the Donk and the Dinks?
The Donk and the Dinks, yeah. Dewsnack's thriving somewhere. An incredible Pokemon. It's an all-rounder that truly fits the bill of all-around. It has incredible last hit secure, wonderful in team fights, and of course, its early game is also quite strong. It really does kind of check every box that you would want, except in draft. That is where Phalanx gets really, really scary. However, we talk about the negatives of some Pokemon that really are hard to counter it. It also has some great matchups in a very popular Pokemon. One of those we expect to be extremely popular this weekend, I think across the board, is Sylveon. This Pokemon has been taking the world by storm. Every region has Sylveon near the top of the pick rate charts.
Yes, this has been, it's funny, for anybody who hasn't been following along competitive Unite, there's always a different evolution that just rises up to the top, and they take turns being like, yeah, we're going to see them every single game, but Sylveon is the one right now. You can see right here, both movesets are viable, and that's one of the biggest things about it. It's so flexible, whether you want to play it as a more kind of tanky defensive option that's very hard to take down, or just this offensive powerhouse with Hyper Voice. It's hard to KO either way, but specifically if you're going to use the Mystical Fire and the Draining Kiss. So there's just so many things you can do with it. It levels up early. There's like actually no downside of this Pokemon.
That's true. And I guess we'll have a chance to see how much really faith we have in it, because we're going to be looking at our predictions for Pokemon that we think will be most played throughout the weekend. I have it at number 1. Apparently you do as well. We all have a lot of Trevenant love. I threw the Mimikyu in at my 4th spot, mostly just because I know a lot of these North American teams really like to play it, but Spraggles on that preview show saying that they really weren't believing in this Pokemon.
Yeah, it looks like you were the only one who picked Mimikyu. Ours are actually very similar. We both have the Eldegoss at 3 and the Sylveon at 1.
True.
Promise I didn't copy you. I'm surprised you actually didn't choose Blaziken, the only one out of us 4 to not choose Blaziken, who has been really showing up a lot. And also, I know you're a fan of that Pokemon. In fact, I believe at EUIC you said that was in your top 4, and now you didn't choose it.
I think it'll be incredibly good. However, I do think it has a bit more competition in North America in that slot. Particularly, we do like to play a little bit more scaling Pokemon in the central area. I imagine a bit more Tyranitar, Gardevoir, and Chandelure will see the light in the central area. And if we're talking about top path competition, Tyranitar can also fit the bill. But I do think that Phalanx, Leafeon, Dodrio will see a few more spots in that spot. Maybe even Gyarados, but I don't know. We want to hear what you think is going to be played the most during this tournament, though. The best way to do that is to reach out on socials. Follow them all as well, at Pokemon Unite on Twitter, and of course, Pokemon Unite on Instagram and YouTube. Make sure you join the conversation about these amazing teams and all the cool Pokemon we're going to see.
Yeah, and of course, just for anybody, again, who hasn't been watching, we're really interested to see the meta. It's been a while since the last official tournament in this region. We got to see Japan's meta, but now we get a chance to see how much of that is going to carry over to this North American meta, how much they've been cooking, what their new choices are. And so this is going to be like a cool big mystery to also be the final qualifying event of the year.
Dude, Wonder Chef, I have heard rumors. I have heard rumors of a particularly sticky dragon type that has maybe seen some play, a floral ring that is very on brand for Worlds that we might see joining in. Maybe the moveset you don't expect to see very often. We might see some sweet kisses. I don't know. There is going to be a very, very wide array of Pokemon. I think mostly because North America does like to experiment, but also because this particular top 8 has a lot of teams that are known for playing, I will call it, off the beaten path Pokemon. Nihao in that winner side of the bracket, they love the Dragonite. They also love the in-path Cinderace, by the way. And we're looking at 2 teams on stage right now. It's going to be our first matchup. I feel like the stage is set. Let's start talking about these 2 squads. We have Exile versus Ignorance. And we're talking about teams that like to experiment. These 2 also are fantastic teams at finding new ways to play the game of Unite.
That's right. I would say as well, Ignorance, we really got to take a look back kind of at how they qualified for this, because you mentioned there are a few teams that they've competed, they've done well, but and Ignorance, you know, they've always been on the radar. Without a doubt, they've done decently well, but this last tournament, I felt like they were really, really on their game to qualify here. So technically still the same tournament, but coming up to this point, I feel like they just need to hold on to that momentum. And also, of course, best names in the game.
Unbelievable. Sous Chef, Scribblenut, Brotein, Neon, and Jupiter. Unbelievably well-named squad and having a pretty solid win rate as well. 64%. This is throughout the season. So going into NAIC, they didn't come in second in their group to Nihao, but this matchup, I'm sure they have been preparing for quite some time. So that's the squad of Ignorance. On stage right now on camera in front of you is Exile. They placed 3rd in NAAOS Cup play-ins, having an incredible showing there. They also traveled to London to compete in EUIC and tried to make it through the open bracket, having a very strong performance, but just bubbling out of the final cut.
Right. I would say that maybe next to Nemesis, they may be our most consistent team over the course of this season.
Yeah,
They're
honestly.
certainly within that area, but wow, we're getting right into it. Our first draft of the day, the first draft of the North American Regional Finals. Exile on the left, Ignorance on the right.
All right, we're already hearing the crowd pop off for some North America Pokemon Unite. We have Gyarados, Phalanx, and Tyranitar banned. Wow, so much respect shown to these all-around hyper carries throughout the game. I said maybe not so much Blaziken because it's got competition. Well, if you ban all of them out, I think we are going to see some Blaziken, but there it is. First pick for Exile will be that Sylveon. Simp really likes to play this Pokemon with the Hyper Voice style of build, but they might flex around a little bit depending on what Ignorance is going to be drafting.
Yeah, I feel like having the ability to play Hyper Voice is a little bit more difficult than being able to flex the other direction. So on the other side, we are going to see the Crustle actually coming out pretty early. That's something we've seen fall off maybe a little bit more, but still an extremely strong defender.
Whoa, Metagross and Mr. Mime. All right, we told y'all we were going to be seeing some brand new stuff. This is going to be a very interesting look. Oblivion on this Metagross is going to love to brawl up close and personal, and Mr. Mime is a great way of forcing the enemy into engagements just like that. Ignorance, though, highlighting this Hoopa, very clever decision. If you can port out with either the portals or the very popular Trick Phantom Force build nowadays, you might be able to negate a lot of the effects of Pure's barrier walls.
Yeah, I mean, Trick Phantom Force, it's so incredibly strong. I mean, the thing with Hoopa is that there's just so much flexibility on top of what was already a meta Pokemon. And of course, taking the Espeon, great choice as well. There we go, the Blaziken coming in, which does set them up for some interesting paths. I mean, gonna be interesting how Exile decides to spread out their Pokemon, but also on the other side, the Garchomp.
Interesting. Okay, I really am wondering what is going to go central. So normally, Freak does like to play Blaziken in the central area, or at least is our central area player. However, Metagross and Gible both have very good last hit secure. However, they take a long time to scale. So it's almost like we're matching the ability of the top path for both these teams up against each other. Could be a bit of a slow roll. It's going to come down to the early flank from Protein Shake on this Leafeon to really shake up that top path matchup. However, Beldum, surprisingly tanky Pokemon in the early game.
Yes, and then continues to be tanky. Everything does end up going well. But honestly, this is going to be a pretty, I would say, difficult team to take down. The comp of Exile, especially once we see what the Sylveon ends up going as far as a build, it's going to be very hard to take down pretty much anybody on that team. And I think that's a really cool strategy to go. It's that they've got a lot of choices, whether it be the defenders or support or attackers. It really doesn't matter. Every single one has just incredible survivability.
Yeah, I can't, personally, if we're picking out a Pokemon or a player to watch up in this matchup, I cannot wait to see what Pure does with this Mr. Mime. We don't see too much tank-style build of Mr. Mime in competitive play, outside of maybe Europe with Brav, who's kind of iconic on that specific pick, but Pure loves to kind of trailblaze new defender options within the North America region. Honestly, I feel like we could credit the amount of Crustle we see these days a lot to that player who really started playing it a lot, and now you see it everywhere, namely on the Ignorance side of things. Double evolution for them in tandem with that Crustle, Espeon and the Leafeon.
Oh yeah, we didn't really get to talk about the fact that the Leafeon is on there. Leafeon's so very commonly banned for quite a while, but we're in an interesting spot, and we are going right into this. Our first game, of course, we're in losers, so you've got to win this set or you are going home. X on the left, Ignorance on the right. First game of the day.
Yeah, chat, people who watch, the viewers, we are going to be focusing on the knockout matches throughout the day to make sure that every team has a chance to be on broadcast, and we get the chance to see what these teams are being able to put together. And look at this, Simp on this Sylveon taking the red buff, and it's going Mystical Fire, already hit that evolution. These evolutions, incredible at taking just one piece of the wild Pokemon in the central area and immediately being threatening.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons. Again, for anybody out there who maybe isn't as familiar with how the competitive meta goes, the evolutions are all extremely strong. They get online so quickly, and these are some of the scariest to do it currently in this game. The slower ones are actually not in the game, which would be the Glaceon or maybe the Umbreon, but we're going to see a fast start.
It might honestly come as a shock to some people that we only have 3 out of the 5 available evolutions in this matchup specifically. But we're going to have Protein Shake rotating back, a 4-player push from Exile into this top path, leaving only Freak on the bottom side on that Combuskin to level up as quickly as they can. Exile, though, are reaping the rewards. Solar Blade able to take a little bit for Protein Shake, but Hoopa now caught by this wall. Scribblenaught not able to escape, is able to a Magician a berry, but it only serves the enemy team as they get KO'd before they can even consume it.
And this is going to be such an interesting matchup. We do see really heavy aggression from both sides early on because they do have the power of that early aggression. Pure is going to knock Espeon back into that wall, just try and get away. Not going to be able to make it happen. But again, that both those Pokemon that we saw in that fight are very, very strong early game. And I feel like both these teams are really trying to get their strong late game Pokemon online by using that early aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, interesting. It is going to be that hyperspace hole. Just really, I think, concerned about the iron box that Pure can put you in and that Metagross can kind of throw down within, so they want to have that portal to escape if at all available. We're at 745, 720 Bs are going to be the next major objective to focus on, but Ignorance is going to try for an early push towards this top goal zone to try to get some kind of scoring presence. Currently this goal zone untouched.
Yeah, and this is a huge amount of damage in return. Immediately the first KO going down, going to the side of Exile. They're going to be picking up 2 and just shutting that down completely. They've got an opportunity to turn things around and get a push of their own, potentially be able to take this goal zone, but no! The double KO! Going for a triple, but Pure just barely getting out of there. Had to avoid some of that wild Pokemon because they're just that low, and I mean, that will be a lot of free EXP. Could have been a whole lot worse, though. It seemed like both teams, once they tried to take the initiative, were punished.
Yeah, very spiky defense around these goal zones for both squads. I mean, it was a very ambitious push with that Garchomp, only at the Gabite level, to try to Dragon Rush a few targets away from the goal zone so they can try to knock them out without that healing. But then, of course, the response, Solar Blade weakens up the targets enough that Store Power just does cleanup work, and Neon pulling up right at the perfect moment. They now have the Espeon Unite move, so that Psychic Solaire is available, a very threatening option. However, Simp matching with that Sylveon at 8 on the other side.
And this is such a strange stalemate. It feels like neither team can play all that aggressive now, but that's going to be a first huge push. We are going to see the Sylveon Unite come out. 1 KO going down. It's just going to be Mr. Mime, and that Regieleki getting extremely low. Solar Blade, an amazing way to secure that. One of the best in the game, and that's going to be Ignorance taking a huge lead here as far as being able to push down this Tier 1. Pure will be running back on that Mime, but this is going to be the 4v2 or 5 if you include the Regieleki.
Oh, it's had so much shield that Oblivion was able to pick up with just 1 Gyro Ball. In the meantime, Freak was able to solo the bottom Reggie as well. And now Regieleki, with no partners to really help push it into the goal zone, is going to be defeated before it can land. And still, the Tier 1 goal zone in the top path from Exile remains at 80 out of 80 HP.
Neither team can push. All right, finally are we going to see one of these Tier 1 goal zones going down. It looks like Exile does want to take one more attempt here. They did just get the evolution into the Metagross finally, who we saw was so difficult to take down, and immediately, once again, we're not even seeing them in a Garchomp quite yet, but they've been getting KO'd so many times in a row. That Tier 1 gold zone going down, and like I said, the late game Pokemon need to get on board. And Metagross, I wouldn't say it's like super late game, it can fight early, but it's on board. With the Garchomp not yet on board, things are starting to look tough.
And Free currently at level 10 as well, and now hitting that 11 breakpoint as well. They have been leveling up so quickly on that bottom path. They've been soloing it, but they haven't had too much to contend with because Ignorance has been trying to make these pushes work on the top side time and time again. Exile racking up even more points. Ignorance really struggling to find an opportunity to get in this game. At least they have the Garchomp at 9, but they are getting outpaced, and Exile still has so many Unite moves available.
This point lead is gigantic. That was a rude little 2-point goal right there. That was unnecessary. It's like, well, I mean, we've got like over a 200-point lead, but we'll just make it 202 just for fun. But Exile certainly, without a doubt, is getting everything that they want. This next Regieleki is going to be pretty gigantic as well. It does seem like we've got quite a few really strong Unites up that could be used very, very freely right here. And if they manage to take it down, there is no Tier 1 gold zone to defend for Ignorance. So I feel like Ignorance really needs to take this to get back into the score game. This is going to be their first major fight as well, that the Garchomp is finally online with that very slick jacket.
Yeah, Garchomp is a really tough Pokemon to play from behind in terms of experience. You'd love to kind of play it as this snowball monster, but Metagross has been sort of taking up that role. Freak finally goes down. We have Soup Chef able to KO them on the bottom side with the help of Protein Shake, so at least they don't have to worry about the Blaziken for the next few seconds, and they might be able to delete this Regieleki before anyone from Exile can even contend. However, Pierre making an amazing case in the backside of the fight. He's able to take out Espeon, and now it's a race to KO the Regieleki.
Ooh, that's going to be pretty freely going there to Scribblenaught, and they're going to be able to use that Unite to help push everything down. But will they be able to take this Tier 1 gold zone? That has eluded them for the entirety of this match. In fact, interestingly enough, it looks like they may not even be going for it. There's a rotation. Maybe they're trying to take a Tier 1 gold zone, but end up going down to the bottom one, as nearly everybody on that team is going to be rotating down. They're not using the mobility of the Hoopa, but they will be catching out 2 members of Exile. Not sure that they were going to be pushing all the way down, but I don't think they're going to be able to get the KOs. So close to the reset, but it was left over there a little bit late. And once again, Ignorance's push is shut down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Jupiter tried to go for the Dragon Rush there with their Unite move. They had the portal available to take it and retreat back home, but they decided to instead push the aggression. They do trade KOs. They take out the Blaziken, but instead give themselves up. And yes, Blaziken is a high EXP target, but again, it feels like we're feeding the Metagross a little bit too much now. Oblivion is scaling so quickly for a Pokemon that you think won't really be a heavy damage dealer until this final fight, and they're already at 12, very close to that level 13.
We really need Ignorance now to win this last fight. There's basically no other way to win. Their big opportunity was there once they took that top Regieleki, but they just weren't able to find anything from it. There will be a few fights here. I mean, you can get KO'd here relatively freely. It's basically just going to delay you a little bit more for this final fight, but it's definitely going to be a Rayquaza angle for Ignorance. Exile, they can play this a few different ways. With how tanky and hard to KO they are, I feel like they could play this a lot more patient, but they've got to be careful because you can burn down so fast when you've got that Garchomp available.
That's true. Mr. Mime and Metagross, though, they do love the ambush play. If they can get an early pick in one of these fights, it'll be so much easier for Freak and Oblivion to really get to work on their hyper carry Pokemon and remove the enemy squad. Ignorance playing into that quite well, though. They have won the positioning battle. They are not really warned at all by Exile of getting away. Pure does take about half their HP bar down. Simp on a bit of a flank on the Sylveon, mostly just for information gain, but they take that 1v1 versus Leafeon, it could be devastating. Sim taking so much damage, but notably still has their Unite available.
Yeah, that was actually really scary. That could have been a comeback win condition for Ignorance, but they are going to be circling around and starting to get the flank from Soup Chef in the back, and they are going to be jumping, but the big target is so tanky. They are going to manage to get 1 KO on Pure, and now the 2 tankiest Pokemon on Exile have gone down. Their 2 big carries have gone down on Ignorance as well. A strange 3v3.
Wow, Freak is able to make it out, just a sliver of HP. Ignorance is extremely low. Scribblenut during their Unite move, that Hoop on Bound gives them so much damage potential, but they do not have a chance to put down the Hyperspace Hole to get their team to retreat. So we are looking at a refight, which is devastating for Ignorance. That was a great fight for them, but not able to close the gap means that they're going to have to take down Exile a second time if they want to get this Rayquaza kind of unaffected.
And now we have basically no Unites. Only Blaziken, which doesn't really count because it always has Unites available. The Mime Unite just coming up. That could be gigantic for this fight, and they're going to be starting it off, but the Mime is going to be using that Unite to stop the aggression coming out from that Garchomp. That's 2 members down again for Ignorance. A 5v3 for Exile. They're just going to go and clean up this Leafeon. The damage is going down on Rayquaza, but it's not going to be able to be secured by Ignorance. This should be a guaranteed win for Exile. Every member up, 50 in every pocket, almost every pocket, and of course, all of these Hundo Burgers.
Sim cleaning up with a KO streak at 3 on that Sylveon. It's so devastating when you watch that Pokemon Mystical Fire just dancing around on the outskirts of any team fight, because you know that there's no really reason to chase them down, but you cannot ignore their damage either. So much consistent firepower from that Pokemon, and Blaziken as well. Freak doing a great job all game, keeping the level lead in every situation, taking so many objectives. Exile take every single one available to them outside of the Regielekis, but they never even let it hit their first tier goal zone.
Right, an interesting first game of the day. This was so, I guess, late game focused, which is interesting because the teams were built that their early game was very strong on both sides, but it really was about who managed to pop off first. And it was really kind of the Metagross versus the Garchomp in my eyes.
Yeah.
And we could see very clearly who was scaling up further and earlier, and it was just natural that one of these teams, I think, would run away with a victory. This did not seem like a game that would end up close.
Yeah, I think that's a huge credit to Exile in terms. I think Metagross versus the Garchomp is a great call out, Wonder Chef. I also think if you're playing that Leafeon, you were expecting to win those first couple engagements in the top path. It's why you draft that Pokemon. It's why you have such an aggressive start, especially going Solar Blade, looking for an early KO and to sweep all that EXP, but not really finding either. Great shutdown by Exile to prevent that and keep that Metagross in the lead. If you have Metagross Unite before you have Garchomp Unite, it is devastating.
It is. That Unite can be very, very scary. And it's one of those Unites, too, where, like, it is so much more scary, regardless whether it's a Garchomp or any other Pokemon, when the Metagross is further ahead, right? When you're behind, you're kind of like, wait a minute, I'm trapped in here with you. This is not good. But it can be very, very scary if you can manage to hold on to that pacing, which is exactly what Exile did. So a very strong job of that. Of course, Exile being down in the losers bracket, I would say, is a little bit of an upset. Nihao, the team that just completely ran through so many top teams, that's a huge surprise, was kind of the first one to knock down Exile here, making it, I believe it was Nihao to do next, all right?
Well, Nihao Ignorance were in the same group, so maybe in the qualifier bracket at some point in time, but yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, either way, some amazing moments in that first game. Ignorance finally having some momentum, but with only Espeon, Crustle, and Hoopa up and just very low on HP, they didn't have the firepower or really health pool to take down Rayquaza in time. So force that refight in Exile, just feeding off of that. Mr. Mime still having Unite was amazing for Pure. We didn't get to talk too much about Pure's Mr. Mime throughout the match, but there were some really clever walls throughout that game. Very impressed with their gameplay. Very early walls a lot of the time. Sometimes we see kind of that bloodthirsty Mr. Mime style of play where you're only using your walls for that psychic bounce damage, but so far it was really good. But we actually have a video that we're going to cut to from one of the members of Exile. I believe it is going to be Neon.
Everyone plays a vital role in our team. For example, Jupiter is definitely the comedic relief. He knows how to make everyone feel better, feel calmed down with his comedy. Soup Chef is more of the stable one. He's the leader. He tells us what to do, what we should be doing. Scribblenut is definitely more of the logistical one. He knows the information. He knows the details. So we have everyone who's able to work together. And then Protein comes in with a calm attitude, calm mind. He is super stable, and that helps us all stay stable in super dire and serious moments. And I'd like to think that I bring a nice attitude, happiness, good vibes to the team. And together we just make a perfect team together, honestly. A little bit on the nose, but it would mean the world if we qualified for the Worlds, because honestly, it's just an amazing opportunity. This event is already super exciting, and being able to have that notion and have that goal for us to be met, that, yeah, all this hard work that we have done is worth it. And being able to work with team and work together as a team and know that we made it to the Worlds would be awesome. And to be able to meet new people and to continue exploring the world together is awesome.
Awesome to hear from Neon. Of course, on Team Ignorance, my apologies for the wrong team name shout out. They say that they are bringing the vibes to the team. They're bringing a lot more than that, by the way. They're averaging a KO matchup stat of 6 knockouts throughout the season to the average of 4 throughout all attacker players. So definitely above average on the KO hunt. Ignorance have some great members of the team. And look at this, the Comfey band, the call out to Exile.
And once again, we're seeing Tyranitar banned. That has been a real big question. Obviously, Tyranitar has been running through kind of solo queue ranked mode, but to see whether or not it was going to be banned or picked a lot or not at all within competitive, and now we're starting to see the answer, at least in game number 1. But we're going to be switching on to the other side and getting the first pick, Sylveon, now for Ignorance.
All right, Phalanx still available in this matchup so far, right? Did not get banned this time around. We're adding the Comfey into the mix, but Exile very confident in their Metagross to the point where they are first picking it, leaving defender options like Crustle or I guess Trevenant already banned away, but Slowbro all still available. Soup Chef going to be highlighting the Crustle currently. They really liked it in that last pick. We're going to see what Jupiter wants to bring to the table. Taking away Blaziken makes a lot of sense, but no way. We're picking Mr. Mime out of Pure's pocket?
Interesting.
Look
So
at Pierce
lot,
face.
Yeah,
Pierce like,
I
are they
know.
serious?
This is
Okay.
okay, I guess.
That's
but,
awesome.
Hey, I mean, it was working. All right, now the Cramorant coming out. Of course, I'm very excited with the Cramorant shirt. Cramorant has been doing so well recently.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a lot of picks. We got to talk about this draft really fast because I think we're about to see the Phalanx, and we are.
Yeah.
Cramorant, Phalanx, Mr. Mime. The everything about this is going very cool.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Cramorant, so basically Phalanx loves attacking enemy attackers. They love to get into the mix, and they can take down the squishy targets very, very easily. They ignore a lot of the critical hit style of damage as the passive. That Phalanx has a 25% lower critical hit ratio, so very, very good at negating some of those options. We have Freak locking in the Scyther as this final option. Very interesting. Normally when you see this kind of speedster style build of this bug Pokemon, it's in a squishier targets, but they're ready for the fight. They can trust Metagross to carry some of these bigger team fights, and Scyther can be on cleanup duty. I think that's the major call, especially when that Cramorant Unite, that Gulping Gatling Missile, amazing spread damage, but it has a tough time closing out knockouts sometimes because it creates that AoE, enemies know where to escape, where to get out of it. Well, when they run, Scyther just cleans up.
Yeah, this is going to be a strong option as far as damage goes for Exile. On the other side, though, I'm really interested to see how Phalanx goes. Again, like I said, we got to see kind of what the opinion of the Japanese meta was previously, but now it's time to see how NA ends up kind of playing this Pokemon. And also, just of course, like we mentioned before, it really does kind of have a lot of options against it within draft, and we now get to see them pick it very late in draft, which is smart.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, we have to give our player of the game shout out to Simp on Exile in that last game. KO streak of 3 in that final fight, I really think, proving that this Pokemon is so strong. First picked now twice. 2 for 2 so far in our tournament, running the double glasses and the band. Very safe, very consistent build when you're playing this Pokemon in Path.
And of course, yeah, it's not only going to be great at getting KOs like we saw in that last moment, but of course it's very hard to KO itself. And now it's a curious question: where will everybody be going? Is this a bottom path Blaziken and a top path Mime?
Ooh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, so far we've seen Exile hold the Blaziken in the bottom path almost the entire match, after taking blue buff, of course, but we might see that just start from the beginning of the match. This time, Freak actually playing into the top path with the Scyther, leaving Metagross a chance to try to build up their experience as quickly as they can. Jupiter on this Phalanx, ready to showcase the newest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, this is kind of cool to see Exile, even though they do have a somewhat similar Pokemon amongst what they chose. Not that many, but seeing them in different areas. But again, this is such a new Pokemon that competitively seeing things like I've never seen a Mime Phalanx path together in my entire life. I mean, it hasn't been that long, but I'm curious as how it's going to go. I can see it being quite scary.
And it's so funny to see how good Pure was with the walls last time and kind of created those options. I wonder if we see a different look from Scribblenut, though. They're kind of playing this Mr. Mime in the tank and supporter position. No true healers in this matchup for this squad. Scribblenut taking a ton of damage. And yes, the Sylveon gets a KO with the top side going in Exile's favor, as they are going to get a bunch of those knockouts, and the bunch of scores go for Ignorance in the bottom path. Trades on either end.
You can see really where they are prioritizing all of their effort, their offense. And so we are going to see Jupiter actually just kind of go down, but everybody from Exile is going to be running into that center area. I mean, not everybody, but we are seeing a good amount of aggression trying to steal away some of that center area XP.
Also, I think that's a Scizor, by the way. Level 5, we have a Freak locking in the Scizor. So both of these teams just dedicating themselves to the brawl. We do not want to take these team fights quick. They were too fast last game. We want these ones to be as long as possible. Scizor, of course, boasting a great amount of health regain and shielding for themselves. The more hits, the more that Scizor becomes tankier.
You know, I do actually like this. Like you said, there's no true healer on the side of Ignorance, so you could outlast in team fights from Exile. They've got the Metagross, they've got the Umbreon, they've got the Scizor, they've got Cramorant, who can basically just kind of try to stay out of range. And they can just sit there and just wait. That could be a strong strategy. You're going to be jumping, though, immediately on Soup Chef. They're going to be able to get out of there, but still a great option for aggression. And wow, what a quick little turnaround there.
Yeah, there you go. You're starting to see the damage potential of Phalanx as Jupiter just jumps into that battlefield and is able to take out one. Oblivion picks up a few shields with that Gyro Ball, but look at this! Phalanx just walking all over the enemy. The special defense thread from the Sylveon might not help out the Phalanx in particular, but those Mr. Mime Confusion Blasts are going to hit harder if that special defense damage or our defense drop has hit from the Sylveon.
And this is going to be another really difficult situation where the ability to defend these goal zones from Exile is going to be very strong because they're just going to be able to sit on there and just sustain forever. So that attempt to push it from Ignorance, like we saw in game number 1, is just not really finding any fruit, really. It has just been tough. We are going to see the Hyper Voice, though, which we didn't get to talk about as much, where they're going to need that extra damage and just jumping over there, taking out that Scizor very quickly.
Yeah, if you could stun that Scizor for a moment, like Scribblenut was able to do with that barrier, it'll prevent them from using the Bullet Punch, which will then prevent them from regaining a little bit of that HP. Big Snarl from Pure, though, hits multiple targets, and now Exile trying to rally back on this defense. Huge overheat from Protein Shape, but they're going to get too low, and Eldegoss chases them down. Great KO by Neon, but now the Crustle getting to work again. Soup Chef showcasing that this Pokemon is still meta-relevant and is absolutely taking down these targets one by one. Oblivion does put them within the rock ring, and now Cramorant with the Unite move, the Gulping Gatling Missile, taking down targets one by one. Phalanx trying to escape, but I think that might be a bit too much to ask as Simp chases them down with that dive.
That was a great play altogether by Simp. They managed to solo down there the basement Reggie, and then they came up, they managed to get a sneaky little Unite in that tall grass. They managed to use the eject button to get it even a little bit further, getting all those KOs, cleaning up everything on that defense. So just getting so much mileage, and they are very high as far as level goes.
And we're starting to see the preview of these long fights, right? These one by one, even getting one KO takes so much time. Jupiter again taking that fight, but of course it will be Protein Shake getting credit for the KO. It's just Pure left to defend this goal zone. One Snarl will stop all those targets, and a big foul play will push a few away, but the scores will still reign in. Phalanx able to jump a few. Big push, that Iron Head, giving them the boosted or enhanced auto attacks for a few seconds after. When all the Phalanx are glowing, you know that they're throwing in a ton of damage.
That's when you've got to be afraid. Nice way to back up and not get hit by that overheat. Just the last few ticks of that Hyper Voice as well, and now Exile's going to be pushing down on this bottom tier 1 goal zone, just jumping over here on Neon, making sure that they're not going to be able to use the Unite as well as they would have liked to, but regardless, this defense is going quite well. 2 respawns coming back up. Soup Chef coming back in, getting 1 KO, I believe. No, actually going to be 2 KOs, I believe, for Neon. And
wow.
It's hard for anybody to push anywhere in this game.
All right, Neon, bringing the vibes, bringing some heroic moments for Ignorance in this game number 2. They might not have the score lead, and one of those reasons, we haven't talked about too much about this, but the Phalanx we talked a lot about before the show started, very counterable in draft. Well, that Metagross Gyro Ball can hit every target of Phalanx and get shielding from every single one. That is why you see Oblivion hard targeting Jupiter in those fights. We have the Cramorant Unite move trying to do as much damage as they can, but of course we have Protein Shake hard targeting them. They will eventually fall as Exile is able to win that little engagement. Potentially Protein Shake taking some extra damage, but not going to find any knockouts from it. Meanwhile, of course, Scribblenaught throwing in the points to the top side, and they get a small lead.
Ignorance could try to really fight for this Regieleki. We saw a lot of Unites being used in that last fight from Exile. You can see on screen they've got none. And we've got at least the Mime Unite, which we keep seeing is extremely powerful, especially against a brawling team like this. But we'll see if they can actually collapse on this. Regieleki already starting to get low. They haven't found a good way to initiate, especially with that Unite.
All right, Pierre's going to take a ton of shields with that Moonlit Prance. However, the first KO is going to be Freak going down. Sylveon gets that first knockout. Oblivion has so much shields, but the X-Scissor holds them in place long enough that they can get the KO before another Gyro Ball can come out. Pierre takes so much damage that they have to walk away, but Neon does take down Macrossel. Simp still fighting in this matchup, but they will eventually go down. That Hyper Voice just so strong from Neon. Absolutely unstoppable. Regieleki is available, but Ignorance doesn't really have the firepower to take it down yet, so instead they are just farming as quickly as they can.
They did get quite a bit of EXP from that. They are actually slightly in the points lead now, and slightly in the EXP lead. First 13 in the game is going to be Neon. They are going to be able to eventually take that Regieleki. So within the final minute of this game, Ignorance doing an amazing job of jumping into the lead, and it is a very small lead, but especially considering the last game that we saw where it was very much Exile dominated up until forcing that Ray fight, this is looking a lot better for Ignorance. They've just got to try and close it out.
And what a showcase of Mime Walls from both these teams. They are absolutely crushing it right now. I mean, we have seen last game, of course, Pure on it, and now Scribblenaught, but these Mime Walls have been devastating for both teams to deal with. You saw Oblivion on that Metagross loves to jump into the fray of multiple enemy targets, but those Mime Walls really shutting them down at every turn.
Oh, was that a Unite forced out of the... No, that wasn't a Unite. What was that?
No Unite, yeah.
That visually looked like Unite,
X-Speed, I think, but yeah.
It must have been, yeah, with the oh, but there's a Unite!
Yeah, we have Oblivion throwing down a lot of damage. Of course, it's being returned by both sides. These all-rounders putting up so much work. Mr. Mime going to be the first target to take down the Metagross, but not before Oblivion can take down Protein Shake. Freak gets into the work as well, and that's 3 targets down for Ignorance, 2 members down for Exile. Sylveon on the top side, Blaziken on the bottom side, but Exile all around the Rayquaza currently.
Yeah, they know that they have to deal with probably both the Sylveon and the Blaziken before they can do anything with the Rayquaza. They're still not in the lead. There's not been any significant back caps. Point is still 5-point lead for Ignorance. So Exile, it does look like they're going to regroup. They maybe didn't want to try to force anything. They did have a slight numbers advantage, but it wasn't going to be enough that they could guarantee themselves something safely. The secure on the side of Ignorance is very strong, and they've got to make sure that they get a true win here at the center fight. A nice little rock tomb, but there's just not enough backup from Ignorance, who's playing extremely defensively.
I was just going to say, Ignorance are playing this like they have a 200-point lead, but they are confident in their 5-point lead right now. Exile finally making the first move. Simp jumps into the middle of the Ray Pit and starts doing a little bit of damage to that Rayquaza. It's barely been touched, but they have definitely started this initiation. Sylveon and Blaziken are on the bottom side of the minimap. Keep an eye on where those Pokemon are as they are trying to get that engaged. Pure and Oblivion scare them off as, of course, now Ignorance is working their way towards the Rayquaza. Good positioning battle victory there.
Yeah, Simp's going to have to back up. They're getting very low, and they do see that there's a vulnerable target there in the form of Simp. That Cramorant's getting really low, getting walled off as well. The Unite coming out from the Scizor. That's going to be a big jump. Exile has to move in. There's 26 seconds left. They've got to win this fight. They're going to get 1 KO, but trade for the Scizor, and they've got to get more. A big, huge dunk in from Ignorance. It's getting them a 60-plus point lead, and that Rayquaza is extremely high health, so everybody's just going to be running over to back cap.
Yeah, Protein Shake's going to be doing just the same. Pure attempting to score a Hundo Burger in the top half, but Scribblenaught able to defend 1v2 on that top side, holding down the fort. Pure will eventually get the KO, but the rally back from Soup Chef is going to shut them down, and we're going to game 3.
Ignorance fighting their way back in. Game number 1 looks tough, but that was Just confidence. There's no other way to put it. Like you said, they were playing like they had a 200-point lead, and they had a 5-point lead. And you know what? They almost did get to that 200-point lead, but they played so well. That's where you get to see the top teams in Pokemon Unite really shine, is their confidence in their choices at that 2-minute mark when things could go kind of any direction. And that was just a great way to show it off from Ignorance. I'm glad we're seeing this go to this game 30.
Oh, me too. And we were talking about how the Mr. Mime kind of a debut for these teams. I'm looking at the stats, it's looking like that's not the case. Scribblenaught actually, Mr. Mime being their 3rd most picked Pokemon. And I mean, we talked about it, the no healer composition, no power swaps, which would be the opportunity to heal up their targets. But Ignorance has been kind of well known for this for quite some time. And of course, they will be winning the MVP, EXP share, Buddy Berry, and that Resonant Guard with a potion as well. Ignorance have a few potion believers on the team. Scribblenaught, one of those players. Resonant Guard, though, a great early game item to get that extra shielding, but they're also running that EXP share for the squad.
Yeah, it's funny. Really, the potion meta has returned. I feel like we're seeing more and more potion. We're going full circle with this game.
And Ignorance have been there, but everybody's catching up.
It's true. I mean, we've had a few people that are just ahead of the curve, or maybe so far behind the curve that they're ahead of the curve. We'll see which one it is. But no, clearly, Ignorance playing an extremely strong game in that last one. And really cool to see, again, the Phalanx for the first time in North America. First opportunity to see Phalanx in North America. It's now been banned, and it's been at least picked very well in one way.
Yeah, it's true. Really, really cool stuff to see from these squads. I did want to let everybody know, in terms of Pokemon selection, it is Exile who love the variety, by the way. Oblivion with over 9 picks so far within the North America Regional Tournament, and now we're adding Metagross to the mix, which is a brand new look for them. Simp also debuting their Cramorant within this tournament with that last game as well.
Yeah, Cramorant's another one that's really been fighting their way back into the meta, and it really, I mean, it showed off exactly how strong it could be. That was a close game, of course. For so long, we were sitting within 5 minutes of, or sorry, 5 minutes, 5 points of each other.
Yes.
Well, there were 5 minutes, half the game, I guess. But 5 points of each other, and we got to see a lot of really smart picks. So I feel like going into this last game, we are going to see probably some more shifts again as well, which I mean, it's kind of obvious.
You think we
do
see
some
Sizzler
games,
again?
I like the idea with Scizor, but it was getting KO'd a little bit too fast, I think. I mean, again, the idea that I pointed out of just outlasting in the fights, I think it was cool, but Scizor, it can have some trouble keeping itself up.
All right, well, we're jumping right into draft phase again. The bans have already happened, and there we go. A Sylveon ban finally enters the battlefield. Gyarados, Phalanx, Trevenant, and Sylveon being the crew. Tyranitar's available, and he is first picked. Hello, North America.
All right, this is finally, Zoinks gets to see Tyranitar, and Doopsnacks and Sprinkles will not make fun of him for enjoying that fact for the first time ever in the history of Pokemon.
That's very optimistic of you to say.
True.
I do think they will be making fun of me, but that's all right. Protein Shake and Soup Chef going to be locking in some of their comfort picks. Protein Shake currently 0-1 in the Leafeon. In that game number 1, they were not able to get the W, but Soup Chef has made this Crustle look amazing. It looked like a hard scissor counter in that last game, so very excited we're going to see it yet again. Freak back on that Blaziken, Pure back on that Mr. Mime. Is this going to be the weekend of Mime? Like, how much Mime are we going to see here?
It might be. I was saying it's so hard to guess this meta, but we do have a 100% win rate for Mime so far. Now, the Machamp coming back out as well.
Interesting. Scribblenaught does have an interesting choice to make here. They were hovering the Comfey for quite some time. Both Leafeon and Machamp can look very, very solid with that particular option. But I think right now, Ignorance has to be thinking in their draft strategy, how do we shut down this Tyranitar? And so far out of all the options, I don't know if any are hard counters to this Pokemon. In fact, I think it's going to be quite difficult for them. This pick, though, might be the secret sauce. The Delphox Fire Spin is devastating for the Tyranitar to deal with. It doesn't have any moves that just inherently give Tyranitar unstoppable. Blaziken, though, does have a couple of options. They can ignore that Fire Spin, but double support on the side of Exile. Mr. Mind Tank, Eldegoss Healer.
I love this Delphox pick. You were just talking about it. I think that it's such a strong Pokemon. Honestly, this has been a Pokemon that's been very strong, but not really early picked a lot for, I want to say months. I want to say like half a year at least.
Been too long is how I like to say it.
It is, yeah. But every single time that we see a strong player pick it in a smart situation, which does tend to be the best teams that do that, I feel like it is so impactful.
Now, remember back to game 1 when Pure was playing that Mr. Mime. We were talking so much about how it's amazing that the walls can force the enemy to have to deal with Metagross up close and personal. You know who likes that even more? Is Tyranitar. Yes, Sand Tomb gives you a little bit of a dash, gives you some mobility, but if you can prevent the targets from escaping a Sand Tomb, a Stone Edge, or even just that Sandstorm passive that Tyranitar can take, Oblivion is going to be able to profit to the ends of the earth. So I think this is a very, very cool composition to do this. Of course, it'll have to be very early preemptive mime walls, very aggressive barriers, but Pure has shown that they can take a hold of that strategy.
Yeah, and of course, for anybody who hasn't been following the meta of Unite, of course, we're here at an international championship. I want everybody to know exactly why this is all so cool. Of course, Tyranitar was considered one of the weakest Pokemon in the game, got some buffs, has been destroying ranked, and now we get to see it in competitive in game number 3 here. This is the last chance for one of these teams. I mean, I guess they do have the final stretch, but here at the North American Regional Finals, this is their last chance.
Yeah, whatever team takes the loss here will be eliminated from our regional finals tournament, and whatever team takes the win will be moving on to play the loser of one of those winner's side games. So important that these squads can put everything that they have gained throughout the season right on their backs now. Oblivion trying to defend this goal zone, but poor Larvitar is not going to be able to slow down 3 targets. Neon doesn't get the level 4 of that, which is a little frustrating for that Fennekin, I'm sure, but now they have to contend with the Larvitar secure.
This is really interesting. They are just not giving Oblivion any help here. And Tyranitar, I feel like, is somebody that you would like to give at least a little bit of help, but instead we've got a lot of invasion going on. We're actually going to see a counter invade doing quite well for the side of Ignorance. I'm not sure exactly if they were able to steal away anything, but at the very minimum, it's an interesting strategy to go alongside, trying to build some space maybe for that currently Larvitar.
All right, finally, the early Leafeon pick is going to benefit Jupiter at that level 5 because of it. Scribblenaught caught in a really difficult position. Jupiter does dynamic punch into that fight, but gives them enough time to portal back. Very safe return from the Hoopa.
Yeah, that top half is actually going to be quite difficult to challenge now, but we are going to see Protein Shake trying to steal a little bit from the side of Exile, and tries to get the hit there. They may be going down, and they're going to be so low. They try for a little bit more damage, but this is actually going to be double KO altogether for Exile. Looks like the final hit was actually from... Oh no, I'm sorry. There was another KO up on top from Eldegoss that I saw at the same time. So Exile just kind of sweeping across the board here.
Yeah, Exile might have lost that first Bees engagement on top side, but after that, they've been punishing Ignorance for every single rotation. Leafeon tries to enter into the enemy central area in a huge shutdown. They're not even able to KO the Pupitar because freaking Oblivion's teamwork was really excellent in that situation. Both targets dealing damage from the opposite ends, making no escape for the Leafeon. However, it looks like a bit of revenge going to be going in for Protein Shake.
Yeah, and we did manage to see Ignorance doing quite well in that center area. They were able to KO Oblivion. That's exactly the KO that we were just talking about. And they look like they were able to get the majority of the 8-minute experience, which is going to be very, very important in the game of Pokemon Unite. Getting just basically all of these big chunks of these spawns that spawn multiple Pokemon.
It's Mystical Fire. So this is probably Mystical Fire Flame Charge from Neon. Now, both of the Delphox movesets are probably on paper counters to the Tyranitar. Either able to dash away and move from that target with your dash kind of abilities of Mystical Fire Flame Charge, or you try to lock down the Tyranitar with the Fire Spin. It's really dealer's choice, but it seems like with Neon specifically, they want to go with a little more damage-oriented moveset.
I guess you can also technically probably get through a Mime Wall, right?
I
guess, maybe. I actually have never seen that interaction before, but we've seen it definitely go over Rock Tombs. But then, of course, Rock Tombs on their own side. So I guess if your teammate accidentally locks you in, you've got a way to get out. But right now, that Basement Reggie is going to go pretty much uncontested, I think, to Exile. Yeah, they're going to burn down. Nobody's going to be there in time. Regieleki, though, is not being taken down as we're just seeing stacks going in up top on that currently Machoke, going to be the champ pretty soon in my eyes.
Yeah, currently take every chance you have because now the raid boss is online. Oblivion hits level 9. Pollen Puff is also available for this Eldegoss, and we are seeing the damage that Exile can do. Everybody raining in some points. Oblivion going to break that goal zone, and now 139 the scoreline for Exile as they're having a chance to push into the enemy central area. Try to take that blue buff. Doesn't spawn in time, I suppose. Pure going to try to run, get good amount of distance gained, and no one is going to be able to earn that knockout.
It's a little bit of EXP in the center area going to, oh, the interesting Simp. So we haven't had a chance to see Simp as much in this game, but that is going to be not, well, we're going to go back to the dive, basically, and not with the Hurricane, which is, we can kind of go a lot of different options right now with Grand Red, but we are going to see them, get caught out a little bit, but hey, the big buddy of Tyranitar running into the defense, and Soup Chef in particular is going to have to really be careful of that. The Unite's coming out from the Cramorant to help them try to close that down. They just get out of it relatively quickly. They realize nobody's going to push in that area, and it did help secure that Regieleki, but nice Exiters are going to be pushing multiple members of Exile down. They will get the KO on the Eldegoss.
Yeah, good Machamp Unite there for the big push. However, Delphox is going to get absolutely shredded. I don't think they were able to see Freak charging up that overheat within that tall grass. Sip going to try to dunk 40 early if they can. They probably will not have the opportunity. It was a great Delphox Unite move to cover the attack from Exile, but Oblivion is just starting to shred these enemy Pokemon. Leafeon does not stand a chance at holding up against the high damage that Tyranitar can take. And level 11 at 5 minutes. They have not been able to slow this Pokemon down. One of the only clear responses to Tyranitar is shutting it down in the early game. Well, and Exile has made it past that checkpoint.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough for them. I mean, the Machamp and the Crustle in particular, I feel like they just want to be so far forward. The moment that Tyranitar goes in there with all that true damage, just jumps into the fight, you are getting melted. You are not going to be able to last no matter what. I mean, if obviously you're going to try to get out a Hoopa Portal for the reset in time, but you might not even have time for that, which we've seen multiple times before. And currently we're going to see that T-Tar again sitting here defending, doing so much AoE damage. It's one of the best defending in the game, but there's still going to be a lot of points going in as the Unite's coming out as well. Hoopa is going to be noticeably popping into that unbound form, getting some huge stuns.
I can't believe that Tyranitar got some KOs before it goes down. Scribble not going to try to deal as much damage as they can, but their teammates are falling beside them left and right, and as will they. Exile did another great defense of that goal zone. They currently have a scoreline of 251, and it's the Eldegoss picking up the 3 KO streak.
We've seen a lot of Eldegoss KOs. I think we're going to see a pretty high stat line after this game. It's pretty funny, but right now, we've got Neon just kind of sitting here trying to get as much experience as they possibly can, but we're seeing a little bit of a flank from Exile going back around through the center area. They will be able to pick up at least 1 KO, this time on the Hoopa, and now this Regieleki is pretty free for the taking. We could see an attempt from the champ. Crosschop already used the Unite coming out, trying to get that steal. It was an inch away. I love the attempt, and there's not going to be too many other opportunities to use that Unite. They would have kind of had to use it defensively right there anyway. It would have been cool to see, but that does mean that Exile is going to be in a similar situation to game number 1.
Yeah, Exile currently have 2 Registeals to their name, and now more Regielekis as well. Ignorance has not been able to pick up a single objective in this matchup, outside of maybe a Swablu or an Altaria, but I don't think I'm going to count that one, as Exile has been shutting them down at every turn. Pure lines up an amazing barrier, a huge push in with the Psychic. They're going to have to recall back through the base.
Ooh, this is a 1 minute away from the final 2 minutes for one of these teams. Guaranteed going home. We'll have to see which one it is. And again, although I said it was similar to the first game situation, this is looking more even. There was a 200+ point lead on the side of Exile. The problem is, once again, they're going to have to find an answer for that Tyranitar. And the fact that we're going to have, especially a Unite from that Cramorant backing it up, you're going to have to deal with so much damage from 2 different directions at once. They're going to have to find a really strong pick, and it's going to have to be on somebody very important as well.
Oh, of course, yeah. Man, if you can take down one of these big threats, you're going to be feeling so much better about your final fight, which we are fast approaching, by the way. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A third Registeel. 3 for 3 on the Registeel. Pretty big payout for Registeel fans, as now an attack buff is going to be going onto every member of Exile currently.
That's a jackpot there, and we'll see if they can use that to close out this game. There's not going to be enough time for that top Regieleki to spawn, of course. We assumed that was going to be the case. And now, again, a 128 point lead or something like that for Exile. They can play a lot more defensively, but they're actually going to be the first ones to push in.
Oblivion gets a ton of damage on a Soup Chef early. Soup Chef has to immediately retreat to that hyperspace hole. They come back through, and Freak already brings them down to about half HP. That Crustle is only at level 10, having a really difficult time getting any experience in this matchup.
Managing at 11 as we were fighting, but still, that is not the time that you want to
Rather be
level
12.
11. Yeah, rather be 15, I guess. But unlikely. And yeah, it's been melting so quickly to the Tyranitar. It hasn't been able to be a part of these fights, even if there are KOs. It's somewhere else, basically. Simp is going to throw down a little bit of poke just to say, hey, you've got to make the initiation on me. But there is an attempt to initiate. We're going to see the reset, so at the very minimum, Crustal's going to be able to go back. The Fanciful Fireworks coming out to at least try and help this defensive situation. Pure going to be using that Unite not to that much effect, but the beam's going to come out and 3 members down on the side of Exile.
If they can take out Neon, they'd be in a much better spot, but now it's just going to be Oblivion hanging out. The Flame Charge will take the KO. The crowd popping off for Ignorance as Delphox picks up 3. Neon popping off as well, and now it's all down to the Rayquaza. This all 5 members KO'd of Exile, and Ignorance, all they need to do is take out the Rayquaza.
Their burn is very low. They're not ripping very fast, but Rayquaza will go down before anybody from Exile can come back, and that's going to be Ignorance actually giving them time to get everybody up and getting those shields. They've still got to score at least 130 points to manage to make back this lead, but it's looking quite good for them. One Mom's not going to be able to be enough to stop that. They have the lead now.
Tyranitar stopping those scores. That Tyranitar does true damage, which hits below the Rayquaza shields, but Ignorance not too worried. Tyranitar can only defend 1 gold zone at a time, and with 10 seconds left in the matchup, Ignorance has just knocked Exile out of the regional tournament.
Going down a game and making it all the way back, 2 in a row. Ignorance are going to be the first winners on the big stage here. A good showing from Exile, but a great adaptation from Ignorance. Going to be winning by about 150 points.
Exile throughout the tournament series of this year have had a consistent performance of 4th or above throughout the series. Ignorance placed 13th, 9th, and 9th, and now are at least top 6 in the most important tournament of the year. What a time to peak for this squad, taking down one of the best teams in Exile. Obviously, a devastating loss for them. They will have a chance tomorrow in the final stretch, but really tough to start the day in a matchup you're very confident in. But Ignorance, what a squad. We got to be watching out for this team.
Yes, we do. I mean, Ignorance has always been one of the most fun teams to watch in the North American
100%.
region. Like I said, greatest names as well, which is always going to be a plus, but they have so much momentum. I was talking about this before we got into this set. The way that they were playing in the North American regional, I should say qualifiers, I guess, was looking so good. Some of the best I've ever seen them, and it's continued. Obviously, we got to see how everybody carries on a momentum. It's been almost a month since some of these teams have played in that last qualifier, but boy, Ignorance is looking just as good, if not better than they were in the qualifiers, and they are looking to make a gigantic statement.
Yeah, look at those KOs so low on the side of Ignorance, having a really tough matchup until that final moment. Soup Chef popping off on that Crustle, and so many great moments, but of course, the star of the show, I feel like has to be Neon on that Delphox. A 3-piece in that final fight, including the Tyranitar, to be able to really pave the way for Ignorance to take over this game. What a turnaround of the match for them.
Like I was saying, when you get that, oh, look at that chart, you can tell this was not going great for Ignorance, but they, again, the true test of skill for teams is how to play from behind, and that was an amazing example of how, the fact that we got to see the Delphox give so much mileage in the final moments of the game, because it did kind of outrange everything that it could, and just being able to stay there, stay in the game, continue to do as much damage as possible without being picked off was, it's really the skill of any strong special attacker player.
Of course.
And Neon, throughout all 3 games, has looked amazing.
Yes, I cannot wait to see what this player wants to do throughout the rest of the tournament. If they pick that iconic Delphox again, I really feel like we are going to see the fireworks, because they have been playing that Pokemon for 2 years now, by the way. I would think that Ignorance and Neon and Delphox go hand in hand when you are thinking about this roster. What a showing from them. But we have an interview live on stage with a member of Ignorance, so take it away.
Hello everyone, Doob Snacks here, along with the Protein Shake of Team Ignorance, aka Pals for Life, aka the best gamer tags in the biz. Protein, how you feeling, my friend?
We are pumped to have match 1 down and advance on to the next stage.
So pumped, in fact, I made him sit down just to do this interview. Question. Ignorance has been together for a long time as a collective of 5. You've been building to this moment, getting to play on stage. Your run at NAIC continues to be your regional champions. What makes this tournament different than all the other ones for you all?
Yeah, this one's special for us because we didn't exactly even plan to be here. We're casual players come together, and we have really good synergy for a duo and trio queue turn 5-stack. So this is special for us.
As a player that's bumped into them on ranked ladder, there's nothing casual about their ranked ladder play. They beat the brakes off me for no real reason. Brotein, first off, I want to say congratulations. I'm just excited I'm here with you, talking to you in person. Second thing I want to know is, when you make it to grand finals, who do you want to square off against to make this thing the best moment possible for you and your squad?
The table's open, man. We're down for any challenge. There's no one particular team we're afraid of or scared of or hesitant to fight against, and I think we're ready for the challenge.
Brotein Shake ready for the challenge. We're ready to watch them make that magic happen. Doob Snacks, Brotein Shake. Ignorance wins, baby. Ignorance rolls on. Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Doob Snacks. Great to hear from you, of course, but very good to hear from Brotein Shake. Ready to take down any opponent in this tournament. They have a great start, taking down a top 4 team in North America.
Yeah, this is, I mean, gigantic. Just as far as the points and the just the level of like consistency, I guess one could say, throughout the season. To see Exile go down so early is without a doubt an upset. But Ignorance, I mean, hey, well deserved. Played so well, especially after a pretty crushing game 1. They came back so strong in multiple ways with great adaptations.
Yeah, what a resurgence. Definitely made all of us bite off the fingernails, as they took a really long time until they found that in game number 3. But they did, in fact, find it. Exile having great moments, though, throughout this matchup as well. I think they are a team we got to keep our eyes on in tomorrow's final stretch conclusion. But for now, it is going to be Ignorance in today's tournament that we want to make sure we do not forget.
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, hey, we're not going to be able to forget them because they're going to continue playing on. So we are going to see more of them, which is great to see. But the coolest thing to me, looking back at this entire set, is the ability to steal away Pokemon on both sides. I mean, both of these teams were stealing away Pokemon that obviously we're going to see Sylveon taken away back and forth a lot. But stuff like Mime being stolen back and forth, there's just a lot of thought that went into this draft on both sides. And it's very cool to see, in my opinion, when sometimes teams just kind of go for their own thing. They don't really try to counter as much.
Yeah, we have an awesome tournament. I mean, when we get to see these top 8s of teams that have played together all season long, we get to see stuff just like that. The counter picks, the counter drafts, they know where they are and what tall grass they're going to be hiding in at any given moment of the match. These teams have played against each other for multiple years at this point, and now we get to see who truly is at the top of the heap in North America this year. Congrats to our MVP of that last matchup, Neon, by the way, on this Delphox, their iconic pick.
Yeah. Neon in the interview earlier was like, yeah, I'm just bringing good vibes. It's like, yeah, those are good vibes. Those are great vibes when you're just like carrying the game.
Hey, Neon, incredible vibes, dude. Incredible vibes. The Delphox is bringing it. Shellbell as well, one of the only Shellbell players I think we have out there these days. You got to remember, in competitive play in the Unite Championship Series, emblems are not allowed, so you don't get that black emblem cooldown advantage. However, Shellbell and an Energy Amplifier, both items that will lower the cooldown of moves. Delphox, one of those Pokemon, if they have a blue buff, you will consistently get those moves off way quicker.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so much more rare nowadays to see the more typical, like, mage-type special attacker Pokemon that are really depending on all of their special moves as much. And this is, I mean, a great opportunity when you could use something like that. So really cool to see how these players are building their Pokemon builds amongst the ability to kind of go a lot of different directions nowadays.
Yes, of course. I think that we just got a peek into the variety that we are going to be seeing all top 8 as well, by the way. Phalanx, Tyranitar, a lot of Gyarados bans already. We saw Blaziken, Scizor. Like, we are seeing some crazy stuff in North America, and that's just 2 out of the 8 teams that we're going to be taking a look at in our bracket today. Wild stuff. We already have 1 team knocked out, and Ignorance with an upset win to start the tournament moving on.
Yeah, that is already so gigantic. Also, just as a note, I mean, Comfey was banned and then not picked. it's really interesting. And so many of these Pokemon do play similar roles, right? I mean, we're going to see a lot of like the brawler Pokemon end up being banned out or fought over, or where you end up deciding to kind of flex in the direction once those are banned. So I kind of feel like if things stay the same way in the meta for the rest of this tournament, it's going to be a whole lot about who's going to be choosing the brawlers that they want to get.
Oh, I cannot wait, and there's so much to look forward to this weekend. We're only in one of the two tournaments right now in this incredible city. New Orleans is popping off. We will see you all for match 2 right after this.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
What is good, everybody? Doob Snacks here. You're on the Sky on AOS Island, and I'm bringing you another edition of Snacks with Snacks. This time, we're gonna eat some of this Cajun food. So jumping straight in here, we've got this plate, of course, fried oysters. A little something about old snacks. I love raw oysters, I love fried oysters. Oysters are terrific always. I do prefer raw oysters over fried oysters. I'm gonna give this solid 8 out of 10. We got beans, collard greens here. Black-eyed peas, I personally really enjoy. Let's see how good these are. Collard greens, black-eyed peas were terrific. I'm gonna say 6.5 for both. Serve a similar purpose. So let's get into the jambalaya here. Crushing this jambalaya. So far, sits at a 7. Pretty good. Wish it had a little bit more zip, personally. I'm gonna say 7. 6.75, 7. Somewhere in that wheelhouse. A nice bowl of gumbo here. We're just gonna get right into that. Woo! Look at that girthy specimen. I did enjoy the gumbo more than the jambalaya. I'm gonna give this a 7.5. Was it better than oysters though? We'll put it on par. We'll say 8. Now, classic red beans and rice. How fast can I eat this whole plate? Is it a race? No. Am I gonna make it? Yes. On. Another fat dubski for old Doob Snacks. Okay. All right. Crawfish. Let's crack one of these open, right? Bend it to the middle. I'm pretty sure you just put your 2 thumbs here. Bang. Get that out of there. All right, the rest I gotta do. 10 out of 10. Best item I've had so far. I'm gonna take this with me. Would recommend to anyone. Now, it's beignet time, dessert time. I think it's a solid 8 on a different axis than the fried oysters. 8.5 out of 10 is where I'll land, I think. These are amazing. I'm so fortunate to eat all this stuff. And this brings us to the end of the game. We all know at the end of the game, we know what time it is. It's time for Hundo Burger. That's been the New Orleans edition of Snacks with Snacks.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
The battles have begun here in New Orleans for the North American International Championship. One team has already been eliminated from the North American Regional Finals, but it's time now to see a world champion team in the losers bracket.
The only world champion team that exists in Pokemon Unite, because we've only had 2 years of the World Championships, and one team has won at both rounds. Luminosity Gaming with a brand new look, just Overlord returning on this squad from the roster of last year, but some incredible teammates on that squad as well. And they are going up against one of the most formidable squads, at least in your opinion, and of course, one that you were a huge fan of. It's the Brave Birders.
Brave Birders sweep, let's go. I love the Brave Birders. One of the most consistently sticking together squads.
Yes.
In the most consistently stuck together squad, I would say, probably in all of North America for a very long time, and returning to the North American Regional Finals. They were at last year's, and now they're back, but they've got to fight this superstar team of the new Luminosity Gaming, which there are so many players on the team that I'm a huge fan of.
One of the best plays of the entire last season, of Season 2 of competitive Pokemon Unite, was made at this stage. And North American International Championships, I think it was awarded that as well by fan vote of the best play of the entire season, was Lutano versus the Brave Birders on the Solar Beam Venusaur. The 5 KO streak to save the game, take the Ray, win the tournament eventually. Spoiler.
Spoilers, it's only a year old, but spoilers.
But we are going to be seeing that matchup again. Lutano currently taking the stage for Luminosity Gaming, and Brave Birders sitting across from them. This is going to be a fantastic matchup, Wonder Chef.
It is, and this is a real big question as well. Of course, the current roster of Luminosity Gaming is filled with just so many top players. However, a lot of them kind of joining in from other different teams, very, very different than what we saw before. Overlord, Joey, JL, Lutano, and Stockings. I actually didn't know that. Is Stockings playing on the team for this tournament?
Looks like it. Locked him on the squad. Oh, I guess we'll have to see once we get another look at the stage shots. But still, so many incredible members on this squad. Overlord probably taking the spot for most people's choice for the best to ever do it currently. I mean, definitely the farthest ahead on that race. But, you know, it will be Otter playing in. I believe Stocking's potentially the sub for this squad, but Otter is going to be locking in. Another Delphox expert, by the way. We might see some more of the Mystical Fire style build.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, Stockings was playing in some of the qualifier matches because a player was sick, and so there were it's hard to explain. But on the other side, Brave Birders. Of course, I am a huge fan of Brave Birders. Contang, Asha, Vinny, Red, and Snagsy. And they are, like I said, they're a team that has, they've been here on the stage before, this exact place. I mean, different venue, of course, different city, but NAIC regardless.
Yeah, a squad that has kind of always been on the outside looking in, almost into that upper echelon of squads, but is still looking for their breakout performance. However, EUIC, last year's NAIC, they are no strangers to the stage either. So Colin Tang, definitely the player that gets the most accreditation on this team, because they in fact play the Talonflame. Never Brave Bird, by the way, but they do play the Talonflame. However, this might be their meta, because the other Pokemon they are picking every single game is that Sylveon.
Yeah, I mean, that's assuming they can actually get it, but that has been their pick for 2 years now, basically. So we will see one way or another whether they can get it. However, yeah, they were, you mentioned it just very slightly, they're one of the only North American teams to actually travel and enter the open bracket at the AOS Cup in London. So you can tell that they are a dedicated team that has been playing together. However, this big all-star team of LG is going to be very interesting. And I was starting to talk about it earlier, but we know that every single member of this roster is an all-star player. They are a hero player. They've come from so many different strong teams, but the big question is how quickly have they gelled together? Obviously, they are in the losers bracket here for a good reason, but maybe this last month has given them enough time to really gel and become potentially, we'll see if they can win Worlds again, but they've got a lot way to go.
Well, let's ask them. I believe we had a video with Overlord talking about the very subject you're bringing up, so let's take a look at what Overlord had to say about LG.
All right, so I'll start with JL, our support. He's like very I'd say like smart player in a way. He kind of like likes to do his own thing, but like not like in a solo queue way, you know, like he brings kind of like that like the randomness to the team, a randomness factor, which is definitely interesting. That is good for the team. I'd say Lutano, our jungler, he's very calm, right? He kind of keeps the team calm. He's a lot of like majority of the team's calms. I'd say Otter is very good with drafting. He does a lot of our drafts and kind of goes over like the strategies before the game and everything. And Joey is our defender. He's definitely like the most aggressive player on our team. He's definitely the one making most of the plays, like trying to be aggressive on play on the enemy team's side. And me, I guess, I'm kind of the same way. I'm also very aggressive, but I guess I'm also pretty mechanically good, I'd say. So we've only been playing together for about 2 months, so we'd definitely be able to, it'd be nice to be able to prove ourselves, you know. Now that I think we've gotten our bases down and that we're a structured team now, it'd be good to, I guess, prove to everyone that we're still the best. So.
Good to hear from Overlord and, of course, this squad of Luminosity Gaming. I was taking a peek at some of the stats that we have here, Wonder Chef, and some interesting things. One of the cool stats we have is the Rayquaza secure rate. You got to remember, oftentimes the team that takes the Rayquaza wins the game, but you got to think about the previous moments to that as well. If they're taking the Rayquaza, it's most likely because they won the fight, they're in a better situation, etc. Luminosity Gaming with a 55% Rayquaza secure rate throughout the year. Very impressive. Bravebirders sitting at that perfect 50% Rayquaza secure rate. So both these squads obviously have had great performances. However, Luminosity Gaming taking the edge in a lot of the tournaments, much better tournament placings throughout the season.
Yeah, and that's actually a stat that we've seen be a very varying stat. One would think that it's like, okay, well, you kind of probably going to have around 50% if you're a top team because that's just kind of how it goes. But actually, no. Some of the teams in Europe were like 85% secure rate. And it's like, what? How did you even make that happen? But it does really get to kind of show the playstyle here. We can see Overlord versus Colin, Tang, and just kind of some of their stats as well, which, wow, there's such a higher number for Colin. Just higher numbers in general as far as wins and losses.
Playing the Sylveon a lot more, I think, might be one of the main things, but also, playing a lot more best of threes. Very interesting, we're now adding the KFA, or the Knockouts Feints Assist stat, to a lot of these cards. Currently, Overlord averages 9 knockouts a game, 1 feint a game, just 1, and 5 assists per game. Very, very impressive stats for obviously a hyper carry level of player.
Yeah, that is a reason why Overlord is very, I would say, up there as far as what people consider the best. But here we go into the draft, and immediately that Sylveon is gone.
We ban Talon? No, it won't be. It'll be Trevenant banned as well. Okay, Umbreon and Trevenant getting the ban. We've not seen an Umbreon banned so far. I believe in that first set. I could be wrong. I don't think I remember it correctly. Right. But Overlord is going to lock in that Leafeon first pick. You saw it on their stat card. Their top-picked Pokemon. They are going to be grabbing it immediately.
Yeah, Leafeon's such a great Pokemon in a bunch of different ways. Not only can it kind of play as an assassin, but it has some of the best secure in the game in a meta where, honestly, a lot of the secure has fallen out of the meta. So we do get to see that be able to, you can pop off, you can take objectives, and first pick Snorlax.
Wow.
I think that Doopstax had Snorlax on his Pokemon We'll See list, but first
Shout
pick
out.
is surprising.
Yeah, all right. Well, locking that in. I mean, Hoopa portals tend to have a tough time when an enemy Snorlax is on the enemy side. You take out one of those crowd control options, and are you kidding me? Another Mr. Mime Defender game. This is absurd. North America is loving the Mime.
Yes, this is...
Meowscarada? What is happening?
And honestly, it's so weird that this is a rare thing, but the Inteleon coming back, which we've not seen for quite a while, even though it's still very strong. And then on the other side, the Phalanx is here. And then on the other side, are we going to see the Talonflame? Where do we start on this? Where do we start on this?
It's not.
There's 10 seconds.
It's not gonna be Bravebird. Chat, I know you're excited. It's not gonna be Bravebird. Colin Tang never does it, but I am pretty pumped that Bravebird is building a double dive composition to try to counter what Luminosity Gaming is doing. Tough to stop them with walls when they are just leaping from the heavens, or Meowscarada is trying to fake you out with some double team action. Overlord will have, I'm sure, a tough time getting some early experience from Leafeon, but I don't know. They might be able to cut through the enemy. What do you think, Chef?
I'm thinking, a few different things. First of all, it's almost like triple dive with Snorlax potentially in its own weird way, but this could very easily be Trick Hoopa. I think that would be so good with this comp. I would be so excited to see that. Just being able to kind of jump in with either of these speedsters and immediately get them back out to safety, or if you're really trying for like a hard engage with the Snorlax, you could bring them in a little bit more safely with that shield. There are a lot of different options there. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to bring, but I feel like, I mean, even if you go hyperspace portal and there's like Fly, for example, you can sneak out in a lot of good directions. So I like this Brave Birds comp, but it is wild.
All right, well, we have the two-time world champions, Luminosity Gaming, versus the underdog, Brave Birders. In our first game of Losers Round 1, NAIC, make some noise as we get into our Game 2.
That's right. I'm so excited for this one, and we've got to see. We can hear the crowd out there. I don't know if y'all can, but we're backstage, and they are loud. The Unite crowd always goes wild here, and we love it. We're gonna scare the players though because they're too loud. No, seriously though.
No.
I know. Whoa, what happened? Oh my gosh. But no, this is going to be. I mean, hey, I'm excited here. With we only almost talked about even just the Brave Birders comp. But the LG comp was wild as well. We get to see the Cramorant come back out. We get to see the Phalanx, which we already saw so well earlier. And Joey, we're immediately actually going to see a double invade from the side of Luminosity Gaming.
Ooh, going to come up a little bit short to take that blue buff, so not going to have the option there. However, JL on the fast track to take that red buff. Joey keeping vision of Colin primarily, so that'll allow JL to get to work on this Chansey. Trying to 1v1 versus Vinny, and all of a sudden it is going to reserve red to chase up to the top side on the Sobble. X speed from Joey to chase down the KO, and the KO opener goes to the Mr. Mime as the Fletchling goes down.
That is a great way to commit to an invade because honestly, when you're Talonflame and you're going into that center area, you are very vulnerable early on. You actually take quite a bit of damage even with your clear, which is a really unfortunate thing to happen. You eventually get it back if you clear fast and you're uncontested, but that's nice. A reverse KO. I mean, getting that on Overlord is actually pretty gigantic.
Yeah, big Astonish from Hoopa on the side of Brave Birds allows Asha to be able to clean up that KO. Wild to see them want to pick other than Machamp, by the way, but it's been quite a long time since we've seen that. Asha will go down. JL taking credit for that knockout, and it will give them the Blissey evolution. It's so aggressive right at the start of the day. Between these two teams, you know we're getting into the excitement immediately.
Yeah, this is not looking super great here for Vinny. They're gonna, I mean, they do have the backup from OO, but they're only gonna get a few points in, I think, on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Could have been a lot worse.
Eject tackle.
I like that. That was a very aggressive counter option saying, no, that's my parry. I'm Snorlax. I get more out of that than everybody else. You are not taking that away from me.
Yeah, I've stood on this forever. The funniest animation or the best animation of this entire game is Snorlax running for a berry. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. But if you had add eject button and tackle to it, I think we're all in. Lutano gonna get that KO. A central area player that throughout the history of Unite has had amazing performances, but doesn't exactly get the credit I feel like they deserve a lot of the time. A pretty passive central area player doesn't get as many KOs, but if you're partnering that with a player like Lutano, like Overlord, I think that's an incredible synergy that they're gonna be able to put together. I love this new LG look.
Right now, it's looking quite good. And honestly, I mean, that's a big thing. Overlord got KO'd early, and then it allowed a lot of EXP to go to the side of Brave Birds up the top. But Lutano's been running around doing whatever he wants. I mean, it's been looking quite good. Managed to get out of that situation actually quite well as well. Great wall from Joey. Like you said, the Weekend of Mime looking quite good.
Great tech from Lutano on that Phalanx as well. While in the no retreat form, your Iron Head is very short range, but while in dispatch formation, you have a huge range on Iron Head. It gives you a big dive. So you see them cancel the no retreat formation and then immediately leap as far away as they can. Big double engage by Lutano and Overlord. The damage carries, and they clearly take out Colin Tang.
Right now, we are going to see OO just not be able to escape. Just trying to delay it a little bit longer. This goal zone looks like it could go down. Yeah, they are going to be getting a slightly 1 point more overdunk. It's going to be about 22 strong, but they've got a good lead already. Almost 140 points, 136 or something like that. And that tier 1 goes down on bottom means that they're going to be in great position to stop the Hoopa rotation.
And Inteleon has finally hit level 7, so the snipe shot will be available. The main reason you're drafting this Pokemon in its entirety. We do have Lutano winning the bot side matchup against that Hoopa for the secure. They're going to take it, and this goal zone will also be breaking. Luminosity Gaming off to a rip-roaring start.
This is looking quite good as far as just positioning goes. And I was just mentioning it before, but Hoopa, the more goal zones that you get rid of on their side means that the less rotation ability that they have. So being able to just take basically everything that you want out of this situation. Oh, might escape. I don't know if you really want to chase that down. The Heavy Slam's a little bit of mobility. No, they're going. They're going.
Oh, yeah.
Lutano wants that one. Free KO and maybe a few points in that bottom goal zone. They're going to get it in. Everybody else being distracted by pushing in this Reggie Alecki or trying to defend against it up top, and that's going to be a huge flame sweep. Able to at least try to push everybody off. I like the attempt there, but it does look like this push is going to go in quite well for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, JL able to score. Is that score shield, Lizzie? I don't know. Let's check that again. But Asha is using the huge Masquerade Unite move, but it will come up a little short as Overlord is able to take that KO. Snipe Shot starting to deal a little bit of damage, but Phalanx able to ignore a lot of it. Iron Head across the wall. Great mime to stop that Snorlax in their tracks as they leap over the wall, and Overlord picks up the KO. Tough to go through those hyperspace portals when you are immediately getting knocked out before that timer even completes.
Yeah, and once again, Lutano is just running around. I mean, I guess didn't get the KO there, but I feel like did the majority of that damage. And Overlord, of course, really fighting back into this after basically just destroying this top path. And so everybody's looking very good on that team. Overlord, the first one to hit level 12. I'm surprised, actually. Lutano's been just doing whatever he wants, and he's actually level 10, which is a little bit surprising.
Hasn't been farming too much, focusing a lot on getting those stacks in, getting the attack weight enabled for that Phalanx, as well as that bot secure. And is that Hurricane, by the way? I believe this is Hurricane Dive Cramorant that we are watching right now. Otter does get knocked out by that enemy Talonflame, we'll have to see, but I did see a large tornado and a lot of enemies airborne, so I have to imagine that's Hurricane.
I feel like that makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Does it?
Yeah, no, it does. Okay, you've talked about this multiple times. We're going to talk about this later. But right now, we're seeing Luminosity just turn this around. And a great little Jack button out. But honestly, not sure if it was worth it because you're getting KO'd basically no matter what in that situation. Maybe trying to just build enough time to try to get through that reset. But we are going to see Luminosity. Well, no, it's not for free. There's definitely a challenge here on the Registeel. I do like the fact they stopped burning it. That fly would have been an excellent way to try to steal that away. Or the Heavy Slam, which, that almost did. It actually almost did. But Luminosity Gaming just holding on to this lead so strongly.
Yeah, I like that Bliss assistance from JL. Just making sure we are ensuring that situation if at all possible. We'll be taking out that enemy central area as well. Currently, Otter is in that top path. They have vision of 2 or 3 enemy members. That gives Luminosity Gaming the information that there's no one in central and it's free for the taking. Great clear, and this Reggie Alecki is extremely low. Snipe Shot doesn't take it, and Otter sneaks in with a dive to take out the Reggie Alecki. Luminosity Gaming absolutely picking Brave Birder's pockets.
Man, amazing dive to get away from that fly. That's such a good tool to not only get out of the way physically, but you are invincible slightly during dive. It is a very hard move to use, but when you're here with very low ping, it's going to be a great way to really pop off, and Otter's been doing it.
It is Hurricane. Okay, I finally saw it on screen. It is, in fact, Dive Hurricane. Both of those moves being increased and buffed in a most recent balance patch. Colin Tang getting a couple of KOs, but meanwhile, Lutano putting together a KO streak at 3. Oh, what a shutdown. Joey putting together an amazing barrier to stop Talonflame in its tracks, kinda,
I guess. That would be funny if Talonflame got on the ground and just ran really fast. I would need that in a Hollow Air, please. It just runs instead of flies. I guess that would just be
Dodrio Talon.
But yeah, that was a great way to shut that down.
Absolutely.
And I will talk about it. Hurricane and Dive was a combo that was not unpopular for a while. There was a point in time where right after the Dive got its kind of first big buff, I would say, there was a time where there was even like a Razor Claw build using that set of moves. It was very strange, but it's not the weirdest thing in the world. And now that both of the moves got buffed, it certainly seems like it could work out, especially the fact that Hurricane's buff was the cooldown reduction. It means that you can use it a lot more in those kind of up close and personal fights that Dive Cramorant likes to be in. And 100%. Hurricane, honestly, an amazing move.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's working well for Otter. They are currently level 14, and we are just hitting the final stretch now. Asha will be taking that portal back. JL keeping a really good eye on a lot of those portals. They are, of course, the best countermeasure to the Hoopa with the Egg Bomb displacement, trying to put a stop to that. OO is going to get the Heavy Slam yawn into Joey, but I don't know if they're going to have an escape route. They are knocked out immediately. Overlord full comboing, but they do get knocked out. Colin Tang's Talonflame able to strike and knock out the Leafeon.
Oh, and potentially a KO on the... No, backed up and manages to... Oh, they follow up the KO. Not
Pikachu! Oh, what a... Because it's super low HP and has a higher chance for the Pikachu. What an amazing turnaround, getting away on that. Cramorant almost got KO'd, being the only one hit by that. But now there's an attempt to burn down this Rayquaza, and so many for Luminosity Gaming are up, but their damage isn't really there. So they don't have the ability to just instant burn down. There is a snipe shot steal attempt potentially there, but no, they are going to burn it down in time, and that's going to go to the side of LG with already an almost 300-point lead. Yeah, Luminosity Gaming having a great play. Snorlax, the only available Pokemon until the Inteleon shows up. Joey finds them, locks them down, and keeps constant vision to know that Luminosity Gaming can ensure the Rayquaza secure. Yet another one for them, Overlord with a casual KO streak at 3, as Lutano's going to do the rest of the work. First one to go down is that Meowscarada, and now we're raining in points across the gold zones. Luminosity Gaming with a world champion level start. It is, but I need to be honest there. Colin Tang almost won them that match in that final fight. That was so close. Getting a huge KO on Overlord, almost taking out the Cramorant, forcing, honestly, the Unite out in, I would say, a suboptimal situation. It did end up being all that you needed to clean things up, but that was almost just a Talonflame sweep. I mean, that's quite literally how it goes, but LG did not let that happen. Otter doing an amazing job of kind of sneaking away in that situation and not getting KO'd, and that Unite was just able to get 2 full KOs, especially, getting that higher chance to get that Pikachu. Whew, and now we are seeing the true power of Phalanx, and a little bit the true power of Luminosity Gaming as well, as they might have just put up a 4-digit scoreline game to start the tournament. Definitely fan favorites around here in the venue, as this squad has really made North America a huge deal. 999 points for LG, and holding Brave Birders to just 2 digits. Yeah, not 1,000, so they're going to have to replay that match, unfortunately. That's in the rule book. Run it back. Yeah, run it back all the way from the start. But no, honestly, things could have gone a whole lot worse for Brave Birders. Obviously, at the end is when things really just... it was over, right? I mean, that was like everybody got the shield, everybody scored. So that score line is looking a lot more one-sided than the actual game was. I mean, the Brave Birders did quite well in that top path, especially early on. They got the majority of the experience. They managed to get early KO on Overlord, which is very difficult to do when Leafeon is kind of one of the strongest early Pokemon in the game. But I feel like really the linchpin of winning this game was Lutano, being able to just run the entire bottom path alone, although with 6 Pokemon kind of. No, of course, so they were rocketing it. And I think that's something we're seeing in the meta development a lot here in North America and worldwide, is that your central area player is actually opting out of team fights often and is in charge of holding the bottom path. You'd rather have your defender assist with that topside battle, where normally we're seeing a lot of tanks hold down that bottom path. But yeah, that Fly not being able to get the Cramorant KO, just devastating for Colin Tang, and of course Otter taking full advantage of it and wrecking havoc. Yeah, you can actually hear, I think, some of the comms, too, and they're pretty calm. I think that's what we're hearing right now. But this was not a calm situation. Well, maybe here at the end it was pretty calm, but I do believe that's what we were hearing. And, I mean, we got to hear, obviously, earlier, just kind of the opinion from Overlord of how their comms go, saying it was mostly Lutano, I believe, right? Yeah. Which is cool to hear. And Lutano has been well known to be a pretty good, like, kind of, you want to say, like, leader in a way? Yeah, shot caller. Like, he definitely is a very fantastic shot caller in and out of game. Lutano does a lot of great kind of coaching and VOD review sessions for this team, and I mean, there's always an asset that was talked about when it was on TTV. Now they're being added to Luminosity Gaming, just another element for this squad. We are, of course, going to be awarding an MVP, and if it wasn't Overlord for the first one, I don't know what we're doing. It will be Razor Leaf Aerial Ace with that Energy Amp Attack Weight Razor Claw. Just really feels like it's always that build, and 128,000 damage, 18 knockouts in that game. Oh my word! No, that is so double his average, by the way. An average of 9 KO throughout the season, doubling that average in the first game. Yeah, we have to see how many times he was KO'd. Also giving the kind of imitation Inder thumbs up right there. No, this was obviously exactly what we want to see. Like I said, Leafeon is so good at so many things. It can do a ton of damage. It can be the Pokemon that finishes people off. It can be the secure. It can be it can dive. It can also play pokey. It just does everything.
everything. And when you're a player like Overlord, who's so good at so many different things, but good at all of them, like really good at all of them, having that flexibility is great. I think we see that from kind of almost everybody on that team, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of talent on that LG squad, right? I mean, we've talked so much about it. I think the player to watch that Doomsnacks was talking about before the tournament began was JL on that support. One of my favorites has been Joey this season. I have really been pushing the agenda of Rookie of the Year candidate for LG Joey. Their Trevenant play is unstoppable, and apparently their Mr. Mime is also up to par.
Yeah, I mean, well, they are immediately banning away that Trevenant, so that makes a lot of sense. And we are going to actually listen into the LG draft and see what they're going to say about how they're going to be picking in this game number 2.
Let's take a look.
And I just go to a trio top.
I mean, Sylvie's up though. Do we just go No, we go Sylvie Cram.
Sylvie Cram? Really?
I'm
fine with that.
I don't think there's any reason to give Sylvie. We could play Comfy Zoro.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Show people we have it, you know? Take some bets.
Yeah. I feel you.
No.
Otter.
Oh.
Yo, wake up, Otter.
Tee up, bro.
Wake up, bro. Yo.
Combination that we see so much from Venusaur, made even more popular by the emergence of Phalanx, of course banned in this game, so we won't have that specific matchup. We're going to see a very bulky Pokemon that Zoroark might have a tough time taking out, but I mean, the early game is going to look very good for Overlord right now. Sylveon and Cramorant, very safe picks for both Otter and Lutano, but that's kind of just the nature that you have when you have those two players locking in. Amazing, consistent performances across the board, and then just wait until that final stretch to really see them pop off.
Yeah, a really interesting thing too as well is that you were saying earlier, like we could very have easily seen the Sylveon come out of Brave Birders, and the fact that they're not going to be able to get it at all if they do not win this game is pretty interesting. They did have a little bit of opportunity, but they did not take it. So here we go. It's their last chance. If Luminosity Gaming ends up winning this one, they will be moving forward. Brave Birders needs to win this to stay in the tournament.
All right, Luminosity Gaming not pushing for an invade quite yet. We saw that last time with the double invade. Comfey not exactly known for his presence of early invasion strategies. However, it does love a red buff. Any support loves getting that final hit on the Escavalier, so all of their auto attacks are slowing down the enemy. Very, very strong. We like to call it the good A pressers.
You know, I will be honest though, if we were going to see somebody invade with Comfey, it would probably be Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah, they'd invade on Bunnelby if the game let them. So yes. I really do think that they're going to be all in on that. However, Kalantang is locking in the Leafeon. We have not seen them play this Pokemon yet. However, they did do the very classic quick invade, and you're also going to be running the Razor Leaf Aerial Ace build. No Solar Blade, no Leaf Blade. They're going to be going with the more, I would say, team fight centric instead of big burst damage centric.
Yeah, less secure as well, but yeah, you do get to do so much AoE damage that doesn't have to be quite as accurately on one Pokemon. It doesn't let splitting up stop your damage. And wow, not even a contest really on these birds, and we're going to see a Luminosity just jumping in. Overlord, of course, with that Comfey on top is going to be a very hard thing to defend against, even though there are 4 members of Brave Birds down here. This is looking like it's going to be tough for them. Actually, almost getting a KO on Joey, but not quite. That's very, very tough to follow up as well. When you've got even a low HP Cramorant in the background, early in the game, it does so much damage in path, and using that Whirlpool to kind of set up a defensive barrier.
Right, and remember, Luminosity Gaming can only be that aggressive of positioning because they still had focus band on cooldown. We do know that Joey still had it available. They can push super far. That's why you see Mr. Mime getting that sudden burst of healing when they were at really low HP. An amazing held item, however, it does have a pretty long cooldown, so from now on, Joey's going to have to really watch out when they're on low HP. When they're at half, and they have Overlord with them, and JL, they're going to be just fine, though.
Yeah, you've got a whole entire other HP bar that's not your own. That's, well, actually kind of 2 almost in a way. But point is, you've got that behind you. You're not worried about all that much. Oh, actually managing to steal away the berry. Joey is going to be playing pretty far forward here. And if they focus on Joey, of course, Overlord can just easily jump in. You can see 4 members once again defending on bottom 4 Brave Birders, but that's not going to be putting fear into Overlord as, finally going down. That's a huge KO, and they're looking to take down Otter as well, who is going to maybe eject button out of there.
Yeah, illusion timing just a little bit off for Overlord. They're not able to avoid Colin Tang's increased damage. I think the Razor Leaf, maybe the last few hits of them, really putting in the work. Joey is trying to defend this goal zone, but they cannot stop that 30 score from Colin Tang, and Colin Tang is going to be able to get the KO as well. This Leafeon absolutely crushing it in the early game.
And now going to be fighting another, fair, almost managed to get that KO actually. Overlord's very low, and yeah, realizes that that amount of HP, being able to fight 1v3 is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. That Registeel, though, is going to be, I would assume, maybe more of a bait than anything else, trying to see if Overlord can kind of dive into the back. Maybe taking out Vinny would be huge, or taking out this KO right there would be huge, especially now that we're getting Joey back in the fight.
Yeah, not a super easy target to hit the Giga Drain on in terms of that Comfey and the Zoroark duo. They're constantly dashing back and forth. And look at this. Overlord not even going towards the goal zone to score, always chasing the KO. We even saw a few moments ago with those mid-birds spawning in. They just left the Altaria. They're like, I would way rather find KOs rather than get this experience. But Colin Tang and Asha have been doing a great job of leveling up. I mean, that Leafeon almost at level 10. A lot of that thanks to the double KO they were able to get with the Zoroark Comfey duo. But still, a great look from Brave Birders in the early game, showing way more signs of life than they were in game number 1.
Right, against an Overlord with Comfey on, Overlord Zoroark with Comfey on, which is very impressive to do, especially backed up by Lutano on a Sylveon. That is just such a strong early game, so they're doing really well. A lot of it has been Colin Tang on this Leafeon, who is here for this fight as well. And Overlord already getting very low, immediately getting KO'd. Just like I said, Colin Tang doing an amazing job, but in the backline, Joey getting a huge chunk. There's going to be a big reset from the Hoopa portal, and a great heavy slam coming out as well from Owo. And that's going to be just 1 KO. Oh no, that was the second 1 KO. Somebody just came back up as well. As Brave Bird is trying to push this down, they managed to get the Regieleki as well. Joey extremely low. Finally going to get KO'd, but here comes Otter with the Unite from the Cramorant. Trying to finish off as many Pokemon as possible. That's a double, but Regieleki will go in. The gold zone will go down. Overlord will go down to Colin Tang one more time. And now Otter versus Colin Tang. Who will be able to get that win? And Colin Tang is just running over the competition.
Oh, 2 KO streak as well. I mean, Otter popping off on that Cramorant. He made the fatal mistake of bringing Otter down below 50% HP, and those Pikachus just start raining in. So that becomes terrifying. They do take out a couple of targets. I honestly thought Overlord might have been able to run through the enemy composition, but now, for the first time in this matchup, Colin Tang, the highest level in the lobby, level 12 on this Leafeon right now, outpacing players like Overlord, Otter, and Lutano.
Which is an amazing thing to see. I mean, honestly, anytime you're playing a speedster and you're against a Comfey speedster and you're not the one that's losing,
you're winning 1v2s.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous. But maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe they chose like their current moveset or something, because they've been basically making Comfey look like it's not really like worth using. They're getting KOs so quickly. However, we'll see if it continues to hold up. Brave Birders does have about a 50-point lead, just barely though. And there's still 4 minutes left. That could easily be stolen back. Owo's going to jump in though and use Unite immediately off the bat alongside the Mime Unite to be used a little bit more defensively, try to stop the Leafeon from getting the full dive, but backed up especially by this Hoop Unbound. That is going to be a KO on Joey very quickly. The defense is coming in. We're going to see the Unites come out, but Overlord trying to chase away everybody, not able to fully catch down Colin Tang. They are going to be able to kind of launch their own solo defense, a big reset of resets, but actually we see the Hoopa getting taken down.
Yeah, they are coming back through that portal. Owo tries to return. It might be a little tough to make it back, and Luminosity Gaming is going to take a KO streak of 3. That was a shaky fight from LG, though, extremely disjointed. We had Overlord retreating back towards their side of the map to chase a KO. Lutano fighting way in the forward of past their tier 2 goal zone, trying to fight a 1v1 matchup as well, and Bravebirders kind of getting the collective victory there. However, Overlord able to KO 3 members in a row means that they're now at level 13, and the LG raid boss has emerged yet again.
Yes, I mean, I will say though, Colin Tang managed to win in that fight and then get out of there and bait Overlord to spend time. So
yeah,
again, doing really, really well. This Regieleki, surprisingly, nobody really up here. This is going to be a little bit of an early Regieleki. No tier 1 goal zones up top available for anybody, so even if this does go down, it's going to go pretty far. Oh, the heavy slam, a big attempt with the Burden Anger to try to take it, but no, a little bit too early, and Overlord's going to secure that one as well.
Good news for them, because things in the bottom path have been going devastating. Asha and Colin Tang were able to combine for a KO streak of 2 and a 50-point score, which breaks that goal zone and now opens up the opportunity for some really interesting Hoopa plays in the late game. Unite move from Lutano will knock out Asha, and they're trying to chase down Colin Tang, but that is a speedy Leafeon, but being matched by the speed of Lutano. KO streak of 2, trying to bring this match back a little bit is LG's Lutano.
That's actually a gigantic KO to get. Being able to KO a currently level 14 Pokemon is so much experience, and now 2 level 14s on the side of Luminosity Gaming. This is just a high-level game. Wow, that actually would have been a huge KO if they managed to get that. Still, I mean, it's going to be 6 seconds left until we see Leafeon back up, so this could be a really good early positioning for Luminosity Gaming, who's going to basically maybe have to take this raid. They're down by 118 points.
Yeah, Bravebirders in a great position. They got Petal Dance Plus as well by Venusaur getting to level 13, so that Petal Dance essentially takes up half the map at this given time, and now Venusaur is going to be incredibly strong in any of these team fights. Hoopa portals are going to be used basically on cooldown to be very, very safe. Bravebirders playing extremely far outside. They've given all the positioning in the world to Luminosity Gaming, I suppose in the hope that Colin Tang can put together a good flank on this Leafeon. Rayquaza starting to get hit, but now the Zoroark getting to work. Snorlax full comboed. Unite move, but traded though. Power Nap to give them the extra HP and the shielding, but they will eventually go down. Cramorant takes that knockout.
Yeah, that is just a huge combination of Unites, and now only 2 members left up for Brave Birders, and that's going to probably become one very soon. The Unite coming out just to try and maybe get somebody back through the tail end of that portal. Colin Tang has the opportunity to steal this Rayquaza. They've got to do it, but no! It's going to be Otter on the Cramorant. Too many other targets in the way, and Luminosity Gaming, they still are slightly behind, but they have so many points in their pockets, and everybody is up with shields.
Oh, that Leafeon Unite targeting the Mr. Mime instead of the Rayquaza. It's just so hard to deal with. Reminder, Comfey is attached to Overlord right now and most likely has a full Rayquaza shield. Even though Zoroark cannot boast the same, there it is, a full Ray shield, and Hundo Burgers reign in for Luminosity Gaming as they are going to be able to take a gigantic, and I'll say it, insurmountable lead over the Brave Birders in Game 2.
Yeah, an amazing team fight at the end. That combination of Unites is absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is now officially the weekend of Mime, without a doubt. And that, I mean, that Mime Unite, as we know, we well know, is disgusting. It is so incredibly good. It lasts, it feels like it lasts forever. When you're getting hit by it, you're like, okay, I'm locked down for the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and that's just how it feels like. Combining that, of course, with all of the damage coming out from the rest of that team, the Cramorant Unite plus the Mime Unite, disgusting combination. You're like, I can't escape! Please let me out of there! But Luminosity is moving forward. A great showing from Brave Birders, but LG on their losers bracket run has taken their first step.
Whew, another team exits the tournament here in our first round. Like you just mentioned, Brave Birders going to have a chance again tomorrow within that final stretch, but Wow, what a showing from Luminosity Gaming. I mean, yes, we talked about it a lot. They are starting in the losers bracket. Thanks to G, a team that's going to be playing on the winner's side, has Slash on that squad, by the way. We'll get into the drama later. But Luminosity Gaming with a great start to this tournament. Very safe, strong picks in the top and central path, but of course, that playmaker level option in the Zoroark for Overlord putting in a great showing.
Yeah, and we can see, of course, Overlord with a ridiculous amount of damage. I mean, nobody expected anything less than this, right? We've just got to assume. And what are you laughing at here?
It's just always 100K
It's
plus,
always?
no
Yeah,
matter what.
That's fair.
Yeah, he's very good at the game.
Honestly, we can look at a lot of the other side, and everybody was doing quite a bit of damage on the Brave Bird side as well. Honestly, they were winning the majority of that game. They just got hit by that incredible initiation of multiple Unites towards the end, and still almost managed to steal it back, but it was just too well coordinated from the side of LG.
And LG is playing an amazing positional battle as well, right? You got to think about the difference in defenders as well. You have Mr. Mime versus Snorlax, and both of them do extremely different jobs. Snorlax is an amazing initiation tank, where it's got great stuns with a heavy slam and the yawn. It can take down one target for an extremely long time. Mr. Mime demands space. Joey putting up those barriers, cutting off multiple corridors, always a threat with that Unite move. I think Doomsnacks calls it the Spirit Fingers. We're going to get another look at it in the replays, but just watch how these two defenders play so differently, and Luminosity Gaming played around that advantage so well in game number 2, but game 1 was, the Cramorant and the Phalanx show, but of course Overlord was also in the game. So it was also a Leafeon show, but a lot of great stuff in that game number 1.
There was. I mean, one thing that I really want to talk about, which we saw in every game, was Otter on the oh my gosh, Cramorant. I'm sorry, I was just looking at that. I was looking at the Unite again. Every single time that there's, I mean, that moment was huge. I'm actually going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about Cramorant. That was almost a game-winning moment in that last fight of game 1, where we saw Colin Tang, who, by the way, kind of skill diffed in this entire match. It was ridiculous. They were playing so incredibly well, just not able to close things out. But that was huge. The way they played in game number 2 was huge as well. It just wasn't quite enough.
10 KOs in a match where you lost the final team fight extremely handedly is an unbelievable stat line. It's just a great showcase of Leafeon talent, but of course, mastery of the game by Colin Tang. They had an awesome matchup, especially in this game number 2, but I really do think it was just Luminosity Gaming, unbelievable macro dominance in that final fight. Braybirds didn't even really have a chance at that Rayquaza or a final moment because LG was just having the prime positioning, and of course, the battlefield was theirs.
Yeah, and one big thing too, you mentioned that you really need to initiate as Snorlax, and OO made some really good heavy slams in, but they weren't able to find the yawn, and that's a really big deal. When you're playing heavy slam yawn, you are committing to, I'm going to find a target, I'm going to hit everything on them, and that's when we jump in. So when you don't find that yawn in the final fight, it gives the opportunity for the other team to jump in on you, which is exactly what happened. And then I could talk about Otter on the Cramorant. It was amazing. That's actually kind of all I need to say because we get to see exactly why it's now back in the meta.
Yeah, all right. Well, we got to hear from the team as well. So we have an interview on stage with Luminosity Gaming.
All right, here we are with relative unknown Overlord from Luminosity, everybody. Give it up for him. Oh, you got some fans. You have some fans in the audience. Overlord, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you've actually won Worlds twice. That's pretty huge. I'm curious, how do you feel with this new Luminosity squad? Because it's a very different look from what's won Worlds before.
So all the players that are on this team, they're all fantastic players. You know, I consider them #1 in their own role. I think over the past 2 months, we've definitely kind of locked in the chemistry. I think the last 2 years on Luminosity, our biggest strength was that we all just kind of fit into the team perfectly. You know, our chemistry was on point. But with this team, I can definitely see, you know, steps getting back towards that goal. And I think, you know, at the end of this tournament, maybe, especially at Worlds, will be our peak form. So.
Amazing. Now I have to ask, let's just exclude me from the conversation. You might be considered the best player in Pokemon Unite, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. How do you feel about that?
So I kind of like to believe this saying, you're about as good as your last performance, you know? And my last performance was not first, so I still think I got a lot to prove before I can call myself the best again.
Amazing. And is there anything you want to say to all of your fans out there who want to see the three-peat?
I appreciate all the fans who supported me over the last 2 or 3 years. Even if we have, like, you know, a new look with new team members, I hope you guys continue to support us. But
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Amazing stuff. Overlord, I think maybe the second greatest of all time. Yes, I'm considering myself first. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you. Wow, 2 GOATs, 1 stage. NAIC delivering in every way possible.
They're kind of like a duo, right? It's like just like each head, and it's like they're each have different things. But yeah, really great to hear, and honestly, I really cool to see the kind of like, I don't want to say like humility per se, but like
great
not
answer.
like like saying like, okay, well I need to like win. That's the only way to do it, and that we will be ready even if not at the end of this tournament at Worlds. Like that's a lot of confidence, but also showing that it's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna win right now. We've got everything in the bag. It's like anytime that you see somebody want to improve, it's great. But of course, Overlord play of the game again. How many times are we gonna say it this weekend? 40.
And trust me, as a person who gets 100k damage plus in most of my games, it's very, very difficult to be humble. So big shout out to Overlord for being able to do that on stage. I totally identify with their skill and ability because I'm right there.
The last game that we did play together, you got 115,000 damage, and we did in fact lose. But we don't need to talk about that one. Overlord on the Zoroark. We're going to see so much of that. And that's one Pokemon that I feel like has been almost equally respected in every single region across the globe, which is pretty rare. Almost every other Pokemon is up and down. But, I mean, when you see what is maybe the best player in the game, excluding Spraggles, just consistently playing this for years now with a very similar strategy, and it's still doing well. Even in, honestly, it's been a while, but it is a nerf state from last year. It is. There's a reason why it gets so much respect.
It's just in-person buff too. Like you want when you are here in an environment where there's a crowd cheering for you, you have your teammates literally sitting beside you, and maybe more important, you have your opponent sitting across from you. There is just an element to the game where you're like, I want to win on what my best option is, and I want to win hard. I want to make sure that enemy team, I can see their faces as they lose. I think that's kind of the mentality that a lot of players bring to the table, and it's certainly a recipe for success as Luminosity Gaming are moving into the second round. They are starting in losers. It's a scary world out there where every game could be a loss, but they are looking very good today.
That's right. If there's any team known for loser bracket runs, it's weird to say it because obviously, again, there's only one person returning, but the spirit of that team is there. Losing to part of GT, you know, it's just kind of the return of that curse. And then coming back from losers bracket, it's all just the same old story. So I think that's going to be at least the start of a pretty good losers run, but there's some great teams in here, so we'll have to see if they can continue it all the way.
Yeah, we have an awesome matchup for you coming up on the winner's side, but until then, we'll see you very soon.
UIC was home to Unite's AOS Cup for the second year in a row, and this one was bigger than ever. The first ever in-person open bracket and the invited teams from around the globe were all fighting over the first confirmed world spot of the year. The first ever open bracket and an international championship brought teams from Europe, North America, Latin America, and even Asia. After 5 fierce rounds of Swiss, 8 teams emerged to enter the group stage, with only one team going undefeated through Swiss, Nemesis from North America. The second stage of the tournament was the 16-team group stage. The 8 teams from the Open were added to the 8 invited teams, which included regional champions from the February tournament, as well as 2 of Japan's strongest squads. Some incredible moments happened in groups like Adesu of NAIC Esports securing Rayquaza and saving the game on Eldegoss, or Kabi-chans from Japan showing their mastery of Dragonite and knocking out hometown EU favorites for free from the tournament. All of this led to the final day, our top 8 double elimination bracket. It was filled with teams from 5 unique regions, setting up for a day of meta game clashes. From the beginning of the day, despite being on the elimination side of the bracket, the team that everyone feared was Kabi-chans from Japan. Their run seemed unstoppable after beating NAIC Esports, Nemesis, and Rework Respawn. But the one challenger they could not defeat was Team Fusion from Latin America South. With a draft strategy built around denying Kabi-chans their unique Dragonite and strong Blastoise, Fusion was able to defeat them 3-1 in the Grand Finals.
And that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Fusion became the AOS Cup champions and officially the first team locked in for the World Championships later this year. Think you have what it takes? It's not too late. Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Here we are, the North America International Championships live in New Orleans. Doob Snacks, we are here.
I am beyond excited, of course. NAIC is pronounced nice, and that's exactly what I will be saying all weekend long. Spraggles, the content cowboy here. Say your catchphrase.
Yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only broadcast bandito, Doob Snacks.
Newly
Hello,
minted.
Doobs.
Newly minted
it's
from the
huge.
last broadcast we did. Listen, just the land environment's totally different.
Yes.
Luminosity seems, again, being on land, have completely turned up the heat. Ignorance stepping forward in this tournament as well with a great performance against kind of the perennial outsiders looking in Exile.
Yeah.
So our tournament's shaping up to be pretty darn good.
We have an insane Friday here for you. And of course, Saturday, we have the final stretch coming up where we're going to find the last team qualified for Worlds. Right now, we're trying to sort things out in the last region to really have a deciding vote. That's North America. We just saw Luminosity play out of their minds, but I got to give it up to Brave Birders too. What an insane game two. Colin Tang absolutely going wild there. And this is what you were talking about a little bit. We've got that land difference. I mean, they are right here. There's zero ping, and the players that play at an insanely high level really show up in a tournament like this.
Absolutely. It almost seemed like Asha, specifically on their Meowscarada from Game 1 to Game 2 for Brave Birders, found their footing on the land, right?
Yeah.
And really stepped up their performance. Colin Tang as well, actually coming off of their storied Talonflame onto that Leafeon, and it looked good. But ultimately, Luminosity, phenomenal team fight at the end of the game, and were able to convincingly win that fight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It felt like throughout a lot of that, it was a little rocky, and then all of a sudden, we just had this amazing final moment. We're taking a look at our bracket right here. We just watched Luminosity go up against Brave Birders. Now, Brave Birders are still going to have a shot in the final stretch, but they are done here for our regional championships. Luminosity moving on, Ignorance moving on, taking down Exile. Now, we're up in the winners semifinals, and we're going to be taking a look at Orange Juicers and G. We just saw a world champ on the stage, and now we're going to see another G with Slash, who was previously on Luminosity.
Absolutely. And what's kind of wild about this NAIC top 8, this regional top 8 for North America, G and Nihao, two teams that I don't think many people would have predicted would be sitting on the winner's side of this bracket. You'd expect Luminosity and maybe Exile to have been up there. However, this tournament has thrown curveball after curveball at us, and we're just trying to hang in the pocket and hit one.
Yeah, it's been really incredible. I can't wait to get to cast a few games with you. We've been out in the audience, watching the broadcast, seeing all the hype. It's just being at a live event is so exciting. It's so different. It's so exciting. I love running back and forth. The final stretch is going on, right? So the early parts of the final stretch are happening. I'm running over there, seeing how these teams are doing. Like I see a team YouTube game, and then I run all the way back, and I'm able to see what's happening up on the main stage. It's just unbelievable. The excitement in the crowd is incredible. I love it, man.
Well, we have some predictions that we put in, so let's take a look at those. You called me a cornball for having a support pick on my list. However, we do match up with our number 1 and number 4. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this here. We both think Blaziken is going to be a big deal. And especially from what we saw in Japan, the Japan region, like Blaziken is, it feels like a little bit of everything. If you have it also near Rayquaza, the opposing team can never confidently hit Ray. Never. They can't do anything because as soon as Blaziken is there, overheat's a possibility. You have to shut that thing down. I've got Trevenant high up on the list. I think it's just an insane defender. Sylveon has been getting so much play. Wow, look at Chef and Zoink. Top pick Sylveon right there. And then, of course, I just want to see Phalanx. I want to see it so bad.
I mean, it's looked pretty good so far, right? You pick it late in draft, limit the ability of the other team to counter pick it, because we know Phalanx can get countered pretty hard by some of the Pokemon in the game. But I want to give the flowers to Chef, only person to choose Cram, and we saw a couple really good Cram games, especially out of Luminosity.
Yeah, Cram has really popped back into the meta, and it didn't take a lot for Cram to do it. I think Cram was always really, really close, and anytime a change happens, teams need to figure out if they're going to use it. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Tyranitar. I think that's been one of the big question marks. It was a huge question mark in Japan. It's a big question mark here, too. Will we see it, and when we see it, will it win? Right. That's going to be like a big, big question. A Pokemon that we need to talk more about, though, is Sylveon.
It is so good. And it has dominated across the world these last few months. Okay, of course, both movesets viable. We're seeing just, I'd say, a hair more Mystical Fire, Draining Kiss combination. But yeah, extremely hard to KO. Its sustainability, and it's not exactly a get-out-of-jail-free card with its Unite move, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's right up there with Mew as just being so insanely slippery in a crazy moment. You've seen multiple times throughout some of these battles where Sylveon's been the target of a crazy amount of damage or a Leafeon Unite move or something, and then it's just boop, up into the air, that Fairy Frolic, and it is able to escape all that damage, start to heal itself. And speaking of both movesets being viable, one of the best things I think about picking Sylveon is you do have two looks you can throw at your opponents.
Correct.
You, of course, can play Mystical Fire, which has been, I want to say, the much more popular build recently. It's so difficult to deal with. It's so annoying. The damage is consistent. It gives you a dash, but it also has the ability to switch into Hyper Voice if what you're looking at on the other side is maybe a little bulky and you want to, rip away some of that special defense and give your team the opportunity to KO something massive like a Trevenant, Slowbro, even Tyranitar. There are some different looks that Sylveon can throw, and when a Pokemon does that, I feel like it makes the draft pretty hard for your opponents.
It really does. The under the Pokemon we're going to take a look at is Tyranitar. You mentioned them just now. We have seen them.
Look, I love that the third bullet point is
already.
Looks really cool.
It does look cool. Objectively, it does look cool. We did see Tyranitar picked. I personally think if Tyranitar is going to have the most value, you're actually going to see it at the tail end of a draft. But Exile picked it first, and it got online quickly. However, that's a game that they lost, Spraggles. So looking at Tyranitar, it feels like the new Boogeyman, but is it just a ranked ladder demon, or is it truly kitted up and ready for the competitive stage?
Yeah, I think that's the big question with a Pokemon like this. And a lot of us have been talking about Tyranitar the same way we've talked about Dragapult,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Dragapult got these really nice buffs and it came online, especially in ladder. I mean, you're playing that thing solo, duo, trio. It's a monster. You pick up a couple of KOs, you get a lot of attack. Tyranitar is kind of the same thing in a little bit of a different way, right? As soon as this gets online at level 9, it's a beast. It hits 13, and the recently buffed move Sand Tomb is just essentially on a zero cool. Like, its uptime is everything but 2 seconds.
Right.
So it is always happening in some of these games, but it really hasn't done it competitively. It's been huge ladder, nothing really to write home about competitively.
So competitively, the thing that stands against it is these essentially wall-off defenders that we see, right? Mr. Mime, pseudo-defender, right?
Yeah.
It is a supporter, but defender. And the game that Tyranitar lost, it was getting spaced out and zoned by a Mr. Mime. Crustle also very good against it with the Rock Tomb, and its own version of Rock Tomb. So when Tyranitar tries to engage, if you can space and gap it, then yeah, like the joke of just kite it, bro. Like, that kind of has an effect. You got to throw another tool into the toolkit to make that kite it, bro, happen.
Yeah.
But it is a legit feasibility if you have that defender that can do that for you.
Yeah, and it's much simpler to deal with something like this, like this kind of raid boss style Pokemon, when you're able to communicate with your team, right? It's a lot harder when you're on ladder and you're not able to figure out what everyone's doing. Your scissors run into back cap or something. Like, that's going to be pretty hard.
That is a personal story that literally happened
yesterday. It was a heartbreaking moment. So those moments, you're not able to really figure out how to deal with T-Tar, right? But a coordinated team, they're able to shut this thing down. I've talked to a lot of teams as well, and they're saying, like, we'll bring out Umbreon, we'll throw it in the mean look. We have a lot of ways to shut this thing down, and because of that, you're actually not seeing a lot of these top teams pick this up.
Yeah, as we're looking at the players on stage, I'm going to hard pivot us real quick. Both of these teams are, we kind of alluded before in previous tournaments that Orange Juicers is kind of like a spare parts team, right? Their teams were dismantled. They came together from essentially what was the stock left over. G's kind of the same. So we've got two teams that have really built themselves up from the scrapyard. I mean, this might be our junkyard fight between these two teams, Orange Juicers and G.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to root for with both of these squads, right? Kratos, Machizzle, Zugrug, Flareons, and Roland. Like you said, Orange Juicers really formed from the ashes of the Luminosity, GT, Alter Ego, all these teams kind of breaking up right around EOS. And now we have Orange Juicers who have been on a real run.
They really have. Again, placed first at the NA April Cup, have put themselves in the winner's bracket here in their regional qualifying event and then through that group stage. But across from them, again, is G.
Yeah, G, which is, I mean, another super interesting story, right? Because you've got a squad of players who have been around for a long time. You've got a world champion on this team. You have a team that's, saying we could still figure out a way to win this thing. And you've got a lot of big names here.
Yeah, well, you got OG with a big Snorlax blush right there. But of course, Egnu, Black CH Slash, OG, and Zealot. Egnu, Black CH, OG, kind of from that GT core. Slash, of course, a two-time world champion in their own right, and Zealot coming in. And Slash, in our little preview video, say, like, this might be one of the best players moving.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Slash has, a lot of love for Zealot, and this is a player who was previously playing with, again, as I was just talking to on stage, considered one of the best in the game, Overlord. So I would say high praise from Slash is a big deal. Slash, I feel like, more than most players, and this is no surprise, I guess, coming from a world champ, right? But Slash, more than most players, I feel like really has his finger on the pulse of what's happening in the game meta-wise, and he has a really good idea of who is crushing in this game. I remember last year he did a tier list of every player going to Worlds, and you know what? He put his team up top, and they won.
Well, that's a good bet.
That's a good bet.
You actually see Eggnoob here having a good time on G. One thing I want to say about G, Black CH coached some LATAM teams, very cerebral, actually coach of GT. Eggnoob, one of the shot callers for GT, and Slash, of course, was one of the mental giants for Luminosity on their 2 Worlds runs. This team has everything they need upstairs and all of the strategies that they can develop on the fly. If they can execute them, that's why they're finding so much success. They're forming good game plans. If they stick to them and execute, they've given themselves really good chances to win, whether it's against Orange Juicers, Luminosity, or anybody else.
Yeah, no, Orange Juicers has a few sort of like tried and true veterans on the team, and we're seeing one of them talk to one of the young upstarts. That's Flareons right there on our camera. And, this is a player that's kind of come through, and I love stories like this. They've kind of come through the solo, duo, trio, Q ladder. They really earn their stripes, start to make a name for themselves, and then found a way to kind of make their way onto Luminosity just recently, and now this new team.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to step in for Luminosity, who's trying to make a kind of a prayer run at AO's Cup in London. But since that, of course, Luminosity kind of dismantled their whole team and went other ways. But what a prize this is for Orange Juicers. Let's take a little video. Take a look at a little video, not just take a video. Take a look at a little video with Flareons.
Take a video.
Take a video.
I'd say me and Machizzle are kind of like the comic relief. We kind of joke around. And Kratos is our team leader, I would say. And Zugrug too. And then Roland is very, he keeps the team hyped up, keeps the morale high. And then being our manager will keep everything, keep us intact and things like that. So if we qualify for Worlds, it'll mean a lot for me because this is my first season ever playing, and getting to show that new players can come in and get to Worlds and have success is a really good feeling to have.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. What a run. your first season, you could be heading to Worlds. I could be wrong about this. This actually would be the first time I've ever been wrong on broadcast.
Probably.
But I believe if Orange Juicers do win this series, they qualify themselves for Worlds. They will take one of those top spots. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case, which is, I mean, this game already has huge implications, right? G wants to make a deep run. They need to win this thing, right? They have to win regionals so they can secure a spot. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, just needs to get pretty deep here, and you can see how high they are up on our championship point leaderboard, just behind Nemesis.
Yeah, and LG, again, knocking on the door, and I actually think LG now is almost Galaxy locked because Exile was eliminated by Ignorance. Taking a look at this top 8, I mean, if you're not in the top 3, you need to win the thing.
Yes.
That's just what it is for you right now.
Which is a great strategy, by the way.
To win this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's a great way to go. That's a great way for these teams to make that magic happen as we are getting kitted up between G and Orange Juicer. Something that stuck out to me in that Flareon's video is Flareon's and Machisel the comic relief. And we've had a couple all-star interviews with Roland.
Yes.
And if they're not the comic relief, there must be some goofy stuff happening on that spot.
I have to agree. Roland is I get him being like the team's sort of shining light, their joy, you know. I believe he sparks joy maybe more than anyone we've interviewed. He's just the best.
Just every reaction.
Yes.
The way he engages with the community, with his team, with us when we're interviewing, it can't be understated. Again, looking at the 2-time world champion, looking to lead this team, again, built of scrap parts, and see how far they can take this thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's wearing that world championship jacket right there. The reason I know this is because I tried to buy it from him for $500. He said, absolutely not. You'll never be a champion.
That's what he said. I would sell it to anyone else, but since you specifically will not be a champion, there is a 0% chance I'll sell it to you.
It was heartbreaking, honestly. You know, I thought we had a kind of a good relationship before that, but he really let me have it in that conversation. I got to say, I respect it. I respect it.
You respect that?
I respect it, yeah.
Okay.
Stand by your principles, Slash.
Totally fair enough. Listen, I want to see, we're straight in a draft.
Heck yeah,
Okay,
here we
we're in
go. G versus Orange Juicers. Here is our draft. G is going to be your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. And we have right now Blissey being locked in as a first pick. You're seeing these bands here. Sylveon, Tyranitar on the other side. Umbreon, Dodrio.
Yeah, Slash getting the tree for the team is incredibly, incredibly good. Zealoot, as you'll see here, locking in the Leafeon, and we've seen how dominant that Pokemon can be.
Yeah, and we're seeing, like, look at the priority Cram is getting in this tournament already as it quickly switches over to Phalanx, which I'm so happy to see. We were talking about this earlier off broadcast. A lot of players running the no retreat Iron Head build. The combination with it, you're able to close the distance very well with Iron Head, then switch into no retreat, push your opponents, and then start this like volley of basic attacks right after you Iron Head again. And if you can land that combination, there are a lot of Pokemon that can't deal with it, and you can just turn them into dust. On the side of Juicers, we're seeing Mew locked in, a Pokemon I did not expect to see a ton of today.
Yeah, Mew getting locked in, but, I mean, if you're a good Mew player, you can make some magic happen. I want to highlight that Zug Prio picked very high up that Snorlax, going straight down. We're seeing Cram and maybe Blaziken, with Chisel switching back and forth. We'll see where they end up.
That's a tease. That's a tease.
Yeah, just showing us the Machamp just in case. I love this lineup from G. A lot of great hits. It makes us look like geniuses in our predictions, which I'm a fan of.
We're so smart. Oh my gosh, I'm so smart. Final pick here for the Juicers. We're going to see Lucario. Okay. It is one of those Pokemon that first off, did really well in Japan, and also at the same time, it's always right on the periphery of the meta, right? It can always hop back in. I mean, of course, if you've been with Pokemon Unite for a little while now, you remember Lucario as being the thing, like the meta-defining Pokemon. Year one was Lucario, who had the best Lucario, often decided a lot of games in some of these bigger moments. But now you see a lot of teams flex into it when they didn't get a lot of the all-rounders that they wanted, and they can still will really pop off with this choice.
Yeah, and it's also a decent look into Phalanx, right?
Yeah.
The way Phalanx, right? You have the donks and the 5 dinks, and that really triggers a lot of like E-speed, for example. You can get some E-speed resets off of that, close combat, trigger stuff, things of that nature. So I think it's just a tip of the cap, and it puts OG was one of those year 1 Lucario dominant players, and a Pokemon they have now been playing for 3 years.
Yeah, and we can see our teams loading in right here, getting ready for this match. Again, it's a big one for both of these squads. Everyone wants to win regionals for many reasons. Of course, they want to be the North America champion. They want to secure that #1 spot and their trip to Worlds. And, you know, a lot of these teams have so much to prove. These two specifically, I feel like, have a ton to prove here.
They really do. Again, I can't stress this enough, how they've been sort of cast aside by their teams as they've been kind of rebuilding into like Luminosity, other squads, and they've kind of felt down and out. Well, they've cobbled together themselves some great opportunities to win.
And here we go. G versus Orange Juicers in your winners semifinals. G, your purple team, Orange Juicers, your orange team. You can hear the roar from the crowd here in the casting booth. We got some fans here. We got the Phalanx heading into the central area, and here comes Hoopa to waste some time and maybe steal away some of these valuable buffs.
Yeah, Kratos really cannot let Eggnoob go ignored and has to try and bully them out while simultaneously trying to finish. Roland coming in with the support. They do secure that. Good Astonish stun, and Eggnoob is just going to be hanging out and trying to be a bully.
And now you can see there's the Iron Head chasing them down a little bit right there. Once they hit that 4, they're able to start using that move a little more effectively, even though I love Phalanx early secure as well. We see Zealot up in that top path right here, making sure that a lot of experience heads over to the Lucario as well. They're already 4, so they're kind of sitting pretty up there. Eggnoob in a little bit of trouble. Phalanx looking to pick something up, but no.
They're able to just kind of pivot out. Eggnoob making it out. Decent prize. They weren't necessarily expecting that, but you take it if you can get it. Leafeon is the blade, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm, Razor Leaf. Jesus, got there.
You got there, buddy. We got to fight in the bottom path here. Mew with that big-time Electro Ball. Phalanx in a lot of trouble. Another Electro Ball seals it up right here. Not using this hyperspace hold. They're going to continue this push onto this goal zone, getting super aggressive with 4 in this bottom path.
Black CH making their presence known early. We're a bit surprised by the Mew pick, but it's starting to make sense. Early dominance has always been Mew's game, and Black CH is looking to make it theirs today.
I saw there was a little bit of a fun fact on the screen. I think we needed to climb almost 200,000 stairs to make it to Honolulu. I'm not sure that's how that works. I'm pretty sure the stairway to Honolulu was closed, maybe like mid-2000s, but I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, we'll have to Google it. Somebody Google it. Listen to this. They're just 3-on-2 bullying a little bit as we have the ugliest Pokemon in the game, Combuskin, hanging out. Machizzle would really like to evolve here in short order.
I do like that you will not let it go that you think that Pokemon's very ugly.
It just needs to look different. I don't know what to tell you. Zugrug, who normally tries to put people to sleep, but is actually finding himself in the back end of Nightmare. Phalanx picking up the Leafeon, and we're pressing on. 2 players down on G, though, and it's Orange Juicers finding their footing.
Look at that there. I mean, that was a beautiful moment for Lucario, right? They just ripped through that Phalanx. Sorry, Blitzy.
Poor Roland just showing up like, hey, what's going on down here, guys?
There's
the
like
whole
fight,
squad rolls back through to sort them out.
And we're going to have to see if Combuskin can do anything about this. Doesn't look like it as the points rain into this top goal zone. 112 for the side of Orange Juicers, only 8 for the side of G. Things are going very well for the Juicers early here, but we saw a great fight from Phalanx there for a moment, right? We saw that combination just work very, very well. Once again, I mean, look at the damage that's being put out, but look at it going back the other way.
I mean, Kratos is just getting left hung out to dry, right? They're making these big plays, but Zugrug, the communication was off. They were pivoting back. Now Orange Juicers gets the KO on Phalanx, slash with great spacing, nice little Woodhammer stunning too, and if they can bubble out Flareons, they've got a shot. Registeel going to be at half, but we're pressing forward, forcing Flareons to dive back out. We got the Emerald 2-step, but the quick secure by the world champ Slash gets it done. And they are now pressing this advantage.
Yeah, they're pushing forward right here, looking very, very good towards this goal zone. See if they can make something happen. No, they're going to be pulling back right here. Great fight. I love the, the plan to take a fight when you have that Blaziken not yet at 8, right? It just has so many more tools if it were to be at 8.
Yeah, and I mean, I think already Black CH might have 6-7 KOs on this Mew. I mean, they are a part of every single one of these engagements. Nice backdoor by Phalanx, chips everybody up. That's the first KO with Blissey follow-up. Now OGs has to scramble out. Nice surf out by Black CH to give themselves some spacing. Zealot looking their way in. This Leafeon has kind of been on the edge, not super impactful quite yet.
Yeah, it feels like it gets in there. It makes some big waves with Razor Leaf, and then it pulls out from the fight here. But now that it's 9, it's going to have its Unite move. I mean, once it hits 8, late, but it's going to have its Unite move basically all the time, and it's going to be really aggressive in some of these fights here.
Now Zealot is caught in between two. They have to use the Emerald two-step. They want this Cramorant. Cramorant is now popping their own Unite and getting the KO for that effort. Black CH is caught on the backside, and everybody's collapsing on them. They're trying to surf through. They're going to try and get out of dodge. They can't. They get secured very quickly, but at least Orange Juicers can take the Lecky.
Yeah, Orange Juicers taking the Lecky, and now it's going to push towards the side of G. You know, I got to say, these team names are wrong on the screen, right? G is our orange team. Orange Juicers is our purple team. It's just been... It's I'm Ron Burgundy, and I can't say things that are on screen wrong. It's going to ruin my life.
Yeah, just a quick correction there, as we've been scramble-brained literally for the last 5 minutes. Perfect way to go. Snacks and Sprinkles.
Yeah, way to start, gentlemen, as they head down to this Tier 1 goal zone. Big push right here. Nice big block from Stars. We're seeing a lot of like heavy slam yawn to isolate some of these squishier Pokemon. Block, however, got a buff a little while back. It's been doing pretty good. Speaking of doing pretty good, E-Speed Lucario somehow back in the meta because Phalanx is here. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's what Phalanx does. It's very polarizing in terms of how it's picked. I believe Chef said that. But it's just E-speeding through everyone. So many reset targets for OG, and this is their wheelhouse. Buying enough time for a secure out of the Mew. Black CH coming through, but it's OG catching all the bodies right now. Zugrog goes for the block. They're trying to space out. They can't stop anyone. That goal zone's gone. Forcing out the power nap, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. The whole team of 5 is here, and they want another one. If they let Zugrog get out, it would just be a crime, and Black CH says, not today.
Here we go. They're pushing back now. Orange Juicers trying to make something happen here. Blaziken looking for a possible fight, but with multiple members of G, nothing is going to happen in that moment. G up right now, 161 to 99.
Of course, it couldn't have been Orange Juicers on the orange side. Like, obviously, that's never going to happen.
I think naturally you hear Orange Juicers, you put them on the orange side. That's what happens.
That's fair. Roland going to get knocked out here as OG picks another one up on the Phalanx, and now it really feels like it's all about G in this moment.
Yeah, G is playing this match really well so far. It feels like they've been outplaying Orange Juicers in a lot of these big moments here. I love the choice of the Phalanx, but they have a counter on the other side. One of my favorite things about Phalanx release is how counterable it is and how powerful it is. I love that in a Pokemon, and I think G's loving that right now too because this extreme speed Lucario is doing it.
Slash pops the Trev Unite in their last opportunity before Ray so they can get it back and use it again. It's not quite leveraged quickly. They did knock out Zug, but not necessarily a prime target. Straight into the back line is Kratos picking up the Hoopa, and they're going to be able to pivot back with that no retreat angle. Bliss assistance on Blaziken. If they want to do something, it better be now as OG is E-speeding through everybody trying to get back into the mix, but it's instantly 3 players down for the Juicers, and their pulp is getting squeezed right now by G.
Look at that. Amazing stuff. That was a Quadra KO from the Leafeon. Leafeon's going to have that Unite move back very fast. We're going to have to see how quickly Blissey can get it back. They should be able to have it, but you know, you always wonder, it's a little late for a support Unite. They're going to have to get a little experience there. However, the fact that they were actually able to get KO'd, oddly enough, is going to help them charge that Unite move. So Blissey might be okay coming into this final fight, and you need that Bliss assistance to protect one of your squishier Pokemon.
Zealot, in the meantime, what that does, though, it forces all of Orange Juicers to actually farm their wild Pokemon, which makes these objectives by proxy free. So they were able to take the Regieleki easily and cleanly and take the Basement Regi easily and cleanly because the rest of the Juicers literally have to take Wild Farm to get those Unite moves they used.
And now here we go. 15 seconds until this Rayquaza. G obviously in a really good spot here. However, with 2 goal zones up, Orange Juicers can get right back in this game in multiple ways. Look at the aggressive positioning here from Slash. All the way at the edge of that tall grass right there, but giving them a ton of vision. They're in a great spot to try to move in and win this thing whenever Orange Juicers wants to push.
Nice Solar Beam for spacing. A block doesn't quite find their target, and Orange Juicers are kind of clumped up, but OG's in the backside. They like to live on the other side of the map. We've seen that pendulum swing both ways. Nice engagement by Kratos. Eggnoob is low. They get taken out. The Hoopa Unite is not online, and this might be the opportunity for the Juicers. We got a heavy slam into the back. Slash Horn leeches forward. They're looking for a target. They get overheated. The tree's burning down in the middle, popping the Trev Unite. OG's in the backside. They need to get in the mix. Bliss assistance right on top. Whoa. And now the Trev Unite prospect the other way. And the Cramp comes alive. Flareon's looking for the next target. They already picked up 2, forcing the reset out of the Leafeon is going to be gargantuan here as Rayquaza's at half. The rest of G needs to get in. Black CH is there. They're going to skirt block. And is blocked out. Is Black CH, and it is taken by Orange Juicers finding a way.
Orange Juicers winning a huge fight, catching members of G one by one, and then as soon as they had that advantage, they had a Blaziken at Rayquaza, and they went for it here. Cram picking up some KOs, more points going in. Machizzle doing a little bit of a dance on this bottom goal zone because you know what? That Phalanx actually has more in its pockets, had 60. That's a hundo burger with cheese in that bottom goal zone.
We call that the burger, the double burgers here. As they're, I mean, Orange Juicers, this thing's over. They're going to push this advantage, get more points in. They're up by almost 500, which we know is the literal breaking point in these final throws. What a final fight by Juicers. What a catch on the Phalanx by Kratos, dog.
It matters so much in these big fights that your team plays well and also doesn't get caught. Getting caught is one of the #1 ways these fights just go catastrophically wrong. As soon as the fight turns into a 5v4, Orange Juicers puts the pedal to the floor. They look for every KO they can, even going all out on Trevenant, because if you're going to KO a Trevenant, really one of the only times you can do it is with a player advantage. They took that advantage. They took Rayquaza. They take game #1. And honestly, I bet they're feeling pretty relieved because they were behind, I would say, throughout most all of that game.
Just completely dominant is what it felt like.
Yeah.
But able to cobble it together. Orange Juicers stepping up. Flareon's finally, that Cramorant showed up and had an impact. But it all started, for me, Spraggles, there's 2 key moments in that Ray fight. First one, Kratos engaging and picking Eggnoob.
Yes.
Saw that they were bunched up, dove right on in. We're alone. Typically, you don't see the carries do that too often, but what a prime target they were able to get to Hoopa. And the other thing was Black CH was creeping in for a secure. The Mew, great secure tool with the Electro Ball. Zugrug heavy slams over, block stun, so the overheat can go through and they can take this thing. It was just a nice final fight by that team.
It was a really great final fight, and I feel like if I'm both of these teams, there are things that I'm excited for right here, right? If I'm Orange Juicers, of course, I'm excited that we took game #1. Sure. We got it together. We sort of executed on our strategy. A lot of times, I feel like the things that separate the top teams from the rest of the teams are teams that know how to win when it's time to win. When they had that player down, they executed perfectly. However, they had a rocky game up to that point. If I'm G, I'm not feeling that bad about how that went. Right. There was a misplay there, but at the same time, G was looking good throughout that entire game.
No lie, I know Kratos just cracked open the homework, was taking a look at their notes. That might have been part of the homework that they had against this G squad, and it was, hey, aggressive forward positioning by Slash because they're trying to undercut us through the bottom path, and that's why they got such a clean and like surprise pick. I mean, Eggnoob was caught completely off guard, couldn't even use their Unite move, and Hoopa Unite is one of the ones you want to hang on to for that final fight.
Taking a look at some of these big moments right here. This was that early push on the bottom goal zone. This was a real massive play for G.
It really, really was. And immediately we have the Trev Unite pop. Blissa says it's right into the middle, right on top of Flareon's while they're using their Unite move. KO Streak a 2, and then they're able to pivot immediately. That's the block I was talking about right there on Black CH at the top of your screen. Amazing play.
Yeah, it was beautiful block. And the whole thing really, you know, executed from a crazy good pick from Kratos. They found that Hoopa. It goes down in that moment, and it is on at that point. Hoopa just having such a game-changing Unite move, it being around means you can't feel safe, right? At any moment, it can throw its Unite, bring the team through. Even if somebody has recently been knocked out, there's usually a way that you can sort of juggle that cooldown a bit, have the portal up so they can get right back into Rayquaza. But as soon as they were down, they knew this was their fight. They went for it, and they got a huge win because of it.
And of course, it takes their support offline, right? Which makes Slash more weak. That aggressive engagement is a heck of a lot more difficult when you don't have the portal escape hole to get out of those big time engagements. I mean, it was very, very well executed by Orange. It's, you know, hey, this is our plan. This is how we need to execute. They found the pick, and then it's one of those things, you know, it's like a dog catching the car, right? Once it catches the car, what does it do?
Yeah.
Orange Juicers caught the car, right? They got Hoopa off. What did they do? They pivoted immediately and understood what they needed to do. Whatever a dog does when it catches a car.
It drives it. It drives it around.
It drives it around.
It takes a little trip around. Look, it's tired of running on its legs. When a dog catches a car,
because it's been running for a while.
It's been chasing it
for
a while.
The whole time.
Take a little drive around. It's not illegal for a dog to drive a car. You can't arrest a dog. I know this.
Also not illegal for a dog to play basketball.
Well, that's true, but that's actually getting pretty controversial.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't want to be that kind of guy, but I am kind of fighting pretty heavily that dogs shouldn't play basketball. Not because I got beat by a dog in a basketball game. However, that did happen. That's a complete irrelevant point.
I don't know why I was just going to bring up the movie Most Valuable Primate MVP. I think it's a monkey that plays hockey. This is off the rails. Let's get back into this. Okay. What does G need to do here, Spraggles, to get this thing going?
We talked a little bit about this. I actually think G played an amazing game. They just had that one moment where everything kind of fell apart for them, right?
True.
But if I'm G, I feel good about that game. I feel like you can adjust. You could say, hey, we got caught right there. We were out of position. We didn't have Slash close enough to us to protect us in that moment, right? We didn't have the defender right there. We won't make that mistake again. We're going to run through the next game just like we did at the start of game number 1, and then we're going to win at Ray. We're going to do that twice in a row. If I'm G, I actually feel great after a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean...
Not like when that dog beat me in basketball. Yeah. I don't want to keep bringing it up.
That's a tough loss.
Yeah.
I just, again, and you have to think Egnoob is also historically a tank player, but is now playing support here for this team here. Jumping straight into draft, is there going to see a switch up Slash first picking Umbreon?
Yeah, I mean, huge. If they have a carry Pokemon that they want to shut down, you could be playing Mean Look. Of course, Foul Play has been getting a ton of action as well, and you can play Umbreon in multiple ways, right? You could do it as more of sort of a disruptive, stun, tank defender. You can also play it as more of a supporter, so you get a lot out of this. On the other side, for Orange Juicers, Trevenant and Blissey, two powerful, powerful picks.
Egnoob looks like they're going to hover back onto the Hoopa and Black Sage locking in the Gyarados. I'm a fan of Gyarados. I think it's a really good Pokemon, and fixing to have a lot of fun, too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. On the side of G, take a look at those bans. It looks like Mew is not going to be making its way into this game. Clearly, they picked it game 1, banned it game 2, so they don't want to deal with the Mew for the side of Orange Juicers, who I have to assume would be Flareon's playing this Pokemon, a Pokemon that they know very, very well. And now we can see we've got a Snorlax and we've got a Phalanx, so we could be seeing this Trevenant played in the top path, played as more of that sort of aggressive carry all-rounder almost Trevenant.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Machizel's going to pick up the tree. Of course, Zagrug back on the Snorlax here. Zealot hovering another Meowscarada pick for NA. And really, it's where does OG... Okay, so Black is on Greninja. OG is going to be taking Gyarados top.
Wow, Greninja. I'm so excited to see this. You don't see a lot of Greninja at all competitively. Of course, we could see an insane Greninja game, and I am excited for it. But, man, this is one of those picks where if it works, you look like a genius, and if it doesn't, you look like when I lost to that dog in basketball.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be a look.
Yeah.
And G is trying to make some magic happen. They're back against the wall, and this is, if they lose this game, their tournament's done.
Yes.
Their regional run is complete.
No, they head down to losers.
Because we're in the winner's side. That makes sense.
We're in the winner's side.
Their winner's run is done.
Yes.
And then they continue in losers.
Yeah.
As per how our bracket is set up.
That's exactly
We are doing
right,
awesome.
my man.
We are doing awesome.
I don't want to include myself in doing awesome in that one. I felt like I did great, saved it right there, but we are doing awesome.
Orange Juicers, G, winners.
Winners
round.
Yeah,
here.
this is a winners round. So these teams would stick around. However, I do feel like with how well G played game number 1, I'm kind of surprised to see them switch it so drastically here in game 2. Not that these aren't picks that can win on a team that could win, but I felt like they were in control of game 1. So I wonder why we're seeing such a big switch up here.
Well, I'll allude back to the fact that G does have a lot of the more cerebral players that we have in the game, right? Known for that aspect of their game, and maybe they're seeing something in the stars written that we aren't really comprehending in this moment.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that was a fairly quick lock-in.
And here we go, game number 2 between G and Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers, your orange team, they're up 1 game on G. G needs to get it together right here, and they're bringing out the lane Greninja. Please don't try this at home. Please, I'm begging you, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home. Roland bopping through, getting into the opposite side of the map and actually running up through the flux zone to try and start knocking these bunnies forward. A decent little play to take away that free XP that you want to save for Magikarp.
Yeah, Magikarp, obviously, you know, it's gotten a few buffs and then a nerf recently to its Unite move, but now it can evolve pretty quick in path, and they're looking to make sure that that happens. If it can get an assist or if it can get a KO, you have Gyarados coming online so early. So I understand the aggression here from G, because if they can pick something up, this game changes in a big way.
Great early game by Roland, you know, able to get itself a level 4 very quickly, make it out, not give up a KO, do a successful invade here. Great look, and we're really 3v2ing up here, and G can't really find the better of it right now.
No, they really can't. I mean, you got the level 5 on that Trevenant here. Obviously, it takes a little while for this Magikarp to get online. Blissey heading into the central area again, just looking possibly for someone and saying, like, I really thought someone was there. They actually were. They were in the tall grass.
Yeah, and they actually got themselves reset. Now, Machisel's going to have to hold this down by themselves here as this game progresses. They want to get some stacks in on that Trevenant. How long Roland hangs out is going to be the mystery for me, probably until maybe Gyarados ticks online.
You take a look at this here. Zealot actually making their way into that central area there and just doing some real work. Incredible stuff.
Well, that lane Greninja is still a Froakie sitting at level 4 here, so hoping that they can get the stress reducers out here so they can actually level up on some wild Pokemon, because it is slow goings for them right now.
We can see them moving up. We have a bit of a fight breaking out here in the top path. Gyarados using bounce and getting a huge bounce, then heading back to the hyperspace hole.
Now Slash is there, and they get KO'd quickly, so this is an opportunity for the Juicers to go across the map. Immediately into Meowscarada is Zealot, and they took so much damage from Kratos on that Phalanx. OG putting a ton of damage back in the beautiful Gyarados Hollow Air. As Machisel's just sitting in the pocket, a little bit of Curse Horn Leech action, and the rest of the team is going to be getting points in behind them.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Absolutely love that build. You get the resets on the Horn Leech through Curse, which is just absolutely amazing. We can see Kratos once again heading towards this central area of the side of G. He did some great work earlier, and he's looking to see if he can do it again as we head down to the bottom path. Zugrug, we see fighting here, catching that Frogadier with a nice big heavy slam there, and now we have the Iron Head no retreat Phalanx moving in, see if they can pick up a KO. We still don't have a Greninja.
Kratos has been amazing on these hyper engagements, very aggressive with this Phalanx, and maybe the best one we've seen so far today. And they gobble a goal zone, and they now have a huge lead, Spriggles.
Yeah, we could see Gyarados looking to make something happen here, seeing what experience they can take. But Chisel saying, no, I know, I'm going to push you out here. Level 9 for the Trevenant, only level 7 for the Gyarados. We finally have our Greninja online. However, it is also only level 7. Slash looking for that right there, getting very close also.
Very, very close. The push rages up top. Heavy slam push through OG, bullied out. Hoopa isn't there for the support, and they're going to get themselves another goal zone, Spraggles. 189 to 44. What has happened?
Look at this here. I mean, the Orange Juicers are just in complete control of this match. The lane Greninja couldn't do it. It was interesting. What G has done is they have taken two very squishy, difficult early game Pokemon and put them in each of their lanes. So they had Gyarados top, they had Greninja bottom. And we're going to have to see how that plays out as this match goes on. Obviously, these Pokemon scale very, very well, but they're behind. They need to get some experience as here comes Orange Juicers.
Yeah, Gyarados is on the backside, though. They're popping the Unite move. They're looking for a prime target. They spin up the tree. Machisel has to Horn Leech back, but Kratos is backdooring him. Popping this Cramorant Unite as well. Now the KOs are starting to absolutely buckle this G squad. 2 players down, Zugrub still bullying, heavy slamming and spacing, and Black can't even get in to make a difference. 314 to 44, this is looking rough.
Yeah, this is looking really rough. A completely different game from game number 1. I just have to point out, we're above the 5-minute mark right now, and they're already at 314 points. Top tier 2 goal zone broken. Orange Juicers in complete control. The only thing they have to do right now is just make sure they don't make a bunch of simple mistakes. If they start giving up some KOs they don't need to give up, or taking fights they don't need to take, they'll be in a lot of trouble. However, G needs a little bit of a miracle in some of these moments. They need some big catches. They need to take down some real high-level Pokemon here and see if there's any way they can claw their way back into this game. One shining light is actually going to be that Greninja, the highest level on the team now at level 10.
Yeah, and really look at Machisel, though. They're going to bully. They see that they have an advantage in Trevenant, one of the most sturdy and resilient Pokemon in its own right by itself, and just going to try to beat the brakes off of OG right now and doing a pretty good job staying in the pocket. Meanwhile, Slash is downstairs, another knockout on Eggnoob, and Slash has just run away from these 3 Orange Juicers players.
Yeah, I mean, Slash is, I love the play right here. He's just wasting as much time as possible, setting himself up for a possible secure on Regirock. We've got the Unite move here from Cram, just hiding in the tall grass. I mean, I think Slash played that really, really well. There's just not a lot you can do there. Blissey going down. We got the Bliss assistance on Trevenant. We're going to see if Trevenant's able to make it out, or if this could be one of those big KOs. They're looking for Trev somehow making it out on almost nothing, being chased down by Hoopa.
Eggnoob gets the secure there, and this is maybe overextending their welcome a little bit from the Orange Juicers. Yes, the scoreline is still in their favor, but that was a good quality experience that G was able to get, knocking out Machisel.
Yeah, if they're not able to get any points, it does feel like it's tough to give up any of these KOs, right? I mean, it's just not ideal right now. Look at that. Everyone from G heading down to this bottom goal zone. You got to love the play. They're saying, look, we don't think we can fight you top, but we need to get an advantage somewhere. Really nice stuff now. 139-314, keeping themselves in this game. And you can see Orange Juicers on the other side are not taking Regieleki. They're actually holding this right now so that they can make sure the later that they're able to take this, the more advantage it will give their team, because they could unlock an essentially a Zapdos opportunity in that main goal zone. So they're holding this top Reggie as long as they can. Then they're going to try to send that towards the side of G. G is, you know, they're in a desperate moment, and desperate times call for desperate measures. They're going to need to make some big plays here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But G knows that the strategy here on this Regieleki is to hold it and send it late. So they're coalescing up top to see if they can make something happen. Nice little block on Slash, but they are right on top of Black CH. They pick up a Wish, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're trying to shell all of those Shurikens into Phalanx, but Kratos is running the front line right now. The Donk and the Dink's going to work on top of Zealot and the rest of this G squad, and they are looking solid, finally going down.
Yeah, finally things are happening for G here, and this is not great for the Orange Juicers, right? They wanted this Regieleki. Instead, they're completely bullied out of this fight, losing multiple members here, having to run away from this. Meowscarada does, however, go down as Cramorant is pushing forward right here, seeing if they can do some more damage to this Umbreon before it has to back. Unfortunately for Orange Juicers, this Regieleki is a Regieleki that did nothing for them. They held it that entire time, and G made a really aggressive fight here. You can see Orange Juicers tapping Rayquaza, just trying to see if they can make G move in for this fight. They know that they're behind. Huge block right there, as Black has to use his eject button on Greninja to actually peel out. Orange Juicers ahead on points, ahead on positioning, ready for this fight. They really don't want to waste too much time because Meowscarada has no Unite move, Gyarados has no Unite move. They want this fight to happen soon, but they don't have a real great way to pressure G right now.
They've really let Slash get a ton of free vision. Kratos taking a ton of damage. They're flipping back on top of Eggnoob. Gyarados comes in. They get a quick KO on the Phalanx. This is the fight that they want. Quickly reset through. The Hoopa Unite is out, but they need another target down. Zugrock's on the backside. They're going to try and block Slash into the wall, but they're collapsing on top of Eggnoob. Cram Unite pops off. Black CH is down. Greninja's down, and we're into the back line. Zugrock's looking for another one. Trev Unite is popped. We keep pushing forward. Eggnoob on a sliver of HP. Can anybody actually suss them out? We're moving far forward. Phalanx is going to be back in the act. Heavy Slam prevents the reset on OG. Can they actually pick up that target? OG goes towards the middle. Machisel is there. Zugrug and Flareon's back on top of Slash. Their HP is getting low, and we're taking a deep breath here.
Yeah, huge moment. I mean, G had a few big moments in that fight they could have won, but you really saw Cramorant pick up multiple KOs, able to dive and bounce around this fight. As you can see, the Phalanx moving forward, picking up Greninja with ease. Here comes the Gyarados Unite move, popping him up into the air, but it doesn't look like they're able to pick up a KO just yet, as we can see Trevenant now shutting down that Gyarados, and this looks to be the end for G.
They're moving to score now. Can they get any points in? They're scoring in the whole home zone. 336, 400 to 141. We've got a sliver of time. I'll tell you what, G, you better switch to orange juice. You better switch off of orange juice to apple juice, because OJ will get you for sure, as they are now just pressing these goal pads, and really Orange Juicers commanding win.
Yeah, huge win for Orange Juicers here in game number 2. And I really got to wonder what happened on the side of G. It felt like they played an amazing game number 1. The strategy switches up in game 2, and I mean, I'm honestly, I'm kind of scratching my head at it.
I am too. I am too. You know, I thought there was maybe something that you and I couldn't quite suss out with, you know, the Greninja pick, the late Meowscarada pick, but that really didn't necessarily develop. I think we saw shades of it when Greninja was 1v1 with the Phalanx with a little bit of spacing, right? Just shelling in tons of water shurikens, able to get good damage in and a nice follow-up to get a KO. But after that, where did they go? They couldn't really piece anything together.
Yeah, and now we can see Orange Juicers, obviously. Huge win for them. And like I said before, I believe this kind of locks their spot heading to Worlds as they're up here in our winners bracket, and they take a big win off of G, obviously. A lot of these players with a ton of respect for each other. A lot of them have played with each other for a while, against each other in many moments. We're recently on a team with each other. So, you know, this is a huge moment for both of these squads here, but of course, Orange Juicers must be feeling great.
They continue on in the winners bracket, right? They are now in the winners finals, again, building themselves up from the pieces of teams past. G, as you correctly corrected me, still alive in this tournament.
Yes.
They're going to be dropping down here. I believe they're going to have LG ahead of them.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at what's coming up here very soon. Boy, if they have LG ahead of them, that's a really exciting game. I cannot wait to see that one here. Orange Juicers, we saw, I know I talked about it, Cramorant was just picking up KOs in that final moment there. 10 KOs for Cram. Looking at the other side here, we've got Greninja with 1, Meowscarada with 1, and Gyarados with 1. Your big-time carries on the side of G just not able to make it happen.
Yeah, you said they were slow scaling at the start, couldn't particularly get online, and it was made even harder with the great invade by Roland, getting Machisel to 5 immediately, and then Trevenant becomes incredibly difficult to bully around. But you got to give credit. I mean, Roland healing 107,000 damage for the Orange Juicers, and on the other side, Slash taking 120K, giving their team a real shot by frontlining like a beast, and they still couldn't quite find their way in.
Yeah, you know, they had a pretty close moment there in that final fight, right, where it really felt like, okay, G could catch something right here. They're really close to getting Cram down, but we're going to have to learn a little bit more about what happened with Orange Juicers because we got an interview up on the big stage. Take it away.
For Worlds, congratulations. How does it feel? Obviously, we can talk about that to start off. How does it feel that you all are qualified for Worlds now?
It feels amazing. You know, worked so hard for this all year. It's my first time ever qualifying for Worlds, so really excited to show what we can do.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it, but this is your first time on the technically the full main stage, right? How does it feel? I'm sure it's very different, but how does it feel to actually adapt to that?
The environment is very different, of course, from what I'm used to just playing at home because this is my second-person event. So playing on the main stage is a really good feeling, though. It's also a wonderful environment, and I was really excited to play on there. So I'm glad we got a win.
All right, well, congratulations for that. So obviously you've been playing, so I don't know if you know, but we did see Nemesis advance, so they will be your next opponent in the winners finals. How much did you prepare, or how ready are you for Nemesis?
So we prepared a good bit for them, but of course our main focus was on G because this is, you know, we have a lot of time now in between, so we're going to now focus on how to beat them. So, but yeah, we've spent a good amount of time looking at them and how to beat them, so I'm hoping we can do it.
All right, and then my final question, this was a very looking strong match for your team. You said you prepared a lot against G, and quite honestly, I think people were thinking maybe it would be a little bit closer. You don't have to say any specific strategies if you don't want to, because they are still in the loser bracket, but was there anything in particular that you were doing against that team? And if it's secret, just say secret, and we will not ask again.
Can't expose that, man.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Gotta pay extra for that information. But congratulations one more time. It's an amazing qualification, and you all are looking very, very strong. So we're going to send it back to the casters.
Incredible stuff. Thank you very much, Chef. We got to see a little bit from Flareon's right there. We talked about him before. Again, I mean, this is his second in-person event, right? For a lot of these players, they haven't been to a ton of in-person events, but this is Season 1 for this kid, and he's crushing it.
Doing great, picked up by an incredible squad, by incredible players. And I think it was Roland in their interview that was like, look, Zug said this kid's the real deal, bring him on. I don't really know him, but he's a gamer, and they're getting it done now.
Yeah.
They're getting it done.
They absolutely are. Let's take a look at some big moments from that last series right here. Obviously, we had the Mew game, which was pretty huge. We had this Mew, we had Lucario. It felt like we had a lot more going on from G in game number 1, and they really started very strong.
I did see that stairs thing right there. Pretty clever. Here we go. Trevenant Unite, but this is when everything just kind of started going sideways for G. That Unite was popped, and then immediately the quick KO, and then we have this heavy slam into the back as well.
Yeah, big moment for them there. Obviously, that catch from Phalanx was huge. We saw that in a different way in game number 2. That was a really nice start for the Juicers here. Game 2, obviously, we saw kind of a different look, a different draft from G, which actually, confused me a bit just because I felt like they played so good game 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing it kind of here live in action game 2 where they're, Orange Juicers were able to successfully siege this goal zone with kind of the more classic firepower. You have that big Cram Unite just shelling in damage. Zugrug frontlining really well. This Lecky hits, and then they shatter the goal zone.
Yeah, goal zone goes down. This opens up an opportunity for Regieleki, but they're not able to take it here. Here's that fight in the end. Huge Unite from Cram with the eject button pushing forward. The HP is very low on the side of G. We have Gyarados looking to make something big happen right here, but they weren't able to do it as we see Orange Juicers take a big win in game 2.
Big time win. As we just heard, of course, they're moving on in the winners final to face Nemesis, one of the most consistent teams, the most consistent team that we have in NA, but it can't be done without the Trevenant in that second game. Machisel getting the nod.
Yeah, Machisel doing amazing. They're playing that top path. The amazing thing about Trevenant is you can play this in so many different ways. Like when we talked about Sylveon earlier like this, Trev is the same thing. You have a better idea of what it's going to do the second a team drafts it because you know how they like to play it. But this is that damage-focused, brawl-focused Trevenant. Curse Hornleech. You've got the massive resets on Hornleech, able to just push your opponents around the entire battlefield. And then you saw the damage numbers and the damage taken. Huge.
Yeah, the thing that's amazing about Trevenant, of course, the Pokemon itself, but its movesets, not only are they each individually good in their traditional sense and the things that they're traditional paired with, we just kind of see the cross swap there, the Hornleech and Curse, and sometimes you see Hornleech Woodhammer. But like any combination of these moves practically for Trevenant makes sense in whatever role you need it to fill, and that's why things like Trevenant or Sylveon are so strong.
Now we have more exciting Pokemon Unite action coming at you. The thing that really makes sense is not going anywhere. We'll be right back. TTV is back. They are your AOS Cup North America Grand Finals champions.
Hi, I'm Lutano with Team TTV, and this is my puppy, Saya. When I was younger, I played a lot of sports growing up, and I was really, really competitive. I did like wrestling, football, stuff like that. After high school, I graduated, went to college. I didn't continue with sports, but I really, really loved playing games my entire life growing up. And when I entered college, I found esports as a whole, and that's it kind of got me hooked, and I've been playing competitive ever since then. To maintain my mental and physical health, I read a lot of books. I watch some TV shows to really unwind, like after a hard day of practice and a stressful environment. And I also walk my dog pretty regularly, and if I ever get like really stressed, you can always play tug with her or something like that. So it's really helpful, keeps you grounded.
You're gonna need to run, buddy. It looks like, oh yes, Inder makes it home, and now you still gotta fight this Urshifu, taking a wicked blow and going down to the Phantom Force.
What really makes a great team in Pokemon Unite is trust in your teammates. You can't improve as a team unless everyone is on the same page about what they want to do, how much they want to play, how seriously they're going to take it. And I think those are really important discussions to have with your team before you really like commits, And going into it, all of our teammates this season and last season, we knew that we just wanted to grind, we wanted to be the best. We got our dub in AOS this weekend, or last weekend, so You know, we got something done, but there's still more work to do. My primary target Pokemon right now are Glaceon and Gardevoir. I really enjoy playing them, specifically Gardevoir. Glaceon is more of like a meta-dependent pick. It's just really powerful right now, staying off the map, you know, hiding in bushes and then just one-tapping someone. It's super good, but Guard is just like that really strong backline threat that just peppers down the tanks, anyone that comes near. So I really enjoy playing them. They really fit my playstyle.
There are some very dangerous damage dealers here in the bottom area waiting. However, this is an aggressive push on top with the Regieleki. I didn't even realize they took it.
All my teammates are people that inspire me. I wouldn't be on a team with them if I didn't think I had something to learn from them or they had something to learn from me. I could talk for days on how much I believe in my teammates as players and as individuals. So I don't think I want to be playing with anyone else. When we won AOS, we were kind of like bated breaths, you know, in the last like 5 seconds of that grand finals. We knew we had it in the bag, but we were just like, you know, did we do it? Did we do it? It's ticking down, you know, and then, you know, last second we just explode, you know, with energy. We were all so ecstatic, you know. It had been so long since we'd really won a really major tournament and ended up winning the big one. It was something else for us. What's next for our team going forward is really expanding our Pokemon pools. I think we had pretty good pools going into AOS, but we kind of had a few holes in our draft that we were afraid were going to exploit it. Having a really expansive and deep pool to draw upon will really just make drafts so much easier, and maybe we can just win games to draft sometime, you know? And that's pretty much all we're going to be focusing on going forward.
And we got a new champion in the North America region. It's TTV, back in the days of old.
My best advice for someone trying to get into Pokemon Unite, I'd say, as a pro player, would to be put in the work. A lot of people, they don't understand how much time goes into really practicing and prepping. I don't know, they say, hey, I want to be a pro player, I'll play for like, you know, an hour or two every night, you know. There's no if I'm good, it's you put in 6 hours and then you get good. There's no shortcut to it, you really have to just grind it out. And then from there, after you put in the work, then you can start talking to people, really interact with the pro community and the top level players, and then before you know it, you'll be on a team. Thank you all for watching and supporting Pokemon Unite and the scene as a whole. It really means the world. We wouldn't be here without you guys' support and your cheers. Thank you all for supporting my team in particular. We have honestly the most amazing, most loyal fans that anyone could ask for. Couldn't ask for a better fan base from you guys.
Here we are back in New Orleans for NAIC, Doob Snacks.
I love that Lutano interview. He's got it so good, he rented an empty condo to film that interview in. Tip of the cap for him to make sure everything is clean and pristine in the background for that.
Speaking of clean and pristine, this event has been pretty amazing. Oh, sorry. Speaking of clean and pristine, take a look at Doob Snacks, everybody. The man looks incredible. We had an event earlier where a marching band came through the center. You were with the marching band?
It was a tragic decision by production to throw me into the mix, and
I'm sure the marching band wasn't in love with it.
They weren't excited either. They were like, why do they keep? I kind of like kept flat tiring them, like stepping on the back of their ears, like that's why you heard like the tuba kind of like kick off a couple times. That was me.
Sure.
I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't intentional. I was just too excited.
Let's take a look at our bracket right here, Doobstex. We just saw a crazy good game between Orange Juicers and G. It was a 2-0, but it was a lot closer, especially in game number 1. We're going to see Nemesis against Orange Juicers a little later today, but now G's not going anywhere because they've got to deal with Ignorance in our losers round 2.
And Ignorance off of a big win against Exile, again, kind of that 4th team all year long in NA on our CP standings and our finishes. So Ignorance is on one a little bit, but G, if they have their confidence, they've got a real opportunity to press forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Nihao is going to have to deal with Luminosity Gaming, which is just, I mean, this is going to be quite a matchup. A lot of people talked about Nihao as one of the big spoiler teams for this tournament, right? And then, of course, Luminosity Gaming, the former world champs. You could really only say former world champ, Overlord, on that team right now. We have 2 world champions from last year's Worlds, and they're both in our losers bracket right now.
Yeah, but they need to go through the teams they have in front of them first before they get to square off. Now, can G bounce back? Like you said, they did lose 2-0, but the games were closer than that scoreline feels.
Much closer.
But Ignorance, again, great games against Exile, and really had to scrap and claw back into both of their wins to give themselves a chance. So they're pretty resilient in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you like about Ignorance is it feels like it was a team that a lot of people counted out. They thought Exile probably takes this, right? And then once you start picking up some wins, I think things change for you, right? You kind of change the mentality. That momentum is very, very big. And now they're going up against a squad that just took a loss.
Yeah, and if they can keep, I mean, these players that we're looking at, Ignorance here, they've played against all of the players on G multiple times over for 2 years now. So there shouldn't be too many, at least, individual skill level surprises. I think, to me, the difference is going to happen on that draft screen.
Yeah, I think draft is going to be a big difference maker, and I think we saw it last game. Game 1 between G and Orange Juicers felt pretty close, felt like a solid draft from both of these squads. Game number 2, I felt like G's drafting strategy was, again, one of those moments where if it works, what a brilliant play. And if it doesn't work, you're going to have a lot of people walking away going, really? Lane Ninja? That was your plan?
Yeah, and we're taking a look here at G, Egnu, Black CH / OG, and Zealot. Zelling having a couple good games trying to keep the team in it. Black, of course, on the Mew, looked phenomenal in that first game. Fell a bit shy in the first game. Second game, maybe things started pulling apart a little bit. But I do think they have to have confidence in their research, right? There was a reason they picked Greninja, and you could kind of see it in practice. You can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to don't do that. First and foremost, that's a ridiculous expression now that it's rolled out of my face and is on broadcast. But they need to just stick to their plans. Whatever they've drummed up for this tournament, stick with it and execute it.
Well, bathwater notoriously was extremely difficult to deal with. I'm just giving you a little history lesson right here. Of
course.
So difficult to deal with that any chance to get it out of the house, you would take that opportunity. Children in the bath or not, that's where the expression came from. Obviously, we're much happier to be living in the time we are right now because previously, you and I, out the window.
Out the window. However, bath water is disposed of in days when there wasn't drains, I suppose, but it's a draft.
Here we go. We have Ignorance, your purple team. G, your orange team. The bands are here. Trevenant, Sylveon on the side of Ignorance. Tyranitar and Venusaur on the side of G. Now the question is, with Venusaur banned, are we going to see Phalanx and which team is going to grab it? Venusaur being one of the bigger counters for this Pokemon.
Yeah, G banning it means that, to me, it's probably on their radar. Immediately picking up this Crustle. Soup Chef picks up the Crustle, kind of their go-to pick, and OG locks in Phalanx without missing a beat.
I mean, look at these two huge picks on the side of G right away. You've got Leafeon and Phalanx, and they have one of the biggest counters taken away. Of course, we saw Lucario do a lot of work against that Phalanx from Orange Juicers in Game 1, but it is a tough Pokemon to take down if you don't have any of the strong counters. Tyranitar, pretty good against Phalanx. Venusaur, pretty good against Phalanx, and they are not here. Even Sylveon, very strong against Phalanx, and now it feels like G has unlocked Phalanx with not a lot of answers on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, G has a phenomenal draft going right now. This is a very strong draft. However, not to be outshined, Neon, amazing on Mew in their own right, and then Goop and Protein Shake, locking in Blaziken, Gyarados, two Pokemon that damage-wise, if they get online, can contend.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting here. So both Blaziken and Gyarados, they kind of suffer from the same problem we saw G have last game. Not exactly, but they still have the Gyarados, and then they have a Pokemon that takes a little while to get online. It takes them a little while to get good, if you will. On the side of G, you have a lot of stuff that's good very, very early. We're going to have to see what that, difference is going to look like inside this game. Protein Shake playing this playing Blaziken, and with the item setup it has, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing Blaziken played in that central area.
That's where I would think. Gyarados we've seen historically in the top path. I think you're right, Spriggles. I believe that's where Ignorance is going to go with
it. Looks like it, right? Because you're going to be sending that Gyarados up to path, obviously. You can't send Gyarados to the center unless you're absolutely insane. But we can see some insane plays. I mean, this is NAIC. We're just going to have to NAIC which team is going to be able to win this set and move forward here. We are now in our losers bracket. So if these teams lose, they are going home.
Correct.
Or going to the final stretch, I guess I should say, right?
Yes, they're dropping into the final stretch, punching their ticket straight to the top 8. We're looking at Soup Chef right now. Their Crustle play is very solid, and it doesn't surprise me that they've gone to a comfort pick like that. It does have a lot of utility just kind of across the board. It is going to be up to the Phalanx to maneuver around Crustle.
And here we go, heading into game number 1. Ignorance, your purple team. G, your orange team.
And we are chopping along here as Slash pushes forward. Can they get a quick stack? And they do, +7, going straight towards a berry and maybe to the bunnies to see if they can send those down the path.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of a pause right here. It looks like we have maybe some technical issues as we're coming back to say hi to everybody, hopefully here soon. Right now, you're just seeing this timer count up, and while I would love to cast this, it looks like we're heading to 15, possibly to 16, and here we go, 18, it is here, 19, and 20, baby. Can we get 21? We do! Way past it all the way to 23. Doomsnacks, this thing is cooking. We're up to 26 right now. Oh!
Cooking so hard, Charizard was materialized on screen, and I don't want to spill the beans here like a bad chef, but I did just kick a cord back here when all the power went out.
All right.
I did accidentally literally kick this cord and the power went out.
What?
That is, I know normally we joke about that. When I pivoted over, you saw me swing over, I kicked that cord, power went out.
If you
cut the power, that is banana lands.
I would be very excited to find out you cut the power. I would be very excited to find that out. I'm looking at our producer. He doesn't look that happy.
He smiled and then was like, I appreciate you, but I'm also mad at you.
I'm also mad at you.
But I appreciate you.
And I'm wondering, there's nothing I want more, and I love you. I want you to know this. There's nothing I want more than for you to have caused a power outage in this entire arena. I would love for that to have happened. That would be huge for me.
I know that's big for you.
Big for me.
That is not great for old Snacks if that is exactly what happened. And you can see, I didn't make up the power not being on. And what you can't see from here, from this angle here, there is a cord with yellow tape on it. And I kicked it very hard, and then the power went out.
Welcome back to a very spooky episode of Pokemon Unite. Here we are at NAIC. I've heard of some of the ghost tours and things like that happening around, but we have one going on right now inside of this arena. It is a very spooky moment for Pokemon Unite, as some of the lights are on and some of them are off. You can tell that is the case because there's some light.
There's one light on here, and there's none there.
There's kind of some lights over here as well.
Whoa, we have these back here. That's super spooky.
We could use this.
Spooky NAIC.
Ooh. Let me tell you the story of a match Doomsnacks and I had yesterday where I was a level 15 Phalanx at Rayquaza. Ooh, we're up by hundreds of points.
Hundreds.
Surely our jungle scissor will meet us at Rayquaza and we can...
No!
What happened, Doomsnacks?
They back cap.
No, say it ain't so. No!
We did it. We summoned the power back on with our strength. Either that or it's just one light that kicked on.
It could be actually just one light that kicked on, but it looks like things are coming back right here. There's a whole crew. You can't see them. They're just slightly off camera. They're fixing this cord. Because we do think Doomsnacks caused this power outage. But it was a good time to talk to you all a little bit about backcapping, a little bit about Jungle Scissor, and a little bit about a very tragic start to the season for old Snacks and I.
Yeah, this was the season? Oh yeah, the
new season.
I was like, it's just been one broadcast. I don't think we struggled every broadcast.
No. They said we actually had a medium start to this season, which I was really happy to hear.
The word they used was tepid.
Yeah, they said, that's right, tepid. And I was like, what is that like? They're like, it's like medium,
it's
but
like
not
medium,
good.
but
It's
yeah.
like medium, not good, is what they said.
It's like an angry medium.
Yeah.
It's like, it's medium.
It's like,
but we're not angry, we're disappointed. It's a medium with disappointment.
Yeah, it's like, we still love you, but at the same time, we're just not happy with your performance.
Medium.
Didn't feel great.
It did not.
You know,
it did not.
It's one of those conversations where someone comes up to you and they're like, hey, looking pretty tepid out there. And you're like, ooh, that doesn't feel good. But I'll tell you what felt worse was that Jungle Scissor.
It was egregious.
It was very tragic.
And for the record, it was also level 15.
It was.
It was doing fine.
It was taking fights. It was making things happen. Then right at the end, it was like, I don't even want to win at all. I'm out of here.
I will say it was the most hyper-aggressive Scissor I've ever played with.
Oh, yeah.
And
They wanted to brawl.
They did not carry that energy into the race.
And then when it was time to fight, they wanted to score, baby. Now's our chance to score. That is their motto, except throughout the rest of the match where it's now's our time to fight, even when we shouldn't. But you know what? It's all good. We're not mad at you.
We're not mad.
We're not mad at you at all. It is what it is. You know, you win some,
it was
you lose
tepid.
some.
We're tepid.
Honestly, I'm more upset than tepid. I'm more upset than tepid as we're getting things back online here in New Orleans. It's been such a fun time. Yeah, it's been such a fun time here in New Orleans. Obviously, last year we were in Columbus for NAIC.
Which is a city.
Which is a city, no question about it. Yep, it's a city. Production saying it is a city. And I got to say, I love getting to have like two completely different vibes for where NAIC is being held.
They are on opposite sides of the spectrum, without a doubt, are Columbus and New Orleans.
However you would look, like if New Orleans is in the right side up, Columbus upside down, and you flip it either way. However stranger things would take place, that's the reverse, these two cities.
And who knows which one has those flying demon things? We're still trying to figure that out.
I'm guessing Columbus.
As somebody that lives just south of Ohio, I agree. And the food's better here, without a doubt.
And we have our players on stage getting ready for this match. It looks like we're getting back into it. We've had the pause going on, and here we go, Doopstacks. Right back into this thing, ready to go.
Ready to go. Zealot, of course, level 4, pivoting into the top path here. We'll see what they can do. OG taking a ton of damage off of the Mew. Neon making their presence felt.
Yeah, heading up to this top path. I mean, the amazing thing that you get to see with Leafeon is just how much pressure you can put on your opponents early, and it's why it was such a huge pick for so long. You see Black in this bottom path trying to stop this. Oh, huge moment right there. I love that play from Goopiter. If they pick up that KO with Flail, that's a Gyarados.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they stayed in the pocket. They stayed aggressive. Black maybe putting a little bit too much pressure to make that scary situation, honestly, for G.
Yeah, and here we go. We can see the evolution has happened here in the bottom path. Goopiter working on doing some damage to Slash here. The Rock Tomb not able to stop them from getting those berries. They're going to see if they can steal away this Bunnelby, and they do. Slash in some trouble right here. Fighting two in the bottom path. They're able to take it down.
I will say Slash has pushed the limits of Umbreon better than any player I've seen so far.
Yes.
Really just being able to extend plays, and that's after it got that defense debuff in one of our most latest patches here. Nice little Astonish. Crustle comes through to try and pin some of these players down. Soup Chef can't quite wrangle in Eggnoob, but OG is going to be getting tons of pressure put on them as they're going to roll back through that Hoopa portal.
Nice little Rock Tomb right there. We've actually seen some huge Rock Tombs from Soup Chef. Slash running down to this bottom path, seeing if they can take down Goopiter, and they do set up a nice big KO. Cram with the secure there.
Yeah, Soup Chef is going to be responsible for defending alone. They put out a Rock Tomb, pick up a berry, but I think that's all that G's going to give them there. OG, on the other hand, hanging around, boosted out from Neon, but it's already sorted out by Protein Shake.
Yeah, Protein Shake, the greatest name in Pokemon Unite, playing the Blaziken and looking pretty good with it. They should be getting pretty close to their level 8, which is, of course, the biggest power spike for this Pokemon, maybe 6 to 7, but once they have that move switching, they're able to move in and really do some crazy damage right here. Here comes the overheat into the Blaziken, not able to make it happen there.
I like what they're trying to set up, though. You saw the Rock Tomb and the bounce into the trapped area to just deal a ton of damage, be able to focus fire things down. Can't quite get Slash with the Rock Tomb there, as they are just going to press forward into the face of Ignorance.
And here we go. We've got 4 members of Ignorance in this bottom path. Mew staying top, 4 members of G in this bottom path. Regice getting very low right here. Here comes the overheat for the Secure, but it's way too early.
Too early, but secured, however, by Goopiter, but that is just collateral damage now because G is just taking the bodies instead. Zealot trying to get back to a berry. They actually get topped off by the Blissey, so they have to hang out for a second. Can't take enough damage. Now it's the support and defender core that is trying to keep this goal zone standing, but they can't. X's are coming through on 3, but here comes the rest of the team here. Protein Shake looking for a target. Meanwhile, Phalanx taking a Reggie.
Yeah, Phalanx takes the Reggie top. Now this bottom goal zone's gone on the side of Ignorance. They're pushing towards this bottom goal zone here for the side of G. Kramer at Unite move comes out. Here's the Bliss assistance. We've got the hyperspace hole, not going to be sending anybody home. No, Crustle does make it home. Goopiter goes down, Crustle coming right back. Blaziken goes down on the other side. G pushing back here, and it looks like Ignorance is not able to make anything happen in this bottom path.
The fact that Soup Chef was able to stand that long after coming back through is a shock in and of itself. but coming back through might be even the bigger one at that. Phalanx closing out a goal zone up top, and I believe that's OG just working all by their lonesome up there.
Yeah, up to this top path here, Phalanx is just doing it. Level 10 already, Cram level 10, Leafeon level 10. Wow, I mean, this is huge. G, experience-wise, crushing it. Points-wise, crushing it. You know what? I think they're having fun up there, too.
They're really having a good time. OG just hanging out, pressing their buttons, and taking all the wild farm. Okay, closing out some goal zones, feeling good. 238-23.
Yeah, 238-23. This game is not particularly close on the scoreboard. Level-wise, it's getting out of control right here, and Ignorance is in some trouble. G feels like they drafted kind of perfectly here. It looks beautiful for them, and they're playing like it right now. We're going to have to see if, now that we have Gyarados, now that we have Blaziken, both fully online, if the next time they all get together for a fight, if Ignorance can really make something happen.
I agree, and I said this game was going to be the draft screen difference, and that's exactly what it's looking to be. Gooper caught in the middle of absolutely everyone, and they get burned down and put down quickly with a big solar blade and the power of the sun.
Yeah, huge stuff there from G as they're taking this bottom objective with ease, continuing to score top. 23, 278. Now G can make a lot of different plays here, just capturing that Regice, running towards this bottom goal zone here. They're able to fight down here and really make something happen, and Ignorance is going to have to push back. At the same time, G can just pivot and move up to this top Regieleki if they want.
I want to say Neon using their Mew Unite to cancel out the Leafeon's two-step Unite was critical here. It gives them a real opportunity. However, Cram Unite pops off, Sushep goes down, and moving forward is Zealot. Screwball not using a deep Hoopa portal. They do knock out Goopiter on the backside, and really G is just kind of doing whatever they want on this map.
Yeah, G is just running amok right here as we have Leafeon attempting to score 40 in that bottom path, and it looks like it does go in. 23-318, Regieleki is walking.
I mean, there is no rest for the Wicked out here, and Ignorance is looking pretty bad. They need to find a way to cobble this thing together. If this Regieleki walks, it just gets cataclysmically worse for them. They're fighting on the backside. Black Sage taking a ton of damage, but moving forward is Slash. They're playing so far forward. They're facilitating so many engagements. Solar Beam from downtown, but it doesn't really hit any prime targets. They bounce on top of Slash, but Slash still stands. We've got a two-step right in the middle. Zealot picking up there from the Unite move and picking up a Blaziken to boot. Now OG's just sitting on there trying to prevent portal resets. Can't stop the Hoopa, and this Regieleki's still walking Spraggles. Goopiter on half HP. They're picking up that score shield, but not the score shield, the pad shield, and they get X-scissored back. And now Scrubernut's hanging out. Eggnoop's going to score the hard way. Doesn't need the Regieleki.
Wow, I mean, this is a crazy, crazy fight here from G, and it somehow walks. 396 for G to 23.
I mean, okay, Ignorance, take a deep breath here, right? You've got tons of wild farm on your side of the map. You only have to babysit one tier 2 goal zone. Farm up your side and try to not let Slash dictate these engagements. Slash is playing so far forward and they're sustaining for so long that the team can actually show up late and still take a pretty convincing team fight.
Yeah, Slash played that so well. Well, I couldn't believe how long that Umbreon lasted right there. I'm sure Ignorance couldn't also. Great, another Regice taken right here. G captures it. 23 seconds until Rayquaza. They're up by almost 400 points. This is that situation that you love to be in if you're G. Even if Ignorance gets Rayquaza, it's still very possible they don't win this thing.
Yeah, you want to, if you're going to take Rayquaza Ignorance, you got to take all the bodies with you too. You got to really have to get them all. And now, take a deep breath. Rayquaza is going to hit the map. Onus on Ignorance.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this right here. Obviously, Slash just doing an incredible job frontlining, protecting those squishier Pokemon. Even if Slash gets in some trouble right here, even if Slash goes down again, G is just so up in this match. It's just so hard for Ignorance to come back. They're looking for something on Slash. Here comes the Cram Unite.
Right into the Phalanx, engaging on the Hyperspace hole. Cram Unite is there, tons of damage being rained in, and the spacing is happening is very true. Scrubana actually has to put a portal down pretty much just for themselves and Soup Chef. They're hanging out, they come right back through. Egg Bomb is there, all the damage is going straight in. Soup Chef is on the backside. They're the first player to fall, and I think it's going to be like dominoes now. They've got Goopiter Trap popping the Gyarados Unite move. Protein Shake can't overheat anyone. Popping the Hoopa Unite as well. They need to start getting some stuns down. down. Bliss sits on the backside. Jupiter has to jump over the wall to try and get out. OG's right on top of him, though. We're going straight. It's Screwball and Goop. Goop is down. Now Screwball is the next one. Protein is down. Everybody's getting shaken up. Give him a two-step. Give him a solar blade. Give him a body bag. G absolutely commanding out here.
Yeah, G is just crushing this fight, crushing this match. They don't need Rayquaza. The points are raining in. 36 and then a hundo burger. Over 500 points. No Ray. G with a dominant performance here in game number 1.
Bell to bell, and I know it's going to go understated, but watch this game back. Slash was a demon.
A demon.
Absolute,
a monster.
Absolute thorn in Ignorance's side. The mileage that they're getting out of this Umbreon is unlike anything I've seen before. They are pushing the limits of this Pokemon, and they know those limits, and they're towing that line over and over and over again.
I know Doobsnacks cut the lights in here, but it looks like Slash, put Ignorance to bed. Lights out plays from him. Incredible stuff. That's what some of the best defender play that we've seen all tournament.
I mean, the whole team is wiped. G just making it hurt now. Holy. Again, Ignorance has the ignorance to step up against G in that matchup. Yikes, my friend. They've got some work to do.
Yes, they do. It's one of those matches, you can see it on the side of Ignorance, nothing went their way. And sometimes in a match where nothing goes your way, you can shrug it off a little more, because it's not like one play like, if we just had done, no, nothing went your way. It's time to, wipe down that whiteboard and start formulating a new strategy here, because what you just threw up against G is not going to work.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that draft here, and once we saw the Tyranitar and Venusaur ban, it almost felt predetermined that they were going to pick Phalanx.
Yes.
I don't know how many phenomenal options are necessarily left for you to pick from after that, but I think once you see the bans, you can't go to Crustle first.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting call, right? Obviously, they have a lot of faith in Crustle. I think their Crustle was quite good.
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, we knew Phalanx was coming, and it really put on a show here in this first game.
And we're watching just the dividends that were paid from that amazing draft by G here. I mean, every single team fight felt like theirs. Even this Ignorant Siege here, we have a Cram Unite Bliss Assistance right into the mix. They can't even knock out the Blissey, and now everybody is just catching L after L as that whole Goal Zone Siege is stymied.
And while that's happening, Phalanx was by themselves in the top path, just taking Regieleki, getting a huge overcap, and the points didn't stop raining in for the side of G. They extended their lead in a massive way, almost 400 points by Rayquaza.
I mean, yeah, Cram 13, Phalanx 13, Zealot on the Leafeon knocking on the door of 13 to level 12, and you're seeing these numbers at the end. I mean, come on.
Yeah, great stuff here as the points are running in that main goal zone. We saw it something like 830-something to 20-something. I mean, a real one-sided game here. And you must be feeling good if you're G, right? You just had a tough run against Orange Juicers, and now we're taking a look at OG. We were just talking about it, Phalanx.
Yeah, what's even most impressive to me about these numbers, Spraggles, is those came in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
That's when all of that happened.
Mm-hmm. You'll see a lot of players, if a team's able to facilitate it, you can leave a strong carry Pokemon like this Phalanx up in the top path by themselves. You see Blaziken's up there. You'll see Gyarados up there. Just get as much experience as you can. That way, the next time we see you, they are ready to jump on you. Take a look at this build right here, too. Attack Weight, Razor Claw, 2 items I love for Phalanx. And this third slot, I always feel like is something that you can, swap around based on personal preference. Curse Bangle is a great option, right? When you're running no retreat Iron Head, you've got those auto attacks to apply a ton of curse damage. You got kind of this big bouncing area effect damage that you're throwing down, and you're just able to limit the amount of healing your opponents receive with that. Curse items, especially in draft, just so powerful.
I was just about to say, something I feel like teams can get better at is manipulating their items after a draft is complete. And there's some cases where we just don't see as many curse items as I think we should because of things like you just called out. And, you have like predictable results. Like even like Assault Vest, I think could probably find its way into more games.
Yes.
But there's this stigma on those types of items, like they're not very good. But in corner case scenarios, they are game changing, or can be.
You know, there are some stats I would love to see more of or I'd love to see in Pokemon Unite. So we don't know how much healing you mitigated with a curse item.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you could look at that number. You could walk out of a match and go, oh, actually, when I ran Curse Incense on my Chandelure, I negated 50,000 points of healing or something. Like, if you were able to see that number, I think people would be more excited to pick it up, because you're going to see bigger damage numbers if you're running choice specs on that Chandelure, right? And the same thing with Assault Vest. How much damage did you soak up with that Assault Vest? Because I would love to know.
No surprises here. G going straight back to the Tyranitar ban, and I think Ignorance needs to see the writing on the wall. They're knocking down Blissey, which means, hey, they want to leave open Phalanx's band. Okay, Venusaur's still in play, but might not get picked until later on. We'll see where G ends up here.
Yeah, I want to see how G drafts this, because we had a kind of that does not surprise me at all.
No.
That Umbreon first pick. I actually, I may have wanted that Umbreon banned out from the side of Ignorance. No question, Slash's tree was crazy when we saw it earlier, but that's maybe the best Umbreon play I've seen.
I agree completely. I think going tree first, Phalanx has to naturally follow if you don't ever have any intention on playing something like a Venusaur, right, that was still available. But look, 2 quality EVs on the side of Ignorance. Sylveon, kind of everybody's Pokemon to watch here, and Leafeon, we just saw what he could do last game.
For sure, and now we're actually seeing the Mew come back out for the side of G. I love Mew as well, and I was wondering if we'd be seeing much of it, you know, given that it recently got some nerfs. You have to wonder. I mean, we had a Pokemon dominate, we had 2 Pokemon dominate throughout this entire season. Blastoise, Buzzwole, both of them nerfed, both of them gone. You don't see them at all anymore.
No, I think, I know, I saw it. Just to finish the point about Mew, I think the thing that Mew is particularly good at, it's so unique and does so many things that even though it's getting nerfed down, its utility is so wide that there's always, you never feel like you've lost value necessarily. And yes, that is a little gentleman. Let's get to work.
Let's get to work. We've got Sableye, we've got Metagross, we've got Meowscarada. I absolutely love this composition from both of these teams, but I'm always excited to see the little gentleman, Sableye, make its way onto Eos Island. It's one of the funnest Pokemon to watch, one of the funnest Pokemon to play, one of the most stressful allies to have on your team when you're playing solo queue. It's just, it's a lot of everything. In fact, you know, little known fact, the only match you and I won the other day, you were on Sableye.
I was, and then I handed off the game because we had to go to rehearsal. So neither of us actually finished the one game that we've won so far this season.
We didn't need to mention that, but it is true. The only game that we did win, we had to hand our phones to somebody else to finish the game.
Shout out to Amanda carrying the Sableye play all the way to the finish line, getting us a win. Is Scribble not going to be able to find value on the Sableye?
That's the question, right? And I think if teams know how to play around Sableye, absolutely. In fact, we saw it banned out a lot in Japan. Japan has a lot of respect for high skill Sableye players, and I don't think we see that same respect in the regions we cover most, EU and NA. We're going to have to see how it plays out here. I also love it with this Metagross pick. I think there are some really interesting combinations. You know, Metagross wants you to stay in a certain position so it can continue to hit with Gyro Ball and stuff like that, you know, continue to keep its shield around. It kind of wants to brawl and then move in and out of combat, and Sableye can help facilitate that as we head here into game number 2. G, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. G is up 1 game right now. If Ignorance loses this, their only shot for Worlds is going to be through the final stretch tomorrow.
Scribblenaught again, you mentioned in Japan the difference between maybe Sableye's there and here. In Japan, Sableye's exclusively used almost for engagement tools, where here they're almost primarily focused on scoring with the back door of engagement. But this is a quick knockout on that Sableye, of course, and G is getting stacks very quickly now.
Yeah, we can see this bottom path here. Looks like things are going pretty well for Ignorance. The top path, not so much. Soup Chef having to run here. And you know what? I didn't even clock it. I was so excited to see some of these other Pokemon. We have Lapras here.
That's another Pokemon. You know, if you go like Parasong, for example, you can get a lot of ticks on a stationary target, get those knockouts that way. So Ignorance, I mean, reaching deep in the bag of tricks to see what they can do here to bring balance to the score sheet of 1-0.
Well, I got to say, I'm very excited to see what they're able to pull out here. As we head towards this top path, we've got the Sableye looking for something. Here comes the big-time Solar Beam, and all of that just disappears.
Eggnoob immediately getting feared by the hidden auto there of Scribblenaught. And meanwhile, I mean, Soup Chef is left alone 2v1 downstairs with Lapras and seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, it looks like things are going all right down there in the bottom path. Scribblenaught in some trouble here in the top path, but here comes Metagross now, level 5. It does now have that Gyro Ball, so it's really now able to fight.
Yeah, Gyro Ball going to be interesting. You know, picks up a bunch of shields, but you have the shield deleter in the face of Slash right there as well with that Umbreon Unite move.
Very true. Yeah, something you can definitely steal away. I mean, good thing for Metagross, it's able to get it back pretty quickly, but you're right. If they get a huge one in a fight or throw a Unite move, it can all be taken away by Umbreon. Lapras in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Meowscarada to pick up the KO, and they do.
They do. Leafeon right into the mix here, but Protein Shake sussed out by Slash, and they're put down quickly. Tons of damage raining back the other way. Slash getting taken out by Scribblenaught, actually, and 2 players down there in that exchange for G.
Yeah, I mean, things are going actually pretty well for G overall in that fight, but they do lose a couple members. Soup Chef runs to the top path, trying to deal with this right here. Gotta love seeing the flower trick. Meowscarada, Eggnoob trying to put some points in right here, or at least trying to be a distraction, but they do go down.
Yeah, I feel like maybe overextended their welcome, especially because they had a portal up and available. They maybe should have been tactfully retreating there. Alas, not the hope. Zealot going to get rained on with that Hyper Voice version of Sylveon, worth noting, as they're able to make it out with the double team.
Yeah, they're able to make it out of that, you know, pretty tough situation. And we do see Lapras. We were wondering what it was going to be running earlier, and it actually is on the Water Pulse. And now we see Sableye with the Feint.
Yeah, Feint going to be able to show your team essentially where the opposing team is, working as little wards within Pokemon Unite, and that's an interesting choice. Knockoff Confuse Ray is such a long stun duration for these other players on your team to engage with, but now it's going to be about communication, vision, and planning using those Feints.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few things it does also, right? You know, not only is it able to give you vision, it also has pretty good damage over time. Speaking of damage over time, let's get some damage pretty fast here as this Blaziken is moving through, and now we're going to see Ignorance defend here in this top path. It does damage over time, it gives your team some vision, and he is running a Curse item. So you're going to have this lingering effect of Curse on the side of Ignorance.
Jupiter getting bullied off of their pad by Slash, which leads to a KO on the Metang, and now we have the Unite move being popped immediately as the Regieleki hits. Black DH coming back up, picking up a Wish, but it's not enough. You can't dream that thing away as they are put down. Now, KO streak of 2 for the Sylveon. Neon coming alive, and Sylveon, a very good Pokemon as it turns out.
Dude, Sylveon is just, it's it right now. And again, we've seen it in so many different looks, right? This is the Hyper Voice version of it. You know, we've seen Mystical Fire do very, very well. Lapras in some trouble right here, going down. We just have this Blaziken. One of my favorite things about Blaziken, and it's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of it, it's not having a Unite move is kind of what makes it so incredibly good, because it just brawls so well and puts so much pressure on its opponents that you can bait out Unite moves with it because you're fighting really well, or you can just take KOs that you otherwise might not get with other Pokemon because you're able to use so many moves.
Meowscarada kind of pulling back out of their Unite as Zealot's on the retreat here, but the chase is on. Ignorance wants this Jupiter going for the pickoff here to see if they can cut them off, and they do. They get a quick KO. Popping the Rings Unbound is Eggnoob now. They're trying to stop this Goal Zone Siege. Slash rolling through. Actually, the portal's going to get knocked out. The Coliseum is unlocked as that Metagross is trying to play forward and trying to pick up some KOs here, but it's actually Ignorance that's getting buckled. Slash very low. They finally go down. Can they actually close the Goal Zone? Soup Chef does, but it's only an over 2. Meanwhile, KO streak of 3 for the Blaziken.
Yeah, look at this Blaziken right here doing some insane work. In a little bit of trouble right here, it does go down to the Lapras. Nice big pickup for the side of Ignorance. And this Lapras actually been putting in some pretty strong work. It was on the World Championship team last year, but of course this is not the same Lapras.
No, it's not. More of of, instead of like a carry top, it's playing in a true defender role here for this Ignorance squad. But Zubchev making it look pretty good. Slash pops their Unite move right on top of Goop. Slash is low on HP though, and they finally go down to the who else with the Lapras. Solarbeam comes through, it's too early, but it's still taken by Black CH.
Wow, that was still secured. I think it was too early, but there was still another tick of damage on it. Ignorance hits it with their own Solar Blade, and the Solar Beam secures.
That is wild. I thought for sure that Solar Beam was just a hair too early, but as you mentioned, that tick through still gets the secure done. Meowscarada Unite using it right now so they can get another tick of it for Ray. Can they convert it into anything? Protein Shake going to get bullied by Slash a little bit. This EV counterpart not letting them rest. Neon's right there. Can they pick up Slash? They do.
Yeah, nice stuff. Slash is such an in-your-face Umbreon player. It's really fun to watch. And we could see Sableye just peppering the environment with that fake Eos energy for people to pick up that feint. It's going to be really interesting to see how that can work later in the game. It gives you a lot of information at Rayquaza, but like you talked about before, it doesn't give you the same kind of stun power.
Right, you're going to have to really work around it with your team. Chaos Shrika 2 for Goop. Okay, we're moving back through. Let's see what OG can do in the face of 3. Hyper Voice is there, but they're knocking on the doorstep. They pick up a berry to get the little bit sustained. No way they get out of that. Metagross pivots back and gets the KO and snuffs them out quickly.
This is a really nice overdunk here. I mean, that was massive. Goal going down to 9. Now it's 227, 203. This match is a lot closer. Yeah, that was so huge. A lot closer.
Now Slash is there, but Goop is hiding out. Slash frozen in spot and stomped out by the Metagross. All 4 feet finding the home on the top of the head of the Umbreon.
And look at this here, though. We've got that level 13 on Meowscarada. They've got both their plus moves now, so they're going to get pretty powerful as this match continues. 30 seconds now till Rayquaza. Ignorance needs this match, and they're a lot closer than they were in game number 1.
Now Scribblenaught can cause some real problems, whether on the scoring metric or the backdoor engagement metric here, if they can make this happen. Looks like they're giving up this basement Reggie for really aggressive positioning. Hoopa's ready to jump on top of the Sableye if they show up. And listen to what, Spraggles, we got 10 seconds till Ray.
That's right, 10 seconds till Rayquaza. Nice, easy, secure there for the side of G. We're going to see how this Sableye wants to play it, and of course could look for a score right here, but they're looking for Agnew, and they take it right now. Rayquaza is here, and they're pushing.
Slash is trying to do what they can. They use their Unite move. Hyper Voice right in the middle. Zealot needs another target back the other way. They're putting in the Coliseum. Coliseum going to start looking like a mausoleum if they can get some knockouts. Slash gets buckled by the Solar Blade. On the backside is OG. They can't even find their way in. Scribblenaught is looking for a gap. They're trying to reset somebody, but no. They only get the double team of the Meowscarada. Unite is pop. Blaziken comes in. They get a KO on Lapras. Okay, we're starting to even the score now, but the rings are now unbound. Eggnoob is back. Eggnoob finding stuns. Doesn't hit a single target. Now they're going to be able to pivot on who else but Eggnoob. Nice stuns here. Electro Ball comes through, and it's Black CH heating up with the Mew. Neon gets stunned down. The Hyper Voice is down, and they are KO'd by a boosted auto. And the Spaced Ultra Beast looking thing that is the Hoopa. The rings are unbound no more, but the team is looking solid.
Yeah, looking amazing here. Here comes G looking to score. Huge plays from them in that fight. There were just so many moments that were massive. One of the biggest ones being that Meowscarada somehow getting away, moving through that Hoopa Unite move to get away from the Leafy on Unite on the other side. Down goes Sableye as we have a fight breaking out around Rayquaza. Soup Chef getting very low. Rayquaza getting very low. There's not a lot of secure on the side of Ignorance. They're looking for it right here. Are they able to make something happen? No, they are not. Triple KO for the Blaziken and the secure by the Hoopa.
All team is wiped. Ignorance is going home. These goal zones are getting broken, and you know what's on the menu, Spraggles. Hundo Burgers are about to rain in continuously as this lead stretches like taffy, and Ignorance has punched their ticket out of this event.
That's right. They're going to be heading down to the final stretch to see if there's any way they can make it to Worlds. G right now continuing through our tournament here for the North America Regional Championships. They need to win the North America Regional Championships to make it to Worlds. And when they're hot, they look like the team that could do it.
They really did. I mean, this is the best I've seen OG look, rolling out of the top path on the Blaziken, right? On just being able to step up, step in, and make a difference when it's time. I have to respect, all the respect in the world to Ignorance, one of the teams that has stuck together the longest, finally gets their opportunity on a big stage. Took a big win early, but now has an opportunity to at least continue this dream tomorrow in the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many big moments throughout that fight. That Meowscarada making it through that Hoopa Unite move and getting away from Leafeon in that final moment was so massive. I mean, just what a huge play. And then, of course, we saw once again Hoopa getting caught and starting a really bad situation for G. This is something they are going to need to fix because we've seen it multiple times today alone.
This is a perfect example of just because it didn't cost us there doesn't mean we don't need to talk about it. I think the energy behind the conversation is obviously going to be a little different.
Yeah.
But they need to figure that out.
Of course.
Eggnoob, I think, is sometime flipping back in a tank mode, defender mode. I mean, they have been playing that for 3 years until they've joined this team, right? They need to be able to just pump the brakes a little bit and make sure, especially when you're on a Pokemon like Hoopa, and that Unite move is so invaluable for the rescue plan of the rest of the squad.
Yeah, without question, as we see these two teams taking their time on stage, of course, giving each other some good games, recognizing that you're running up against some of the best players in North America. We can see them getting ready for that interview on stage too. Zoinks has Slash up there. I'm excited to hear what he has to say. We just talked to one world champion earlier. Now we get to hear from another. Let's take a look at these stats.
OG, 14 KOs, unsurprising. They're wearing the crown as dictated by the game, and they were really dominant in the final throws of those fights. The thing that's sticking out to me, because my eye is drawn to it, is that Sableye with no points put in is a tough look for the gentleman.
Yeah, that is interesting. And you talked about, them using it as more of an engage tool, and I think they did, right? But I don't think it was able to provide the kind of results they wanted out of it. Unfortunate for the side of Ignorance. It was exciting to see the gentleman, exciting to see Lapras too, who actually looked like it put in a ton of work.
It did. It looked really good. Soup Chef, no stranger to any of the defenders in this roster. And going to the Lapras, again, you saw the value that they had.
Yeah, we've got the interview on stage ready with Slash from G. We're going to send it on over.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks, for breaking down an incredible game. I'm standing up on stage with two-time world champion and victor of that last one. Slash, how did that last match feel?
I mean, it felt amazing. We had a lot of fun with it. Yeah. I respect Ignorance a lot as a team, too, so.
Yeah, they're incredibly strong, probably going to be a formidable team in the final stretch tomorrow, but you are currently on your run towards that top position, world champion spot on the line for your team. If you could take down this whole tournament, taking down a couple of great teams, who are you looking forward to playing against in the top 8?
I'm looking forward to facing LG and beating them again.
All right, that's good, that's good. Okay, now with all that energy, I saw Greninja locked in for your team one time. What's up with that?
So OG thought that he picked the Gyarados or something earlier, so he wasn't locked in, and he just wasn't paying attention and picked it on accident.
All right, make sure you're picking the right Pokemon, everybody. That's awesome. All right, Slash, incredible work. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Spraggles, Doob Snacks, back over to you.
I mean, I gotta love it. I love calling out Luminosity, saying he's gonna beat him again. Little known fact, he used to be on Luminosity and is a two-time world champion. It's so weird that is actually you when you learn something new.
It was disruptive in school. Let it be known.
Yeah, I can't imagine going through first, second grade. There's just a lot of information that they're giving you here.
There goes my pen.
And now he has a whale. That was a really exciting matchup, and I love a little bit of trash talk between these teams. I love the fact that these two teams could go up against each other. Right. Luminosity versus G, that could be amazing.
I find a lot of comfort now in knowing that the Greninja might have been just a shade of a grief pick, an accidental pick, because I was really racking my brain to how to make that conversationally work.
Yeah, I was wondering as well. It is nice to hear it was just a mistake, because I would agree, whether it was intentional or not, it was just a mistake. It was a mistake. As we're taking a look at some of the big moments here. Obviously, we had game number 1 was just a shutout by G. They almost kept them to 0 points, scoring over 800, taking every fight that they wanted and just winning everywhere that they really ran into Ignorance.
Yeah, and we're seeing here the OG dominance in Game 1, and that carried over directly into Game 2 with that Blaziken.
Yeah, and we can see now heading into game number 2, there were actually, this was a lot closer. It felt like Ignorance was more on their game. They were playing how they wanted to, and they were picking up some big moments throughout a lot of these fights. G really did still have control in a ton of moments, but Ignorance played so much better in game 2.
I agree. Off the back of Soup Chef on this Lapras, didn't necessarily find the type of value maybe they wanted out of the Sableye, but like Neon and Protein Shake on the EV twins here, that Leafeon Sylveon, crushing it.
Yeah, and here we go. We can see this scoring attempt in the bottom path by Ignorance, and just it felt like every time this was happening, boom, there's Blaziken just ready to wipe the floor with Ignorance. Big triple KO here at Rayquaza, big time secure, and you can see the huge victory for them. Player of the game, OG on the team of G.
14 knockouts, 92k damage, and just like the Phalanx game, all of this came right at the tail end, right? The last 5 minutes, the back half of the game, after getting stacked up, ready to go, and holy, when they engaged, were they taking people with them.
Yeah, they absolutely were, and you saw a lot of staying power in some of these fights, and that's due to the Eos Cookie and then Blaziken's passive kind of working together there, giving you even more healing when it's hitting with that Blaze. Really great stuff from OG. He's been on fire today.
Really good. I mean, sometimes the question is asked, which version of OG are you going to get? And this is the version of OG you always want humming. They are cruising. The thing that OG tends to have happen, though, is if they're up in front or they're behind, they still like to play on the opposite side of the map, which leads to kind of this snowball effect of getting caught over and over. If they can keep OG reined in a little bit and saying, okay, now we're cutting you loose.
Yes.
Like we've seen in those last 2 games, they've got a real recipe for success.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And if we could see them not pick Greninja,
that would be great
I think
too.
G has a great shot.
If OG dials in first on the draft screen,
locked in, ready to go,
and picks the correct thing.
Huge.
Great
I mean,
start.
that's a 1-2 punch that I think a lot of teams can't deal with. We're going to be right back here in a second. We have an amazing game coming up for you. Luminosity versus Ni Hao. We're going to find out if these two teams are actually going to go up against each other after Luminosity deals with Ni Hao. We'll be right back.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Finals, the regional finals for North America here in New Orleans. A few teams already knocked out, and we're headed into yet another knockout match, this time between Luminosity Gaming and the unknown factor of this tournament, Nihao.
I'm very excited for this one.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
Nihao, we haven't had a chance to see them on broadcast yet. They did play off stream against Nemesis, who is now sitting in the winners finals. Of course, an extremely strong team, but Nihao is one of the kind of upset teams of the tournament so far. As far as going into the qualifiers, they knocked down a lot of really strong teams, and they're one of those teams where it's like, oh, well, they've been competing around before a little bit, but like they just suddenly are like a different team.
Yes, but now standing in front of them is the hardest competition they have had to face as of this point in the tournament. Nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, that is quite a bracket to run into. Nihao going through a gauntlet, and now they are going up against the two-time world champions on stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test, but honestly, this is a really interesting test, I think, in both directions, where Luminosity, we even heard directly from Overlord that it's like, okay, well, they're newer together as a team, and they have to figure out how to gel together. And when we do get to see that, it's a consistency that's hard to find. And Nihao, on the other hand, have been the ultimate kind of upset team so far. 100%. So running into them feels like it could be a huge challenge for a team that's not been playing together as well.
Yeah, this squad, Bits, Victorian, Kirtan, Greninja 2 times. I think 2x is how they go by, but I like saying 2 times.
2 times.
And then Dusk to round out the roster. Again, this is a team that is just brand new to this level. However, a lot of people know of this squad who are very familiar with the grassroots level of competition or just late night ranked 5-stack grinders. Because apparently this squad is entering every single event they can, playing in a lot of in-house scrimmage style events, and of course hitting the rank ladder. However, again, this team has a 2-time world champion on it and a Rookie of the Year candidate, best support worldwide potentially. Lutano, one of the most winningest players in Pokemon Unite's history, if we go back before the Unite Championship Series, and Otter is very good at Cramorant.
Oh, yes, very good at Cramorant. I actually think the most ridiculous of this that you just said was one of the most winningest players. I do think that is the technical term.
Yeah.
The winningest player on the team. But no, absolutely accurate. Just all-star team. Overlord, we saw in the interview say that he thinks that everybody here is the best in their role, and just in general, which is a wild thing to say, but it's something that I don't think a lot of people would say is a wild claim, right?
No.
It is very much a realistic claim, but they've got to continue to learn to gel together. And I do feel like the more and more that they play in this tournament, the better that they will look over time. But Nihao does definitely want to put a stop to that, as they've been pulling off so many upsets.
Yeah, like you said, Luminosity trying to get jailed and everything. If we want to use esports speak, they are looking to get locked in, I believe. Locked in, demon mode, flux state, whatever esports jargon we want to use, they are currently seeking that. Nihao, on the other hand, are coming off of that loss, and we're talking about momentum. It is really difficult in this bracket position. In group stage, they performed amazing, giving themselves that winner's side advantage to have that buffer. They've already lost that to Nemesis, so now they are in that win or go home situation, or play in that day 2. Luminosity in that same lockstep, but I mean, Luminosity had the momentum. They're coming off the victory. A totally different outlook when it comes to entering a match on the main stage.
And the really interesting thing is, of course, great interview that we just saw from you, but if LG does win, that rematch does happen that we got to hear on stage.
Go.
So, I mean, hey, they've got to get through Nihao first, but that is something that could be set up for later. And both these teams fighting for interesting ways here, where Luminosity Gaming is not guaranteed worlds, but they're in a spot where they have to basically defend themselves in this tournament. And Nihao has nothing to lose, but this is where it's going to start the draft, and the first ban is Umbreon.
All right, we know kind of what to look out for on Luminosity Gaming. You see a bunch of Cramorant, a lot of phalanx out of Luminosity Gaming in this tournament up in this point. Nihao is a lot of question marks surrounding this squad when it comes to their style of play. I know Bits is famous for that in-path Cinderace, which we barely see ever in competitive play, but we definitely have some spice picks. Nihao understands the Otter element, though. Everybody's banning Cram.
Yeah, Otter, when we were out there on stage, was saying that he thinks that Cramorant is the best special attacker in the entire game right now, which is saying a lot, because they said even better than Sylveon, who was also banned. So now we're going further down the list of special attackers.
Number 3. Yeah, we'll see where we get to, but ooh, Nihao with a double defender selection, most likely playing that Trevenant in the top path brawler spot, but locking down 2 huge defenders is going to make Joey's decision a little bit tougher. We saw Mr. Mime from them earlier, though, so maybe we see that yet again, hovering the Slowbro for a moment, and the pivot over to the Mr. Mime is going to be locked in. Jail on their iconic Hoopa, and Joey on their not at all iconic yet, Mr. Mime.
Every match that we see, it becomes more iconic, I think. Where it's like we're filling up the experience bar.
Yeah.
This would be interesting. We have not seen a Chandelure, I feel like, for quite a while. If that ends up being what's locked in, and it will get locked in, we are going very far down the list of special attackers.
Triple defender currently locked in for Nihao. Leafeon, of course, an incredible damage-dealing Pokemon, can deal very high bursts amount of damage, but even for Leafeon, that is a ton of each HP to try to make their way through, not to mention the shielding, and with no Umbreon to steal those shields, it will be a challenging suspect for sure. Lutano, though, a beautiful lady today, locking in the Gardevoir with that Cursed Incense, a great option to rip through the high defenses of the enemy team.
Let's see if this is a real highlight here. They were kind of laughing at each other.
No
it went up with a different weird direction, I'll be honest. 4 defenders on the side of Nihao and a Chandelure. This is protect the lamp, the game. This is just going to be everybody saying, well, let's defend this literal glass cannon and make sure that we can do damage. This is a really interesting draft. I don't know what's going on.
We're cooking. That is what is happening. We are currently cooking at this point in time. AE Waterboy locking in the score shield Greedent right now. It has been a hot minute before we have seen that particular build emerge. Also, we see Bits last second changing their items is going with the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf on the Blastoise. So we'll most likely see some kind of spin variety, whether that's Spout or Pump will yet to be determined, but we'll definitely have a Splash, I'm so sorry, in this matchup.
Yeah, look and see, they're actually laughing right now. I think it's one of the big things about
we did that? Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
No, I don't think they're laughing at your joke. Sorry. They're laughing at their own draft, maybe. Though, this is really interesting. And honestly, the fact that we've got double Speedster against 4 defenders, that might actually run pretty well into that. Of course, that Chandelure is just so vulnerable.
Right.
I almost feel like they should have gone 5 defenders. But this is a very strange pick. Of course, anybody who didn't get a chance to watch the last EU regional finals, which is essentially the same exact thing, we did see in grand finals, Nouns did pick, well, Gatlu in particular did pick the Greedent, and it worked extremely well.
Bullet Seed Greedent too, which we almost never see. A moveset very rarely used, especially in competitive play. But I mean, a composition like this is breaking new ground in itself. So here we are, a best of 3 set between Luminosity Gaming and Nihao, and well, draft happened, so here we are. Now, I will say, the Mr. Mime so far for Luminosity Gaming has been crushing it. There's been so many targets that hate to get stunned up by Mr. Mime. We're in a very all-rounder heavy metagame these days. Mr. Mime absolutely shreds those Pokemon. 4 defenders. I don't know if there's a single defender that cares about Mr. Mime on the other side.
I mean, you can at least stop some of the annoying stuff that they want to do. And I mean, the fact is they are all going to have to get decently close. So, but definitely the damage, not nearly as much. Right now, though, I mean, the early game damage, this is going to be an issue for sure for Nihao in general. I mean, they've got a lot of Pokemon that really need to evolve to hit those power spikes. And let me tell you, Luminosity Gaming have some really not necessary power spikes to hit.
Yeah, 100%. There's some very strong early game Pokemon to work with. Lutano currently hanging out on the bottom path on this roll, so just taking blue buff, making sure that the Leafeon can take the red. So now their job is going to be hang out with Joey, try to pick up some of that EXP share experience. Mr. Mime, an incredible tank at getting last hits. That Confusion Blast, or even Psychic early, is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of them. But right now, oh my goodness, Bits not going to be able to do anything as that poor little Squirtle when there's an entire Dodrio on board, aside from 3 other heads, each head only on 1 Pokemon. That was a confusing way to say that. But basically 4 members of Luminosity Gaming just running down this top tier 1, getting exactly what they wanted, and then just all going back.
And they'll come right back, though. Dodrio can get a few more stacks in this way as well. Reminder, the passive needs to score all 3 of those dunks to be able to get the passive, or at least the attack weight stack, and that's why you see Dodrio hanging out for so long on these goal zones.
Yeah, and we can see this little bit of an invasion, and we're finally going to actually hit the Trevenant via invading into Luminosity Gaming's side. But I don't know how much else they're going to be able to get here. Level 5 versus a level 7 that's looking relatively hopeless. Oh no! Can't jump quite far enough right there. Does manage to get it with the Tri-Attack, so it will be the Tri-Attack. We will mention that. But that was at least going to waste a little bit more time.
The craziest thing about saying it's Tri-Attack is that Overlord is already at this level where they have chosen that option, right? Level 8 Dodrio, almost level 9, and we're still 45 seconds away from the first Reggie to emerge in this game. Greedent will get knocked out. Score shield or not, Dodrio is carving through your enemy shields and preventing the score. Fantastic option there. And Duskrunner just trying to retreat. This Woodhammer slowing them down a little, but they do not have the defenses to hang in this early game right yet.
Yeah, there's still a few more power spikes they really need to hit. They're starting to get there. Of course, getting their final evolutions for the Blastoise and the Chandelure are going to be really gigantic. They honestly probably just need to give up the objectives at this point. They are just so much weaker, and they've got to find their ways back in. But honestly, even if you back up all the way past your goal zone, it looks like Overlord's going to be trying to go for that KO regardless. Finally has to back up, but they, and by they, I mean Luminosity Gaming, can basically choose whatever they want from these first objectives.
Yeah, they have the pick of the litter, if you will. Poor Crustle stuck for just a moment. That barrier, even if it prevents you from moving, if you get him caught in that initial moment, it does give you a really small stun. You got hindrance resistance, it won't last too long, but if you're lacking in that regard, it will kind of micro stun you, and it's so frustrating to deal with. And Joey making sure that even if they're not trapping someone, they're at least making their movement difficult with those early barrier placements.
Yeah, or just, I mean, pushing them off from scoring, so many different things like that
seriously, so many options.
But right now, Nihao, I mean, they do have some points in, 61 21 points is not the worst in the world, but they're still down by about 100, and this Regieleki is definitely threatening going in. Overlord on the bottom is just trying to take down Dusk Runner, but just, I mean, it's a lot of HP to burn through. However, everybody's fighting in different places. I don't know if they're going to fully commit. Yeah, it looks like the Regieleki just got burned down. In the meantime, though, there was so much else that LG was able to kind of build the space for. They've got nearly the bottom tier 1 goal zone gone. Now it's gone completely, as I say that, and the Regieleki is in a great position for them. Bottom base Regi.
Of course, yeah. I love Luminosity Gaming's decision to push with that Regieleki, though. They know they can really turn towards the basement Regi at any given time. One of those win conditions for this Nihao composition is score tempo. With that greed into score shield, Crustle having a few options as well. Of course, Blastoise got some mobility. They really don't want to lose that opportunity at any given moment, so that's why you're seeing them aggressively push so hard for some of these win cons, at least in terms of score. Victorian gets so low, Confusion just goes wide. Leafeon's going to pick up the KO, but Joey's going to have a tough time making it out, and in fact, the Horn Leech will take that knockout.
Yeah, we did see the Unite as well come out from Chandelure just to try and get away. Did manage to get rid of at least one person. I think it was Overlord that got blinded by that Unite, but unfortunately it was just not quite enough. So the aggression continues. That's one thing that we know, especially this version of Luminosity Gaming will do, is if they're winning, they will just kind of hold forward and go all the way to the other side as much as possible to just consistently hold on to this lead.
You know what's funny is that has never been their story for a few of the players on Luminosity Gaming. Both Otter and Lutano have always been known to be very, very good reactive players. Wait for the enemy to make a mistake, but with this specific roster organization, they've really found this nether gear for them to get into, play this aggressive play. Even if Lutano's going to hang out for the most part, Overlord and JL and Joey are going to run it down and push their advantage every time. It's very exciting, and honestly, it's a huge credit to this team that they're able to make both play styles work so optimally.
Yeah, well, I mean, back when they were on Alter Ego, both JL and Joey, I mean, that team was just a whole forward team no matter what.
Yes.
So bringing that style over and then matching Overlord, who has done that quite as well, quite a lot as well on their own team back in the previous version of LG, it just matches up. But right now they're holding forward, trying to take down this tier 2 gold zone as the Regieleki's going in. We do see as well JL popping that Hoopa Unbound, one of the last opportunities maybe before we hit the 2-minute mark, but it's going to be to help them close that out quite well. They do get the 29 over dunk, a gigantic lead, 317 points ahead on the side of Luminosity, and there is still a minute, almost 2 minutes left until Rayquaza.
Yeah, and again, I was mentioning it before, Luminosity Gaming looking at the composition of Nihao and making a great read. One of the win conditions just totally eliminated. There is no way that Nihao will head into this final stretch with any relevant score lead, and now Nihao has to play for that main objective, even though their team fight might be all right, but their rip on Rayquaza and secure is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, especially if certain targets are taken out exactly like that. If the Chandelure is taken out quickly, maybe the Blastoise as well, then specifically the rip on objectives is going to go down so much. And, with Luminosity Gaming, their target choices are weird, obviously, when you've got 4 defenders, but they know that they can take out some of that damage, and then even if they just at best can force resets, the time is so much in their favor.
Oh, 100%. And you were mentioning it, we were seeing it in the draft screen, Wonder Chef, this kind of protect the Chandelure style of composition. It hasn't worked, though. Dodrio and Leafeon have been finding their way into the backlines and getting those KOs off constantly throughout this game. So Luminosity Gaming has found a way to even thwart the main idea of how Nihao wanted to play this. It is very upsetting for Nihao fans as we are going into the final stretch, 30 seconds away, and Luminosity Gaming with a gigantic lead and really all the experience they could ever ask for.
Yeah, and just getting more and more and more. They've got to be careful with the KOs now. We're starting to get into that spot where any stray KOs can mean that you're not there at the 2-minute mark. Maybe a little bit more impactful if LG was the one that was going to get KO'd right there, but this Regieleki, this final Regieleki, with such a huge points difference, I mean, both teams would get so much out of this, and it's going to go to LG. That's actually gigantic. They've got it going all the way down to their home goal zone, and now you've got to deal with that, but you've also got to get Rayquaza. You're just in a fork situation if you're Nihao.
Yeah, Nihao just losing win conditions left, right, and center, and now Overlord is chasing down that Greedent at a half HP. Just no fear in that carry player at all. You see JL popping the hoops Unbound towards the Rayquaza as well to bring the whole squad there, and now all of LG is jumping on the Rage. Trevenant within range, but a big Hyperspace Fury stun from JL, and Luminosity Gaming secure the Rayquaza.
already with such a huge point lead. The Regieleki's not even gone yet, which is, I mean, I'm sure it's going to get KO'd in just a second, but obviously it's not going to matter at that point. This looks like this is probably all wrapped up. That Regieleki is still there. That's actually kind of ridiculous. They didn't have the damage. Can it go in? If it goes in, that's just too much, and it goes in. We've got the Rayquaza. We've got the Zapdos. We've got everything you could possibly need. We've got 700-point lead. It might get to the 4 digits here.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming are currently 5 points under 100 and currently have a minute left in the game to rack up some of these scores. NIHAO, they try a very out there draft strategy. We're talking about some of their strange, interesting Pokemon picks. I don't think I really expected 4 defenders, but I got to admit, Wonder Chef, I don't think we're going to be seeing it again in game number 2.
I would have to agree, and they are actually getting some pretty good defense in the final 40 seconds of the game. Don't think there's any possibility, no matter what happens, that they could score back another 824 points or something like that.
Pretty tough.
But, yeah, whatever. It's going up. It's going up as time happens. My math is not good. But the point is, LG was looking amazing. And I mean, exactly what we were talking about, it is, they really had to play. This whole strategy is playing around defending your damage, but they just weren't able to do it. I think they might have gone a little bit more offensive in all of their defenders when they actually did need some form of defense. And then again, it was just so easy to get run over when you lost that lead, and all you have are brawlers. So the strategy, while it was interesting for NIHAO, just did not quite work out, and LG dominantly winning that game number 1.
Yeah, felt a bit like the Overlord show with that Dodrio, but make no mistake, Otter's Leafeon with that Razor Leaf Aerial Ace build as well was kind of surprising to me. Looked amazing. Only surprising because we've seen so much Solar Blade from Otter. Particularly love that attacker style build with the Leafeon, but playing that burst damage, sneak in, get out situation so well. And now we have Luminosity Gaming in match point contention right now. NIHAO really going to be looking for answers, and you have to hope they're going to start at that draft screen.
Yeah, we have to hope. I do like some of their choices as far as like trying to make that plan work, though. Like getting rid of the Tyranitar by banning it away is obviously a very smart choice against 4 defender, because you get 4 defender against Tyranitar and you're like, hey, Tyranitar, would you like a 200,000 damage game? That was just not going to be an option. But regardless, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, it was just not going to fall prey to that 4 defender option. And yeah, again, we only got to watch NIHAO, I believe, in 1 broadcast game for the regionals qualifier.
Right.
And they did have some interesting picks, but it was not this type of interesting picks. It was the Cinderace, it was...
Dragonite was really cool from them. Yeah, they have some interesting options. I think, well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure what's going through NIHAO's mind right now. It's tough. It's tough to be the underdog playing here in front of the tournament favorites in some people's eyes, even though Luminosity Gaming is coming from the losers bracket. Playing on main stage for the first time for a lot of these players, it's not just nerves, it's just what do we do against a squad that has that much firepower and energy behind them right now. Luminosity Gaming are currently wielding that fantastically. We are seeing so many good games from them, particularly in the draft screen. I've really liked what they've been able to do, and well, they've unlocked this Mr. Mime secret tech that apparently everybody in North America knows about but me, and it is crushing it.
It is, and yeah, I mean, honestly, not just them. Yeah, like a lot of teams are showing off that this Pokemon is really here to stay, and that's something that we didn't see at all from any of the other regions. This is pretty cool, which is kind of funny because I feel like we did used to see this Pokemon a little bit more in EU, of course, probably existing. But aside from that, a few more times. However, Overlord with a 100% player of the game, I think, record in this tournament so far.
Guy's a champ, 128,000 damage in total, 224 points on the scoreline. Again, I know we kind of talked about it ad nauseum, or maybe a little too much throughout the broadcast, but playing for score against a team composition that is built that way and just beating them at their own game is so important in these early moments. Otherwise, you have to make some really tough decisions. The other team might make you uncomfortable in that final fight. You can be put off step. So far, the 2-time world champion not feeling that pressure, though.
No, yeah, I love the pick for the Dodrio. I mean, Dodrio brings that to the table, that it can be a scoring Pokemon, but can also do so many other different things. Like playing with Tri-Attack is so good against a literal full team of defenders.
Yeah, it looks awesome. No Charging Charm, by the way. An item I love on Dodrio for a little bit of that extra move speed. We have seen Overlord equip that item before, so obviously something about their build really encourages them to swap into that Float Stone. And attack weight, obviously you're planning on scoring a lot in the early game, so you're going to make sure that attack weight is fully stacked, and maybe this needed the extra damage to break through some of these defenders.
Yeah, I feel like that could definitely make sense. Or just your flexibility to be able to score more by just being more different places on the map.
Yeah.
I do like all of that as a strategy. Or maybe the Charging Charm, just going with the tri-attack is maybe it's just not quite as necessary because you're not going to guarantee to be running quite as much as maybe if you're going Drill Peck or something like that. But regardless, Charging Charm, no matter which moveset you're going to use, is going to be quite good on there. But that flexibility is certainly there. And now we got to see what the drafts are going to end up bringing.
Ooh, I'm curious. Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, one Pokemon that we have not seen too much, I believe last match on broadcast we saw a bit of, was the Top Path Trevenant. We haven't seen too much of that. It kind of saw a little bit of a damaging build on the Trevenant. At least we had Duskrunner doing a bit of invade strategies for Nihao to try to get some really damage, but that has been kind of a mainstay of a few of the players on Luminosity Gaming. Lutano and Overlord specifically really do like playing that specific role of the Trevenant in that damage carry kind of role. So I'm quite shocked we're not seeing it. In fact, I was looking at some stats, by the way, for Overlord on that pick. The average global damage of a Trevenant in the match is 38,000 damage. Rather low, but it's playing a defender, right? Overlord's average damage is 52,000 on that boat.
Almost
20,000 plus on the Trevenant specifically. Obviously, we're probably not going to see too much from them, but I do think that's a credit to what that player can do on just the average everyday picks. Makes them look like stars.
Well, one thing I will say is that, while that was
Game 1 will be emerging in Game 2, but I think the biggest talking point here is we're banning Leafeon instead of the Tyranitar on Nihao's side.
Yeah, this is going to be really cool because if we're actually going to see Lutano, I mean, regardless of what player it ends up being, but I'm assuming he's going to just lock it with Lutano. Yeah, then now we see the full picks. Lutano, Tyranitar. Can't say I've ever seen it, but I'm very excited to see it.
I'm sure it'll be pretty good.
Probably.
Whoa, okay. Nihao with a final selection to really throw this draft in a whole new direction. We have the Greninja from Waterboy. So obviously the Dragonite, we've seen this Pokemon before. Technically, we have seen Outrage from Nihao in the past. I don't know if we should really be expecting that. But Greninja is building this Pokemon in a whole different way. You can see Waterboy changing their items. Currently going with the Aeos Cookie attack weight. I do like stacking HP on Greninja. It is solid. If you could just survive one more hit in your Unite move animation, I think you're feeling a little more comfortable. So we are seeing a double stacking Greninja from Nihao. Luminosity Gaming bringing back the double bird comp.
Yeah, double bird. Any double bird is good. It doesn't actually matter which birds it is. It's just a powerful combination. We just love birds here in Pokemon Unite. But yeah, the Greninja, really interesting. We did hear, right, that it was an accident earlier for the Greninja that we saw for G.
Allegedly.
So, allegedly, yeah. That's always a good strategy. Oh, what was your off-meta pick? Oh no, it was an accident, you know? We would never pick that.
Actually, okay, fun behind the scenes of that. Slash actually asked me if we could talk about that because I think people think it was real and I want to make sure they know it was a mistake.
Yeah.
I think that is so funny. Protect the reputation slash I see you. Here we go. Game number 2 between Luminosity Gaming and Nihao. The first challenge that Nihao presented LG was taken in stride by this squad. They're absolutely comfortable with that game number 1. Game number 2 is some brand new looks though, as LG take the purple side, Nihao on orange.
And of course, we get to see that Chef Cramorant skin again. You know, Cramorant's wearing the chef skin. I'm wearing the Cramorant shirt. So,
hey, shout out.
Holoware. Yeah, so this is, we're just kind of like trading back and forth. But let's see where everybody goes. So it looks like we are going to have another lane Greninja.
Double invade from Luminosity Gaming. We got that Hoopa and the Mr. Mime on the works. Going after that red buff. Glaceon does get the evolution, though. Credit to Victorin for just clearing the Xatu and the 2 ball toys to get to that level 4. Very important breakpoint. I mean, despite getting invaded, credit to Luminosity Gaming for invading into an enemy evolution central.
Well, if there is one evolution, I think that would be there and that you'd want to invade, it would be the Glaceon. But yeah, definitely they did okay, at least evolving, but that is still going to slow them down, right? Glaceon not going to be like level 4 power spike. I mean, it's like one of the power spikes. They get it like half and half at 4 and 6, so it's going to be a little bit slower, and definitely it's going to hurt them a lot as they're coming down for these first set of Altaria and Swampert.
Duskrunner only at level 3, but you got to remember they still have that Phantom passive. They didn't lose at one of the most important breakpoints in the early game pathing phase for that Pokemon in particular. Luminosity Gaming, though, business as usual in the top path. 4-player crash, a ton of scores going in, but Nihao, a much better look in this game. Dragonair is evolved, and that lane Greninja going with the double team, and I have to imagine Water Shuriken build in a moment. They just got to get back from base because unfortunately Joey knocked them out.
Oh, yeah, that's how it works, I think.
In the middle of my talking about them, just so unkind.
I know, but can you please just wait? Can we make sure that our commentary goes into the ears of Luminosity Gaming?
Yes, they do.
They can't hear each other and only us, and then they wait to KO things if we are talking about them.
All right, first time Joey does get punished there, though, on that invade, right? Finally getting shut down. Glaceon's passive broken by that first instance of Tri-Attack. They do take a full boosted auto from Dodrio to the face, which hurts a lot, trust me. But now we have Pupitar and Hoopa working their way back. A lot of early stacks for Lutano, attack weight being a very relevant damage item on any Pokemon that scales in their damage stats. Tyranitar, one of the biggest proponents of that very statistic.
That is true, and they also ignore more defenses, so every bit of damage, every bit of attack stat is going to count a little bit more, I would say.
Of course.
But right now, this is a scary situation for Nihao. They know that there's a bunch of members of Luminosity Gaming currently running down this Tier 1 gold zone, and they're doing a great job of it.
You want to have fun? Here's a fact. Dodrio is currently boasting an 83% win rate at this tournament. Very cool. I actually don't know if that includes final stretch or just the regional finals, but either way, we have seen a lot of Dodrio and a lot of Dodrio succeeding so far in our tournament. It is a tough Pokemon to lock down, KO, and of course, it is so formidable in the damage department. You can never turn your back on a Dodrio.
Well, we're going to need to ask as well if that counts Spraggle's ranked games that we've had while we're here at the tournament, because that may be a part of it.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, right now, we do see the Greninja finally getting somewhat online, but this Registeel immediately getting burned down. No chance to try and steal that away. And the Secure on the side of Nihao will be quite good eventually, maybe. I mean, I'm actually not sure exactly what build we're going to end up seeing for the Dragonite, but it did just become a Dragonite. Right now, we are going to see Dark Runner get eliminated very quickly. Water Boy being the next target. They don't really have a front line for this fight.
It is outrage. It's Dragon Dance outrage for Nihao. So if they are going to take Tyranitar in this fight, it is going to be up close and personal. If you can stun Tyranitar, maybe you could slow down some of those boosted or enhanced auto attacks, especially during its Unite move when they're all executes. A little terrifying to deal with, but maybe you could slow it down a little bit. Greninja will have its Unite move. Dragonite just steps away in terms of experience for unlocking that as well. This fight around the Regieleki could be one of the most explosive we have seen in this entire match so far.
Yeah, they actually, honestly, with the damage of Luminosity Game, I actually feel like Nihao could melt, so they've got to be very, very careful. One good initiation, and this could be over in a split second, but so far they're just playing on both sides of this mime wall, and nobody really going in to actually fight. We've got to see kind of a full commitment from Nihao if they want to be a part of this fight. Water Boy is just throwing Water Shurikens, perfect for the name, but you can only do so much with that. It's just a little bit of harassment. The Hoop's going to be able to reset, but there we go. The first jump in is going to be Lutano on that Tyranitar. The shield's coming out, but I'm not sure if T-Tar actually cares about that.
Yeah, Waterboy gets the Blitz Assistance, doesn't immediately engage with the Unite, which is a little shocking to me. Double Team will get them out of range of the Cramorant, but you gotta be careful. Oh, that splash damage will swing in. Greninja does secure the Regieleki, the giant burst Water Shuriken coming in from range, and the Cramorant goes down too. The Greninja takes 2 knockouts, but eventually Tyranitar will have the last laugh. Lutano at level 11 truly is the raid boss. KO Streak at 3 will match it with a KO Streak at 2.
I think that was actually a really nice patience on the side of Waterboy, because
honestly,
if they had united in and that was still like a healthy T-Tar in that fight, they might have just not had a chance to do anything, but they waited until they had to go back via the reset. They managed to get that a perfect secure, and then things just went well for them. Not going quite as well down here for this fight, but there is, once again, T-Tar all the way down here just kind of saying, hey, you know what? You don't really need anybody else on these objectives. I'll be enough.
Those last 2 KOs on the top side were so important for Lutano, by the way. They didn't need to take a single central area buff to get to this level 12. At level 13, Tyranitar becomes a different beast entirely. That huge sandstorm spray becomes almost infinite once they're 13. The cooldowns are just so perfect that you maybe have a 30-second downtime where that sandstorm does not persist. So Lutano will become even scarier to fight. Hard to imagine at that level 13.
Yeah, and it's without a doubt, I mean, there's 4 minutes left in this match, so we are going to see at least that, if not considerably higher. That has been a very quick leveling pace for Lutano, and with one of the highest scaling Pokemon in the game, that is not what you want to see on the other side with Nihao. They do have some great scaling Pokemon as well, but they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, we have Victorian trying to climb up as quickly as they can. They do have the Glacial stage. The Glaceon Unite move is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If they wanted to aggressively push either one of these paths of Luminosity Gaming, they would have the resources to use and still earn them back. That's a Cramorant Unite move, as well as a little 1v1 between water types going on in the middle of the map. However, Otter will be able to escape that particular battle and take the fight farther down to the bottom side. Duskrunner does use the Trevenant Unite move and chases down Overlord. Huge Woodhammer to get that KO, and they are climbing quickly. Hornleech caught in its tracks, though, as Joey lines up a huge barrier.
And good fight from Nihao. That was one of the first ones that they really kind of, they won that fight. They managed to get some unites out defensively. Of course, again, they will have it back for the 2-minute mark, but at least for the next few minutes, which does include this free Regieleki up top, there are going to be basically no unites that you're going to be able to use left on Luminosity Gaming. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't really want to use it at any point now, especially, but they just do manage to get rid of those, especially for good.
We talk a lot about the benefits of Tyranitar ignoring enemy defenses, but we don't talk too often about Tyranitar's defenses either. In their most recent patch, that was one of the aspects of Tyranitar that was buffed, but that's also what that Sandstorm AoE effect benefits Tyranitar with. All of its defenses being increased. Unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming, that Regirock buff that they had just earned a little while back has finally faded, so they won't be going in with another bonus to their defenses yet again, but still, Tyranitar, very difficult to KO. Even with all of Greninja and Glaceon's damage, it is going to be tough to bring it all the way down to 0.
Yeah, there was a choice made here. Luminosity Gaming could have gone for that basement Reggie to get another buff. They easily could have burned it down in time with the amount of damage they have, but they instead decide to position in the center area, and now look at this. This is very scary for Nihao. Actually, they do manage to kind of suss them out. A really good job of not getting ambushed within that tall grass, but you can tell Otter is just waiting for one moment to lock everybody off. Look at this so far forward. What is this? Just hunting.
Yeah, Otter very comfortable taking that fight clearly. It's going to be a 2-on-1 against the Dragonite at the top side, but there are so many members just hanging out waiting to see the results of that particular matchup. On the bottom side of this Ray Pit, Duskrunner tries that big, long Woodhammer pull, but JL just barely going to avoid that one. Finally, Rayquaza gets touched, and the Cramorant Unite move pops off. Gulping Gatling Missile hitting a few targets. Big Hyperspace Hole stun, but the Trevenant strikes first. Joey is down. Mr. Mime is knocked out. Lutano has to take the portal just to get a little bit of room. They are way too low on HP, and the Hoopa cannot drop a Hyperspace Hole to bring them back to base until they lose this form. Glaceon chases them down, and Victorian gets that KO. Nihao are looking great, and I'm sure Dragonite and Greninja are working on the Rayquaza right now.
Yeah, and that's going to go down so quickly. It's going to come down to the last
Overlord?
hit. Oh, one hit. Who's it going to be?
The Twister! The Rayquaza Twister hits 2 targets, and Victorian just walks up and takes the Icy Wind. Nihao, with an unbelievable moment, are able to clutch up with the literal ice in that moment. Tyranitar is defending the top goal zone, though. Again, we mentioned it earlier on broadcast, can ignore those Rayquaza shields and prevent the scores. Nihao still have a couple of shields, but they are only behind by 2 points. They do one more dunk. Tyranitar has based. Lutano can currently stop Victorian from scoring.
has based or is based. This is great defense from Lutano, and they've just got to find some shield, but all the shields are now trying to go into the same place that they need, or they've got the defense from the Tyranitar. They've got to get any points in. You've got to get something, anything, and will it be enough? 16 points. Double should be enough. Are we going to a game 3?
Oh, wow. Glaceon also putting in the 100 points at that final moment, but that was too close to call. 2 points being defended so well by Luminosity Gaming across the board, but Ni Hao clutching up in that moment with a bit of an assist from Rayquaza, but really having a sick final few seconds of that match.
Ni Hao, they remain the team that's just like, I don't understand what's going on with them at all. I mean, obviously very well played, especially in that final team fight. I cannot believe it was so one-sided in their favor for that final, even like the last minute, I would say, of the game. But wow, what a turnaround. They felt like they were behind, I feel, almost that entire game.
Yeah.
And then they just won.
We got to hear just a little bit from Ni Hao during that draft about their strategy, what they were talking about. They mentioned that they weren't worried about that Tyranitar. Maybe they should have been. They weren't worried about Tyranitar, but they did prioritize that Trevenant Blissey. And I really like that combination in particular. Bliss Assistance has some huge moments. And Water Shuriken double team Greninja looked all right, but it's Icy Wind Glaceon that closes out that game.
Yeah, that's the evolution I feel like we've been seeing the least of recently, but it's still good. Not a single evolution that is weak. And I gotta say, I love watching Ni Hao in person because they look like they're just having fun. They kind of look like the attitude of when you're just 5-stacking in ranked. You know, they're just like laughing at each other and just like chilling out. It's like, you know, you're technically like in losers bracket on the biggest stage possible, fighting against the previous double world champions. It's like, maybe there's some more stress there. And they're like, nah.
And I totally agree with you, but I will say the team that we are looking at has so much more energy now that they got that W behind them. They're playing with fire. But we are going to take a look at a video where Victorin was talking about their team and what they all bring to the table.
Yeah, so I'll start off with the support of my team, Kirtan. While how he supports the Pokemon in game, he's always supporting our team, boosting our morale up, making sure we feel confident before a set. Next, I'll go for my top laner, Bits. He's probably the wild card of the team. He's maybe the scientist. He's always cooking up wild cards in the back and see how he can surprise teams. And then next, going to bot lane, probably Stanley, or known as Greninja 2X. He's a veteran player, so he has a lot of the strats down, and he's probably has the most experience on our team, so whenever we need help, we would ask him. Next, we have Dusk, probably the most mature member of the team. Whenever we get too rowdy on comms or we're yelling at each other, he'll make sure to simmer us down. Honestly, our team is just a group of friends. If we qualify to Worlds, that would just show us that with friends, you can go really far.
Power of friendship? Are you kidding me? And then the smile camera cut. These guys are superstars. I love Ni Hao. They are playing with the power of friendship, the energy, and the literal ice in veins. To be able to take that game against LG, you gotta have something special on the Ni Hao roster.
I'm telling you, they just look like they're like not even here in a good way.
Yeah,
you know? They're just like, they're just having such a good time. On the other side, LG, they look really locked into me right now. They are really like, they're like, no, that's not happening ever again. Outrage Dragonite, no.
No, thank you.
But honestly, I mean, LG was looking great in this game. There's no other way to put it. They were looking extremely strong, and then they just lost. That is sometimes how it happens, but it was because the final fight was just so well done by Ni Hao and also by Rayquaza.
That Dragon Twister is haunting the nightmares of LG tonight. I guarantee it. Poor Dodrio and the Greninja got knocked up, so I guess what's fair is fair. However, Glaceon just walking up being like, oh, this is this low on HP? You got it. Now, credit to Luminosity Gaming. They held on to that defense for so long. Lutano on the Tyranitar making sure they were doing their best to make sure no one could score in the home goal zone, and basically everybody else at that outer tier 1. But in the end, a Trevenant scoring would have won them the game. The 100 points from Glaceon secures the game, and now we are tied up at 1 apiece.
This is kind of unbelievable, but this is, again, I said this before the match started, this is like the ultimate upset upset team versus the team that maybe has the most potential to be upset in this tournament. I mean, obviously, with the highest standing, if you just take the team title, being double world champions and still trying to find their footing with their current comp.
Right.
And they've also got a lot of pressure on their shoulders, having to fight to defend their own world's spot. I mean, if they lose this, then we somehow see NIHAO fight all the way through, they could be losing their world spot. But NIHAO, of course, already knocked in the loser bracket as well.
Right? So G are another element to this. Luminosity Gaming, because of their position in the championship points leaderboard at 3rd, it is very precarious for them. Worlds is likely, but if NIHAO or G win this tournament, that chance goes out the window and they got to play in final stretch to try to compete for it.
My last thought, as before we get into this draft, the cool thing is that Luminosity Gaming, it's entirely in their hands. If they win this match and then they win their next match, they qualify guaranteed.
There you go.
So it is 100% within their hands. But looking at these bans, we're going to get rid of, actually, I'm going to say the Luminosity bans, I think, are very, very interesting.
Yeah, I like the LG bans. You take away the Blissey, you're essentially guaranteeing Tyranitar, but you're giving up Sylveon, most likely. I feel like is what is going to happen in this draft. However, I don't know if NIHAO plays that. Who knows what NIHAO's going to play? We're probably going to first pick Greninja. But we'll see what goes down between these two teams. However, NIHAO have kind of found the recipe they like to play into LG. Remove the Leafeon, remove the Phalanx, we'll face the Tyranitar. They have accepted that fate, and it worked out in that game number 2. Game number 3, we'll be locking in the Trevenant and Sylveon, though. It's just too good to leave out.
Yeah, this is not going to be a weird pick. That makes perfect sense. That is exactly, I think, the most solid thing that you could do in that situation. I mean, maybe Trevenant could slightly be altered if you really wanted to go for something super different, but yeah, we are not going to see that. However, we did hear, like I said earlier, just how solid our past solid Otter thinks that Cramorant is right now, like the best special attacker, so they're going to pry on that.
All right, okay, Bits does lock in the Garchomp. So I've had the opportunity to cast Bits at a few different tournaments before, and this Garchomp has always been the one that I remember this player for. The Outrage Dragonite's sweet, okay? It's awesome. But I do feel like in some ways the Garchomp is just a better version of what you want from Outrage Dragonite. A lot of auto attacks, a decent amount of crowd control if you're going to put together some good Dragon Rushes. And again, you know you're playing into Mr. Mime and Hoopa. Let's prevent some of those portals. Let's pull them out of there.
Yeah, it's without a doubt more solid, and you don't have to give up quite as much, but we're now going to have 2 really heavy scaling Pokemon. Waterboy going immediately back to that Greninja.
Let's go.
And I do have to say, this is looking really scary to me because LG has basically, I think, every pick that they would want. Like, I actually don't know what else they could possibly want. Like, maybe Lutano not taking Tyranitar, but even still, that could be the optimal pick. I don't know. They're just looking really comfortable.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming have their composition, and if anyone is going to challenge them within it, they will play up to that level. NIHAO, though, they have their own path and their own way to play. First 3 picks, pretty normal. I'd say the last 2 get a little spicy in particular. Now, I'm really glad we got that chance to look at the player interview with Victorin to learn a bit more about those players, namely, so that I understand that Waterboy is Stanley Fishy, because that actually does color a lot of the history, and specifically the Greninja. This is like a Season 1 pre-UCS player, and Stanley does love the Greninja. It's the pocket pick, and that's why you saw it doing quite well in that game too. Quite well. They won the game, okay? So that's why you saw them win the game.
Or Rayquaza kind of won the game, but we don't need to talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. It would have been a flip regardless of that. But yeah, that is really cool to see people kind of sticking with their tried and true through many years of this game, especially when Greninja is completely out of the meta. We'll just be honest here, it's completely out of the meta, but it is now won on the main stage here against Luminosity Gaming. So maybe it's a little bit more in the meta than completely out of the meta.
With that double team water shuriken too, which is a tough moveset to pull off. Into all-rounders, it feels a little bit better. You just surround the enemy, do a ton of damage if you can. Cramorant and Tyranitar, both obvious targets that you want to hit with that. However, Dodrio has been a pretty tough matchup. Overlord has been rocking it in the top path, and now they're going to be going up against the Garchomp. Bit's going to have to go into a Doduo in the early moments of this match. That is not an easy 1v1 to win.
No, I really like setting the Doduo up there. We've seen a lot of using that to kind of control the top path really well, especially depending on how quickly we get everybody else online. But immediately, we're going to get the invasion and a very quick KO. I mean, I'm actually surprised that we're seeing the invasion invasions this direction and not the other direction.
I talked about this Nihao squad, about the energy on stage after that game 1, how challenging it is to play main stage against the 2-time world champs. We're eject button invading with Sylveon into JL to get the KOs. There is something brand new about this Nihao team, and they are loving it. I gotta say, me too.
Yeah, like I said, they're playing like they have nothing to lose in the entire world, because they actually kind of don't. They've only got a ton to gain, but they're doing a great job of it. Otter, I like this kind of just sitting in that tall grass, trying to make sure they can get a lot of these EXP, but most of it's being fought for up top, with the majority there going to Luminosity Gaming, so we're not going to see the Eldegoss evolution yet, and really preventing the evolutions from both sides, or from both Pokemon up on Nihao's side, means that it's just going to be a more and more dominant path for LG.
Yeah, it's playing really safe here. Kirtan might not have the evolution, which is obviously challenging, but when you're running EXP share, you're not really too worried about it. As soon as they get the evolution, they'll get some of that passive experience they've stacked up in the meantime. In particular, oh man, you were talking about this Dotrio. I'm so worried about this Dotrio. Overlord definitely locked in, but one Pokemon I really want to discuss is this Sylveon. We're probably going to see it go down here, but that might be one of the only times we see an easy KO of that Pokemon. Sylveon's so difficult to knock out. That Mystical Fire going to get that extra dash, the reduction of special attack damage on Cramorant with the Mystical Fire, and of course just the natural defensive bulkiness that Sylveon brings to the table. Not to mention its Unite. Give it a lot of ways to avoid taking damage.
It's going to, for sure, be very hard to deal with, especially, I feel like with the combo Luminosity Gaming, there's going to be a lot of really good targets for it, but right now, we're just still fighting for this top path, and I think that's kind of been Luminosity's strategy so far, is kind of just bully top path, make sure that they never get online. When you got a Garchomp, you want to make sure 100% that they just spend as long not as a Garchomp as humanly possible.
Well, Lutano might have not been taking any major fights, but of course their experience gain has been consistent throughout this series. Almost level 9 already. Big engage from Overlord and Otter as they get together for one knockout. Bits goes down. Kirtan trying to hold down this goal zone. 30 points in from Otter is really tough to score, and these auto attacks from Kirtan have been perfectly aimed. Hurricane Dive, a very, very popular move choice, is doing very well in this path.
Extremely popular.
Yeah.
No. We, yeah, it's looking quite strong. I mean, we got to talk about Otter, about why he likes it as well. Oh my goodness, just completely stuck between a hard place and a hard place right there.
Like a rock, literally. Tyranitar's rock type, I think
it
counts.
A rock and a hard place and a hard place. All right, we got
there we
the
go.
double wall. Yeah, that kind of counts. But that is going to be so hard to deal with. And we see how well that mime goes. Ooh, actually a big KO here with Overlord going down, and it does look like Luminosity was able to get that base for Reggie, and they're all coming up for the defense.
Yeah, a very quick objective take means that they have this chance to rotate. Not in time to take out the Regieleki, though, as Bits is able to secure that. Lutano currently Unite moving. That Giant Rampage pulls with the Sand Tomb, the Greninja closer, but it's not enough damage to KO. They were fighting alone, and that means Stanley can take that knockout. Overlord does get the return knockout and make it 2, as this is a Drill Peck Dodrio, as it takes down the Tyranitar, sorry, not the Tyranitar, the Eldegoss.
Very interesting to see the switch up as far as moves from earlier, but this is still looking quite good for Luminosity Gaming. There were a good amount of KOs there from Nihao, though, of course, as well as taking the objective. Finally, we're going to see Garchomp evolve, so it feels like this is going to be kind of where things start to be able to be fought for them, and they've done an okay job, honestly, without it so far. So with only a 33-point difference, this is still a very close game.
Extremely close. And you see Nihao playing it right now. They are farming up as much as they can. They're trying to play it safe. That red steel buff that'll persist for about 30 more seconds is terrifying. A Cramorant and a Tyranitar will be able to shred you so quickly in a situation like that. Duskrunner plays up for vision, and they've already lost almost all their HP. That's a full combo. Or Joey just locking them in place for an eternity, and they get that knockout.
Yeah, they actually, I think, Horn-Leeched into it, and so they were just locked, not being able to move anywhere. That is very unfortunate. Everybody going back, everybody coming back through probably, unless they're going to decide that they want to go somewhere else, but no. This objective will be spawning kind of by itself down on the base of Reggie, and there we go. Lutano jumping in, getting the first KO very quickly, and that defense is not going to matter for Duskrunner. They've got to get out of there. It does not look like they're going to be able to solo defend. Oh my goodness!
Otter will chase you down to the ends of the earth and pull you into a watery grave. Cramorant popping off in that moment. Double dive chasing all the way to the enemy flux zone, but now it's Greninja's turn to answer. pressure. Waterboy lines up the double teams. No water shuriken off cooldown, but they can try to hit the Tyranitar. Lutano does use the Tyrannical Rampage, and they are upset. Big temper tantrum from the big Rocky boy, but they're going to have to retreat.
That was so much confidence to go back through that portal. That was ridiculous. You're so far forward, and there's so many members of Nihao there. But, hey, they actually managed to make it work. They're going to get this Regirock for free. I love that we've got Otter just spacing kind of a little bit to the east of them. And in the meantime, we've spent so long that Regilucky has spawned as well. This steal could happen. We are going to see the Hoop unbound, but not quite able to steal it. So this is 2 Regiluckies in a row now for Nihao.
Yeah, but the scoreline not reflecting it. Only at 52, these Regiluckys have not been able to land, and Nihao has not been able to stack. I'm actually surprised that Trevenant is rotating up towards the top path right now. You got 23 points. It would be a pretty free score into the bottom side, but Nihao really trying to force some of these bigger team fights and catch up on the levels because Luminosity is roaring ahead in that particular department. Oh, again.
Yeah, we are going to be pulling back Lutano pretty far, and this is going to be the kind of scaling battle. All right, finally, we're actually going to get a lot of resistance from Nihao, and being able to KO Lutano there is a really big deal. I mean, really, the target you want is the Dodrio, but everybody's pretty high level on the side of Luminosity Gaming, so you'll take whatever you can get at this point.
Yeah, I think Luminosity Gaming not really expecting Nihao to hang out on the top side for so long, but now Otter is able to make sure that no one steps close to their goal zone. You might be able to knock out my central player, you might be able to take some free space, but scoring is another thing entirely. LG has put up an iron wall around these goal zones. Again, Nihao struggling to get over 60, and we're almost at the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, this is not that bad of a lead. You know, only 90, like one Hundo Burger is going to give them the lead.
For sure.
At least for the moment. We'll see if anything else happens before the final stretch, but still not looking easy for Nihao at all. They're going to have another miracle fight probably if they do want to really make this happen, which, hey, they could. They're not out of it as far as fighting power. The level's actually starting to be pretty even, close-ish to even, so one really good initiation could work out for them, especially if they can find a way to really take advantage of this Garchomp, who has finally started to scale, but we haven't had a chance to see it really kind of pop off yet.
We kind of need to, though. I mean, in terms of item builds, I'm a little concerned. This Greninja was double stacking in this matchup in terms of scaling, and I don't know if they've had maybe a couple of scores at most, but Nihao has not been able to find any other opportunities. So Waterboy or Stanley or Greninja 2 times, whatever really you want to call it in this situation, will not be hitting as hard as they maybe would have hoped. Luminosity Gaming with good positioning. However, Nihao's Trevenant player has found a way in, is going to Horn Leech Overlord, but that will be the full heal out of the cooldown now. Overlord going to have to play a little safer on this Dodrio in this team fight.
Yeah, that could have been a very scary situation, but it's all going to be about the initiation. I do like the fact that Joey's sitting down there waiting for an ambush. If anybody gets too close with Otter, that damage is going to be ridiculous. But Otter's actually initiating. What is this, a defender? I mean, you can do whatever you want if you're Otter on that bird. That is just, you're getting out of any situation somehow. And they're just looking for one big hurricane, one good opportunity to initiate. They have not found it yet on either side.
Look where Lutano is as well, hiding around that top side. At least they have the goal zone to retreat to give themselves some HP. Has not hit level 13 quite yet. Pretty slow game for Lutano in particular. Dusquaro taking a whole lot of...
Only 2 members up for Nihao. That's going to be a Hundo Burger up top. An attempt to backcap down on the bottom was not going to work, and that is going to be a gigantic lead now for Luminosity Gaming. There was not everybody up with a shield, but they did not need that much. They were already ahead, and being able to find the chance to counter score for Nihao is looking basically impossible.
Yeah, Nihao with only 30 seconds left in the game. Might make one final push, but this Sylveon going down. Otter picking up yet another knockout, and Luminosity Gaming celebrating right now on the battlefield, and I'm sure in the comms, as they have been able to take out yet another opponent. Losers bracket is a tough outlook, but not for the 2-time world champs, as they are feeling comfortable here at NAIC.
That's right, even when it was looking a little bit scary. I mean, losing game number 2, and then quite honestly, that was almost down to a flip at the end of game number 3. But Luminosity Gaming continuing their run through the losers bracket, which means that they are now one set away from securing their own world spot. It is going to be in their hands.
They have showcased so many reasons why we talk about their talent, their player pool, their Pokemon pool, though, is one that I think is benefiting them so much in this tournament in particular. Metagame has been looking great for LG. If the draft prevents them from getting Phalanx, they go Tyranitar. If they have the option to grab Phalanx, they're taking that. Otter can play Leafeon or Cramorant. They don't need the Sylveon. It feels like Luminosity Gaming is prepared with so many of these top-tier meta threats.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the last time that we saw all these teams qualify, it felt like a very different meta, and it feels like Luminosity has really adapted to this current meta extremely well. The Pokemon that are really kind of like we're seeing every single game, they just work so well for their comps, and a lot of it is that flexibility that Lutano has.
Yeah.
I feel like every single Pokemon that has fought its way into the meta over the past month is a Lutano Pokemon.
Yeah, he's doing quite well on it, too. I was looking at our stat sheet as well, and in the qualifiers, Lutano was on so much Mimikyu. Also, I think it's very funny that everybody has an Overlord jersey. I'm just seeing as LG is walking over to the other side.
Funny.
A lot of big fans of Overlord on the roster, it seems. But no love lost between these two squads. Some good games, some handshakes. Deucex sitting back there just waiting for his interview, looking adorable as always. But what a showing from LG. Their next opponent, though, Underchef, is going to be G. Can't wait for that one, but let's take a look at the numbers because I know you nerds want it.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can take away the player of the game once again from Overlord, and it is possible. Honestly, I was trying to talk about this earlier, but Otter, ridiculous.
Yeah, he's crazy good. I mean, Otter is literally cracked on the sticks. Unbelievable special attacker player like you mentioned. Delphox, Alola, Ninetales, Cramorant, Leafeon. It really doesn't matter what option you give them. However, the Cramorant feels like worlds above the rest of the roster on that Pokemon in particular. Look like the strongest Cramorant player we have seen out of North America. And surely with them as an asset on this team, they can go quite far. 71,000 damage in total, only taking 26,000 damage as well on this Cramorant, so able to avoid a lot of the Greninja or Garchomp or Sylveon threats on the enemy side, weaving in those dives. We saw them double diving into the enemy Flux Zone to get KO. So Otter definitely confident in their ability to outskill their enemy.
Trying to initiate in the final fight, trying to go all the way deep. It's just, you can do so many different things with that Pokemon. But positioning is important, and seeing that super low damage taken for a Cramorant is huge, especially as soon as you use that Unite, you are a sitting duck, which is actually pretty good. And so you have to make sure you're not in a spot where you're going to easily be focused, and that's been the real big secret of how he's been doing so well in all of these fights, is the positioning for those Unites, which is just such a big part of Cramorant, has been perfect.
Yeah, it's been awesome. And with this matchup hitting its conclusion, Nihao are exiting out of the NA Regional Finals top 8. They will have the chance to compete for a world spot tomorrow in the final stretch, but their journey ends here in this tournament. And Luminosity Gaming takes out another threat to their world spot with Nihao being gone. The last one will be G coming up right after this. But we have an interview on stage with Otter, so Doobsnacks, take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Otter, Luminosity Gaming, also known as Overlord to some. Otter, we were just chatting a little bit. Cram, you chose it every single game. Cram is having kind of a big, well, we'll say its first time in the sun here. Game 1 versus Game 3, how do you feel about Cram just overall?
I think I'm just ramping up on it over the tourney. I think it's going to be one of the strongest picks, one of the highest win rates the whole tourney as well.
Is that because you're on it?
Of course. I mean, there's some other players. Shout out to Yeet. He's been the one playing it, and it's the Cramorant off season, but now it's Cramorant on season. So I think we're going to see a lot of players popping off on it.
I have to ask, Game 2 was a ride. Game 3, maybe a little closer than you all drummed it up to be. How do you bounce? I don't want to say bounce back because you won. But how do you carry this energy, kind of focus reset? Because I feel like you all were in control for most of those Game 2 and Game 3, and then it just became way scary at the end for no real reason.
A lot of slow breathing and being like, guys, it's fine, even though we know how explosive the end game's going to be and how it's not super tight, how so much can happen. But we kept our cool as best as we could and took it home.
One thing I want to commend you all for is the progress you've made just as a collective, right? Reasonably new team. You have some familiar faces that you've played with. Overlord talked about a little bit earlier that you feel like you all are trending in the right direction and gelling together. How close to being fully gelled are you at this point? Do you feel like you still got some work to do? Are we knocking on the doorstep, or is a win here going to say, okay, we've solidified it?
I mean, I think we're basically here. I think May finals and early regionals, we are still working on a lot, but the past month, especially with boot camping, because we got here on Monday, playing a lot, we've just gotten a lot closer. I mean, I've been close with Lutano and his family since last year, but all of us, like including the rookies, we're doing really well together. We're happy.
Well, very well said. It's really tough to not feel good when you've got Dad Tano in your corner. Big guy sitting up front row. Wouldn't have it any other way. Still got that jersey you gave me, too. All right, we're going to wrap this thing up. Back to the booth. That's Otter. I'm Dupe Snacks. Let's move this thing on. Walked away.
Thank you so much. Sounds like Dupe Snacks still wants to be on a little bit. We should make Dupe Snacks do 4 more interview questions, I think. It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But awesome to hear from Otter as well. Again, just another voice letting everybody know that LG is coming together, and we're starting to see the peak of what this team is truly capable of. And that peak is Cramorant and Mr. Mime on cooldown every single game.
I don't know what the meta is anymore. I'm just going to stop guessing. But that does set them up for such a cool situation, which obviously we're going to talk about when that match actually happens. But one more game away from them guaranteeing their qualifying spot from Worlds. And right now we can take a look back at what was, like Dupe Snacks said, a closer set than I think a lot of people would have guessed. Nihao really pulling off their upset potential and almost making it happen even in the third game. But they are just one of the most unpredictable teams I've ever seen in my entire life.
For sure. Yeah, Nihao did so well in game 2 and 3, we almost forgot about the 4-defender game in game number 1. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll see more of that from them in the final stretch the next day. I'm not too sure. But so far, this Luminosity Gaming squad has really not found a threat that they can't take down. This was that final moment, too. So scary. Garchomp Unite, what a great secure tool trying to chase that down, but it will be the Cramorant. You also see Lutano charging in there with a big boosted from Tyranitar. Another great secure option. So Luminosity Gaming, despite it being a definite Rayquaza situation in the end game, played that extremely well and had all their best secure tools available to them.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that it was really interesting to see Lutano be able to get this Tyranitar a lot, but I do agree with the Nihao ban. I feel like the Phalanx coming out from Lutano was disgusting.
Yeah.
And this Tyranitar, while it is still extremely good, I do feel like they managed to kind of dodge a bigger threat. But yeah, that was a scary final moment.
Yeah, that is so worrisome. JL also putting down a nice Hyperspace Fury. If anybody's within melee range of Rayquaza, they were getting stunned as well. So again, just more credit to LG for really locking that down. And of course, that is the victory moment for Luminosity Gaming. And Otter, they might have Overlord on the jersey, but it is not Overlord on the player of the game. Otter awarded this MVP, 71K on the Cramorant, running that Cursed Incense and of course, Dive Hurricane.
Yes, Dive Hurricane, not as weird as some may say out there. I'm not going to say who I'm talking about, but it is so strong. I mean, the ability to initiate with Hurricane or trap people that you're trying to get that KO on, it's extremely good. And then, of course, having the cursed item with the Unite is just gross.
Wow, yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming having a awesome showing, and who knows what they're going to be able to put together next as they are lined up against G in that losers semifinals. And of course, winners finals will still be Nemesis versus Orange Juicers. These are two of my most anticipated matches of the entire tournament. I cannot wait to see these go down.
Yeah, just a little quick recap. Nemesis versus Orange Juicers, I would say recently the 2 most successful teams in NA. Yeah. So this is really the ultimate clash of what's been happening. But on the bottom side, the rematch of G versus Luminosity Gaming, the team that knocked them into losers to be here, including a previous member of Luminosity Gaming who very specifically called out they wanted to win again in that interview. Yeah. So I do have to say, our next 2 matches are some of the coolest matches that we could possibly get.
I cannot wait. We're going to be jumping up to the winner's side for our next one, as currently Orange Juicers and Nemesis are taking the stage. And we talked about this quite a bit, Wonder Chef. I can't wait to see Nemesis on stage. We have unfortunately not been able to capture them on broadcast. We finally got them, and we're going to see them right after this break.
let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC London.
It's time for winners finals here at the North American International Championship. 2 teams remain up in the winners side, and only one of them can make it to grand finals for the North American Regional. This is going to be a huge match in deciding who will be considered the top team going into Worlds.
It feels like our first rivalry matchup of the day, in my opinion. Orange Juicers versus Nemesis. And if you asked any of the players on those teams, I think they would also back us up in that situation. I had the opportunity to interview Rex from Nemesis, and this was right after all the roster changes happened. I was like, what do you think about Luminosity Gaming? This incredible new team, lots of big names. And he's like, yeah, Orange Juicers is what I'm worried about. Or actually, Orange Juicers is such a good team. That's who we're preparing for, and I think that has been kind of staying true so far. Orange Juicers currently are the last title holders for North America, able to take down our last monthly final, and they are neck and neck in the CP leaderboard against each other.
This might be the closest. I think I'm pretty confident this is true. They might be the closest first and second as far as championship points in any region. They are so close to each other. It is ridiculous. Or at the very minimum, they're almost the closest. I don't know every single region championship points, but that is a big deal right now as they're fighting for a higher spot.
Of course, and with the championship points they have been awarded, they are both qualified for the World Championships. So this is kind of a debut and a look ahead at 2 rosters who are obviously the caliber of a Worlds team. I cannot wait. It's going to be a showcase of what North America will be able to do on that stage in Honolulu later this year. I'm personally very excited for all of it, but just like I mentioned before, the rivalry matchup is what I am so excited to see. It is going to be very interesting. We have Yeet Fan versus Flareons in the attacker roles. We're going to have Trainer versus Kratos. There is a lot of great options between these 2 teams to really highlight in terms of player versus player.
Yeah, this is kind of in its own weird way too, the real battle of one of the most consistent teams we've ever had, right? Yeah. Versus a team that, while their consistency has been really good since they've been a team, they have not been together as a team for very long. It's only been, I want to say like 3 months now, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, something close to that, which
with the addition of Metallic, right, is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Yeah, well, with the Digital Metallic, it's less than that, right?
Well, Nemesis, with this roster, they were playing with Relent, was playing since the start of the season
I'm sorry.
as a team.
I'm sorry, we're going backwards. What am I saying? I was not talking about Nemesis. Nemesis is the consistency. I'm talking about Orange Juicers.
Oh, yeah, brand new.
3 months, 2 months, something like that.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, of course, that is one of the big changes. Metallic, who was a real pop-off player.
Yeah. A superstar at EUIC.
Yeah.
It was their tournament debut as well on this team, and they made it look fantastic. 5-0 in the open Swiss rounds, and then able to make it all the way to top 4 in the top 8 bracket, winning some nice prize money, but also a lot of championship points, which has put them in the position they are in now. Superstars across the board. Yeetfed also getting the shout out from Otter in one of the interviews for being the OG Cramorant believer in competitive play, and I think it's pretty safe to say we're going to see some Cramorant in this matchup in particular. There's the charming man himself, Yeetfan, on this water Pokemon. So strong.
Yeah, I mean, even using it a good amount throughout the rest of the season before we started seeing Cramorant at basically every single match possible, especially within the Japanese side. But on the other side, going through quite a few different names, settling on Orange Juicers, which I note, amazing shirts.
Yeah, shout out to whoever got those shirts. Have to imagine it's Bina. But honestly, credit to that team for rocking a fantastic look, at least in the player pictures. I don't know if all of them got it on stage, but they are locked in. They're looking good in-game, out-of-game. We know this squad. We're going to be seeing some good stuff. The names don't exactly match up on screen, but we do have some amazing players as a part of this team. Roland making the transition to the support role when they left Alter Ego and joined this Orange Juicers team. A new look for them, but they do boast an amazing Blissey in particular. Their Eldegoss has been looking great. They're also known to bring out some kind of spicy stuff too, so we'll see if we get some weird support picks in game number 1.
Ooh, that would be exciting. I feel like, though, we might see something spicy from them. I do feel like Nemesis is probably not bringing anything super spicy to the table, but that's just because they are so solid all the time with their picks. But one thing that you were talking about earlier, which is really interesting, is somehow we've avoided watching Nemesis for a really long time. They were the only play-in match that we did not get a chance to see on broadcast just because of time to qualify for this tournament.
Yeah, the online group stage.
Right, and they swept their group. And then their first match of today, their winner's bracket match, we didn't get a chance to see that on broadcast because of time, and they swept it, and so they've been dominant, and finally we get to see them again.
Oh, I cannot wait. And ooh, this is one of the matchups that I was looking forward to seeing between these two teams. LGC versus Kratos. Glaceon, Espeon being their main Pokemon throughout the season. LGC 15-7 on that particular option. A Icy Wind Truther when it comes to Glaceon. 14 average knockouts on that option. Only getting fainted 2 times per match. Of course, 5 total assists. On the other side, Kratos' Espeon looking very consistent as well. 7 KOs to 1 average feint is an amazing ratio in its own right, but MVP count of 21 might be the standout performance there. Kratos, kind of a silent carry on Orange Juicers.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen both those players do extremely well here, but it's cool to see stats like that because a lot of those come from matches that we don't get to see on broadcast, where it's like, yeah, sure, we've seen these teams win and do well and do okay, but certainly on broadcast, we don't get to see them constantly going 14-2. That's ridiculous. That's a for sure winning game, but it's a nice little reminder that these teams are so good that they get to play like that in a bunch of different matches, and then eventually they have to meet up against each other.
Oh, I cannot wait to see them play on stage. These are also 2 of the most, I will say, excitable and like emotional teams on these squads on our top 8 bracket. So we're going to see a lot of pop-off moments. I guarantee you, a lot of energy from all these players. I mean, whether they're locked in or whether they're losing their minds, I think North American Pokemon Unite is pretty exciting.
Then here we go. Winners finals, starting the draft. Now, this is immediately they're saying no chance. They were listening to your interview, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, not your interview, the last interview.
Yeah, no Cramorant. That Pokemon has just been too strong. We're going to see a Mr. Mind Band next? Who knows? But Cramorant going to be taken out of the contention. Leafeon as well. That makes a lot of sense to me from Orange Juicer's side. The Tyranitar or the Leafeon pick from Trainer, I think it's just too ridiculous ridiculous to allow in the game. So a good ban from them. Tyranitar from Nemesis, though, that Pokemon just stays formidable in North America. They gotta take it out of the equation.
I do love the fact that we're immediately taking away the Trevenant. We did see for a while that Metallic was really kind of, I don't want to say dependent on that Pokemon to do well, but at EOS Cup, that certainly was like miles above their other picks. Now we get to see the Blaziken, which is going to be really interesting. And we haven't had a chance to kind of see this team together for a while, so specifically I'm really interested to see Metallic's other picks.
Me too. It is a very early choice on the Blaziken. This Pokemon normally does fall a little bit lower in the draft, and especially with Pokemon like Sylveon and Phalanx still available, it is a bit of a surprise to see Metallic locking in that specific option. Yifan hovering that Inteleon, though, that is a Flareon's favorite, but it's also, I mean, Yifan making that Pokemon popular worldwide for quite some time. Asnable is going to take the Slowbro. Very interesting. Normally a defender we see into kind of hyper carries or speedsters. I don't really know into Phalanx or Sylveon how often we would see that option, but Chandelure makes a lot of sense. Take away with the Imprison or with that Poltergeist, slow down the enemy.
Yeah, there's a lot of pretty good targets. So far, the entire comp from Orange Juicers is like pretty close up, so you're going to be able to kind of play the spacing game with the Chandelure. I do like that a lot.
Whoa.
And they're going to continue that on as they're going to be basically taking not very much range damage on the entire comp.
I have to imagine Machisel and Zugberg are going to swap Pokemon, and we're going to see the Top Path Trevenant. However, Top Path Crustle is not out of the realm of existence. It has succeeded before, and the final lock-in for Nemesis is going to be the Metagross. Very interesting. We are right in the mix of a metagame that is so dependent on brawling and just melee damage dealers. Blaziken, Metagross on one side, Phalanx, Trevenant on the other. The only range damage dealers being Chandelure and Sylveon have a lot of weight on their shoulders to carry that early poke damage.
Well, I do gotta say as well, this is a really cool pick, seeing the Metagross being picked against the Phalanx while they have the Umbreon banned. They're the ones who banned that away, which means that you're gonna be able to get a ton of shielding off of hitting the Phalanx multiple times, and then not gonna have that stolen away from you from an Umbreon.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Wonder Chef. Even a few other decisions there in the draft phase. I mean, I was kind of surprised by the Slowbro pick. However, reading that the Trevenant was not going to be played in the defender position, wanting to take the Slowbro so the enemy team couldn't take Slowbro as their second tank to shut down the Metagross or Blaziken. I think that's a pretty clever decision.
I think, that's super smart. And that's one of the things you really got to look at, because Trevenant has that level of flexibility, so you cannot make the assumption. And I mean, it does make sense that Orange Juicers would be great at playing against that because they're such good Trevenant users themselves, but it's just one of those next level draft decisions that you'd expect from a team that is in winners finals, or two teams that are in winners finals.
Winners finals game one, here we go. NAIC, let me hear ya, as Orange Juicers versus Nemesis are starting off right now.
We are going to see the Phalanx and the Blaziken be taking the center areas for the moment, and we look like we're going to have a little bit of an invasion as Roland is rolling over into their center area. A little bit too slow to be able to take that. There is still a chance to steal away the blue buff, but with this pretty strong level advantage, it looks like they're probably just going to get bullied away.
Yeah, I like Trainer taking that aggressive approach on the Torchic, get that early damage in. Those Blaze Ticks are really tough for Roland to deal with within the early game, and there'll be a first K opener going to Asnable of Nemesis.
I like that a lot, and they're going to be able to take kind of an advantage of, well, actually, no, they took advantage of, like, the distraction is what I should say. As we're going to see Orange Juicers score a decent amount of points in that bottom tier 1. The Hyper Voice doing a chunk of damage. This path so far not super scary, but a few more levels on Nemesis' side, and it will be able to take some of these fights. But for the moment, they just kind of have to accept they're going to be slightly bullied.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Metallic having a little bit of a slow level up on this Beldum, has not found that level 5 evolution quite yet, but now they are taking down those birds. Sylveon plus that Rock Tomb, terrifying to deal with.
I mean, this is just, it's bullying. It's bullying right now. Like I said, we need a few more levels before we actually get to see what this bottom path looks like, but I don't know if they're going to have a goal zone by that point. I mean, we still see the Litwick just sad down there, and that is one of the issues of having to kind of
level up 2 Pokemon, you kind of decide who's going to be taking the center area, but right now they're fighting for that center area as we are seeing the Hyper Voice try to scare off some members that are defending Rex, just running around in circles trying to chase their support counterpart, all barely getting through. Great escape from Roland.
Yeah, well done. Really going to get through that portal. Actually come right on back, but interesting to see the Hyper Voice from the Sylveon. Yeah, a few slower moving members, and well, Flareon's very comfortable in that Screamion style of position. Already having a ton of scores and almost at 100 points for Orange Juicers. They are starting off so well in this matchup.
They are. I mean, that is a gigantic lead. One interesting thing, speaking of that, the exact matchup I was talking about, they managed to get a KO on the bottom there. But do you know by chance if there's some sort of interesting interaction between Phalanx and Chandelure? Because I did see every one of the dinks, as Doopsnax calls them, have the little flame debuff above their head. So there might be some sort of interaction that we get to see.
That's Nightshade. So when you Nightshade mark a target, anybody you hit with it will get stunned with any of your burning moves. So that is the preemptive that is the preemptive indicator before they get their second move option.
Right. But it goes above everybody's head. So I was just curious if there was any interesting interactions, like you get stunned multiple times.
Oh yeah, that would be wild. I think it's really just if you hit any of them, the whole team is stunned, which is, again, another tough thing for Phalanx to deal with. But what it lacks in some of these matchups, it makes up for in numbers across the board. Kratos in particular, they were Orange Juicers was on broadcast once before. Their Phalanx looked legendary. Maybe one of the best Phalanx players we've seen in North America. And Kratos already has a couple of KOs in this match, and let's add a Regieleki Secure to that list.
Oh, right now we got to see who's going to be able to take that, and it was the side of Nemesis, and so with that Blaziken being able to take that, they've got a little bit of a chance to fight back for points, but there's already so many members of Orange Juicers defending. It looks like that Regieleki is just going to get burned down. That was a great Rock Tomb to make sure that nobody could really escape or try to get through there. However, they're not going to be able to use that too much to an advantage. This would be interesting to see Nemesis push this. It looks like they're not in the greatest position offensively, especially just trying to walk into that wall that is Flareon's with the Hyper Voice. It looks like they're all going to back up.
Shout out to Trainer for having the Blaziken Battle Pass complete. That Battle Pass came out yesterday, by the way. So Trainer LGC really liking the Blaziken champion style, and he's playing it fantastic, I have to admit. That those animations are awesome. When your Unite move to change, it gets a trophy above their head every time. I am into that.
Oh yeah, and sometimes, I mean, you know you're on the biggest stage, you're like, well, we're gonna
flex.
We gotta flex. But right now, he's gonna have to flex on defense, as right now it is 3v2 up in this top tier 1 gold zone. Oh, actually, we do see a Yeet fan kind of sneak in from the bottom to help with this defense, and they're doing a pretty good job of it, but that is a huge Horn Leech to be able to kind of push through, but no, gonna get punished, runs back into the Rock Tomb, and this is a huge counter push from Nemesis.
Yeah, big stuff by Trainer to stay up that whole time. Blaziken has a really hard time when they take so much damage from those Iron Heads, but they were able to hold up the whole time and dish out the damage the other direction. Bliss Assistance will give Trainer a little bit of extra damage, but they elect to retreat. Not having the Metagross to join that fight might just be a bit too tough to get onto that enemy cool zone. Trainer, though, never going too far away from their objective.
A lot of really good Rock Tombs, but a lot of good mobility on the side of Nemesis to be able to get through them. Zugrug, extremely precise with all of those Rock Tombs, has been playing a lot of Crustle. And I do have to say, this is starting to get a really scary spot, in my opinion, for Orange Juicers. They've been doing really well, but everybody's been, they've got a slight lead, but we were hitting the power spikes for Nemesis, and this might be one of the first times we're going to see it. Regieleki getting immediately low. Looks like it goes down to the Hyper Voice, but a lot of big Unites coming out on both sides. As we're actually seeing quite a bit of damage, I think, come out from that Phalanx. Going to be able to pick up the KO on the Chandelure, but it's going to have to continue on, get a few more, and yeah, look at that. The shielding is starting to come out. Metallic did manage to get some pretty strong shields, but it wasn't enough. Everybody's so healthy on Orange Juicers still.
Yeah, small score in from Roland, potentially even more to get a bigger overdunk, but we are just going to break that thing. Kratos wanting to put in as much as they possibly can. Phalanx actually having a passive that increases the amount of Eos energy they can hold. So that's why we're able to hit 50 so quickly. They are breaking that goal zone, though, and that is so much score tempo. They have held Nemesis to under 10 points right now. Nemesis looked okay in a couple of moments, specifically Trainer, but Metallic and Yeetfan have not really found that same level that we know they're capable of. Orange Juicers have just been stifling this Nemesis team.
Yeah, the levels are finally starting to even up. They're just like barely one level away. But I mean, honestly, the biggest thing here is Flareon's has just been melting the entire team.
Yeah, this Zug Flareon's duo is wild.
Yes.
The Rock Tomb into just permanent Sylveon damage has been so tough for Nemesis to deal with. And you're right, this bottom path has just been rocked by this Sylveon because of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great there. Right now, Flareon's actually just sitting on the bottom. Flareon's on the Sylveon, not confusing at all. But we do need to see Nemesis really fight back in. I mean, obviously, there's 1 minute left. And like I said, they were starting to hit their power spikes, but they haven't been able to get one big, full, coordinated fight in. And that could be really big for them. But, for example, we just haven't seen Metallic. Like you said, we haven't seen them really kind of hit their, like, I don't know, winning moments, and there is only 45 seconds left until the 2-minute mark. Getting the EXP and the buff from this basement Reggie could really be what they need.
Emperor Cusco said it best, we got to find our groove, all right? And that's what Nemesis is currently hunting for. Regice has now hit the map. Drainer is in range, but they're caught by that Rock Tomb. X-Scissor as well, not pushed because of the Ensemble, but they take so much damage. Crustle pushes them into the Phalanx, and that is a terrifying Pokemon sandwich to have to deal with. Regice is gone, clearly to Orange Juicers, as yet another team fight landslides in the favor of OJ.
Also, the second game that we've had on broadcast where it's been 3 of the same Reggie going to the same team, that is very weird.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I'm gonna say it.
I don't not gonna believe in some conspiracy theories. No, this is huge. I mean, that was what Nemesis needed, but that's what Orange Juicers wanted. Let's just put it that way. And they are now with a significant lead. Points and levels and strength, just having this extra buff, everything's looking great for them, but this is a big potential catch out as we're going to see. Okay, finally Trevin gets reset. That was really lucky. That could have been a huge pick.
Yeah, we do have the early gyro ball from Metallic. We'll get the KO, but Flareon strikes first again. Yifan is eliminated.
Oh my goodness!
And Orange Juicers just collapse on them. Just an immediate collapse. A couple of Unite moves later, and no one from Nemesis outside of Metallic is standing. Metallic stun locked, doesn't even have the chance to get the Rayquaza, and Orange Juicers win one of the most dominant game ones we have seen in this tournament.
What happened? That was like 10 seconds. Okay, well, the first 4 members of Nemesis went down in like 3 seconds. I like literally like need to see that in slow motion to see how that went. I mean, a big part of it was the Unbound Hoopa, right? Managed to hit the big stun on everybody, it looked like, but I just cannot believe how quickly they got melted. And then within the next 5 seconds, they got the final KO, they got the Rayquaza, and that was just one of the quickest, most decisive strikes in this entire game that I have ever seen to basically guarantee a win here in game number 1 for Orange Juicers.
We're seeing what we saw a preview of the entire game. We have Zugrug and Flareons working on one side of the enemy team to push, and we have Phalanx just waiting to deal the damage on the other side. Kratos is playing that Pokemon so well because they trust their team so well to be in the right positions, to push the enemy to the correct ones, and we see the capitalization. Orange Juicers, 893 to 43 against another Worlds qualified team, the top of the championship points leaderboard this year.
That is unbelievable. Again, I am stunned at how fast that last fight went. I legitimately need to see that in slow-mo at some point. But this was a huge statement. Orange Juicers looking so incredibly good. Yeah, this was a great game for them across the board. I think they didn't really give up any great opportunities. I mean, the fact there was only 43 points scored from Nemesis in general is a very large statement that it's like from moment 1 to moment, I don't know, whatever the final moment is of the game. I'm not going to count the number of moments in a game, but they were just in control.
Shout out to Kratos for having a whole book of stuff on the table. Who knows what's in that book? Also, saw a lot of blank pages, Kratos. I don't know what you're trying to do with a whole book and make it look cool and everything, but Orange Juicers, the results I cannot argue with, though. That I have no qualms with. They are playing incredible. To make a team like Nemesis just look stifled, and that was wild. That looked like something we see out of a lot of first-round matchups out of tournaments. Unreal.
And it looks like we may be able to get that moment
Ooh, your wish.
Bless. Look how fast this is. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, my.
The Crustle stun.
Yeah.
The Rebel Rouser was one of the biggest moments. We had Zugrug just kind of set themselves amongst the enemy team and press their Unite move. I think Asinable just sort of having too many options for the slow beam in that position. That's one way to shut down Slowbro. Don't give them the opportunity to grab one target. Just throw all 5 targets on top of Nemesis. Great response by Orange Juicers. Force the analysis paralysis out of Nemesis. All 5 go down while having their Unite moves.
Yeah, on top of that, the way that they collapsed, there was a whole lot of visual clutter, so it's very possible that they were trying to hit a specific target. I think they're just not able to get it in time because they had a whole 1.5 seconds to hit that before they were KO'd. So,
and let's not forget, they were like 3 levels behind as well, right? So it's, of course, that fight is going to go quick because of how much damage Orange Juicers has in terms of their value. But Nemesis, we have to admit, are not out of this yet. They can rally back, and a lot of that is going to be on the back of this player right here. They might be frustrated now, but we had a chance to hear from them previously. Let's take a look at what Metallic had to say.
In my own words, how does everyone contribute to the team? First, Train LGC, he can be a little antsy at times, but he's one of the best players in the world, I would say. He does what he needs to do, especially in the jungle, always supporting the team. Rex, one of the best shot callers in the game, in my opinion. He really holds the team down and makes sure we do what we're supposed to do. Yeetfan, he always does his own thing, you know. You'll see Yeetfan do something crazy, and then the next minute he's doing something, you're like, what is he doing? And AZ's just one of the chillest person you'll ever meet. Super good tank, super consistent player. If we qualified for WECS, I think it'll be an amazing experience traveling over there. It's a super far place, so I think it'll be fun.
Well, it's great to hear from them, and you can tell that there's a lot of confidence in the team. Of course, Metallic being the most new addition to the team that has been a pretty consistent roster does mean that it's kind of cool to see the fresh eyes of someone who gets to play with. I mean, literally literally a legendary roster, but
for real,
they're the ones who are going to have to bounce back for sure in this next draft.
Yeah, Orange Juicers looked awesome within the match, but I do think their drafting phase looked incredible as well. Again, huge shout out to their coach and manager, Bina, for doing a lot of the legwork in that draft research and strategy of these enemy teams. Nemesis is going to be taking the Umbreon as the first ban. Leafeon follows it up. Cramorant eliminated before. The final ban from Nemesis, it feels like it needs to be this Tyranitar. You could ban Phalanx. That was a challenging option for you to deal with, but it looks like they're going to elect to battle the Phalanx instead of the Tyranitar.
Okay, so my personal opinion so far, just from what we've seen today, obviously these players have done so much more labbing, and we are going to see the tree taken first. I love that. That's going to be highly contested in this matchup. But I think that the Phalanx, these teams need to get rid of the Phalanx. The Phalanx has been dominant every single time we see it. Hi, Phalanx. Thank you for picking it.
Love this draft from Nemesis. Okay, we take the Phalanx, we remove the Sylveon from the equation as well. Nemesis playing really well into what Orange Juicers did last game. We haven't seen every look that Orange Juicers is capable of, though, so who knows what we're going to see. Valerians really did make a name for themselves on, well, it was on the Hoopa Central area, but they did have a lot of cool showings on the Mew, though, in the past. So maybe that's a sign of things to come a little bit later in the draft. We might see some Mew. Who knows? We might even see that Venusaur look. I would love if Trainer took away the Venusaur, but who knows? We do have the Phalanx already locked in, a dangerous early draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of really good options. I think the Venusaur would be really cool. So far, we haven't seen the Venusaur counter the Phalanx super well so far today, but they are going to go for a lot of other really core members of their team. So I like this a lot, especially when the support is going to give them kind of like a one last secret pick. And it does look like Flareon's maybe going for the Mew, which we do know Flareon's is an absolutely amazing Mew player. Mew is still very strong if you're a good Mew player, which is not easy at all, but I would love to see them actually lock in this pick.
I am pretty shocked that Kratos is not locking in Venusaur here. I'm excited for the Blaziken, one of my favorite Pokemon to see competitively, one of my favorite Pokemon to play. However, you already have the Blissey, incredible synergy there, and you do have the enemy Phalanx on the other side. I guess Sylveon and Glaceon, just too tough of a matchup. You pick the Venusaur, you maybe open yourself up to a Delphox option as well, so maybe just too tough of counters to lock that Pokemon in. But they're going to grab the Blaziken, a bird main of Kratos, technically counts.
Yeah.
But Trader LGC most likely on that icy wind. Yeet fan, I don't know what build they're going to go with on the Sylveon. It would make a lot of sense for the Hyper Voice to lower the special defense, especially since Hoopa, Blastoise, and Glaceon all do special attack damage. There's a lot of synergy there, but you got to remember, if that Hyper Voice is hitting an objective, it does lower the special defense of the objective, teeing it up for Flareons to also do special attack damage, and they do amplified damage to the objective. So it gets a little sketchy sometimes in those situations.
Yeah, but I think that there's honestly just so many good targets on the other side. They're going to be a little bit lower mobility and kind of have to sit in the Hyper Voice. I just feel like
Double Defender, right? Yeah.
Double Defender plus Blaziken, which can move around, but like if you're forcing the Blaziken to move where they don't want to move, that's exactly what you're going to want. So altogether, I feel like Hyper Voice would be great there. Plus, you've already got the Glaceon, so it almost feels a little bit redundant to kind of go both the sure hits, but I mean, not that it would be bad, right? It's something amazingly good.
True.
But it just fits to me, and I especially think that with Glaceon plus Hyper Voice also, just even those two alone, you are melting this Double Defender comp.
Yeah, all right, well, I can't wait to see Nemesis's take on Phalanx in this game number 2. Orange Juicers on a brand new look themselves. We're gonna see that Trevenant again from them, though. So strong in that first game. That Hornleech Curse build is really interesting to watch. If you have that fully charged Curse and you explode, you reset the cooldown on Hornleech, allowing you to basically chain these terrifying moves together.
Yeah, there are so many good ways that you can play Trevenant. We got a fun fact. So far in NAIC, Orange Juicers has yet to let the opposing team get any objectives.
Oh my goodness.
Pokemon. All right, relax. Relax, Orange Juicers. We get it. You're juiced.
Yeah, Orange Juicers pulped up out of control, it seems. Roland gonna take a quick little dip into the central here, see 3 enemy Pokemon and decide to bail as Nemesis have really hit the gas early in this matchup. Machismo getting some great early knockouts of the wild Pokemon, though, sitting 11 points in pocket, but notably very close to their level 5 already.
Yeah, and I'm very interested, especially Metallic, specifically on the Phalanx, to see how that's going to go. Like you said, that's kind of a big question mark as to how this match will go, but Flareons as well. I would love to see the Mew, so the first time we're going to be able to see that in this set, and it's always fun to watch any good Mew player, but especially, I mean, there's like 3 or 4 that I just will always love seeing, Flareons being one of them.
Yeah, there's a couple of others still in our tournament, right? Like, so
we
have some great Mew players hanging out. Yifan gonna dunk in 17, hits that level 5. Asmodee with that score will also get to the level 5 breakpoint. So these early invades really paying off for Nemesis. I love this. Double evolution. Make sure that you are being the aggressors in this matchup. Take the enemy central, find the experience, but it seems that Orange Juicer's counter strategy is to fight fire with fire.
This is a lot of weird fights in this kind of center of the map right now. Asmodee barely trying to escape. They are going to be able to get back to the goal zone, and yeah, there we go. Nice ability to get that berry, just barely. And so this is just a weird fight in a weird spot before there's any true objectives. Asmodee also just continuing to take part in the fight, despite the fact they're pretty low.
Yeah.
But this is going to build really nice space for, look like a lot of the CXP could have gone to Nemesis. They didn't have the damage quite yet, and especially with Flareon kind of sitting there, they could steal some of it, not going to be able to.
All right, so it is Screamion, answer to our earlier questions, as well as the Icy Wind Glaceon. So reduce the defenses and then hit him with that big burst of damage. A lot of synergy required, but that's why Nemesis has been playing it out together for so long. Not to mention, this Phalanx is starting to swing as well. Level 7, and they are hitting some big power spikes. Roland stops the early score, but 18 points are going to go in and leave this goal zone just at 4. Small break, but it will be a goal zone break and a lead take for Nemesis.
Yeah, just barely, though. We've already seen more points scored from both sides than we did from Nemesis altogether in the last game. So
yeah,
things are looking a lot better for them no matter what happens basically from this point onwards, which especially with stacking, right? I'm sure they're going to really want that. But they've got great positioning as well for the Reggie Ice. It looks like some really great spacing over there from Metallic, going to be zoning out the rest of the team. Ooh, there was an attempt there, although yeah, the beam was pretty scary.
Yeah, watch out for that solar beam. Again, Flareon's just going to try to position to wherever Yeet Fan is and take full advantage of that Hyper Voice for their side. But Chisel with that Horn Leech engage, gets the curse immediately. Horn Leech is backwards and out of danger and within range of Roland's soft-boiled heals. Regieleki will probably not make it to this goal zone. However, Machisel has not given up hope quite yet. Yeet Fan going to take down the rest of the HP, but they are going to give up a small score from Roland.
Yeah, Roland will get a 1 and a 5 in, saying, I didn't really need that Regieleki there. They are going to go down, it looks like, throwing an egg just for, you know, like, hey, I'll do one little boink to you before I go down. But right now, there's a lot bigger scores going down in this bottom tier 1 on the side of Orange Juicers. It does look like they will be picking up Trainer in revenge. Asnable, though, finally a full blast, though. It's going to be a lot harder to take down, especially with 2 berries here. But this goal zone, oh my goodness, a beautiful surf. I was going to say the goal zone almost certainly going down, but a few too many points. Asnable is going to have to go down. They do manage to get a good trade off of it and protect the goal zone. It did not go down.
So impressive. We heard from Metallic saying that Asnable is one of the more chill people on the team, very calm, cool, collected. I think we saw that in full showing there. That triple surf obviously defends the goal zone long enough, and then trusting Yeet to defend it. We could have seen the immediate Hydro type, well, not quite, they're only at level 8, but still able to hold down in the face of so many enemy targets. Really good stuff from Asnable.
Yeah, that was a situation where I think a lot of people would have just run away, myself included for sure.
See ya.
But knowing your limits and knowing that you can give up 1 KO as a defender to be able to protect this great positioning, it was, I mean, that's a high-level play for sure.
Yeah, it is fantastic. And now both of these goal zones are up and available so that Nemesis can port back and forth as frequently as they can. Rex allowing this Hoopa to get full value. 4 seconds until both of these Regis are going to spawn. Yifan takes so much damage, they have to Fairy Frolic just to stay up in this fight, as Kratos is going to start doing damage to the Reg Ice. A lot of targets all focusing on it now. Blast Ice Hydro Typhoon knocks them sky high. Bliss Assistance makes it just in time, but the Blaziken does go down. When they do not secure it, Mew able to weave in the damage and out-secure Metallic's Phalanx.
It was exactly what you said. They lowered the special defense and then the Electro Ball did so much damage. But right now, they are still on the defense, despite the fact that Orange Juice has managed to take that basement Reggie. They've got so many members of Nemesis trying to break this goal zone, but they are all grouped up. The goal zone will go down. We're going to see a big Phantom Force come out for a pretty significant amount of shields. It did manage to hit a few. Could have hit one more if they were not scoring, but the tier 1 goal zone going down is a big win for Nemesis, and in the end, they only lost 1 member. Trying to trade a 1-for-1. Metallic trying to take on Flareons, but there's a little bit of support. And I love the backup. I love the backup that Phalanx does when they're just like, oh, no.
Yeah, I guess not anymore. I love that so many Mew players, and Flareons is an excellent example of this, are rotating towards coaching so often these days. It seems like we're going between coaching and surf in many of these engagements. We're kind of leaving agility off the table. It's a great option. It does give you that move. However, coaching when you trust your team just feels so strong. Big Solar Beam from Flareons, though. It's going to be enough that their boosted auto takes out the Hoopa, and yet another one enhanced by that light screen deals so much damage to Glaceon. Clearly don't have their passive available in a situation like that, and so Mew is just raining in damage across the board. 1 knockout, could have been 2, and Zugrug, I know it's scary. Everybody's feeling a little stressed out by that, but it does allow the team to KO Regieleki while in the safety of their goal zone and get that constant healing.
That was a lot of confidence in that spacing. Yeah. Let me tell you how many times I've seen that actually knock somebody in.
Get the protractor, Zugrug. Yep. Get it out.
They're just holding up a ruler next to their screen. But no, great spacing, great confidence. I mean, Zugrug obviously has played this Pokemon 100,000 times or something similar to that number, I think. Right now, though, fighting for the Registeel, that Rock Tomb is going to try to wall out everybody else. We're getting a little bit of a 1v1 between the Brawlers up top. Ooh. And there's a little bit of assistance from Trainer to make that a win for Metallic, but Metallic very, very low, trying to fight down. Actually, everybody on Nemesis is extremely low. However, the confirmation will be coming from Rex on that Hoopa for that Registeel.
That is a great objective take. It's a solid team fight. I will say, I'm a little concerned about how Nemesis felt like they had to play that. Trainer was playing that Glaceon like they believed they were the only one that could win that fight. Aggressively positioning, hunting KOs, and kind of leaving the rest of the team to worry about the objective. That's trusting your team. That might be a little bit of a lack of trust in your team. I'm not too sure, but Nemesis are currently holding the lead 200 to 145, and they need to do so for the remainder of the time if they want to tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, that final stretch kind of snuck up on us. They've been waiting. Oh, goodness. Zugrug moving in, and yeah, that's a nice surf just to escape. You do not want to get caught out by the rest of this team. The initiation is going to be gigantic here. The Hydro Typhoon is going to catch a couple members of Orange Juicers, but they're zooming in, and already Blastoise going down, trading 1-for-1 with the Blaziken. That beam catching very, very well, doing a solid amount of damage to Metallic. They've got to run away now. The reset is going to happen. They are going to be able to get through just barely, while the Hyper Voice is going to do a ton of damage to the Trevenant. Not a lot of damage on the Rayquaza quite yet, so a lot of individual 1v1s or 2v2s across the map, and Metallic, again, just barely escaping.
And we got to remember, though, Rex does have the hoops unbound with this Hoopa, so at any time, Nemesis could be playing for scores, playing far away from this fight. They'll have the chance to come back. Not anymore. Portal is used very aggressively right in the face of Orange Juicers. Big Surf by Hasbel to push a few targets away, and Machisel finally is KO'd. The Trevenant is felled, as is the Blaziken, before the overheat can even pop off. Metallic trying to keep this fight up, as now it's Roland versus Metallic in the back end. Zogrug and Flareon's, the bot path duo, are now being isolated by Yeet, Asdrubal, and Trainer LGC. Flareon's trying to buy as much time as they can. The Mystical Mirage is there, and they do get the KO onto the Blastoise. They cannot make it away, as a boosted auto from Trainer LGC earns the KO. And Nemesis are popping off one by one, earning these KOs, and now they have all the room to work they could have ever asked for.
Yeah, now just so much pressure. Everybody trying to score in different areas, but the problem is that they've already got the lead. So, I should say the problem for Orange Juicers is that Nemesis already has the lead, so this is going to mean that they've got to defend, but they also needed to score, and with 10 seconds left, there was no chance for that to happen. Game number 3 for Winners Finals is on the way.
Whew, and you can tell that is a load off for Nemesis. They're all sitting there going, phew, okay, we still get to play on the winner's side of this tournament bracket. Normally we are seeing this team pop it off, excited, pumped. They're just like, okay, game 3.
And once again, I mean, I do feel like we may have, actually, I'm not sure if we could get that stat on that. On broadcast, have we had a 100% win rate for Phalanx? Has Phalanx ever lost on broadcast so far today?
I don't know about broadcast, but in my heart, never once has Phalanx lost the game in my heart.
That's true, because they don't retreat, you know?
Factual. They press forward. I'm a big fan of that. Phalanx has looked awesome, and Kratos in particular looked great in game number 1, but what a response from Metallic. I think the way they played it was really interesting, where we've seen Kratos play it more of a combo-centric Pokemon, wait for the tanks to do their work. Metallic played it more as like a 1v1 option in the Blaziken. They were like, hey, enough of your moves. I am just going to hard target down this carry and make sure that Kratos does not have an impact in these team fights. It looked awesome. Bliss assistances were charging towards the Blaziken, and Metallic was still able to earn these KOs.
Yeah, Metallic was a huge part of this game, because you could tell as well that Orange Juicers, they were really truly solo targeting Metallic a lot. I think they understand the value of that Pokemon right now. And one thing that we'll possibly see in the replays in a few minutes was during that last fight, there were a ton of resources put into taking down Metallic, but they managed to stay up, which meant that there was a whole lot of just, I don't want to say wasted resources, but you've already committed so much to that, it's so hard to make that comeback.
Begs the question, though, Wonder Chef. The last pick for Orange Juicers, but knowing the Phalanx was on the battlefield, was a Blaziken. Not a clear counter like we've seen from other options, and they had the opportunity to grab something like we've seen before. The Venusaur, the Metagross. Said we gotta go with the all-around, always solid Blaziken, but it comes up short. I really wonder if we're gonna see something change up in draft mode. Either way, our player of the game is gonna be Yeet Fan on this Sylveon. 2 Screamion games back-to-back, by the way. I think the drafts have made a lot of sense for it, but it is cool to see the Hyper Voice Calm Mind build really re-emerge here on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, that we talked about it so much before that match started, why that would be a great, and while the exact thing that you said did come true, where it helped the enemy team secure.
Like twice.
It was a lot. But it showed off just how useful it was. Also, Nemesis taking the first 2 objectives of the tournament against Orange Juicers.
All right, yeah, we're finally getting that stat up. Well done by Nem. Orange Juicers are going to lock in the Cramorant ban, followed up with the Leafeon ban. Have to imagine we're going to see Tyranitar here yet again from Nemesis. It feels like that is the way the draft has been going so far this tournament. Oh, an adaptation. The Phalanx ban. Will Orange Juicers grab the big rock boy?
Yeah, this is, I do love this ban because it has been really a key part of it. But now my big question, so far recently, when we've been seeing the Umbreon bans, we've been seeing Metagross a lot because, I mean, those shielding can be so nice, but we'll see exactly what the Umbreon ban is for, right? It used to be like, we're choosing speedsters, we do not want Umbreon, but now Umbreon is a ban, a little bit more interesting as far as where you're going to go. Right now, I mean, solid first 2 picks.
All right, quick Tyranitar update, not picked yet. So we are now into the second picking phase of Purple side. We've currently left it available. Flareon's hovering that Mew yet again. Looks so fantastic. It feels like Flareon's kit really revolves around the Sylveon, the Mew, and the Inteleon, with the metagame not favoring the Inteleon very much these days. So it's going to be the Hoopa and the Mew.
2 other solid, extremely solid picks. These teams are just kind of going with what they're comfortable with. The Lucario would be an interesting choice. Okay, it does look like we are going to see probably Trainer going back to that Glaceon. I think that's extremely solid.
There's no way.
Out great. I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah.
A different pink blob.
Yeah.
That's fine. Rex was nodding and smiling a lot, and I was like, maybe, okay, we're cooking. But I guess not. Now, Orange Juicers going to think about their final options available. Again, it's a quick Tyranitar update, still available. But it looks like Kratos going with another bird Pokemon, Birdmane, while hovering the Dodrio. No shot. Oh, please.
They're going through a lot. Don't time out. We've seen this happen before. Make your decisions. I mean, that's actually more interesting. I mean, the Gardevoir, I think, is amazing. I think one of the most underrated Pokemon right now. But Lapras and then Metallic and then choosing the Gyarados that's been banned so much this weekend and yet has been ignored. So I think that is very, very strong. Again, taking away the Umbreon because Gyarados does get shields as it initiates, so that could help out the counter stealing. And then, of course, with the Bliss Assist.
Yeah, I think Blissey is the biggest reason we saw that Umbreon ban. Metallic running this guard. Okay, they changed the item. I was just gonna say they were locked in on Potion for a moment, but a little bit Potion. Of the Eastern meta. But we're gonna go with the eject button. It just synergizes too well with the Unite move, I think, to be able to eject button mid animation. So strong. Now the thing is, yes, you were mentioning it's so interesting. The Zugrug Lapras emerges yet again. We are playing double mage. Normally, you love Crustle in a situation like that, or you love Umbreon. Both great lockdown defenders. Both of them taken away, whether by ban or whether by selection. So huge stuff there. Now we are going to see what these special attackers can do without a defender that holds a target in place for too long.
We also got confirmation with the coolest way possible, walking up and holding up a notebook. Thank you to Icarus. 100% win rate on broadcast for Phalanx.
Okay,
so
cool.
And it's been picked so many times. That is actually, I think, a really significant stat. So
Pokemon's pretty good.
It's pretty decent, you know?
It's 100% win rate good. I'll love to see it. Another thing that's good, Flareon's. On camera right now, absolutely cracked player. And of course, our crowd has been touted as the best crowd in all of Pokemon. I mean, the North American Pokemon Unite fans have been showing up for 2 years in a row now. And I mean, how could you not? These games are so exciting, Wonderchef.
They are when this much is on the line. We're in Game 3 of Winners Finals. The winner of this goes to Grand Finals between the 2, I would say, top teams, considered top teams in North America. They're glad that this has been close, but this is their final chance to make it there.
Gyarados versus Trevenant in our top path early. Very interesting. Both Pokemon that obviously have extremely slow early games. One of them is a Magikarp, but it will be the burn damage from Will-O-Wisp on Machisel's Phantom to get that KO. Magikarp not able to make it back to the goal zone, and Machisel back to the drawing board.
Back is the key word here. I'm glad nouns isn't here. I do not want to ask you for the noun of the game once again, but back is also not a noun.
Tortellini!
Yeah, tortellini. You know what? I'm pretty hungry. That works for me. But already we're seeing the Corellia, which is a really, really big power spike. I mean, that once you hit that level 5, you go from, I would say, one of the weakest early game Pokemon to just strong, just scary.
Unbelievably powerful. So much damage coming in, and Rex has taken the full lesson from that one. Gets exploded. Gardevoir plus Mew is a lot of special attack damage. We talked about how strong this double mage composition is. We barely see this worldwide, by the way. North America, one of the only regions that actually elects to playing this kind of play style. Very cool to see Orange Juicers transition from a brawl style compositions to this double mage style composition.
Right now, North America is one of the only regions that chooses anything ranged, apparently.
Yeah, barely.
Really weird way that it's going, but right now we really need to continue to look at Metallic and how fast they will become a Gyarados. We're about to hit the 8-minute mark, so not one of the fastest evolutions that we've ever seen. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know how it works, you do build up an effort gauge as certain things happen. And hey, we saw the start of the evolution up there at exactly the 8-minute mark, which I would say is like a fine time. It's like the average-ish time.
Yeah, it's the imaginary line we've drawn in the sand that is important to evolve at that time. I think that is it is a community benchmark, and I'm a big fan of it. If you're a big fan of interviews, I think you'll also like that one as well. I hope we get some of those on broadcast. Interviews in the building. We need some interviews for sure.
And
all
some
right,
thumbs up.
Azabel locking down that bottom goal zone. This Lapras versus Crustle duo is I'll call it a glacial stage level of one. It's going to move rather slowly, but it can be exciting a bit later in the game. The thing I was mentioning about the Lapras, though, I was surprised by, was Zugrug, when last time it was chosen, we got to ask him in an interview why they picked that Pokemon. He said it's really good into low damage compositions. I don't know if Nemesis composition qualifies for low damage right now, but certainly they are going to try to find a way to get some value. Otherwise, big scores in that bottom tier goal zone, responded to by Orange Juicers, though, in the bottom side.
I think it's actually what do you call it? High damage composition. I think that's what I'd call it, yes.
Good title.
Yes, yes. The exact opposite. No, Registeel, though, going down. Feeling a lot of high damage from the other team.
Yeah.
As that's going to be a very, very quick burn down. But both teams really focusing on one objective. We've seen a lot of fighting for Regieleki today, which does make a lot of sense. I feel like we're hitting a more aggressive meta over time. And the Basement Regi getting a little bit lonely. But right now, already this Regieleki threatening a Tier 2 glow zone for Orange Juicers. Nemesis got to feel really happy about that. Gives them so much space to do whatever they want.
I love that push from Nem too. You take the Regieleki, it moves towards it, and you decide, I'm not going to fight for that goal zone for the Regieleki to land. Instead, take the red buff, move away. Something we saw very popular from Kabichans, a team that defeated Nemesis. So a team that may be learning from their opponents as we move on throughout these tournaments and these events. Nemesis always leveling up.
Yeah, and of course, Kabichan's actually saying that they liked a lot of what Nemesis did and using some of their strategies once they qualified for the qualifier. It's a weird thing to say, but I mean, that's one of the greatest things about international competition, which we had a chance to get more of this season, is that everybody learns from everybody if you're a good team. If you're not learning from the international competition you get to play against, then you're not doing your job.
Learn your lessons, folks. Great little Rock Tomb combination play with the Hyper Voice. I think that synergy healing any target who's also trapped very, very powerful.
Not a call-out, but as we were watching that, we did just see the Hyper Voice completely whiff on anything because they exited the wild Pokemon away. It was like, wait, I was trying to hit that.
Can we take 20 points off the record for Nemesis, I think, for that?
Yeah, for the lack of coordination trying to take down the Indeedys. But right now, I love this super far forward positioning from Flareon's, managing to not take every tick of that Hyper Voice, and that Horn Leech is going to be a great initiation alongside the Phantom Forest. We are going to see the Unite come out from the Sylveon and the Mew, just everybody popping everything everywhere, but yeah, that reset.
Yeah, great reset. The Egg Bomb just a little bit shy of getting Machisel back through that goal zone. Kratos will go down. Machisel single targets them with the Gyarados Unite move. They still have their eject button. They're going to use that to get away. And now Regice is still available. We do have the pause request. So sorry, everybody. A little bit of an issue in the building. We'll be getting back to this matchup as soon as we possibly can. But wow, this match has been... I think I needed the break.
I agree. Actually, we're going to need to get the other two casters here because whatever they did to bring the power back last time worked. So we're going to need Spraggles and Dupe Snacks to come back and do whatever scary ritual they did. Because quite honestly, I don't know if I could ever repeat what they did there. But yeah, this is, I as well needed this break because they're going for a lot of team fights right now. There's a whole lot of, I would say, like commitment. Like they can feel exactly what's on the line.
For sure.
And this has been really close. Yeah, we've okay, we're starting to, I think, get everything back. Looks like, the good thing, of course, the greatest thing is that this game was not truly interrupted, right?
That's true. Honestly, shout out to the admin slot. That is what we are going to give up for, of course. We definitely heard for the crowd sound a lot of people reacting to that power outage. It was definitely frustrating for a lot of people to deal with. So our apologies in that way. But honestly, thank you so much to admin for being quick on that pause button, making sure that the game integrity integrity is still in place. We're going to get that sorted out, no problem for you folks. But yeah, I can't wait to get back into this match though, Wonder Chef, because this has been a super exciting one. It feels like this best of 3 has really shown itself in the drafting phase because it's been so fun. Changes from Nemesis and Orange Juicers back and forth, taking away each other's Pokemon, locking off some of the best in the biz. It has been so exciting.
It has. This is exactly what I wanted out of a Game 3.
Yeah.
It felt like within Game 1 and Game 2, there was a whole lot of kind of figuring out the other team. And
Yeah.
we did chance talk both of them. They're both definitely prepared based on what they thought the other team was bringing, but the meta has shifted so much within the past month or so. And I feel like this was really a draft in particular that's like, okay, yeah, like we kind of figured out what we can't lit through and what we kind of need to steal away.
Yes.
And now it's just been this really nice kind of back and forth, well, honestly, quite a bit of fighting, but it has felt very even. So it does feel like this is kind of the ending that we wanted for a Game 3 where so far, I mean, it's looking neck and neck.
I don't know if these teams handshook before and said no Tyranitar, but that's what happened in game number 3. We banned the Phalanx, we leave it up. Yeah, thoughts on the no T-Tar?
Honestly, again, this was, for anybody out there who hasn't been kind of following along, Tyranitar got buffed since the last big event, and then Phalanx became legal from the last big event, so I think those are kind of the two that fit a similar role-ish.
Okay,
that we've kind of, it's been a question mark, right? And we've seen other regions where Japan chooses to like kind of ban or ignore quite a bit, and today I was curious too, because I thought North America was really going to be super Tyranitar heavy, and it has been in a few games. But so far, just from what we've seen, obviously we got the stat earlier, 100% win rate from Phalanx on broadcast so far today. Tyranitar, not 100% win rate, even when it's like, was Lutano Tyranitar, did not manage to win that game. So I'm personally way more scared of Phalanx.
Okay, yeah, 100%. That Pokemon has been bonkers, I think, is the appropriate term to call that one in particular. North America really making it look great. We did get a chance to watch, at least you and I and a few of the other commentators, some of the Eastern region metas closing out on this most recent patch. Japan specifically, they had banned that Pokemon almost in every single game. They understood its power level. It seems like Phalanx really has risen to the top of the ranks in terms of these players' metagame in these days. However, of course, there's draft mode to work around that. You can pick it out from the opponents. You can try to build a composition that works well into it. There's a lot of interplay with that, of course.
You could just ban it.
Like that's another option, There's a lot of options here is what I wanted to say. But either way, I think this is just really cool that a brand new release has had such a momentous change on the metagame that we're starting to see. Whether for better or for worse, for right now, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, plus it's like one of the coolest visually Pokemon that we, I think, ever had.
The little guys.
The little guys, their stances are great.
Yeah.
The scoring is amazing. Just everything about Phalanx is like everybody is just about it. The Unite, I love that. My little Twitter edit was really good. I'm not going to say what it is. Follow my Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, there's just a lot of funny things at that point. I love that edit. I'm so proud of it. I can't tell you. But yeah, it's I think it's one of the coolest releases we've had in a while.
Yeah.
Of course, we've just got so much going on in as far as competition for that spot, that role in the teams. That that also adds like another layer where it's like we can go so far down the kind of like brawler list and still be really good. You could ban out like 5. And still get like a potential like pick one.
I was actually had the chance to be on the preview show for EUIC at NAIC. It was really interesting. Adam Skarzig, who does a lot of work with all different Pokemon games, was able to ask me, he said, at EUIC, our metagame was so centralized around defenders. It was what defender is going to be your option, whether it's Trevenant in the top path or Blastoise in the top path. It was so dependent around that.
Umbreon.
But it feels like we pivoted to a completely top path focused metagame in terms of draft. We're seeing melee, we're seeing all-rounders, we're seeing so much focus in that direction. A team that is very familiar with both of these tournaments, both NAIC and EUIC, the one in front of you, Nemesis. Orange Juicers, a lot of them played at that tournament as well, but just on different rosters, coming together to make one last push to try to win the NA region.
Yeah, I do like the fact that within Pokemon Unite, we do get to see a lot of situations where the meta is centered around a role, and it does not end up being the same role quite that often in a row. But you know what? We're not going to talk about that anymore because we got the last 4.5 minutes of the final game of Winners Finals here. for the North American Regional Championship. And once again, just to recap where we're at, a slight lead as far as points for Orange Juicers, slight lead as far as level for them, but still this is looking neck and neck.
Yeah, so far Flareon's been really putting the work in the damage department, but Gardevoir for Kratos looking excellent as well. Another perfectly timed secure from Flareon's, and that's another objective going in the way of Orange Juicers. Really seems to be their whole shtick, if you will. But now Nemesis is moving up towards the top path, or at least Crustle is. Everybody else has got to respawn.
All right, for anybody out there playing solo queue, do what Orange Juicers is doing. Take the objectives, please. And Regieleki is now currently, looks like being hunted down by Nemesis, but everybody's actually starting to group up there. 4 members of Orange Juicers are getting relatively close while Lapras just kind of sits down on the bottom. And I do like the Rock Tomb to not let anybody quite in, but they haven't done too much damage to the Regieleki, so it looks like this is going to be a fight. The Curse coming out, and yeah, trying to get out of there as the Bull, realizing they're taking too much damage. Huge Phantom Forest. The more that hits, the more shielding, the more buffs you get. But actually, it was just barely able to keep them up and keep them healthy. It does look like we may get 1 KO. Pretty significant shield from Metallic, but wow, they're not going down. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, Metallic actually trying to burn time as much as they can. They use the bounce not only for unstoppable in range, but also to get the shielding a little bit if they could, and also buy time for Rex to be able to get to them and get the soft-boiled healing in place. However, this fight around the Regieleki is not over quite yet, as Orange Juicers are currently doing damage to that objective on the main side. Asable trying to wall off Machisel to the best of their ability. They don't want the Trevenant to enter the battlefield, and yet they do. Weave in and pull a Horn Leech into one enemy target, and yet again, you could always count on Flareon's to secure these objectives.
Oh yeah, Flareon's is one of the best securers in the entire game.
Absolutely.
If not, I mean, certainly the region, probably every single region, has been so extremely consistent no matter what Pokemon they play, which is very impressive, but that's huge. They really wanted that to be able to push their lead to a point where now within the final stretch, which is happening in just about 15 seconds, they have everything. They've got the levels, they've got a huge point lead. It's no longer to the point where like one person backcapping can make a difference. It needs to be a fight from Nemesis. It needs to be a win from them or some ridiculous level of backcapping, which I guess is possible, but I don't expect it to see that with Orange Juicers playing so solid. Final 2 minutes of Winners Finals.
All right, we had Machisel use that Trevenant Unite really early on in that fight, but they do get it back. So Phantom Forest is there for the Trevenant. So powerful in some of these team fights. Can really shift the tempo of an entire game. Zogrug aggressively positioned on the right-hand side. Lapras Express might be able to bring a teammate, but it has the impact when it knocks everybody up into the air. Asable already down at about half HP. Rex is going to have to put a lot of resources into them, but now we have the push in. Rock Tomb shuts down Metallic's push. A little bit of miscoordination on the side of Nemesis, and they have to pull back from that fight while using 2 Unites for no value.
That's huge, and the Unites coming up from Orange Juicers could be gigantic. As soon as they see a moment, especially the Gardevoir Unite could be huge. We are going to see 1 Unite coming out from the Lapras, moving in, getting the initiation on Rex. They've got to jump in for a Metallic to try and save that, but getting walled off, they get a KO.
A huge egg bump to stop Hoopa from recalling that is going to be the Unite move from Rolling being accessed. Finally, the Lapras goes down. Such a defensive Pokemon, can live through so much, but the Sylveon will go down as well. Yeetfan is knocked out. Great KO by Roland, who on this Hoopa Unbound is just up on a tiny amount of HP. Phantom Force will try to escape Asable, but a couple of X-Scissors will still hit that player, but the Psychic damage debuffing the special defense means that Flareon's can capitalize. Rayquaza at under half HP. Gardevoir Unite move, Fairy Singularity chasing down the Ray, and yet another objective for Orange Juicers.
And that's the one that they needed. That one taken, it looked like maybe by the Phantom Forest. And we're seeing Machisel just chase down Trainer, getting a little bit of a juke, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter. The lead already going to the side of Orange Juicers. They've got shields, but they are somewhat unvulnerable Pokemon. Kratos getting that shield melted. They've got to get the score in, but the launch is going to make sure that that shield does not matter. However, we still need to see Nemesis score. They did a good job of defending. It looks like maybe a Huddleberg going in bottom, and with 8 seconds left, Orange Juicers will be moving forward to the winner's side of Grand Finals.
Orange Juicers take down their main rivals in Nemesis and lock in their spot, just like you said, Wonder Chef. After a grueling 3-game battle, they're able to put it together when it counts the most. Losing their first objectives of the entire tournament in this matchup against Nemesis, but taking the ones that mattered most. Orange Juicers with an amazing showing.
and their patience in that late game was so good. They managed to save some Unites as long as possible. And that Gardevoir Unite was so late that some other Unites might have come back soon from the other side, but just to make sure that Metallic was not able to try and burn down that Rayquaza, not able to get it secure, not able to stop somebody from securing by jumping on them. So altogether, their patience was so well earned, honestly. They won their guaranteed spot for sure.
Yeah, Orange Juicers have earned their spot here, executed perfectly. And of course, a lot of these players have played together on teams, and Roland's teamed with a few of these guys as well. So giving their vouchers. It's not over for Nemesis though. This is winners finals. They will be moving down to the lower side of the bracket, but they will have their chance for a rematch later this tournament if they can take down their upcoming opponents. In terms of KOs, pretty quiet game between these two squads because it was all about the wild Pokemon this time.
there was a lot of wild stuff in general, whether it be wild Pokemon or wild plays, but honestly, you do get to see just a number of KOs obviously going to the side of Orange Juicers. Like you said, relatively low, but the cool thing is how evenly split it was. And surprisingly, Machisel being on the low end, because Machisel did a lot of work, but 3-3, 1-3-3 is a really cool thing to see because everybody on that team is putting a lot of work. Damage as well, very evenly split amongst all of the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, and when we needed it most, a North American Gardevoir Unite move hit.
At least one! At least one!
Okay?
That's all you need!
If you've been a fan of North American Pokemon Unite, you know those tend to go astray from time to time. Well, Kratos locked in game number 3, makes sure it's centered around that Rayquaza, so none of the melee or close range damage of Nemesis could really rival that Rayquaza. And of course, Flareouts, but Chisel, everybody get involved to make sure that Pokemon is knocked out. They had the lead going into that final stretch, those 2 minutes, not the tournament, the 2 minutes of the game. And they were able to take out that Ray and move on. But we gotta hear from the NA Guardi themselves. The Birdmane Kratos is on stage.
Here I am with Kratos from Orange Team. Give it up for him. I call him Orange Team. Orange Juicers. They can't be Orange Team because I don't like it. All right, tell me a little bit about going up against Nemesis. I think a lot of people thought Nemesis possibly the team to win the whole thing. You're sending them down to losers. What was your thought process heading into a match against them?
So Nem, in my opinion, was our hardest matchup, and we prepped really, really hard for them to try and get what we wanted in draft. And it was really scary because generally, traditionally, the past 3 years, I generally lose against Nem, but not this year.
Amazing. I guess I have a question for you. If you were to make a friendship bracelet for any member of your team, who would it be for?
I would have to say Machisel because that's been my boy for the. I played regional finals with him last year, and yeah, I would pick him. Yeah.
And I'm curious, out of all the teams that could be heading to the final stretch, who do you think deserves to go to Worlds most? Besides, obviously, you guys are already there.
If I had to pick a team from final stretch, I would say the DOL Kittens because I've seen how much work they put in. And I look forward to seeing them do well in final stretch.
Amazing. Any last words for your fans or some of the teams you're going up against?
Any last words? Don't underestimate us. I feel like that was really a huge thing, so.
Amazing. Said with a ton of confidence. I don't know, maybe don't underestimate us. All right, back to you in the booth.
I don't know. Don't underestimate him, maybe. Why are you underestimating him, Chef? That's enough.
All right. I mean, maybe don't estimate. You could, but maybe you shouldn't.
Maybe you shouldn't. All right. I don't think anybody's underestimating Orange Juicers any longer after taking down maybe the tournament favorites in Nemesis. The way the bracket was originally lined up, Kratos able to take them down. Apparently, some of their bracket demons that Kratos was saying throughout the history of Pokemon Unite, you gotta love when they have the chance to pull that off.
Yeah, and honestly, in such a hard-fought set. I mean, this did go to game 3, but you could see that things started to really go in the favor of Orange Juicers slowly as time went on. And again, that is so much because of Flareon securing power. Secured 2 objectives in a row. And if we ever went back to that graph, if you want to go back in the VOD, you can see that it was even. And then it's like one objective, another objective, and it starts just going up and up and up until they just had a solid, strong lead for the end of the game. And so much
much of that is having a player like Flareon's who can just kind of secure anything.
Yeah, he's been so clutch. I've used the word Rookie of the Year a few times, maybe too cavalierly. I've been told that. But I do think there's a lot of players that have been playing in our top 8 regional final bracket today that really have been making a case for that. Joey in the defender role, Flareon's in the attacker role. Both of these players have entered into truly the limelight. They played Pokemon Unite in previous years as well, but entering into the limelight of kind of the competitive zeitgeist, and it feels like they are at the top of everybody's mind. Metallic, another option for that same spot as well, right? But Flareon's currently in Grand Finals.
And Kratos hitting one person with the Unite. Let's go. No.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, honestly, as far as your Rookie of the Year, there's almost one for every team that we have left. But Machisel is actually going to be the player of the game, the only one to not get 3 KO'd, so we're going to have to take them off of this. But no, I'm just kidding. Doing a great job with switching. Honestly, I think that's been one of the biggest things. Machisel has been able to switch around and find a lot of new Pokemon for their role over the past 3 months or so. And it has looked really good to me.
Yeah, they're a little stubborn on the Machamp picks maybe in the historic run of Orange Juicers before, but this Trevenant has been awesome from them. That Hornleash Curse combination. We have not seen very much defender top in this tournament so far outside of Orange Juicers, who have been playing it quite a bit. Machisel loving this pick. I think the first pick Trevenant also in draft is very intelligent. You don't know if it's going to be the defender option or if it's going to be the top path option until later on. It really keeps the opposing team guessing, and Orange Juicers have been doing that extremely well.
Yeah. We were seeing quite a bit for a while. Back when you said the meta was really defender-focused, there were a few, like with the Blastoise or the Trevenant, where it's like, okay, yeah, like realistically, we don't know what you're doing with that, but we know it's going to be good either way. And yeah, teams have started to shift over. There's a lot more focused top path Pokemon that they really want early picks. They're like, we guarantee this is going to be our strategy, you know? But they're still using that flexibility well. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more Trevenant top because it is still ridiculous.
Who knows? But all right, everybody, we're going to be going to a very short break. But as we throw it to it, check out these listen-in from Orange Juicers during those final moments.
Let's go! Go! Let's go! Woo! All right, you guys can celebrate for this one. That's our stipend, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh my God.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are here live at NAIC in Nolens. Doob Snacks, we are almost to the end of our regional finals here for North America. We're going to find out who the best team in NA is and who's heading to Worlds very, very soon.
Well, I'll tell you what. We've got a heck of a matchup coming up, and this is like the grudge match of all grudge matches, right? One of the teams that has been completely scrapped down to build the new Luminosity squares off against G, the team built from their remnants, and of course is the team that sent Luminosity to this loser side of the bracket to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an incredible matchup. You wouldn't want it any other way. Maybe these players would want it any other way. Probably an easy route through the winners bracket right into the grand finals, but we want it this way. G versus LG, and I am being told that if G wins this thing, they will be taking the G from LG, turning them into GG, and LG just into L.
It's crazy because Luminosity Gaming used to have that first G.
Without question.
Unfortunately for them, G already took it away from them, which is G's first G. Now they're looking to take a second G from Luminosity to become GG. Letters.
Yeah, incredible letters. We want to throw it on over to an interview real quick with Zoinks and the Kittens, who are qualified for day 2 of our final stretch. Take it away, Zoinks in the past.
Okay, I am with the Kittens right now, who just took down Team YouTube and qualified for the final stretch tomorrow, one step closer to qualifying for the World Championship. So first off, please give yourselves a round of applause. Well done, well done. Okay, awesome showing, awesome showing. Chad, you're in the banana suit. We heard you popping off on comms. It was a sick game. I mean, how'd that match go for the people who couldn't see it?
You know, it felt great. You know, I put in a lot of hard work. Together, we grew so much as a team. Like, every single member grew amazingly. And ever since Mark, even though he was the last member to join, he's always going to be MVP in our heart. He showed us the way to how to succeed. And it was on all of us to follow that path, but we just sprinted through that path as best as we could, and we're here now.
Awesome. Okay, MVP Muck, apparently. All right, what were you playing in that match?
I forgot.
Okay, good. All right.
I was playing Cross.
Okay, yeah, on the defender pick. All right, remind everybody of your name.
Banzo Kazooie.
Banzo Kazooie. Okay, awesome. Amazing tournament from you. You're now qualified tomorrow. One step closer to qualifying for the World Championships. How good does that feel?
Feels great.
Awesome.
I'm just here to help.
Awesome. Everyone's excited. Next on the line, introduction to your name.
My name is Elbow Girl 2009.
Sweet. Okay, how good. You were popping off after that game. Amazing moment. You took down a team as good as Team YouTube. How good does that feel?
Time we've done it before. We've been doing it all season. You know, this is the finally time where we're showing it for the biggest.
Okay, fair enough. And final ask: how good does it feel to be qualified for day 2 at NAIC?
Really hard not to swear. I'm doing this for the woman. We are doing this for the woman, and we are going to win this, and we're going to Worlds for the woman.
Awesome. All right. Shout out to the Kittens. They will be in day 2 and potentially trying to qualify for the World Championships in Hawaii. Amazing work. Amazing. Woo! All right. Shout out. Great. Yeah. Have fun in day 2. Seriously.
I'm really happy that the interview didn't just stop and we got to see Zoinks fist bump everyone. All right, that's the interview. And we'll do one of these. And and done. We will see them tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of amazing players on that team. We're both big fans of Muck, the MVP from that squad, popular streamer for Unite, and also a great player who's bounced around to a lot of teams. Speaking of bouncing around to a lot of teams, right below us, Luminosity Gaming. We've got some players bouncing around between these teams. Only one member of Luminosity remains from the World Championship team. One is right across the way on G. Yeah. It's Slash versus Overlord. I mean, this is a crazy good matchup.
It's a crazy good matchup. If there's anybody that has any insight on how Overlord plays, it's Slash, who has played with Overlord for 2.5 years now and won 2 World Championships
with them. However, surrounding them, of course, Agnew, Black, OG, and Zealot Slash tucking themselves inside of this GT crew. And Zealot, I mentioned it before, mentioned it again, Slash thinks is one of the best players going in NA.
Yeah, that's right. He thinks he's one of the best players in the game. And I mean, he's played with Overlord. He's played on world champion teams. So I think that carries a lot of weight. Across the way, interestingly enough, you've got Lutano, a player formerly TTV. Same thing with Otter, formerly TTV. They actually beat Luminosity at NAIC last year. So you've got so many heavy hitters on this stage all going at it. It's wild to see it. As you can see at the bottom of your screen here, 2022 and 2023 world champions Luminosity Gaming. There's really one player on that squad that remains, and that's Overlord.
That is Overlord. I want to talk about Luminosity a little bit because they just had a pretty razor close set to make it to here, and I got to talk to Otter afterwards, like, okay, yeah, that was maybe a little bit too close. Let's try and stick to our game plan, execute a little stronger, but that plan is a little bit more difficult to execute when Slash knows a lot of those moving parts.
Oh, absolutely. As we get ready here for game number 1, our draft is starting. Umbreon banned out right away by Luminosity. Not surprised. You and I talked about this. Slash's Umbreon was disgusting earlier. We have a Hoopa ban, we've got a Trevenant ban, and we have a Comfey ban. I love that Comfey ban because that's just another way of saying you also can't play Zoroark. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And on Luminosity's side, they've done their homework. I can taking away Umbreon from Slash is critical at this point. It's just different. Zealot pivots over to OG so they can lock in Dodrio. OG has a terrific Dodrio, snagging the Blissey as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking away Dodrio as an option for Luminosity in case they wanted to flex Leafeon to another player. We've seen Otter on Leafeon. Sure. I'm sure Lutano could pick it up if that's something they were looking for. No defender grabbed up right away, which is really interesting. Lutano, however, very interested in that Phalanx, back on it again.
They love this Phalanx. Of course, Cram kind of pre-selected by JL. They hope to get that later on. Otter has played that in the last 3 games they've played on stage. But let's see what G is going to cook up here. I mean, that Mew is still available if they want to go, though. No, immediately for the counter into the Lucario Phalanx. We saw that earlier from G.
Yeah, Phalanx, one of my absolute favorite releases for this region. Insanely powerful, but with some insane counters. Slash, by the way, we've got a 4th pick tree. I mean, Trevenant going that late is amazing. And then possibly a last pick Sylveon. One of the more interesting picks, a Pokemon we don't see a lot, Clefable.
Works phenomenally well, that Moonlight, with Phalanx specifically, and they picked it in a good spot. If it drops all the way down with Hoopa Band and Blissey already selected, they're going to get an Eldegoss if they want it regardless.
Sure.
But based on how the rest of that draft went, Clefable sits pretty good. It's got some utility if it does go Gravity. Follow Me is also very solid in this composition right here as well. I like waiting for the support pick. JL locking in a Clefable is a good look.
I really do like this, especially into Lucario. It's very mean for... Look, it's mean against Mystical Fire Sylveon, right? You can't dash into Gravity. Same thing with Dodrio. Dodrio's going to have some problems into Gravity. But if that's Extreme Speed Lucario, the counter to Phalanx, it is miserable if it's running into Clefable Gravity.
It's like ripping down a dry slip and slide. Like, it's going to hurt, you ain't going nowhere.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was going to say. You stole the words right out of my mouth. I can't believe it.
I tend
exactly
to do
like
that,
ripping down a dry slip and slide. Jeez.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying it makes perfect sense as we see G going up against LG in our losers semifinals. Both of these teams you could imagine in the winners semifinals. You could imagine them in the grand finals, of course. And here they are, facing off. We're going to have to see which world champ wants it more, which world champ's new team is really the team in North America, and they still have a tough road ahead of them after this. They've got to face down Nemesis, and they would also have to face down Orange Juicers in our grand finals. But here we go. Game number 1, Luminosity, your purple team. G, your orange team.
I like this little escort of the Phalanx here to prevent anything from the invade. It might be, any number of these G Pokemon can go across the way, and they've been known to do it here. Otter and Joey have been a very good dynamic duo in this bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of games are decided by whether or not you can get your top path online and get it strong, and then, of course, whether or not your bottom path is gelling together. We saw it earlier on the Orange Juicers. You know, there's talk of Flareons and Zugrug in that bottom path, and, of course, you know, Otter in this bottom path with Joey. That's another huge combination as we head to the top path here. OG getting a little low on HP.
One thing I want to mention, Slash has been in this bottom path by themselves for the first full minute of this game. Hasn't gotten knocked out yet, gotten some stacks in, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Slash has been playing kind of out of his mind on Defender throughout a lot of this tournament. Lutano, we could see him being chased away here. Interestingly enough, we are not seeing a Hyper Voice, which actually plays pretty well into Phalanx, but, you know, Mystical Fire is just good into just about anything.
Yeah, it kind of covers everything else. Nice engagement, caught on the wall is the Lucario and quickly dispatched of, and Luminosity Gaming decides to push forward very quickly.
Yeah, pushing forward and putting some points in early. Mime not able to finish this out here as we have Dodrio making their way to this top path. They have evolved. We do see the tri-attack. We do see the correct number of hats, not the correct number of bandanas.
Yeah, you really need to get more of those into the mix here. Lutano jumping right back into their central coverage by Joey because Zealot is already taking the Acelgor buff for themselves. I know some people call it purple. It's blue.
It's blue, baby, as we head down to the bottom path. Cram also blue and also in a lot of trouble. It looks like they're going to try to fight at this goal zone.
Ooh.
Nice big Hurricane is going to push them off right here. Some players deciding to play air/dive still, but Hurricane, you know, it gives you that amazing knock-up. So since this move has been buffed, you're seeing more and more players try this combination as well.
Yeah, Otter, speaking to them again before and after that interview on stage, said, if I had Hurricane Dive in our first game, I think we would have won even harder when they were talking about that first game against Nihao. So definitely their preferred loadout for that. Quick dispatching, though, of the Blissey, and more points going in for who else but LG.
Yeah, I mean, LG looking pretty good here, up 82-38. It looks like they're winning a lot of these fights. It's an interesting, like, eject Meteor Mash on the Lucario there, just really looking for that Phalanx. Not able to find it, though. It is able to make it back home. We do see the extreme speed here, and we're going to have to see how that works when it runs into this Clefable. It could be a real mess for G.
Well, Leafeon just showed up top, and I believe that's Overlord for LG, and they got a quick KO streak of 2 with JL in their pocket. Now we're pivoting over to Regirock. Slash is stuck on the wall. They're going to go towards the Cram. They're moving forward. Woodhammer does find their target. OG moving forward, and Regirock getting very low. Dive Cram comes in, still secured by OG, and that's what you expect out of Lucario that's been sitting in the pocket for so long.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, but of course, top path has been going great for Luminosity, right? So G had a good fight here in this bottom path, able to get that. Ooh! Overlord goes down on a sliver, and Dodrio is still around. Really disappointing for Luminosity. They are not able to walk this Regielekian. We can now see Lutano making their way through the central area of G, and now just going to have to fight this Sylveon for a little bit and then pull back.
Yeah, kind of a unique engagement there by Black. Actually stepped up into Lutano's kitchen and lost half their HP for it. Meanwhile, Zealot is keeping a good eye on what's going on in the middle here, but it just feels like Luminosity, left to their own devices, are just going to be able to creep ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Luminosity just winning the war of attrition here. Little battles back and forth. G has some good opportunities, but they are going to be running more and more into these full team fights. And with Clefable around, I think it's going to be a little tough for G to engage. We're going to have to see them play around Gravity as we see this fight start. Nice big Woodhammer here looking for the Mime, and they are able to get it.
Great engagement to just seal everybody up. JL actually rolls their Unite move here, and they're going to roll around. Here comes the rest of the team. Tons of damage being put in. A little bit of HP topped off by the Blitz Assistants. We're rolling back, though, and it's 2 players down in a heartbeat for LG. G coming alive.
Yeah, G looking great right here. Nice scores in this bottom path, bringing them up to 123. Mime now trying to defend, and it looks like they're going to be able to. We had the Dodrio peel towards that Tier 2 goal zone, hoping to score kind of as soon as that Tier 1 went down. Not able to happen, but they are able to steal away this buff. And this kind of Dodrio gaming feels very reminiscent of what we see out of Japan with Dodrio, and a lot of their Pokemon, to be fair. They're very aggressive in the enemy central area. Dodrio, though, Tri-Attack attack Dodrio specifically, does an amazing job of just making their way into the center and stealing away all of those beautiful buffs.
Slash caught fast forward, 4 players there to cut them off, and now Eggnoob's leading the charge. We'll see if the rest of the G squad follows. Regirock's already at half, and it doesn't really seem like anybody else is going to be able to entertain this except for Eggnoob. If they want to make a play on it, they go in and they take it. Why not? And Eggnoob now pops the X speed, and they're just trying to run away like a thief in the night. That was a white collar crime. That was, holy, that was like a version of tax evasion of Pokemon Unite. How do you get away with that?
Nah, it wasn't a white collar crime. They did get in trouble for it, actually. So turned into a blue collar crime, apparently, as we head to the top path here. I love seeing the pop-off cams, by the way, from the players in a moment like that. You know, when you get a sneaky steal and you're like, let's go. A moment like that is amazing.
That's kind of been the recipe for success for G versus LG, right? Like GT was kind of Luminosity's kryptonite for the longest time.
True.
And there's a lot of these players, and it might be a different squad on LG. They're still wearing that banner. Slash coming through. They want this Regieleki to go. We used Zealot, used the Unite move in the back. Trevenant pops theirs on pad as well. And now Slash, can they hold it down? Though Drew forced to retreat, but the rest of the team is there. Bliss is back onto the tree, and Slash picks it up, and now they're getting the KOs, and the Regieleki hits, and they have an overdunk opportunity here if they can get anybody with massive points up top.
Yeah, and it looks like we're stacking up on this Blissey right now, making sure that those heals are going to be massive. Slash deciding, yeah, okay, I will score here. I got a couple hammers for you, Overlord, before you end up trying to take me down.
But Slash still hanging in the pocket. Their HP topped off. Great work by Eggnoob to keep them that way. Slash is going to get out. Slash is level 11.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real back and forth match, and just when I thought Luminosity Gaming kind of had control of this thing, G has found multiple team fights that have looked incredible for them. Obviously, this Lucario's in a lot of trouble, stuck inside gravity, no way to escape.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, right? When OG of 2 versions, they're a little bit too far forward, not enough firepower. They get caught instantly. Black gonna eat a 2-step and get put down for that dance maneuver they tried to pull off. Lutano wants to go with the 60 banger in for the setup, the big overdunk. Slash is there, but they finally get KO'd. Now they're ransacking a goal zone here. Zealot can't really make an approach in, but Eggnoob's gonna egg bomb, can't stop anyone. OG's trying to get on top of Overlord. Zealot's gonna pick up the pace there, and this goal zone is left incredibly low.
Wow, I mean, Overlord escaping right there feels very criminal. The shield from Razorleaf, I think, is what really let them get away from that Dodrio there. I love the re-engage from Zealot, but you're going into Overlord and you got a little outplayed in your own central area.
Now, at least Luminosity's pivoting onto the Regieleki there. It's going to force all of G to pivot with them. Regieleki is going to fly towards that goal zone there for them. Is now it might be a fight popping off here. We've got 5 seconds left till Ray. We got the engagement. We're popping Unite moves. 2 players down for G. Luminosity looking to pivot. Caught behind the wall. OG is stunned. Can they close the door on them? Lutano looks for the next target. They take out Eggnoob, and it's just OG on the run. Luminosity's on the hunt. This dog is about to get put down in a mean way. That's a whole team wipe.
Wow, they wiped the entire team. Regieleki walks, giving them a Zapdos victory. Remote Stadium is back. Luminosity Gaming is back as they take a commanding fight there, and it looks like a win in game number 1. There's still a minute and a half on the clock. G is coming back to fight here. 2 members of Luminosity down, but they're way behind on the scoreboard. They're going to need to make some big plays. Black in trouble right here, but actually able to pull out. If Overlord goes down, this could be massive for G.
There's still over a minute left, so plenty of time to make some magic happen here, but they need to fill those pockets and they need to get together because that timer on those 2 players they had is about to expire. It looks like they're going for a little rip maneuver here as Joey's trying to find their way in, but Lutano with half HP sitting on the top side of the Rayquaza pit, looking to make a move in. Maybe they do, but it's still taken by OG. Whole team standing. Now they need to scramble and score. We're going to rip these shields up. That's what we're going to try and do. Slash is trapped. The rest of the team needs to go make it, but not in a lot of full pockets, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, a shield is down here for Black, not even able to score. Eggnoob scores a little, but not enough. We've got Lucario in that central area here. OG, I believe they have a shield as they're going to try to bounce top, but I'm not sure exactly where they're going to move. Here we go. Nice eject button. They're going to score, but they're still behind here. 440 to 606. We've only got a shield on Lucario, and they're going to need to find some points.
They need to find points and need to get to the gut goal zone because they're down by 150 here. 160, excuse me. OG shield is gone. They're going to put 6 in, but they are miles behind in this race, Spraggles. And now that the Unite moves and LG is back up, they're looking to seal this thing, and it looks all but not.
Yeah, I mean, what a refight there from G, taking Rayquaza, but after Luminosity already scored in the home goal zone, there just was not enough that they could do. Try as they might, the shields were broken, enough of them at least, to give Luminosity that victory.
Great game 1 win for LG, but we have to tip the cap a little bit to G because they were fighting from behind almost that entire game and were finding ways to creep back in and really make it a showdown at the end. The problem that happened with G, in my opinion, is LG made the play for the Regieleki, and I know it's hard, but I think G needed to just avoid that and try and posture in the middle and make a play on the Rayquaza off the rim.
Well, you have to love the aggression from Luminosity, right? You know, you have this really amazing moment for them where they kind of take a super aggressive Ray fight pre-Ray, you know? It's right there, right in time, and they took that, they used all their Unite moves basically, and they just put G in a position where they couldn't really defend against what was happening, and they just fell like dominoes, one by one, until that Regieleki hit that home goal zone.
I have to ask, how'd you feel about the Clefable out of LG?
I thought the Clefable was great.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really, it's interesting because there are counters to Phalanx, and then there are the counters to the Phalanx counters, and I love to see it.
This is what we're talking about here. Almost a bait on this Regieleki here as they already getting ready to send it down path. And it was like LG knew they were going to take the fight. G didn't even know that was going to be a possibility. Because all of a sudden we had 3 Unite moves get fired into the face of this orange team. And they got dispatched of really quickly.
Yeah, they did. They just got taken down real quick. Overlord, player of the game, 148,000 damage, 16 KOs, 8 assists. Pretty good.
Yeah, Overlord been leaning towards the Razor Leaf all day long. I know before it was almost like Solar Blade was kind of the business, but this Razor Leaf Leafeon has been insane, and credit to Overlord for making it look as such, but also tons of other players that are playing Leafeon have popped off with this build today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a top ban Pokemon for the longest time. I'm sure you remember this. It was not getting through any of our games earlier in this season, and now there are just a lot of other Pokemon to consider. Tyranitar is something teams are still considering. Phalanx is obviously a big consideration, and then you've got targeted bans, things like the Umbreon ban and stuff like that. There are, you know, a lot of amazing Pokemon, and somehow something like Leafeon can slip through the cracks.
I mean, that just shows the power levels of all the different Pokemon now, and it really stresses the importance of that draft screen, because just choosing strong Pokemon now doesn't get it done for your team anymore. You have to be tactical, you have to pick counter picks, you have to understand what potential counter picks exist and set yourself up to insulate from that. We just saw it in that draft screen with that Clefable, Spraggles, and that's with with G having the last counter pick of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they want to change things up after a game like that. I felt like G was playing pretty well, but man, they were just caught flat-footed there at the end as Luminosity made that incredibly aggressive push up at Regieleki. I don't even know if it was as much a team comp situation as it was just not being able to react to their level of aggression and their level of let's take this, let's win the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, G made some clever decisions, right? They saw that JL obviously locked in, knew that Gravity was going to be a potential, so they went with the Tri-Buy, the Tri-Attack Dodrio, right? And that's a Pokemon that they picked right up top, and I actually think they wanted in the hands of OG originally, and they had to pivot based on how the draft went. That's what good teams do.
And interestingly enough, G asking for the second pick here. You know, Luminosity won that match, so G asking for second pick. We've got Umbreon, we've got Tyranitar banned, we've got Comfey and Dodrio. First pick over to Luminosity. I was going to say they could easily grab this Leafeon, but G knows this. They know that what they just ran into, so we're going to see how they want to play against it.
Queuing up to Blissey first is a thing that they can do, I suppose. I don't necessarily think it was the difference, but putting OG on Phalanx is definitely counter the counter pick by just picking the counter.
Yeah, and now I wonder if we're going to see Venusaur on the side of Luminosity Gaming. You know, it's a Pokemon that Lutano is very well versed in. It's a great counter for Phalanx. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. It looks like they're playing it a little safe with some very powerful picks that we've seen all day. Mime, Sylveon. By the way, Mime stocks are way up.
I mean, it's like somebody finally tuned into a Bruv stream, right? Or watched Tomato play because they both have insane mimes. But it's kind of the key. I mean, it's been on a winning rampage, and Joey, who we kind of called, or at least I certainly have, a kind of a one-trick pony on the tree, has picked up this mime, and it's like, okay, you can't really undercut Joey in the draft anymore.
Yeah, we're going to see these next 2 picks. JL looks like they could be hovering over towards that hoop. We may again see Clefable. I mean, look, I think Clefable is a little underrated, right? I think it's kind of criminally underrated by the community. It got one little buff and everyone got scared. And it looks like it's doing pretty well for Luminosity. Final pick over to G. It could be Meowscarada, but I'll tell you this. Meowscarada also doesn't like Clefable. For some reason, Flower Trick doesn't work in Gravity. I don't know why. It's not a dash. I honestly am not sure. If any of the developers are listening right now.
Just Unite things.
Hashtag, why is this happening, Unite? Why does Flower Trick get canceled by Gravity? I don't know, but it does.
Who does know? Not us.
Not us.
Someone,
that's for sure.
for definitely out there. Let's take a look
I'd
at these
argue
drafts.
maybe no one.
I mean, I like that Luminosity, it shows that they've done some homework. They're willing to be malleable. They're not subscribing to pre-subscribed notions of which supporters are good, which are not. I think Clefable's in a great spot.
Yeah.
It serves its role. It serves its purpose. It does well enough. Which is kind of how all the supports really should operate, right?
Yeah.
Like corner case specific, or even, have broader applications, but you're never super down and out because of one pick on the other side.
And I have to wonder, I have not seen this interaction myself, I have to wonder how Clefable will work into that Phalanx. I wonder if Phalanx is also shut down. I would feel like a lot of its lunges are going to be shut down completely by Gravity here. This could be a huge counter to Phalanx that a lot of people are just not on.
The best way to counter a super powerful attacker, if you can do that in your support role, that is critical, right? Other examples would include Clefable against Leafeon, Clefable against Dodrio. I mean, all of them do well. I mean, Eldegoss, Cotton Spore into a Dodrio, into those engagement Pokemon. When you can have that on your support, you're in good shape.
And here we are heading into game number 2, Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. G, your orange team, and everything is on the line for G right now. If they want to go to Worlds, they are going to have to win right here. They need to take Luminosity Gaming down because they are not qualified through championship points like some of our other teams.
Yeah, JL scrambling across because they are stacking on this Clefable to ramp up the healing that Moonlight can do. Overlord quickly dispatching of some of these players, and now they're going to get all their stacks in. I mean, a couple stacks on Overlord already bodes well for LG.
Interestingly enough, you talked about Razor Leaf and Solar Blade, and there you go. You've got Overlord on the Solar Blade, so it looks like very team comp dependent, which moveset he wants to bring out.
Again, the strength of not only Leafeon, but the other EVs we've talked about. When you can go into the well, choose any moveset, Slash on Tree is another great example of that. Having those options available really makes your draft look and feel more robust.
Yeah, and here we are in this top path. We do have Clefable evolved now. It is level 4, so it has Moonlight. They're pushing onto this goal zone possibly again. Here comes a big-time Solar Blade as they're moving forward looking for some stacks, and they're going to get them.
They're going to get a bunch of them. OG, I mean, Phalanx, a donk with 5 dinks gets sorted out by 4 real players real quick, and that's exactly what happened. 3, because I can count.
And look at that. Nice secure there from Eggnoob. I mean, this is just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse for the side of G, but those secures have been pretty incredible. As we see Overlord continuing to stack up. You're laughing at the Phalanx flying through the air.
I'm laughing at the Phalanx springboarding over. What was that animation? Overlord, I'm, if not fully stacked up, at least at 5 right now. And that is going to be a problem because doing that before 8 minutes means they can go bully, and that's exactly what they intend on doing. Solar Blade actually misses there. A rare duff by Overlord, but the next one finds its mark, and Phalanx is down.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. Looking for something with this Flower Trick, but it is not going to matter. Another KO here. And just as we talked about, those stacks are huge, especially early. When you're able to fully stack an attack weight early, this isn't true for every Pokemon based on their attack stat, but you're essentially gaining multiple levels, sometimes 5, 6 levels for a Pokemon in the attack stat category. Early, that just means quick, easy KOs for your carry.
Lutano and JL ready to go here. Black in the wings to make a move. They jump on top of JL. The gravity's down. The stomps are happening. Almost sorting out Black by themselves is the support player here. Now JL is low and the Blaziken goes down. The chase is on. OG would love to get another one here because they need to catch up on levels, Spraggles. They need to do it quickly.
And it looks like they're doing well on score right here as they're pushing towards this top goal zone. We have Meowscarada moving to the central area of Luminosity. I thought they might come to the top path, but it looks like they're just going to see what they can take on their own. Black in a little bit of trouble as the Hyper Voice comes in. Here comes the Unite move from Otter. Looking to see if they can get this secure, and they do not. Phalanx is able to pick it up.
Yeah, but they're going to get KO'd again. We saw this happen in game 1 when they take an objective. They almost get KO'd instantly by LG. Almost LG preferring to A-press this team down rather than contend for the objectives themselves. Now Slash has to babysit this goal zone with Black and hope things don't get too crazy.
Yeah, you know, speaking to your point about these objective fights, if a team has used all of their moves, you know, all of their strongest things on the objective to secure it, and the other team is just waiting for those moves to be down to move in and fight, then yeah, they can play around those objectives just like that, deciding not to actually take the fight and instead deciding to, you know, fight after the objective goes down. Nice, easy to secure there for Luminosity.
Yeah, and I've noticed Joey also getting on the KO board a little bit with a couple notches on their belt. So everybody's playing a part in dealing with this G squad, and that was a lot of resources expended to sort out a lone Overlord there when they had 3 players. So they need to make something out of this.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the big things that people need to realize in Unite is that sometimes these big-time KOs, it feels like you're using a lot for them, right? But that is such a high-level player on the other side. The catch-up experience is delicious on a hot dog, and it's even better with some of these lower-level Pokemon on your side. If you're able to pick up a level 10 and you're, let's say, a level 8 or something like that, it's a huge EXP swing.
Yeah, and something these teams need to consider, but again, you need to leverage those moments. You can't just have it be about experience, because then you're just trying to catch up on the experience race, but you're not stressing the team in any other way. So when you do pick off an Overlord, try and turn chicken scratch into chicken salad.
Yeah, there we go. Finding a nice little flower trick onto Lutano right there. We also see the Phalanx moving in. Here comes big time Cram Unite. Meowscarada Unite as well.
They're going to collapse on top of this Cramorant. Black CH able to lay a ton of damage in onto Luminosity Gaming. They're still with 2 players down, and G's on the hunt now. This is trying to make something happen for them, and they're keeping the scoreboard close as well. So that pick on Overlord is materializing into a lot of stuff for them.
Yeah, that pick on Overlord could turn into some nice points on that Scorelord, baby, as they are moving forward here. Another nice pick on Overlord. And we're looking at the scoreboard right now, 178-162, incredibly close. Both teams with a tier 1 goal zone up as Sylveon puts in 40 points there and breaks the goal zone. Luminosity now up to 18.
Zealot, though, has been playing this Pokemon incredibly well. This Meowscarada being able to get the best of Overlord a couple times in a row now. Overlord not going to take that sitting down. They go straight after Zealot, and they get popped against the wall with a little help from Mr. Mime. Slash is going to hang out and see what they can do without the team here as Overlord is looking to work on Regirock, but Trevenant's such a presence, able to just go straight at them.
Yeah, and there we go. Slash and Overlord fighting alone at this Regirock. It's, you know, exciting to see these 2 champs face off in this way. Slash is just playing out of his mind on his defenders today. And then you have Overlord, one of the best carries in the game. Regirock with the assist right there, dropping the rocks on top of Overlord. As this fight is still continuing, now Zealot entering the fray.
Zealot entering the fray, but Slash has zoned these 2 players out so well. Joey and Overlord by themselves. Cram Unite right in the middle, and so is the Mr. Mime Unite. We're popping Solar Beam, Hyper Beam rolled by the Clefable, and that might be the difference here. KO streak of 2 for JL. They're making that work for them. Regirock's sitting about 25%. Slash still looking to zone. Woodhammer comes out, but they can actually push. And now we're in the back line as OG. Overlord goes down, and now G is going to be all over this Regirock as it's just Sylveon. Buying time for Lutano, who's back in the mix. We're just screaming at him, Spraggles. Make him bleed for the ears, but that tree ain't got no ears. Regirock back at full. G needs to set up again.
Yeah, G has to set this up again, and down goes Slash. That tree might not have ears, but it is gone, baby, gone, as Regirock is getting taken down in this bottom path. That was a back and forth fight for the ages. Regirock finally secured by Luminosity.
I need to take a deep breath. This game is close, my friend. Couple level 13s on the side of G. Zealot making this Meowscarada their own, stepping in, looking great. We've got 15 seconds till Ray. What can G do to shake this thing out their direction?
I mean, it's so close, right? 218, 182. G can just find a score at any moment right here. And it looks like Luminosity getting a little aggressive here towards the side of G. Perhaps they're, seeing if they can find someone out of position here. Slash getting in trouble. Pretty low on HP. The double team Meowscarada jumping in, not able to do much. Joey uniting just about nothing right there.
OG straight in the middle. OG straight in the middle. They've got no retreating, but they are in fact retreating. Crame Unite adjusted, re-ejected, ejected. Down is Cramorant as now OG uses their Unite move and they're trying to smother somebody. They get Leafy on. That's Overlord down. 2 players down on the side of Luminosity Gaming. G looking to pivot. KO Shrika 2 for Zealot coming alive on the Kitty Cat. Going right back into the middle. This Rayquaza is getting low. They just need to secure this thing. JL's going to make a move in along with the rest of the squad. Going to smother them. All they need to do is A-press JL and take this Rayquaza. Now is JL still standing. KO Shrika 4 for Zealot. And now G scrambling and scoring and trying to push this thing to 3.
Yeah, G looking for some points, and they've got some huge shields, and we're going to see what they can do. The botched Unite move from the Mime may have been the difference maker in that fight as the points start to rain in. That's 120 in the top, 100 from the Trevenant. We've got Hundo Burgers with cheese. I mean, it's a cookout right now. Luminosity Gaming, you're not invited.
I mean, this failing seems to be a difference maker on whatever team they are on. OG engaging on Luminosity almost by themselves, but then Black heroically comes in, eject button, Cram Unite, sending Luminosity kind of scrambling. Now they can't pursue on OG. They have to deal with the problem at hand, which was the Cram, and G collapses on Luminosity once they make a move.
Yeah, what a great fight there from G. And it really does feel like it kind of came down to some odd moments from Luminosity to start that fight. You had a beautiful Meowscarada Unite move followed up by the Bliss assistance. Meowscarada picking up 4 KOs in that fight, by the way. Flower Trick resetting every time you are picking up a KO with it, and they were able to continue that reset chain and take a big win here. We're going to game 3.
I really like how Black was using the Cram Unite as like a utility. Almost like a signal flare to their own team, like this is what we're doing now. And Cram Unite is so strong, if you're caught in it and you can't get out, your best option is literally to try and take the Cramorant out. However, because the focus fire was always in on Black because they were using it at great times, the rest of G got to move in unimpeded. We saw it multiple times that game, and that's exactly how the Ray fight shook down as well.
Yeah, I mean, really great stuff there. And we're heading to a game 3.
This guy couldn't have asked for more.
You want a game 3
yes,
between these two teams. You want the world champs to head to a game 3 against the world champs. I mean, it's very, very exciting to see. A lot on the line for these two teams. I feel like, of course, even more on the line for G, right? If G can win this, if G can make their way through this losers bracket, there's a reality where G qualifies for Worlds and Luminosity doesn't.
I know. I'm like gassed to the gills about this matchup. You can literally see the two faces of this tournament going down right now. On the side of Luminosity, it's all of the players that should get it done. Yes. And on the left side, it's all the spoil sports. They need to win the thing, right? They have absolutely nothing to lose. There's no expectations they put on their shoulders, but now they're squaring up against some former teammates, and they have a real shot to sour the milk.
Hey, we saw that right there. The Mime Unite, it was chasing down the Cramorant, but it just was not able to make anything happen right there. Then we had that beautiful Cram Unite, as you talked about. Real focus fire from the side of Luminosity, but Meowscarada just coming in and finding KO after KO after KO.
Again, the flower tricks were there, but once the signal was thrown up, you immediately saw the Meowscarada Unite come, and as that was terminating, bang, Bliss assistance, and they were able to get the KO streak of 4. Excellent, excellent team fight out of G. I'll argue the best one we've seen out of them today.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, I love the patience of them. You saw them around Rayquaza, Clefable right there, and they're like, everybody calm down, take a breath. We got some enemies on timers. We're okay. Let's wait until we can get Clefable low enough so this flower trick can secure the KO, and then we can focus on Rayquaza. Because the worst thing that could happen to them in that moment is some wild boosted attack during gravity or a Unite move that they just didn't notice Clefable had, and all of a sudden a close combat flies out and takes Ray.
Exactly. What I want to, again, highlight, and I mention this because it's like the two faces of OG as well. OG had a flank with Phalanx and actually peeled back on top to join the team, which is different than every other time we've seen OG in a Ray fight. They've either just dominated by backdooring the other team because they've been so large, or they go out there, they get caught, and then it's kind of over before it began. I loved that they took a little bit of an index of what was going on and decided, okay, this is not the flank moment, joined up for the team, and actually set up the first domino to knock down the rest, and really kind of was the bait engagement tool for G, and didn't even get knocked out for that effort because of how well the rest of the fight went for him.
Yeah, I gotta say, Phalanx, by the way, obviously these players are crushing it up, but I feel like Phalanx has been such a powerful pick here, and I've wanted Phalanx to be in this meta for so long. I was hoping it was going to be a thing. One interesting thing, I mean, completely absent, which a lot of people were saying could be a possibility really, is Tyranitar.
Yeah.
We've seen it here or there, but just like we saw with the Japanese regionals a couple weekends ago, it's not a huge force in coordinated play.
Yeah, which is a bit of a surprise. I mean, you talk about LG in their previous matchup to this one. They first picked Tyranitar in that matchup. Let's take a look at Zealot, player of the game, and that's no real question. They were coming unglued, and they were, you know, it's rare that it happens, so we got to call it out when it does. They were gapping Overlord that game.
Yeah, they had some really great moments in that match. And of course, the 4 KOs at the end, I think, really put it over the top here, right? I am so happy to see Meowscarada. I was actually talking to Zealot before the tournament. And, you know, I like to pry. You know, I'm like, what's the strategy? What are you guys doing? What's going to be the secret sauce for your team? And he said, Meowscarada. He was like, I'm bringing out Meowscarada. A lot of these teams don't know how to play against it, and we can win with it.
Well, they just showed it right. Well, we did see it kind of swing both ways here.
Of course.
So is this a well they're going to go back to? I think they have enough composure and ability within this team to say if it's not the time for Meowscarada to step away from it, right, and give themselves the best chance to win. I know that G is having fun, but they're also, they want to win. Like, they definitely want to win, so they're not going to throw it away with a cheese pick, assuming they can get OG to pay attention. But Meowscarada being on the radar is phenomenal. It's a fun Pokemon to watch. LG, forever stoic. It's hard to get a read from them. It has been hard to get a read from them all day. I don't think things have been as easy as maybe they anticipated them to be. What can Luminosity Gaming do in this Game 3 for their tournament life to try and press themselves further into this tournament?
That is the real question, right? How are they going to adjust to this? It felt like they had control of Game 1. They lost control in Game 2, and we're going to have to see how that's going to go because we're heading into this draft right now, Doob Snacks. This is Game 3. Everything is on the line for both of these teams. This match means so much. Luminosity can still qualify for Worlds even if they don't win this whole thing. G has got to win this whole thing. But again, the spoiler of G, if they win, that would mean heading to Worlds from North America is G, Nemesis, and Orange Juicers, knocking out Luminosity. This game is monumental.
It absolutely is, and there is nobody that would rather do that to Luminosity than the folks on G right now.
Oh, yes.
Slash and company are playing motivated. They're also having fun, so feeling light, and that's something you've called out. When a team is kind of grooving and feeling and clicking a little bit and hasn't put too much pressure on them, they are dangerous. First pick T-Tar, we're back, baby. We're doing stuff.
We're just talking about Tyranitar, and we're going to see if G has an answer for this.
Yep.
G has been fighting really well in a lot of these team fights, and then you look across the way, the last thing you want to fight is that Tyranitar in some of these bigger fights. Looking at the other side, they're saying, all right, you're grabbing the T-Tar, we're taking away your Leafeon. So you don't get to play one of your favorite Pokemon here, Overlord. Sorry, buddy. On the other side, we've got Cramorant coming back out. Black looked great on Cram last match.
Really did, but Black also great on like Sylveon has been having great games. We saw them have that amazing Delphox game earlier. Sylveon is a Pokemon that even back in the Espeon days of a few months ago, Black was like, I just think Sylveon's better. And things are kind of proven to break Black's way as Sylveon has been incredibly, incredibly good. No way, we're off the reservation.
All right, Buzzwole's coming back out. A Pokemon that, let's face it, dropped out of the meta,
yeah,
but it didn't get, I mean, yes, its late game was hurt, but it's still a great Pokemon. Throughout 90% of the game, it's about the same thing.
I actually like Agnew pulling up Eldegoss here. The first time I feel like we've seen it in a minute. At least its Cotton Spore is going to be able to deal with how Overlord wants to maneuver in here. Might get a couple stuns on Lutano as well. Black's still getting their Sylveon regardless. A decent draft out of both teams, and I think they've got some tools to win.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Tyranitar plays into Buzzwole, because I never get to see it. I never get to see Buzzwole anymore, and of course I see Tyranitar all day, every day. But I just don't know how this pairing is going to go. One thing is for sure, Buzzwole will dominate Tyranitar early. I mean, that's just, if it doesn't, this is a catastrophic pick for the side of G. But I have to assume it's going to do very, very well early.
If there's anything that EU has taught us, specifically in the hands of Potato, Buzzwole, when it gets ahead and it's on a competent player, it is oppressive and it is brutal to try and climb past. Now, if Buzzwole has such a good top lane matchup against this Tyranitar, as presumably it does on paper, it makes a lot of sense. Because if you can get ahead, and I mean miles ahead, what Pokemon is actually going to be able to contend with you in that time frame? It's difficult. There's not a lot.
Yeah, and now the question is, how does Luminosity want to play that top path? How do they want to play their Tyranitar? There's a lot of value to sending Tyranitar through that central area so they can get all that extra experience. But sometimes a Pokemon that needs 9, you might not be able to get it pre your first bot or top Reggie either way. Right. So you might want to funnel more of that experience into the Dodrio. We're going to have to see how they want to handle this. I actually love playing Dodrio in Path, so I don't think it's wild at all to see it run to that top path, and it actually is where it's heading. Tyranitar to the center, so they're going to try to funnel as much experience into T-Tar as they possibly can. The sooner that thing is online, the sooner they can do something here. On the other side, G's got that Leafeon, which actually shuts it down pretty well early as we get ready for our game number 3. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. G, your orange team, and everything is on the line for G right here, and a lot of things are on the line for Luminosity. We could see a world's shakeup through this match.
We absolutely can. We're pushing back. We're pushing forward. 3-on-2 here as OG is coming through. Fun fact, Phalanx at NAIC in the final strength has a 75% win rate, but only a 14% ban rate so far. That is wild.
That's a very high win rate. It's almost 3/4.
Yes, but 1/4 less than a perfect win rate, which I'm told is 100.
We're still checking the data on that, but of course, we'll get it to you as soon as we possibly have it. Lutano up in this top path. We see JL here with them. 4 members of Luminosity in this top path for this fight.
I like this quite a bit. Immediately knocked down is Overlord, but they're going to get good experience onto Lutano, and that's the goal. OG, though, looking to push, as OG is level 5 and actually outpacing the central. Oh, poached and put down is JL. OG goes for the follow-up. They get the KO.
Yeah, here we go. Beautiful stuff here as Black is scoring in this top path. Overlord is back, but he's only level 4. They're going to push him off this goal zone. Big time pickup and set him down here for OG, the superpower from the Buzzwole. That level 5 is massive. It's such a huge early power spike, and they are just grabbing Overlord, doing exactly what they want to do, looking for a big time KO, however, not able to secure it right there. What they have been able to secure is they've been able to secure every wild Pokemon in that top path.
G is using this Buzzwole exactly as you'd want it to. 6 and I was gonna say 6.5, 6 1/4, 6 2/3, 6 7/8.
I lost you halfway through the 6 conversation there, but I think you got there. Somewhere I think you made it.
And ticked over to 7. Know that one. Zealot still moving through, hasn't really shown up to be too dominating yet. It's really been the Buzzwole show, but them being at level 8 already is going to be a problem holding onto that Unite.
And this is something we talked about with Tyranitar just a moment ago. I mean, look at this thing. Only level 6 right here, like 6.5, 6 3/4, 6 5/8. You know, it's just kind of low right here, but a huge pickup from Dodrio. What a massive swing right there. If Leafeon doesn't go down, this goes the other way completely. What a beautiful drill pack.
Yeah, but getting the Leafeon is a great consolation prize for Luminosity Gaming. Good experience for them as we are still trying to get Lutano online behind the first Reggie showing up. Slash is immediately working on Registeel. JL on their pocket Hoopa looking to find a way in here. Overlord sitting above, but Egnoob is harassing them with an A-press. Slash goes straight through, secured quickly by Zealot, and that's why you choose Solar Blade, as now JL is forced to retreat, and so is Otter.
Yeah, really great stuff here from G. You know, they had that unfortunate moment for them in that engagement, but you still look across the way, there's no Tyranitar. So they're in great, great shape. That's going to change very, very soon here, however. We have level 8 for Lutano. As soon as he ticks over to 9, the game shifts dramatically, and now we're fighting around the raid boss that is Tyranitar. We're going to see how they want to play this thing. It's been interesting watching Tyranitar because it really has been up and down. I can't say whether or not it's super powerful competitively, but Luminosity believe in it.
Listen, Luminosity has chosen a team fighting comp, and they are getting smushed in these team fights. And really the better secure tools, especially in that Solar Blade, reside with G. Sieging this goal zone, and they're going to be able to put some points in too. I mean, they are moving right now.
Wow, look at OG right there. How beautiful was that? Hoopa came through the portal, immediately snatched up, put down with a massive Unite move. Overlord in some trouble right here, being picked up mid-air after they used their Unite move. Not able to get a huge takedown on the top path either, as we see Egnoob just being pushed away from that top goal zone. 16 points on the side of Luminosity, 203 on the side of G. Every fight's been going their way, but Tyranitar is on the battlefield.
Tyranitar needs to make a difference, and Joey has saved Overlord twice this game by using their walls to separate OG from another Overlord KO. Nice engagement there. Egnoob is getting low. They actually take to the skies, Cotton Cloud crash, and now might be able to make it out. Overlord comes in, but the Cotton Spore pops up Overlord, and that's something we were talking about earlier. So now Egnoob feels confident. They go back in. Slash is there for the pickup, forcing out the Cram Unite, but now they're caught in a nightmare here. Trevor Unite is used, and now Lutano's in the mix. They're trying to build the rocks around this team and smash their heads against them, but they are not successful, just leaving with the Slash KO.
Yeah, really wild fight there from both squads, and it felt like both had moments where multiple members could go down, but they played that so well. Down here in this bottom path, Registeel just being ripped apart. The Sand Tomb is here. The confusions are out. We're looking for the secure, and it's the Dodrio with the drill peck.
Nice low engagement on to the Leafeon, but they're able to make it out. Rings are unbound, so JL wants to make some magic happen on this pad. Hornleech downstairs going to pick up a KO on Tyranitar at the very least. Solar Blade comes through, and they're actually holding this goal zone down. Buzzwole is still sandbagging their Unite. They sort out Otter quickly. They're going straight back in as Black CH. They got Overlord popping their Unite move, and now they're going after OG. They want to try to make the differential here. The Solar Blade misses. OG saved by another Joey Wall.
Beautiful stuff there. I mean, Overlord barely making it out of that crazy situation. These fights have been so intense. You can see how much these teams want it and what a high level they are playing at right here. Many other players would go down in some of these moments, but you're just seeing Overlord somehow make it out of that. The jump kick right over the head and somehow able to just, you know, scoot through that barrier on their side as we now have another fight possibly breaking out. Lutano ready to jump in with that Sand Tomb. Here comes the Tyranitar Unite. He's stomping. Here's the Cram Unite, and they've got this zoned out pretty dang well.
Yeah, and honestly, that forces the Solar Blade out early just because they couldn't risk getting any closer, and that ringed out to be true. Reggie-Alecki's going to hit, so now they have to do their battle math here to get as many points in as possible, and they're going to be able to do a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. They also held it for just a second. Probably discussing math for a moment, when they realized they both had 50. They also can just hold it to make sure there is less experience on the top path for G, as they are now looking to farm up, get all of their levels. We have a level 12 Tyranitar, level 12 Dodrio. A lot of Pokemon sitting right on the cusp of their big power shift. Dodrio just about to have that 13, and they do move over to it. Tyranitar's 13 is massive. You need this raid boss to be 13, and they've got about 35 seconds to do it before Ray.
We're going to see if they look to contest over this basement Reggie. It is a Regirock, which is a good one. It is quickly getting tapped on by Luminosity Gaming just to see if anybody will play ball. Egnu plays far forward, actually gets hit by a Regirock themselves. Regirock now at half. We're moving forward here, diving out as Otter, and now Regirock has the position. Oh, we're forcing out the Mime Unite on top of Regirock as well. Trevenite goes back the other way, but we're starting to get knocked out here. Secured by Zealot. Can they pivot on top of KOs? One player down, that's Otter. JL pops their rings unbound. We've got 3 seconds till Ray, who's actually going to make a move.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Dodrio in a lot of trouble, but they are able to pull back here. Slash looking for that bird, but not able to find it. The hyperspace hole is going to send them on home, and now we're going to see how G wants to play this thing. They are up, but they did see a huge Unite move used by Mime, and they've got almost nothing in the tank on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Does G want to take this fight, or do they want to hold it? The longer they hold it, the more opportunity they have for Luminosity to get their Unite moves back, and it looks like some of their team fights have slightly been heading their way since Tyranitar hit the map. It's also level 13.
We're quickly, Lutano's getting identified and put the pressure on here as they're really pivoting towards that tier 1 goal zone that they still have up. Joey puts down a portal, going to reset a whole bunch of this squad. So now we're going to settle in, and G needs to find their next target.
Yeah, we're going to see what G wants to do right here. Huge move, the Sand Tomb. Black's in a little bit of trouble, being pulled back into it,
That's
and
a
Black
huge
goes
catch.
down.
Buzz will come straight in, pick up, put down. It's the OG show, and it's going to have to be. Eggnoob is super low, puts Cotton Sport back in the middle. Overlord on no HP. You can't even see the blue in that bar. Slash gets spun up by the Rayquaza, put down by Tyranitar. And now Luminosity has 5-on-3 going, and Eggnoob is too low to even hang in the pocket. They get knocked out by Otter. Luminosity can go smother this Ray if they want to. They've got an opportunity. OG tries to pick up Otter, and the spacing is there, but they're still down on the scoreboard, Spraggles.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to make a play right here. Rayquaza is at half. They're trying to zone out this Leafeon. They're doing a pretty good job. It's getting pretty low. The Sand Tomb is on it. Secured by Overlord from Luminosity. They're going to push forward and look for a score with only 25 seconds left on the clock.
Otter's going to be able to get their hundo banger in. We're going to look up top. Tyranitar's going to get theirs and close that thing out. And Overlord, just for a little bit of icing on the cake, going to get their hundo banger in the middle. 2, Luminosity Gaming going to dispatch of G, snatch that G right on back, and press on in this tournament.
That's right, Luminosity Gaming, after an epic battle. This game number 3 was an absolute slugfest, back and forth. But Luminosity, your world champions, take down G. I have to say, if I'm any team in the final stretch, I'm so worried about running into G because they've got a fire behind them right now. That's their last shot to make it to Worlds.
I called G in the final stretch as my team that can win the whole darn thing, and I still believe that. They're playing pretty darn good. Luminosity, though, sussed out the situation perfectly, did a phenomenal job for themselves, kind of knocked the monkey off their back, and is able to move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, great stuff for Luminosity. What a war between these two squads. And, you know, I have to say, I kind of love the energy and the vibe from G right now. Yep. I mean, they have a lot to lose in this moment, but I do think they're playing very well. The hugs are out. We're going to see how these players interact with each other because, honestly, it's interesting. This could be pretty icy right now, but it looks like there's a lot of great sportsmanship.
Yeah, you know, you kind of put bygones be bygones, understand that this is truly a kid's game, and you can't put too much stock in what's going on here. You fought hard, you battled hard. Luminosity Gaming coming ahead, but the weekend is not done for G, not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. What a huge victory, though, for Luminosity. You know, there's so much pressure put on the champion, so much pressure put on the team name, so much pressure put on this group being in the losers bracket from the very start, and now you're actually seeing this team perform the way you would expect they would, and possibly head towards our grand finals here very soon.
Let's take a look at some stats from this game.
Yeah.
And really, it was back and forth. I mean, I don't want to undersell how well G actually played that game. This is not indicative of how this game shook down or how it felt, in my opinion. But you can't also understate the numbers on the left-hand side of your screen. I mean, Luminosity Gaming was finding some pretty darn good fights.
Yeah, they were finding some great fights, but I mean, even if you look at the side of, Tyranitar, 1 KO on the side of Tyranitar, 82,000 damage. This was a really interesting game because we did not have a ton of huge moments where players are getting KO'd and the teams are getting wiped. You'd see a little volley back and forth. Someone would go down, and then the team would make a very smart tactical retreat and peel back. I think it was really well played by both of these squads.
And not to be completely unpredictable, but our top 3 teams in CP are now pretty much guaranteed because one of them has to win the thing and the other 2 are on top with CP. So congratulations to Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
They have just qualified for Worlds.
That's
Here
right.
we see the numbers screen, you know how it works. Ray was taken, they went and scored a whole bunch of points.
Yeah, they did score a whole bunch of points. That's very good of you, Dupes. That's really, really nice. We're going to send it over to the stage right now because we have an interview with Overlord on the big stage. Take it away.
Very much, and we've got Overlord here. Congratulations. Officially, I believe you're now guaranteed qualification for Worlds through points, so we do know now that you will be at Worlds once again for the 3rd time in a row. But first, I gotta ask, how does it feel to now defeat the team who essentially knocked you into the losers bracket here for the NA Regional Finals?
I mean, it definitely feels great. It was definitely a bit of a grudge match, for those of you that know, but it's definitely great for the team mental, because it definitely shows that we improved over the last 2 months to, beat a team that we formerly lost to. So it's definitely a great feeling for us.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like this is something that the team really needed as far as morale? Do you think the morale was good going in today? It seemed like it was from the interviews, or do you think that maybe you needed a boost? I'm not sure exactly how to read how the team's been feeling.
No, it's definitely a boost. We have a couple of players who's their first actual LAN that they're expected to do really good in. So you can definitely see some of the nerves, but getting these wins is definitely helping their confidence out. And I think we're only gonna get better from here.
All right, and then I'll ask, since you, of course, it's been an entire almost month and a half since you last played this team and lost to them. What do you think has changed as far as gameplay? Obviously, you're all gelling together better as a team, but do you think there's anything as far as your picks or things that you've learned against G that have changed and obviously made the result very different?
Yeah, so we've definitely we've broadened expanded our champ pool. So in the past, it kind of felt a little limiting to what we can play. I mean, it doesn't help, some of our players are, across the map from each other, so, someone's going to be lagging online. But after, really looking at our champ pools in depth and, expanding them, I feel like we have so many options to draft that the game doesn't feel limiting at all, to be honest.
Yeah, we were saying that every single Pokemon that's now in the meta is a Lutano Pokemon somehow. But final thing, I know you got a chance to talk to a lot of your fans out there, but now they know that you're going to be at Worlds, guaranteed. Any last thing to say to them? Obviously, you've got still plenty of matches here, but anything to say to them now that they know that you'll be in Honolulu?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely fantastic. Our team was put together, 2 months ago, and we weren't even, guaranteed a World spot back then, so, clinching this World spot here definitely is a fantastic feeling for us. Kind of relieves a lot of the pressure going into this. So yeah, I'm really excited for the team's perform, and also / you're my son.
All right. Well, your son is now no longer in your path. You've still got quite the path, though, for the rest of this tournament. So congratulations once again, qualifying and now making it into the top 3. But you've got a lot of else to play. But we're going to be sending it back to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Wonder Chef. Interesting fact, Slash is my father. I'm Slash's son.
This is a Russian doll type situation we got going on out here in Pokemon Unite. I was just freshly given this sheet of stats, so we will talk about them now. 100% equals highest percentage.
We were wondering this. We had the numbers crunched, and I was worried this was going to happen. I don't want to fight with anybody, but have we considered 101% as a possible higher percentage?
That is our submission back to the stats team. Do the math again.
Boom. Let's take a look at some of these big moments here from this series, and what a series it was. Just back and forth between these two champions. Used to be on the same team, now they're against each other. A real Romeo and Juliet situation.
Or a father-son situation if you're Overlord and talking through here. But what a match this was between going 2-3 full games. G really had what I think was their best game of the tournament here in Game 2 against a team like Luminosity. Means that they've got what they got what they need in the tank to be able to deliver on some big results, and that's why I think people need to be concerned in the final stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love this play here from game number 1. They had victory in their sights, and they just went for it super hard, took a huge fight and a win, ran to the home base, threw some points in, and then the lead was pretty insurmountable. Even though G was able to take this Rayquaza, they were not able to score enough. It was a big moment for them, but their shields were getting broken, not enough points were going in.
And now here we're just seeing that the results of that amazing team fight we were talking about here in Game 2. Quickly able to score once they secured that, but we are on to Game 3. The real game here, the one for all the marbles.
That's right, yeah, it's just a big, big fight here. Throughout the entire match, so many huge moments it felt like.
I mean, another one was right here, where OG was poaching JL, used their Unite move, gets a knockout, and almost gets Overlord as well.
Yeah, and here we go, the big time secure there for Luminosity. They are now running to make some scores happen. And we can see Otter, our player of the game, the Spoon, the Amp, the Curse, Incense on the Cram. And this is that Dive Hurricane build, both of our buffed moves.
Yeah, and they've been playing it well. And pretty much any time they have the opportunity, they have been. Their first game against Nihao, they didn't, and they said, nah, I really should have. And then they haven't switched off since, and clearly paying dividends for Otter and Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, they're playing great. They're heading to our losers finals next against Nemesis, a really, really tough team. And then, of course, the winners of that are heading to our grand finals. And we're going to see who our NA champion is very, very soon, Noob Snacks.
I mean, one of these 3 teams has to be crowned. Already the 3 NA representatives for NA. I'm an idiot. NA representatives at Worlds. There we go. I got there.
But the 3 representatives for NA.
Not 4 of, like, not 4 NAs.
101%.
The 3 teams that are representing North America at Worlds are the 3 that still remain in these regional finals. We still need to crown a champion, though.
That's right. We'll be right back with our losers finals. Do not go anywhere. We're still crunching some numbers over here.
Is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight. United as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and train. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Just 3 teams remain in our NA Regional Finals Top 8 bracket here in New Orleans. It has been an amazing day of games, and now the 3 teams that remain have also qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu. I am Zoinks, this is Wonder Chef, and this has been an awesome tournament.
It has been an amazing tournament. I mean, the storylines that just happened within that last game alone are huge. Some claims of parental ownership.
Yeah, wow.
I'm not exactly sure how we'd go about that legally, but I don't think we have any say over that. But
I want to see the birth certificate.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But, you know, the team that we did just get to see win is, of course, moving on. Luminosity Gaming, like I said, you can remove everybody on the roster except for Overlord, and still their storyline will be gigantic losers bracket runs. There is no avoiding it. I don't know why that's the case, but they are continuing, and they've made an amazing run so far, finding themselves in the position where nobody left has been able to defeat them.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's just a clear path forward. Of course, they haven't had the chance to play Orange Juicers quite yet, but they are going to be going into Nemesis in this next matchup. Nemesis, a team that looked a little shaky last time we saw them, but obviously they had some time to get the energy back into their bodies. But a team that we haven't gotten to see at all today that had a whole lot of energy was playing in our open bracket, the final stretch, was Super Secret Squad, one of the teams that we are going to get to see tomorrow in our final stretch top 8. All right, I am here with newly qualified for Day 2 member of Super Secret Team. Please introduce yourself to the people.
I am Russ. I'm the rollout guy. I play rollout, but not today. Rollout's bad, so I don't play it now.
Oh, okay, bummer. No rollout, unfortunately, but now you just took down Winrack Lose Game to qualify for Day 2. How good does it feel that your chances at qualifying for the World Championships are still out there?
I mean, I guess anything's possible, man. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess if everybody suddenly gets very violently sick and DQs, then...
Oh, no. You can still take this down. Now, that matchup was awesome. A very close 2-1 victory. What happened in that match?
Well, I mean, we have we all just, I mean, we played for Anon, right? Anon's the guy, right? So we play to support him. We play whenever he dives. We look when he dives in. We follow up. I think, yeah, no, it was just, that was the key. Second game, we kind of lost our way, I guess. I don't know. We played Bro, which I'm really bad at. I don't know if I should say that on here. People are going to start, like, forcing me on the Bro. But, yeah, no, I'm giving away all our secrets here.
All right, well, before you can give away any more secrets, you have a match to play for seeding in just a moment, but we are going to be going back, so please stay tuned in to keep watching more NAIC action.
How did you get out there so quickly? That's my question. And back, that was a very impressive feat. But what a funny interview. I was like, oh, like, how are you going to qualify for Worlds? Not if everybody gets sick. Oh, you know, what are you playing? Oh, I play Roller Weekly, but Roller Weekly sucks. Oh, you know, what about your picks? Oh, I actually suck at slow runs. That was cool. Very interesting.
I think
I want to see them win now, though, right?
Oh, of course. I think one of my favorite parts of that interview is that Supa remains super secret. A super secret squad, the namesake of the roster, has not even showed up on an interview yet. I think that is absolutely hysterical. Also, they said that they played around Anon. So yeah. There's a lot of vouches. But I got to remember to just let everybody know I was there in person watching that match complete. Supa absolutely popping off. Deserving to be in day 2. Cannot wait. But this is the day 1 bracket for the NA Regional Finals that we have been watching all day long. And like I mentioned during the pre-roll here, only 3 teams remain within our bracket.
Yeah, now that we know that these 3 teams are qualifying for Worlds, Orange Juicers, Nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, obviously there's some like qualification, like seeding differences here and stuff, but we do know that this is going to be the last time that we're going to see them this weekend. Yes. They're not going to be in the final stretch, so if you're an Orange Juicers fan, a Nemesis fan, or a Luminosity Gaming fan, this is your time to cheer for them, because tomorrow they're going to be exploring New Orleans, getting really good food, which I've already eaten far too much of.
Yeah, oh yeah, we have both been enjoying what the New Orleans local cuisine has to provide, and I'm sure these teams joining in as well. This is the CP leaderboard of the top 8 teams that we had participate in today's tournament. You can just see, obviously, Nemesis, Orange Juicers, Luminosity Gaming having an incredible season all year long, but some very good competition from 4 to 8 as well.
Yeah, just not quite there. Yeah, very, very close. I mean, that was the difference between like one tournament placement amongst each of them. And now, of course, there is still a tournament placement amongst each of them. So it will kind of change around, especially with technically the auto qualification spot from winning this. But of course, it's not going to change who actually qualifies to go to Honolulu. So very well earned, right? To see not only within a, you know, the entire season, but ending the season, the 3 top teams in points have kept consistent.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome to see these 2 teams compete. Either one of these teams would love to get into that grand finals and have a chance to win it all, of course, to lock up that travel award. I think Orange Juicers right now, no matter what, are going to get that paid trip out to Honolulu, but both these teams still in contention to earn one of those, and the first step to doing so is defeating each other in a good old best-of-3 Pokemon Unite match.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like there's a chance that the winner of this match could guarantee get it, even if Orange Juicers win. But that math is very difficult. And of course, we can take a look at these teams: Nemesis, Rex, LGC, Metallic, Aznable, and Yeet Fan. We've seen them plenty on stream, I think, so far. So we have got plenty of experience seeing even just how they're playing today. Same thing for both these teams. Obviously, we've seen like 300 games of Luminosity.
Of course, yeah. This is going to be the second time we get to see Nemesis play, and I'm really hoping we get to see a brand new look, because you and I had the chance to cast over them in that winner's side of the bracket, and it just wasn't the same Nemesis that we have seen. Incredibly tough competition in Orange Juicers going up against them, but it felt like Orange Juicers just had the read on them. The question is going to be, can Luminosity discover that same thing? Overlord, Joey, JL, Lutano, and Otter. Absolute lights out performances from Overlord, Otter, so far. So Joey on this Mr. Mime, JL on the constant invades. I think it's Lutano who are waiting on to have a really big breakout performance on some of those central area options, but Overlord has been putting in a ton of work on their Pokemon in the top path.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been also flexing to a lot of different picks, which has been a really big deal. That was something that we talked about during the interview, is that there are so many good meta picks that now just somewhat fit into their team. And I said it on here as a joke. I said it out there as a joke. They're all Lutano picks, but there are so many other ones. I mean, of course, the Cramorant coming into play. I would say almost like the Leafeon unlocked, right? From being one of the most banned Pokemon to kind of just being around.
Yeah, Leafeon falling down the usage charts a little bit. One Pokemon that has been skyrocketing up because it is newly added to the game and is still at the 100% win rate in our tournament today is Phalanx. I think that is absurd. Is it off broadcast? Did it take some losses?
It did. That was why they had the whole 75%, 100% thing, I think. So I believe
I don't have that
broadcast,
stats paper that Duke Snacks had, and I have lost myself, unfortunately. I have to definitely review the notes on the stats page. But before that, we'll be draft of game number 1, Nemesis versus Luminosity Gaming, 2 worlds qualified teams facing off against each other in the draft.
And once again, immediately we're seeing the Tyranitar ban, which is pretty funny because I feel like when we've seen the Tyranitar from Lutano, it's not that it's been bad per se, but it certainly hasn't looked as strong as, for example, the Phalanx or just some of Lutano's other picks. Lutano usually a kind of a hero player. But hey, we're getting rid of it. They do not want to see that Tyranitar.
Yeah, Phalanx as well, really a bully in this metagame currently, removing that option, but so many top path Pokemon to choose from, whether that's Central Era or top really, I suppose. Asmo will lock in that Umbreon as that first pick. Love that decision, mostly because I imagine either of these teams would love to grab the Blissey. And despite having the Umbreon picked on the other section, Luminosity Gaming will be locking that in their first pick spot.
Really interesting, very early picks. Not that these Pokemon are not worthy of early picks, but to see every single one of these, Umbreon to me particularly is an interesting choice because we've seen it banned a decent amount and first picked a decent amount, but also ignored a lot today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they already started their kind of defender-based strategy in the banning phase while using their first ban on that Trevenant, making sure that Joey doesn't get that. I keep saying iconic pick, but it feels like Mr. Mime has quickly stole that title in terms of Joey's repertoire as they are now locking it in yet again. Final selections for Nemesis. We need to find out what top path Pokemon Metallic is going to play and what is going to head to the central area for Trainer. We did have the hover of the Gardevoir, maybe a counter pick option, but now they are rotating back to what seems like Old Faithful for Nemesis in that Icy Wind Glaceon.
I do as well like the Gyarados. It's one of the few Pokemon, one of the few brawlers, I think that once it gets online, it's not going to be as worried about the walls that we're seeing out of Mr. Mime because it's always engaging with bounce, just jumping over things. I love to see this. Lutano has been looking very good on the Mimikyu, but we haven't really seen it today.
I know, we haven't had options, but a double evolution composition is a great shot, as well as the tough early game of Gyarados. This gives a lot of room for Lutano to work. You're not too worried about early level 5 flanks from either Sylveon or Glaceon. They can both get those, but they're not super threatening to the enemy squad. Now Overlord and Lutano can work hand in hand on these all-rounders and really try to force an early game advantage out of a otherwise very strong early game team of Nemesis.
Yeah, and even though we do have triple evolution on the side of Nemesis, again, it is 2 of the slower evolutions plus 1 that is extremely fast. So you're not as worried in the early game. There's going to be a lot of other stuff, obviously, on that side to level up as time goes on. So there's a lot of freedom as far as how aggressive we want to see Luminosity Gaming play or passive early on, and just using their space that they will be built to kind of just get their own experience. I feel like the pacing is more up to them.
Oh, absolutely. They are going to be the ones moving the benchmarks of this matchup. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out in match, though. I put the Mimikyu on one of my most picked Pokemon chart just because of some of these players in North America. Freak on Exile, Lutano on LG, just expected to see quite a bit of it. But what we've seen a lot of is LGC's Glaceon averaging 14 knockouts when they are locking in this Pokemon. Obviously, Trainer has mastered this individual evolution, and they are showing it off.
And we got to see that stat again, 75% win rate altogether here at NAIC, but a very low ban rate for Phalanx. However, I think these teams are starting to catch on, but here we go, losers semis. Last chance for some of these teams, both these teams, already qualified, but they want to win.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to update everybody at home, in case you didn't hear before, all of the stats we have on the bottom side of the screen, including the ban options, those are updated to include just the final stretch and this top 8. That is where we are pulling these stats from. So all of these statistics are tournament specific from here on forward.
Nice. This is great information, honestly, to have.
Yeah.
And I am just so surprised at failing so low band with how high the win rate is. But let's take a look at what's actually happening at the start of this game. Like I said, I didn't expect a lot of super early aggression. We're not going to see anything really as far as invasions go. Overlord is sitting, attacking the air, making sure that their form is still strong.
True.
As they need just a few more to evolve.
Got to make sure the B button still works, too.
Yeah,
You got to really make sure that on that Switch controller, you're always ready to go. Lutano at level 5 is going to be abandoning the top side of the map. Normally, you don't see that, especially when there is a Magikarp on the enemy side, which is going to throw all their damage towards Aznable. Shadow Claw will do enough, and Lutano is going to take out that Umbreon. Otter, Joey, and Lutano going to get to work in the scoring department.
Wow, that is already a Gyarados. That is extremely fast. I did not even see when that happened. But one thing that I do like, which is now kind of a moot point, but I've noticed a lot of teams, when Gyarados is on top, they actually ignore top or somewhat just keep some defense there and try to win bottom. That way they're ahead in both paths, but that's not exactly what happened here with how fast we saw that Metallic evolution.
Yeah, we're absolutely just trading the central area. It might look like that's Nemesis's home turf, but that is 3 members trying for the invade. Mimikyu will take out one as Lutano strikes first. It'll be JL getting involved in that KO battle, and of course Otter. Great sharing from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Otter got the Cramorant again. I mean, that has been an extremely high percentage win rate for that player on this team so far today. And a few teams have answered it, have tried to get rid of it, and I felt like it was a good decision, but you let Otter roam free, and it is a scary thing.
Yes, it is terrifying. Overlord, however, in this position is terrifying just in terms of look on that Combusken. You know my opinions on that Pokemon. But it's not threatening so far in the damage. Not too much aura, you know, if we're going to give it that title. Currently at level 6, looking for that level 7 evolution. More so, looking for that level 8 to unlock the fighting styles that Blaziken can bring. Of course, give it unstoppable with the overheat is a nice matchup into the Gyarados in particular.
Yeah, that is going to be one of the only really good ways I think that they're going to have to counter that initiation, which is obviously it's very difficult to counter the initiation of a Gyarados if they can find one good bounce or a Unite into a bounce. There's just a lot of different things that you can do as Gyarados as it's spinning around. We can see the bounce charging. Right now, though, we might get the first kind of team fight here. Not too many members of Luminosity Gaming trying to defend against this Regieleki. We might see an attempt to steal. JL just sitting there, hoping that nobody checks that tall grass, but one Egg Bomb could be it.
Yeah, both of these are support Pokemon, so technically they get that additional bonus damage to wild Pokemon at that level 4 mark, and of course a little bit later on when they get those plus moves. So having a chance to steal is very high in the department of both Blissey and Mr. Mime. Good attempt, not going to make it happen. And with that Hoopa portal down by Rex, they're going to bring the whole squad to try to chase down not 1 but 2 objectives to start this match.
Yeah, rather than trying to burn down this Reggie Ice, once Luminosity Gaming realized that they had an advantage there, they were chasing really far to try and take down an enemy, but now, oh, no backup there for that poor Cramorant. Going to be going down, and unless we see a miracle steal right here, they stopped attacking completely. Great turnaround from Nemesis, realizing that was the only chance to steal, and quite a good one, of course, as well, but they managed to get rid of that eject button resource, plus they managed to secure the Reggie Ice themselves, and this Tier 1 goal zone with a really big overdunk.
Huge overdunk into this match of 166 points from Nemesis. You can see on screen their player cams, they are getting excited, getting locked in as well. Luminosity Gaming are going to need to find a way to respond, and in terms of scoring, it has been tough sledding for this team. LG has not been able to get any big overdunks, with both Tier 1s remaining for Nemesis. This Hoopa impact on the game is ever present. Oh boy.
Okay, managed to get the KO. We'll see if there was an attempt to stop that just by pushing everybody back, but there's, I think, just a few too many members, and that's going to be a decent overdunk with the opposite Tier 1 goal zone going down. Luminosity taking the top path, Nemesis taking the bottom path, which does probably signify what they're going to be focusing on later in the game, especially with, like you said, Hoopa's mobility being so important. You really want to have that Tier 1 goal zone or the counter, and they're actually getting a decent amount into this Tier 2 goal zone, down to about half HP.
Yeah, that whole narrative I was building about scoring pressure and how Nemesis had that lead, that is completely gone now as Luminosity Gaming able to put just shy of 50 points into that Tier 2. They may have not got a huge overdunk on that Tier 1 when they were the break, but they circumvent that disadvantage by scoring in Tier 2. Very, very good push for LG.
And now the Regieleki is going to be even scarier for them. They could get some huge overdunks. We're going to see the Unite come out from Otter and the Umbreon as well, stealing away some of those shields from Joey. Didn't actually manage to get all that many, but we're going to see 2 members go down for Luminosity Gaming. Actually, 3 for 2. This is a brawl. So many members going down. 2 coming back through the reset, though. Lutano managing to get 1. Can he get away? Oh, no! Trapped and finally taken down. But in the meantime, we are going to see Overlord come back on the Blaziken, already getting pretty high level. And that means that nobody at this point is going to take that, despite how many KOs there were during that fight.
Yeah, fantastic look from a couple of teams there. I can't believe Metallic's Gyarados was able to tank a Bliss Assistance boosted Cramorant Unite move, basically that entire time. Metallic was able to just stand in front of it and eventually knock out that Cramorant, and then of course, Mimikyu kind of stealing the show. Rex stunned in the final moment when they were trying to secure the Regieleki. They won't be able to earn that objective, but Nemesis does lock up that basement Regice.
Yeah, they actually all just left. Like, they had an opportunity to re-fight for it, but they're like, nah, you can take it. I don't really care. And I just want that level of experience. I think they maybe realize that the point lead is really, really close, and they want the strength lead, but wow, they got a little bit wiped right there. Overlord playing at about, I don't know, 5% HP. They didn't manage to get a Citrus Berry, but this is still very scary for them. Yeah, they're just trying to get out of there. That goal zone does go down, and once again, we see a pretty big Unite from Otter. Not sure if they were able to fully get that KO, but regardless, I mean, it's going to be 2 KOs from the side of Luminosity Gaming, and still a decent amount of fight left in both these teams down here.
Yeah, JL just constantly supporting this Cramorant. It feels like they've basically been in their pocket the entire time, and it does make sense. Luminosity Gaming trusting a lot in the ranged attack damage of this Cramorant to set up the Mimikyu and the Blaziken. Mimikyu's impact on the game is so much higher when it can play as the closer. It doesn't want to be that upfront initial damage. If you could Shadow Sneak a target and earn the KO, your value grows exponentially as that cooldown reset can start to land. So Luminosity Gaming, like I mentioned, trusting a lot in Cramorant to do the early grunt work.
And now we are heading to the final stretch. 30 seconds left. We're trying to get a few more level 13s maybe, but it seems like at the minimum, basically everybody they want to be 13 on the side of Luminosity Gaming is 13, and Nemesis trying to maybe just catch up just slightly. 20 seconds left. They farm just about all that they can. No more objectives spawning before the final stretch, let alone a reasonable time before the final stretch. So this is going to come down to the fight. A not gigantic lead for Luminosity Gaming, but they do have the lead, and they do know that. One vulnerability, though, is that Tier 1 Go Zone still existing, which is why I think so many of them are kind of sitting up here and waiting to see if anybody tries to get in.
Yeah, you call it a vulnerability, I call it a trap. Like, it's just a fantastic asset to use. I think having your early goal zones still up in the final stretch is a huge asset. A place to heal, a place that you could easily retreat and defend. It is a fantastic look for your team if you're able to hold them all the way until the final stretch. But right now, it is Lutano and Joey hanging around the top side, hunting for Metallic. Lutano very confident they can win that 1v1. We talked a lot about Lutano's Mimikyu in this matchup. I really do think the major thing that Nemesis needs to be worried about is this level 14 Blaziken from Overlord. It is going to be a titan if it can make it into the backline of this double EV composition.
All right, now it doesn't look like it cares so much about Nemesis. This is Rayquaza, but there we go. We're going to see Otter pop the Unite. Same thing again, once again, with the Asnable on the Umbreon, but it doesn't look like it was able to steal any shields. It might have been a little bit early as the Bliss Assistance shields were still sitting on Overlord. They're actually burning down Rayquaza. I'm not sure exactly how much life it's got left, but just about 50%.
I love what Nemesis did there. They bailed from that team fight, but Rex works all the way to the other side and drops the Hoops Unbound Unite move. Trainer takes out Mimikyu, but now Overlord's getting to work. They're finally brought down. Ethan able to avoid getting KO'd constantly on this Sylveon. Draining Kiss, Mystical Fire putting in some work, and Glaceon gets a KO streak of 3. Trainer popping up as the and Rex are letting them know, and a Quadra knockout for the Glaceon. Rex takes 1, and all 5 members from LG are gone.
From the flank, the secret hoop of flank, a full team wipe into the Rayquaza take. Nemesis fighting from the back foot, managed to get the perfect opportunity, and that's going to be so many hundo burgers, especially in that low HP Tier 1 goal zone. They got 3 of them in. That's a 250-ish point lead with only 16 seconds left.
And that is the Nemesis that we have been waiting to show up. Rex is a support player in the North American scene that just seems to demand so much respect from teammates and opponents, and it's for plays like that. When you're running a double evolution composition, you're really susceptible to up-close damage, and you gotta play around that. So they bail from the team fight, kite out completely, allow LG to come in, and Rex just brings the entire turnaround on the opposite side. Not to mention, Trainer and Yifan absolutely got to work on that Sylveon-Glaceon pair.
I mean, we need to talk about that Trainer Glaceon. Glaceon, a Pokemon that has somewhat fallen out of the meta. It was for a while, of course, completely picked every single time. It got nerfed, and a lot of teams started to say, maybe we don't pick this, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is showing just how strong that Pokemon still is. And, I mean, we've seen it do well in the past, but this is a consistent pick that we're seeing so much from this team, and it's just constantly looking so good. Being able to clean up 4 members in the final team fight is just unbelievable. And, I mean, the way they started that, the way they ended it, that was the perfectly played final minute and a half or so of this game.
And one reason I think that final fight worked out for Nemesis is it feels like the Mr. Mime's impact on this game, because of draft, didn't feel very strong. Like, honestly, Joey wasn't able to lock down many targets. Sylveon can dash away, same with Glaceon. They were constantly able to just stay out of range of this Mr. Mime's impact, and because Mr. Mime was a little bit lower, it felt like the Blaziken from Overlord was just a little bit lower as well. Nemesis was a really amazing response, mostly stemming from playstyle.
Honestly, almost everybody on that team can somehow get away, get through. Which, a lot of mobility, which is something that we started to see a lot more when Crustle was getting picked in pretty much every game. But same thing for Mime. Mime is Crustle-ish. I don't know. I'm kind of regret saying that. But, I mean, as far as they both make walls, they do not play the same.
No,
but
I think you're totally on base here. I completely agree with you. And look at that. We just have Glaceon hanging out on the backside, Yifan working another angle, and constantly Joey just can't lock down a single target because threats are ever-present and all-encompassing in a way. So a fantastic look from Nemesis in that game number 1, locking up those basement objectives, focusing on getting that hyper carry of Trainer's Glaceon leveled up to where they needed it to carry, and I will say that investment, well worth it. Not financial advice, but just great look from LGC.
Well, you know what? I don't know if I can invest any money into
Don't
this.
sue me.
Yes. I'm completely broke anyway, Zoinks. Don't worry about it. But player of the game, that is going to be Trainer LGC on this Glaceon. I mean, we talked about it. I feel like we talked about it for the past 30 minutes, but using Shell Bell as well. We talked about that earlier in particular. Not a whole lot of Shell Bell users, but it still does have quite a good usage for any of these, especially special attackers that are really, they don't auto-attack as much.
Exactly. When you want to weave in those moves a little more frequently, you do kind of need to pair it with the energy amplifier in a situation like that so you can double down on your cooldown reduction statistics, but I don't think you're upset about that as Glaceon. When you launch the Glacial stage, you want to be doing as much damage as possible, and that's what the energy amplifier gives. After using your Unite move for a short time, all of your damage is going to be increased, and that is where Glaceon can truly thrive. While it stands inside that giant icicle on the ground, it gets its moves so much quicker, and can frequently send those icicles towards the enemy team.
Yeah, it basically just stacks the same effects on top, double with all those items. So
I find more is good. I don't know if our stats people are on that one, but I tend to think so.
Is more better or is less better? Stats,
subjective stats are the best kind of stats. All right, we're going to be headed into game 2 momentarily, and Nemesis, as you can see on your screen and in that last match, have the 1-0 advantage. Luminosity Gaming started today's bracket in the losers side of things, Wonder Chef. They've had to play so many great teams to make it to where they are. Taking out G, maybe the most impressive performance from them, taking out Nihao as well. Just a great run, and honestly, I don't know if they want it to end here. They are locked in. They want to make sure they can bring this series back.
Yeah, I would actually love to know if production knows via the points guarantee, does the winner of this set guarantee that they earn a travel award? Because again, I feel like in my brain that math makes sense, but math is very, very difficult, especially when we're on broadcast. Never trust us to make any math decisions, but they would certainly want that without a doubt. Of course, travel is always going to be a big deal, and they want to worry about one less thing and focus all of their worry on practicing against the unbelievable amount of strong teams from across the world they're going to have to fight.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know we're in that situation where Worlds qualifiers aren't really on the line anymore because all three of these teams are making it, but I love that we're getting this sneak peek into the level of teams that we'll be able to see. Like you mentioned, from around the world, there's so many strong opponents, but I think today's tournament has been making a very strong case for North America to enter into that conversation for some of the best teams in the entire world.
This is also really cool because, like I said, you're not going to see any of these teams that we're going to see for the rest of today, tomorrow, because they already qualified for Worlds, but this is also basically our last kind of like inter-region competition amongst these teams unless they make it into the top 16 of Worlds. So at that point, that'll be a totally different story, but this is our chance here. Nemesis, of course, up 1 game, and if you like to see these teams play against each other, which has been a great storyline the entire season, this is our last chance.
Wow, Nemesis banning the Tyranitar instead of the Phalanx in this position. Definitely not what I would expect. Luminosity Gaming having a few choices of first pick. No Trevenant, which I think is maybe what Luminosity would no matter what first pick. They're actually going to grab the Leafeon. Very interesting to me.
So do you take Phalanx then on the side of Nemesis? The other big question is, of course, getting the Blissey ban does mean that we are considerably more limited as far as what the support options are. So yeah, I do like that, being able to take that Hoopa very quickly. Obviously, JL, extremely strong Hoopa as well. You do not want to get like kind of like locked into having to choose any sort of specific support. And then, of course, on top of that, Phalanx, just great.
Yeah, so powerful, obviously. The win rate through the roof, it seems. Luminosity Gaming now going to grab that Mr. Mime yet again. Joey has been locking that in so frequently. I think it fills a similar role. You mentioned to Crustle. I actually think it fills a very similar role to Snorlax in a lot of matchups with those engages and big stuns is what you're hoping for it with that Pokemon. And then its Unite move is maybe just a little bit better in that department, a very good displacement into all-rounder fighters. So I think that's why we're seeing so much of that Pokemon. I think I finally found the secret. That's why we're seeing so much of it. Cramorant, Otter's very good at Cramorant.
Yeah, period. That's it.
Exclamation point, even.
Ooh, okay, so interestingly, we are going to see the
Finally!
Finally! Yeah, there we go. Finally, the counter on the other side. Lutano as well, potentially on that pick. I mean, obviously, there could be switches, but it's looking pretty solidly like Lutano.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's going to be very strong. Lutano, I mean, playing, obviously, maybe not the exact same build, but been playing Venusaur for a million years, including here 1 year ago.
Yes, exactly. It might look a little bit different in this year, obviously, running the Rapid Fire Scarf and Cursed Incense. I actually kind of like that opportunity. Not going with the Muscle Band for maybe the more earlier presence, but as I'm talking, Lutano's currently changing their items, so we'll check back in a moment. But the Energy Amplifier, ooh, actually, maybe, who knows? Trainer locking in the Glaceon into this build is kind of interesting to me. I really wonder, they're almost permanently on Icy Wind. There is maybe reason to change that to Shard for the Venusaur matchup in particular, but Wind is working so well for you right now. I don't think you back off that build.
Yeah, I think the other issue here is that there's maybe like a lot of blocking potential on the side of Luminosity Gaming, right? Clefable's always going to be in the way, and we know that Clefable does end up kind of playing like a half tank role, right? A lot of the time, and then Mime's going to be around, so I do feel like there is the potential for people to physically get in the way of things in this match for whichever pick it is.
To slow down Shard, you're saying?
Yeah,
I see.
So, I mean, I have no idea what they're going to go. There's a lot of different options. I mean, this game so far has been about, like, this year flexibility, right? Like, different builds for Pokemon, different roles for Pokemon, especially kind of tricking people in drafts. So, we see a lot of that from pretty much most of the Pokemon we see nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. We see it again and again on repeat. One thing that I think we're seeing a little bit different, though, in our game number 2 is going to be that Leafeon on Overlord selection. If we want to encapsulate that first game, it did feel like Nemesis and Luminosity Gaming were almost in lockstep in the early game. It felt very, very close for that matchup, specifically in the first few minutes. With that Leafeon being locked in, I don't think that we're going to see a repeat story of that particularly. I think that it's just going to be a little too strong of a presence. We already got that level 4 Leafeon going up against Metallic's Phalanx.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong early game team just in general, right? I mean, Cramorant very strong at controlling spacing early on and just being able to force damage on things if they are trying to be a little bit too aggressive. Mime can obviously get some very quick early picks if people are close to walls. And the Leafeon, which we are going to see, is going to be Leaf Blade. Is going to, or, well, I'm sorry.
Razor Leaf.
Razor
Yeah,
Leaf.
yeah, yeah.
I always do that. I always say the wrong Leaf.
Too many
Even
blades,
though I
too
know,
many leaves.
I know exactly which one is which, and yet my brain chooses to ignore that. But yeah, we are going to see that rather than the rather than the Solar Blade. Oh my goodness, now I'm all mixed up.
We got there. All right, Joey moving towards the top side. That will set up a 4v4. Our Nemesis going to be receiving their defender on the bottom side. Fun fact, Joey from Luminosity Gaming has picked Mr. Mime in every single game during NAIC with 6 wins and 3 losses.
That is a 50%. Oh, no, 6 wins and 3 losses. Sorry, I misread that. I can't read now at all. Yeah, so this is basically the new signature for Joey. I'd have to say it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not getting Trevenant. Nobody is letting that happen. So many bans towards Luminosity Gaming on that pick in particular, so they got to find something new to go to, and it seems like they have found their option. Otter does land the Hurricane on the defense. I think we're going to be seeing that dive Hurricane build yet again. I don't think it was super relevant into Nemesis last time. It's, again, so much mobility. It really felt like Luminosity Gaming was having a hard time locking Nemesis down.
Yeah, but we just need one good opportunity in those final moments for a big Unite from Cramorant, and then it could change everything. Also, Hurricane has been used a lot to try and kind of engage. Right now, Overlord getting so low, the KO. It's going to be Rex getting that KO. Scary hoop of damage. Honestly, it is a little bit scary for a support, but that was a huge win for Nemesis in that center area.
That frozen ground of Glaceon, freezing Leafeon as they hung out a little too long on that tiny circle on the ground. And Trainer and Rex obviously take full advantage. Metallic starting to come online as well. Level 6. This no retreat Phalanx is in the enemy side. However, this is why you draft Venusaur. Lutano putting the theory into practice as we now have, I mean, the artist of Deathball running into the enemy squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is, I'm so glad that we're going to see it. Of course, for those who don't know, you can actually hit basically every, as Doopsnack calls them, every dink, every one of these little members over and over with this move. So you can basically melt it extremely fast, and you're going to have to find some really strong positioning from Metallic.
You melt it fast, you get your cooldowns back quicker because of Petal Dance hitting multiple targets, and you Giga Drain heal HP from multiple of the troopers as well. Really, I don't think it's a single downside. The only thing I have heard players talk about when it comes to the Phalanx versus Venusaur matchup is sometimes Phalanx can just knock you out before you can Giga Drain twice, and that is the challenge that you have to deal with. So currently, I believe it is a level race between Lutano and Metallic, and right now, Lutano looking very, very good.
Oh yeah, 2 levels ahead. But the thing is, they do have to be in the same spot all the time, and we've seen a really good job with Rex's Hoopa managing to portal everybody into different directions. Right now, though, the entire team of Luminosity Gaming all pushing up through that center area, and that is a very unhappy Sylveon Yifan probably not making out of that situation. But they actually managed to trade. Trainer, I believe, taking out Overlord in that fight. Regieleki for the side of Nemesis is going to be taken down, but Nemesis got to be pretty happy to at least get that trade on what was essentially a very scary flank.
Yeah, you can see the priority that Trainer and Rex have on Overlord so much. And I will say, that is kind of a signature effect of the Team Nemesis. They will look at the draft, they will look at what Pokemon and how they match up each other in terms of compositions, but they are one of the teams that looks the most at specific players. They pick out a player that they think will be able to win the game, and they try to shut them down every single time. The target priority so far, I gotta say, is working out. Leafeon has hit 9, but has not really had the impact that we were expecting out of the early game from LG.
Yeah, it just hasn't had an opportunity. The moment that Overlord walks in, everybody just turns and says hello, and then they just send him back to the base. But right now, Rex is getting chased down, able to escape with the Phantom Force. But oh my!
Those 3 Unite moves back to back. 3 evolutions leaping into the sky, and in the end, it is Nemesis that win that game of war.
Yeah, it's just whoever has more Evolution Unite moves. But this was an interesting time at the 5-minute mark to spend them all. There are going to be some objectives relatively soon, so we might not have some of those Unites back.
All right, this will be Sylveon eventually going down. One of the most bulky Pokemon, or at least attackers, into the game. But Luminosity Gaming really trying to make this team fight their growing moment to take back some of this momentum. They had used a couple of Unite moves, get a couple of KOs, but now they have to secure the Regice in the face of Trainer and Rex. Verdant Anger plus the Clefable auto attack will get the Regice for their squad, but now they have to see if they can get any points in. Finally, Overlord able to get a score on the top side, start moving that attack weight up a little bit more. But Luminosity Gaming at 4 minutes is held to 27 points. How often have we ever said that before?
Very rarely. And again, this is match point for Nemesis to make it back into the grand final. So all the pressure in the world is on Luminosity Gaming right now. However, they were winning that last game, and then the comeback did happen. So we could see the reverse as well. Is that a slow beam on a Mr. Mime to try to shut that down? And it's taking a ton of damage, but Joey manages to get out of there, especially with that wall. So big Unite used for not a whole lot within that singular fight. They are going to manage to get at least one KO, but Lutano coming in down to support, and with the usage of that Sylveon Unite, I think this might be a tier 1 gold zone going down.
Regieleki landed as well, which means Metallic could throw in 50 points to the top side and 50 more from Trainer. Gigantic overdunk in the bottom side, and gold zones are starting to disappear rapidly for Luminosity Gaming. Nemesis have not lost a single gold zone and are sitting at a scoreline of 300 points.
Somebody in the crowd is screaming right now. I just want to point that out. I can hear them all the way from the back of the house. There are some Nemesis fans out there that are very excited with how this game is going. And if you're a Nemesis fan, you've got to be excited. This is looking to be entirely in their favor. This is not undoable by any means. The levels are actually, well, they were exactly even until I finished that sentence, of course. But just barely now, Nemesis has the level lead. So one big team fight, and especially on a Clefable team, I feel like that's exactly where you want to be anyway. One big team fight here could change the entire game, but a 220-point lead, that's very significant.
One last Reggie available in this fight, and both teams showcasing a lot of players on this bottom side. This could be our final fight. Joey goes for one big stun. It's good enough to get that Sylveon. They are down. Great capitalization by Overlord on that Leafeon. Azazel has to run all the way back to the goal zone, hovering on the portal. Hurricane stops the reset. They are not able to recall, and now the fight has to rage on with lower HP. Cramorant down already, right in the first instance of its Unite move. Slow beam onto the Venusaur. Phalanx trying to use the Unite move on top of it. Verdant Anger to deal enough damage to the direction, but Trainer takes out the Venusaur. Nemesis has taken out 3 members. Overlord on the run. JL recalling, and Rayquaza is about to spawn.
Barely stopping, or no, barely not stopping that recall. That would have been gigantic. That could have been the game. And now the question is, what do you do with this lead as Nemesis? You used, I mean, on both sides, a lot of resources to not go down in that fight, but we do see now the buff going to Nemesis. We see a big level advantage, level 15 for Trainer on that Glaceon. This is huge, but now both teams are playing pretty passively, and I do get that from Nemesis. Obviously, with such a lead, you don't want to force the issue if you don't want to. But now they're going to have to find really strong positioning. We do see Rex on the bottom trying to make sure that nobody caps into that tier 1 goals, and they've got both of them up, though, and Luminosity Gaming is going to have to make the first move.
Trainer LGC is at level 15, and they have to play so safe. The only Unite move for Luminosity Gaming is the Emerald 2-step from Overlord, and I can tell you there's only one target that Leafeon wants to be chasing down. Might be the Rayquaza, though, because it starts getting a little bit of damage. Gulping Gatling Missile, bringing that Ray down to about half HP. Rex does let the surf onto the Venusaur, trying to stop a little bit of that healing, as Metallic is trying to retreat, as they are chasing away from the Venusaur. They eventually go down. Luminosity Gaming starting out this fight with 1 KO, but Nemesis has traded 2 the other direction. Trainer caught in a bit of danger. They're trying to do as much damage as they can before they leave this fight. Joey takes down the Glaceon. Lutano takes down another. 2 members left up for both of these rosters. Rex trying to use the Unite move. They hold on to it for so long. He's bad. Gets a KO streak of 2. Venusaur down. Luminosity Gaming are wiped off the battlefield, and only JL is rushing towards the Ray Pit.
25 seconds left, and we do have only JL up. Rayquaza getting reset. That's not going to be an option. 218 points down. Luminosity Gaming so far from being able to score. Nemesis just has to defend. They've got Sylveon on bottom. They've got Slowbro on top. They've got somebody there for Rayquaza, but it's not going to even go down in time. And Nemesis will close up this losers finals 2-0.
Luminosity Gaming fall to Nemesis, top 4 at EUIC, and now dedicated to the top 2 spots of North America, taking down the 2-time world champion in Overlord and Luminosity Gaming.
with solid games as well. I mean, the first one was a clean comeback, and game number 2, they were just in control the entire time. Even with the counter pick from the Venusaur that was looking so strong, they weren't able to make it work. That Phalanx win rate is just going up, and so is that Nemesis win rate.
Metallic playing so well around their team, trusting in a lot of the stuns that they would be able to pull off, making sure that if they are ever engaging on the Venusaur, it was when the Giga Drain wasn't up or when they had a moment to breathe, whether a stun on the Venu or otherwise. And now, Nemesis get their chance to run back against Orange Juicers. That was a very interesting matchup on the winner's side. I know that team is hungry for that once again.
Yeah, and of course, one final congratulations to Luminosity Gaming making a ridiculous losers run, which is, funnily enough, what Nemesis kind of had to do in the bracket at EUIC. But Luminosity, they did what they wanted to do, right? They managed to defeat the team that defeated them earlier in the qualifiers. They managed to guarantee their spot qualifying for Worlds, and with such a long run, eventually they had to run out of gas, and that was finally here in the top 3. So congratulations once again to them. We know that we'll be seeing them a lot more this season.
Yeah, they have qualified for Worlds. Both these squads have. Let's take a look at these numbers after an explosive game like that. Trainer LGC on 10 knockouts on this Glaceon. I mean, they are proving that this Pokemon is still meta, but I think Trainer is quickly proving that they are one of the best central area players in the entire world. I mean, last year, the team that they were on at the World Championships didn't get to make as much of a splash as they could, but you wouldn't be able to tell that if you asked their opponents or players around the venue, even teams this year at EUIC from International, giving a credit to this player. 86,000 total damage on the Glaceon. I mean, there is something special about this Nemesis team, and they are proving it to us again and again and again.
And one person that I want to talk about as we're looking at this graph, Rex on the Hoopa. This was such a Rex game. I mean, even down to that final moment where all that Rex had to do was stay alive long enough to get that final Unite off, clutch out that final moment. I mean, this is one of the most ridiculous fights that we've seen.
Oh, so sick. And now we are going to get to hear from the newest player on Nemesis, Metallic. We got an interview with them on stage.
All right, here we are with Metallic from Nemesis. Huge win against the world champs. Congratulations. How are you feeling going back up against Orange Juicers, a team that was really tricky in the winner's bracket?
They're a very good team. Honestly, I underestimated them a lot, and I think that kind of hurt us a little bit, but I think we got it this time.
Amazing. Are there any Pokemon that you plan on bringing out? You can keep it a secret if you want, but I know you've played Zarina, and we saw a lot of that from Japan. I'm wondering if you have any tricks up your sleeve for this squad.
You might see a Zarina, maybe.
Oh, you might. You might see it, maybe. And, of course, a very important question, we now offer this to every player. Is anyone your son currently?
No.
No, no one is Metallic's son. But as I said before, I am Slash's son. Any other words to some of your fans out here in the audience?
I appreciate you all. Thank you for the support so much.
All right, Metallic, Nemesis, they're going to the grand finals. Congratulations.
They nailed that high five.
What was that?
They absolutely crushed it.
Replay, we need a replay of that. Whatever that was, it wasn't a high five. It was like a this. I don't know what that was.
Metallic, if you want to beat Orange Juicers, you better lock in, my friend, because we cannot have absolute shambles like that happening on stage. But that's all right. An incredible performance from them. Of course, we got to give some big credit to Luminosity Gaming for making a loser's bracket run all the way to top 3, qualifying for the World Championships and having a great season here in North America. It was great to see, but honestly, awesome to see Nemesis really finding the great answer to LG and, well, Trainer's Glaceon crushing it.
Yes, I mean, we just talking so much about that. It was so strong the entire set.
Yeah.
It was really the MVP. It was really the carry, which it's supposed to be. But again, for now, a Pokemon that has fallen a little bit more out of the meta, and it's still looking extremely strong. We get to see here again. I mean, if this was the final game, I'm trying to figure. No, this was the first game. But when we get to the final game, that last fight was something else. They just trading 1-for-1, 1-for-1. Went down to a 2v2. Went down to a 2v1.
barely, almost a 1v1. But this was the first game.
So exciting.
Yeah, this entire set was great.
Man, it's just been breathtaking. And we have talked a little bit about Rex. I know Dupes Next has talked a lot about Rex on the broadcast. And I think one thing to this player's credit is that their Hoopa has always been one of their weaker options when it comes to their available support picks. You like to see them on the Blissey a little bit more, maybe even on the Sableye or maybe Mr. Mime on some regards. But their Hoopa this tournament has been unstoppable. Amazing Unite move placements. Their goal zone defenses have been really, really solid. And all of, honestly, just their Unite moves I could talk about forever. But I think they have been looking really, really solid on this pick, taking charge of this team. And yeah, big shout out to Rex on their Hoopa play this weekend.
Yeah, can we talk about in that first fight, the first Rayquaza fight, the Unite from behind was
so good.
ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I remember one of the first times we were casted together, you said you can write an entire book on Hoopa Unite placement.
I'm still working on it.
Your exact quote. And I think this was a great example of that. There's the other moment, just barely staying alive.
Yeah, great placement right on top of Venusaur.
Right on top of the
spot.
AoE damaging Venusaur. Perfect. You win the game that way.
Perfect. All right, our player of the game is LGC yet again. This Glaceon making waves. I feel like EUIC was all Leafeon from LGC in terms of spectacular performances. This time it is that Glaceon. Same build as we saw before, but why change it when it is working so good from this player? I love watching LGC.
Yeah. Well, you see, the secret here is that he's got an extra Alteria's worth of EXP in
What?
his hands, which is just not fair.
Wow.
You need it for that extra boost.
And
when
he's
you're
channeling
playing.
OG Dragonite Secure.
True. No, really, truly an amazing player. Very well earned getting back into that grand finals. And like you said, this is the nemesis that we want to see.
Yeah.
Every once in a while they fall a little bit short, but their consistency continues to show. And they've got one more opponent in their path.
And I mean, again, it didn't feel like that was the same nemesis we've seen in this tournament in that winner's finals. Yeah. I'd love to see the run back against Orange Juicers. Obviously, they had the matchup last time. We'll see what happens this next time as we go to grand finals right after this.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon and I like being here. And I'm here to support my Eevee supporters and everybody. So
I need to ask you about Eevee because Eevee is also my favorite. Is it one of yours?
It's one of my favorites. It's all the evolutions. I love Eevee, and then after that is Gengar. My bad.
You said, I saw a video in a press conference that you said Eevee is basically a cat.
Yeah.
I take issue with that. I mean, I feel like Eevee, to me, has more dog vibes.
It depends. It depends on the evolution, honestly. There's sometimes some of them, I think like Jolteon look like a dog.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's like Flareon, Jolteon are kind of dog.
I think Espeon looks more like the cat. She reminds me of Remember Fat Farm logo? She looks exactly like that. That's exactly what I think.
She is a cat for sure.
Yeah, so it's like she go either way. That's why Eevee is the greatest. It goes cat or dog. You don't know what you're going to get. Shoot, she got tails in there too. A mermaid tail. Come on.
That's true. My favorite is Umbreon right now. It changes. Yeah, every once in a while.
Umbreon is my favorite. And then after that, I go Espeon because she's like, I tell you, she like my bad. That's the bad girl, the bad one. She like the city girl of the evolutions. So you know what I mean.
So you said Eevee and Gengar are your favorites?
Yeah. Oh, well, Umbreon out of the Eevees, but Eevee, yeah, and then Gengar. I like first, and then because if I had to be a trainer, I'd be a dark Pokemon trainer. I just like it. It's because if I was in anime too, I would be a villain too. Well, in between, like a Hisoka Stain type of character. Like,
what would be your vibe, like your look?
Mine? I would be laughing like the Joker, like just evil laugh and just chaotic. And people would get like that would be my normal and people be like, oh, that's just him being normal. Me being normal is like when they should be scared. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like it. You also play the Pokemon video game. When you play, what kind of Pokemon do you like to use?
I only use the EVs in it, but my boy Pop, he's the real king of Pokemon. He's the one I really play with. And so he is helping me get my shinies on, and I'm still understanding how it works. But he loves Groudon and Charizard. He's a weenie. But he's the true Pokemon trainer, and so I learned from my boy. And so I'm learning, like, how to get it down. But I'm loving it, the whole step, just because I have a professional to help me. So.
I mean, shiny hunting is one of my favorite things to do, absolutely. So
I haven't started yet. I just got it down. I started looking on YouTube. But looking at it is like it's much easier now. You just got to just go out and do it, you know?
Do you have any shinies yet that are favorites?
I got a shiny Espeon, and then I have a shiny Sylveon.
Ooh, those are good ones.
I know. I love Sylveon just because Sylveon reminds me of, like, Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls. Like, just cute, cuddly, soft, but still powerful. I love it.
You were telling me that your daughter's here and likes only cute princessy Pokemon, right?
Yes, she loves pretty princess Pokemons that got tutus on them. So any Pokemon with a tutu on it, she loves it. For some reason, she loves Pikachu. That's her main. And then for some reason, she loves Snorlax. So crazy, a lot of combinations out there that I do not know where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, like she's disrespected I showed her the evolutions. She didn't like Espeon. Out of all of them, she did not like Espeon. I'm like, Espeon is one of the most beautiful ones on there.
You need to teach your daughter.
It's fine. She's her own, I'm already psychotic enough. So I let her, I'm already trying to show her pirate laugh from One Piece to like I make her do that in class and everything so people know that she's going to be weird just like her dad.
Think that either of you will ever compete?
Oh, I'm not ready yet. But I just learned today how to play the game. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to go and train, though.
All right. I mean, we know you know how to train, so maybe we'll see you next year.
Oh, Umbreon's going crazy. Just know that. Dark Pokemon's going crazy. I already know my Pokemons I'm using, too.
All right. Thanks so much, Jamal. And now back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
We'll do that pretty soon.
That was great. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are at NAIC, and the moment you have been waiting for is here. We are about to crown our North America Regional Finals champion.
Spraggles, Dupe Snacks. We're going to hold the pause. Hold the applause, or applause. Doesn't matter. Hold the pause. We've got so much excitement going on. We've known these teams have qualified, doesn't matter. They're playing for pride now, okay? These teams want the hardware on their shelves. Specifically to me, Nemesis. They've come through this losers bracket. Yeah. They're one of the most consistent teams for the last 2 years in North America UCS and don't have any hardware to show for it. This is a heck of a way to button up a great season.
Yeah, this would be massive for them. They're going up against the team that sent them down to the losers bracket. A lot of people thought this would look just about like this, but Nemesis moving on to the grand finals there in winners. They went down 2-1 to Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers waiting for them here in the grand finals. Nemesis having to take down the world champs, Luminosity Gaming, to make their way back up and face off against Orange Juicers one more time. I was just on stage with Metallic. I saw the rest of the crew from Nemesis. It looks like they're feeling good, and it looks like from the conversation I had, they maybe did underestimate their competition a little bit in Orange Juicers. Could have tripped them up a bit, but now they are back for revenge.
Yeah, Orange Juicers, if you thought that the version of Nemesis you got earlier is the version of Nemesis you're getting now, do not be mistaken. Earlier against Orange Juicers, Nemesis looked maybe the worst I've seen them in a long time.
Yeah.
Against Luminosity, they were gapping them. I mean, that first Ray fight, Rex on the peel backdoor Hoopa Unite, was one of the most big brain plays I've seen in a minute. And that was, by the way they played it, exactly how they drew it up.
Yes, and one of my favorite parts about that play is that you have been running around to every single person back here that you could to mention how it was one of the best plays that you've seen. It was amazing. And they had such an amazing series against a dominant team, especially a team that was on a hot streak. They just took down G. Luminosity had to run all their way through a loser's bracket. Well, they ran into a brick wall, and that brick wall was Nemesis. Now, we've got an exciting pre-match interview with these teams. We're going to send it over to the stage for that right now. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Freckles and Doomsack. That's right, I'm with the captains of our 2 grand finalists, Orange Juicers and Nemesis, 2 incredible squads. And of course, the crowd already popping off for them. Rex, your team is coming off the win right now. Orange Juicers have been sitting for a bit of time, but this is the salty run back. This is your chance to take out the team that beat you earlier in the tournament. How confident are you about taking down this squad?
I'm confident we can beat anybody in the world. Easy work.
All right, qualified for Worlds. Now, Kratos, of course, these are your opponents. You've already taken them down once before. It went pretty quick. Is this going to be an easy W?
We just got to do it again.
All right, just the run back. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. All right, there's a lot of great team members on the side of Orange Juicers. A lot of good competition. What player are you looking out for the most in the lobby here in the Grand Finals?
It's always Kratos. He's a animal.
Okay. Kratos getting the vouch here. Same question to you. Who on Nemesis is the target player to take down for Orange Juicers?
I mean, I have to say Trainer, so.
All right, okay, fair enough, Trainer. Sorry, Rex, unfortunate. But that's all right. We're going to have our grand finals. Now, I just want to hear from our crowd here at NAIC, who's got Orange Juicers taking this home? Okay. And then how about our squad from the losers bracket, Nemesis? All right, back to you, casters.
All right, you can hear the cheering sections out there. I mean, it's pretty divided. A lot of Luminosity fans now having to find a home kind of in this last minute here to see which team they're going to support heading into our grand finals. Some fighting words from Nemesis.
You know what? We kind of saw, Overlord exuding some of that earlier. I love that that's the energy carrying through to this moment. I wouldn't expect anything else out of Rex. Yeah, they're the team captain. They're making moves. They're also kind of the pop-off king of that squad themselves. So you know what? Throw your confidence out there. The team clearly feels and looks different now from when we saw them earlier today. Ride that lightning.
Yeah, it's time. If there was any time to do it, it's right now. I was talking to Yeet on stage for a minute from Nemesis, and he was saying, he wants his first piece of hardware. He's got to win one of these big tournaments. So now is the time for Nemesis. Now is the time for Orange Juicers. And a big question mark always is, can a team beat a team again? Can it happen twice? For whatever reason, it's always hard for the team that sent the team down to the losers bracket to beat them again once they come up and meet them in the grand finals. Maybe it's momentum. Maybe it's time to just pick apart their strategy. Maybe the team that's on top has been kind of sitting on ice for a little bit. Whatever it is tough to beat a team twice, and Orange Juicers needs to do that to Nemesis.
They have to. We're looking at Nemesis right now. Rex, LGC, the player to look out for, of course. Metallic, Asinable, and Yeet Fan. And I literally, in that game, too, when we were watching Nemesis in that last Ray fight against LG, I literally kind of popped you in the chest and said, that's the Yeet and LGC that I'm used to seeing. And Trainer and Yeet, again, really delivered for the team. And it was a whole collaborative effort, but I really feel when Yeet and LGC are on, it ripples through the rest of the squad.
Without question. Now we're taking a look at the team making it through the winner's bracket here. These are the Orange Juicers: Kratos, Machizzle, Zugrug, Flareons, and Roland. And when I watched this squad go at it earlier, these two squads go at it earlier, I felt like Orange Juicers was really in control of that series. It felt like it was not a surprise they were coming out on top by the end of it. It felt like they had it.
Yeah, I mean, and I think part of the reason is what we just saw on screen, Kratos popping open the draft Bible for the Orange Juicers squad and just kind of executing plays and things based on the notes and information they've gathered throughout this season. And it's proved to be amazing for them as they sit on the winner's side of this grand finals.
I'd like to think that under that mask, he's got an even bigger mustache.
Yeah, just.
I'd like to think that there's some real mustache stuff happening with these two team captains.
I will say I showed Rex a couple things he could do in the camera with the mustache.
Showed mustache tricks?
Yeah, and he has used none of them, which is kind of devastating because we've had a lot of positive opportunities for it.
Yeah, I feel like you and I have been hanging out quite a bit. You've never taken me aside and showed me any mustache
Your mustache
tricks.
is better than mine. I can't.
Whoa.
I can't
You heard it
have
here
you raise
first,
the bar
everybody.
twice on me.
Here we go. Our draft for the grand finals. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. As we are starting with our bans, Cramorant being banned away. Immediately, they do not want to deal with Yeet's Cram.
That's a great call. Cram has been solid all day for whomever's hands it's fallen into. Taking it off the board is great, and Leafeon no exception either. Umbreon also getting a lot of love and ban priority as well. And finally, somebody's taking Phalanx off the board.
I can tell you, backstage here, Wonder Chef, right after that match, was saying, why aren't people banning Phalanx? What are they doing? This thing is an absolute monster. I'm paraphrasing. I think he was even more intense about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was in the face of its hardest counter in the game.
Yeah.
Giga Drain, Petal Dance, Venusaur. Phalanx is just literally built different. Quickly, Zug grabbing the tree. That's where they put their priority. Azadable says, give me the Crustle, and they're locking in Sylveon as well. Yeet had a great Sylveon game in Game 2 against LG.
Yeah, we've got some insanely good Sylveons out here. We're going to see how the Juicers want to play this. We have the Mew pickup, and I could see them possibly worried that maybe Yeet's actually not going to be the one on Sylveon, and they need to steal that away, as we see Roland locking in the Hoopa. Hoopa is, of course, just such a force, the macro god of the game.
Yeah, not only great in general, but I want to say specifically, and I think Zoinks called it out earlier, Rex leveling up their Hoopa game, and it looked very good in that last matchup. Trainer looking to make a statement, though, hovering the Zoroark. Is that where we're going to end up? It is.
Yeah, and that's a pretty huge statement. I mean, Zoroark is massive. We almost had a Gyarados for a second there, but it looks like they're moving over to the Blaziken. Couple of final picks here for the Juicers. They can't really steal away this Comfey if that's what Nemesis is looking to do here. They've already got a support, and that would be a hat on top of a hat, and only Dodrio could wear that many hats.
Even one more, in fact. Rex, we'll see where they... Oh, let's go, baby. All in on Nemesis game 1. Can't stop me.
Yeah.
Little Gentleman's in play.
Here we go. I mean, what an exciting pick here for Nemesis. You could imagine a Comfey coming out, but no. Instead, they bring out Sableye, the Disruptor, the Backcapper, the most sneaky Pokemon in the game.
The sneakiest one.
The sneakiest one, without question. Who even comes close in terms of sneakiness? It's not even close.
Nah, not even close. Some might say a Seal, perhaps, can be pretty sneaky, but there is no Seal in Pokemon Unite. That's why Sableye holds on to that title. Rex, very, very good Sableye player, and the confidence that this team has in them in Game 1 of the Grand Finals, fighting from the loser's side, cannot be understated. You mentioned it before, Japan stonks on Sableye are to the moon. Is Rex going to prove that here in NA?
Yeah, we're about to find out as we're getting ready for our first game of our grand finals. Our team's loading in right now. The future of this tournament is in front of them. Will Orange Juicers hold on to this victory from the winner's bracket, or will Nemesis come back, reset this thing, and make a huge statement here as we get ready for our first game of the grand finals?
Gotta get this thing underway. Purple team, Orange Juicers are there. Nemesis sitting across from them with Little Gentleman.
And here we go up into our top path. We have the Buzzwole, Hoopa moving across the map, as well as the Sableye. We've got a little bit of a central area invade happening as Sableye is looking to see what they can find. They spot the Hoopa right away and run towards the Buzzwole.
Yeah, a little bait and switch. You thought it was going to be an invade. Once Rex saw that Hoopa was going to be there, they actually pivot up and put good pressure on Machizzle, so Machizzle themselves can't really advance.
And here we go, Buzzwole up in this top path, just getting some of the more safe experience in this top path, getting all the wild Pokemon it can. Metallic looking for something as well. They know Sableye's around, not exactly sure where. That's an easy secure with the Fell Stinger for Machizzle.
But what Rex's presence has kept them from doing is stacking. So now Machizzle is getting glutted with Eos energy, and they can't quite get their stacks on, not as efficiently as they'd like to.
Yeah, and here we go down to the bottom path. We have the Dodrio coming down here with that brand new, beautiful Hollowware. We've got the Hoopa portal that could send them up at any moment. But here we go. Buzzwole coming down to the bottom path. Asnable in some trouble as 4 members of Orange Juicers are down here in the bottom path.
Asnable has to babysit this thing by themselves. They'll see what they can do in the face of 4. It's going to be tough, though, as points are already into that goal zone. It's down 58 points. Flareon's kind of caught in the Rock Tomb. Doesn't really matter. Immediately, Trainer with Rex in their pocket are across the way going to grab all their stuff. And look at all those stuns on Roland so that Trainer can clear and grab the buffs.
And this is what we were looking for from Trainer and, of course, this Sableye together, right? You were looking for these massive combos. Already level 7, dominating the rest of the battlefield here, heading through that central area and just taking everything that was Orange Juicers.
I mean, they grabbed everything from Kratos. Now we're just getting knockout on knockout here as Asnable, who's fighting outmanned in the bottom path, finally gets taken out. But the work that was done for that KO to happen against Asnable was miles to the advantage of Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Nemesis looking great here, taking everything from the center that they want. We almost have a level 8 on this Zoroark as we're just continuing to feed Trainer. Trainer's going to get bigger and bigger. Metallic as well, hitting that level 7, looking for the KO on Roland, and they take it.
They actually have a berry populated by them by Roland to grab for themselves if they need to. Rex still carrying double buffs, Spraggles.
Yeah, Rex still has double buffs, obviously Trainer as well. And we can see Sylveon coming up to this top path, also with buffs from their own central area. They're taking everything from Orange Juice.
They just caught Kratos again on engagement with Rex. Kratos immediately has to peel back. And now Nemesis is taking control wherever they want on the map. Buzzwole down.
Buzzwole going down as they're pushing onto this goal zone. Hoopa's in some trouble right here once again. Points raining in. Goal zone broken, moving towards Regieleki, and it feels like every fight is coming up. Nemesis, they're in complete control. Leaving Metallic here at Regieleki. The rest of the team peeling down to the bottom path, seeing if they can make it to that bottom Regi in time.
They're going to try to, and there it is. It's quickly taken by Orange Juicers as soon as we show up there. But credit to Asnable. It took a long time for them to knock it out and did buy enough time for the team to theoretically get there. Couldn't quite secure, but not a big deal. Nemesis is feeling good and putting pressure everywhere on the map. Rex going straight in, wanting all the information for the team that they need. We got Woodhammers coming out, charging up the overheat. Nobody is rolling through that portal here, but look where Kratos is. They're on the backside, caught in the Rock Tomb. Nice by Asnable, and that's going to be a clutch KO by them. Buzzwole picks up, puts down. 2 players down on the side, and Nemesis. KO streak of 2 for the Buzzy Boy, but now the Machisler's going to get caught here. Can they sustain? Can they withstand this attack? It's going to be close. Can Machisel turn the script, flip the script? No.
No, Machisel's getting pushed away right here. Mew coming in with the coaching, however, and now Machisel picks up Asnable, picks him up, slams him down, somehow possibly making it out of this almost 0 HP, but the coaching was the savior right there from the Mew.
Flareon's one of the best coaching users when they pick up Mew. Very adept, use it very well, and make crucial plays like that. But Chisel going down to LGC, or even worse, Asnable, would not have been a good look.
We can see Kratos here, I mean, just having to run from this Sableye constantly, looking for big fights, but at the same time, you just run into the fear from Sableye, you run into the stuns from Sableye, as Sable's looking to make a play here in this bottom path, head towards the central area of Orange Juicers now with this Zoroark. Zoroark waiting in the tall grass for an ambush.
Yeah, and letting Rex lead the charge a little bit. They've sussed out Kratos. Can they collapse? Oh, Machisel is right there. Charged up the overheat, put the damage in. They get Kratos down, and now Machisel's caught. They get buckled too. Metallic making their presence felt with a big old kick to the teeth.
Yeah, Trainer heading back to base right here, just resetting as this Regieleki is ready to get taken once again by Nemesis. Score zone very close, but it feels like every fight really has been in control of Nemesis. Up in this top path now, Dodrio coming in, trying to make some work happen here. The big knockup on the Zoroark pushes them out, and the Electro Wall picks up the KO on Sylveon.
Trainer making it back to their side, able to grab a couple berries so they don't get knocked out, which means they'll be able to hold this goal zone for at least a second. But we're popping the rings unbound, rolling with the stuns here. That was already used to bring everybody up, and now they're going to use to siege the goal zone. Asnable goes straight in with an inject button X scissor. We're resetting. We get the Trevi Knight coming out as well from Zug. Oh, they're sitting on the pad. Trainer caught on the backside. We're dealing tons of damage here, but Yeet is back with tons of HP. Machisel trying to put them back into play as Rex is running away, and they get KO'd by a solar beam from way downtown.
way downtown, and now we have a possibility for Mew to score here. They decide to take it 223 to 98. Beautiful plays from the Mew on the side of Orange Juicers. That's Flareon's picking up the Mew. A lot of players kind of abandoning Mew after some recent nerfs, not Flareon's, bringing it out here in game number 1. And a game that was dominated by Nemesis now seems to be swinging the other way. Orange Juicers taking a ton of great fights.
Yeah, they've stalled a little bit with that great advantage they were able to pick up from the start. Zug moving in here, but the overheat will get the secure. Of course, the solar beam attempt from Flareon's didn't quite get there. But for Nemesis, that's just like, okay, thank goodness we got that, because things aren't really going our way right now. We need something to stabilize.
Yeah, they need something badly here. Obviously, they have that tier 1 goal zone up, so there's still a way that they can kind of even up this score, but it still wouldn't get there, right? Nemesis behind by over 100, which is a scary place to be for some of these teams. It means that if things go right at Rayquaza, but you're not able to take it, you could still be behind.
Moving back, not even going for the reset. I was going to say, Zugrug's going to dodge that reset. I thought it was pretty calculated for them. We are under 3 minutes, Spraggles, and really, scoreboard lead, Orange Juicers. Level lead, Orange Juicers, but just by a little bit, Nemesis has an opportunity to close that gap.
They absolutely do, and it looks like we have them positioned up here at Regieleki. Nemesis is in a great spot. They have a ton of information. Sableye is finding out exactly where Orange Juicers are, and it looks like they are nowhere to be found. They could possibly be running to score. Crustle being sent back to the home base for that very reason, and now Orange Juicers actually making their way up top, and it looks like they're hiding in the tall grass, waiting for a big ambush. Let's see if they can find them.
That's the advantage of Rex, though. I mean, moving through just by Sableye, you get that notice that there's maybe at least one player there. Now Asinwell needs to get out of dodge. We've got 10 seconds till Ray, and getting caught here is not good.
That's right, 10 seconds until our first Rayquaza of our grand finals. Dodrio zoning out this Crustle, as you see members of Orange Juicer with some aggressive positioning here at the Rayquaza pit. They are tapping Rayquaza while Sableye runs to score. This is going to put Nemesis not up, but very, very close. 223, 198. No one deciding to start this fight. Dodrio in some trouble right here. The Unite move might come out just so they're able to get away from this, but it looks like they have been saved. No, they haven't. They get caught by the Sableye.
And now we've got a potential back cap. LGC actually peels back from it, realizing this is going to be a problem. They're actually going for the Hundo Burger score. But now everybody's been pulled to the middle by Orange Juicers. Are they going to do anything with that? Zugrug is there, and Yeet is still standing. Machisel goes for the engage on them, but the Rubble Rouser is going to get the stun in. Popping that Unite move by Machisel. Can't still close the door on Yeet. Draining Kiss back the other way. Machisel still standing no longer. The lead is in the hands of Nemesis. They're up by 70 and some change points. And now Orange Juicers has the pressure on them with 1 minute left.
Yeah, Orange Juicers needs to make a play here, but it's not too far gone. They have a Unite move on the Dodrio. However, Zugrug getting caught right here, needing to take the hyperspace hole home. And we're going to see how Nemesis wants to play this fight. Less than a minute on the clock. Yeet's in trouble, caught by the Dodrio. The Unite move goes right back the other way, but they are not able to take down the bird.
The Electro Ball chase down actually keeps LGC from collapsing on Kratos the rest of the way, who's going for a back cap score. We're into the middle here. Asinwell sees 3 ahead of them, make it 4. Rex is just hanging out there trying to see what kind of work they can do. Hooper gets the KO. Rayquaza's starting to get hit. Machisel's on top of it, so is Zugrug. Flareon's and Roland are all there. Now Zugrug's going out to space. LGC coming back in for the smoke, though. Rayquaza gets in. LGC darts in. We're charging up and overheat. It's getting low. Secured by LGC! Trainer is the difference! And now Nemesis has a chance to really blow the doors off this thing.
We talked about how they underestimated Orange Juicers here. Well, it doesn't look like they have here in game number 1. Nemesis, the points are going to rain in. They're looking to score. The plan to take Rayquaza, it looks like it was a little half-baked on the side of Orange Juicers. They were trying their best there. And then they decided, oh, maybe we don't want this. Maybe Dodrio can score. Then Trainer runs in and presents this really unfortunate situation for the Juicers. They're going to need to figure out how they're going to out-secure a Blaziken and a Zoroark, and they were not able to make it happen.
Listen, one of the strengths in Pokemon Unite is not only understanding what your characters can do, but also the limitations of the other team. There was not good rip potential on the side of Orange Juicers, which allowed them to play a little bit more slowly, put the onus on Orange Juicers with that Sableye back cap, and finally stress them to a point where, like you said, it was kind of a half-baked plan. Were they in on it? Were they not?
Yeah.
We couldn't even tell, and because of that, here comes Trainer LGC on the backswing, darts straight in. We had the overheat primed and ready by Metallic. and after that, it was just curtains.
And now we're taking a look at some of these big moments right here. Obviously, we had that early push where they sent 4 members down to this bottom path for Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers felt like they had a lot of the very early game, and then Nemesis took control.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis really kind of hit a stride after a moment there, once they were able to a little bit get a shutdown kind of on the Machisel, right? Stall them out early. And then mid-game, all Orange Juicers.
Yeah.
All Orange Juicers.
Yeah, huge stuff for Orange Juicers until Nemesis made some massive plays here in some of our final moments. We had the Hoopa Unite move, and you were even talking about this. They've got this Hoopa Unite, but they don't really have a plan for any of this. While they let Trainer score in the bottom path, that now puts them up. Now the Orange Juicers have to make a play. They decide kind of Rayquaza, kind of not Rayquaza, long enough to where Blaziken is back, Zoroark is there, and Zoroark secures LGC with the big-time MVP.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a perfect example of the player of the game screen not really drawing context to what LGC was able to achieve that game. That damage was impactful. The score, of course, matters. 5 knockouts, sure. But it was the way they were moving around the map, pressuring the map with Rex, being a good counterweight to what that Sableye does. And in that final moment, close the door on the main objective, and that's what you need out of your big-time players.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, we have a great win here for Nemesis, but they're not elated. Job's not done. They got a long ways to go, but they plan on bringing Orange Juicers out to where they want to play, dragging them out to deep waters, which they're going to need to do because Nemesis has to take them down here, and then they have to reset this whole thing in our grand finals and do it once again. We've seen it happen. We saw it happen last NAIC.
We have. Now, and Zugrug is actually on the Orange Juicer side, is actually the team that was like, okay, this can be done. But again, Nemesis has been the most consistent team 2 years by CP in NA, but they have no hardware to show for it. I think Nemesis as a collective needs to rally and make this a statement win for themselves.
Absolutely. They want this win. They want this championship more than anything. Taking a look at our bans here. Cramorant, Umbreon, Leafeon, and then we have this final ban once again. Phalanx is not making it into our grand finals. I think teams are starting to really respect this Pokemon. Some of the big picks, of course, coming out. We've got Hoopa once again, Trevenant. We're seeing a very similar setup here, right? Crustle, Sylveon. Now we've got the Blaziken on the side of the Juicers.
Metallic is heavy hovering that Lucario Trainer, great Scyther player, maybe Zoroark. I mean, literally, it's the world's your oyster at this point. Welcome to Nautilus. Locking in the Zoroark again, and why not? Rex pivoting up and snagging the Comfey, and that's what the kids call a problem.
Yeah, the kids are always calling that a problem, and the kids are right in this sense. Zoroark Comfey, an unbelievably powerful combination, even though when we saw it earlier from Luminosity, Overlord Zoroark, one of the most famous out there, it wasn't as devastating as before. I think a lot of teams are figuring out how to play around this combination. There's one other Pokemon that they might need to worry about, and that's Tyranitar.
That's a gutter
rolling through in the gutter.
Look, I don't want to say how big brain I am, but I've said this is where you pick Tyranitar. It's not first, it's not in the middle, it is on the orange side, last pick, because you have all of the information you need to know, is Tyranitar worth the time investment that Pokemon needs? Nemesis looks at this and goes, yep, chick.
Well, I mean, there are some really interesting options on the side of Orange Juicers to deal with Tyranitar. And first of all, you've got Slow Beam on Slowbro, one of the best shutdown moves in the game. However, you also have Zoroark on the other side. They've set up a really great situation for themselves, Nemesis has, because you've created 2 massive slow beam targets. Do you take down the raid boss Tyranitar, or do you take down the Zoroark with the Comfey collar? It's such a difficult choice because the other one being up could be disastrous.
The good thing is that Nemesis set up for themselves is we already know Trainer LGC can go off the reservation. It doesn't actually need a heal support to have them be impactful on Zoroark. And because of that, you never know if the Comfy is going to be riding LGC or picking up Metallic and going in and creating kind of the Megazord that's going to run through your team. Orange Juicers has a lot to think about. Their communication is going to be critical because they have to be able to prioritize these targets quickly and then execute on that call.
That's exactly right, and it's going to be tough for them for sure. However, we've seen teams dispatch Tyranitar today. To be fair, a lot of them had stronger early game compositions, which we really don't see here from the Juicers as we head into game number 2 of our grand finals. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Nemesis 2 wins away from resetting this bracket. Orange Juicers needs to shut them down so that they can win these grand finals and become your champion.
Roland going on the invade here, and Zorua is an easy one to bully for sure. Rex, we already know, is in the top path. However, that is secured by LGC. Roland going to populate a berry. Is somebody going to grab it? No. Okay, we're hitching a ride. Rex is here, and Roland is now up against it. Dropping their slow smoke is Rex. K-opener to Nem.
That's right. Nemesis picks up the K-opener. A fun fact about Tyranitar, it currently only has a 46% win rate and a 62% ban rate here at NAIC and in the final stretch.
Very counter to Phalanx, which is finally getting banned, which had like, what, a 14% ban rate and a 75% win rate across the regional finals and the final stretch as well. I mean, those are crazy statistics, and glad we're finally seeing Phalanx find its way on the ban list.
Yeah, I mean, it has been incredible here. Big plays from Zorak, just wiping through all of those wild Pokemon and picking up a KO on the Trevin. Of course, it has the Comfey, and it's continuing to dash in, looking for another KO.
You are going with Hyper Voice here. Zorak in deep waters. Trainer's going to have to try and get out. Kratos is on the chase. The ugliest Pokemon on the planet, Combustion, can't follow up. So the Electro Ball is going to sort out Yeet. And Trainer here now just ready to take another buff if it would have populated.
Yeah, Trainer actually able to make it out of a very difficult situation with the help of that Comfey and some very tricky maneuvers. Combustion almost picking up that KO with a beautiful Blaze Kick, setting up something massive, but not able to make it happen. Trainer's still here and picks up the KO on Mew.
Well, here come Asmo will try to just shrug off Zugrug as they want to get more points in. Asmo has an opportunity there going through the burn ticks here, so they can't quite get their points in. However, they might get knocked out as Roland's kind of being persistent and relentless. Zugrug cutting him off from the other way with the Scald build of Slowbro, and Crustle just too thick.
Crustle way too thick, making its way back. It looks like possibly its Focus Band had to save it right there. Trainer going in once more, looking for another KO. And there they pick it up. Another one from you.
And now Trainer intelligently not hitting Roland there so they could pick up the berry from them. They just back out. Very intelligent and silently Metallic level 6. That is not where they want them, but at least they've been able to find value in other parts of the map.
Yeah, that's not exactly where they want this Tyranitar. You're 100%. But at the same time, they're doing pretty great when it comes to this Zorak Comfey, so I think they will take it here as the points are heading into this top goal zone. Really nice stuff. And another KO for Trainer.
Yeet now getting the pressure put on by Roland, and finally we have a KO back the other way. We get the BOGO deal. You get the Zorak, you get the Comfey for free. Now Metallic, just a paltry Poopy-tar, has to sit on pad and try to defend this thing because there's a lot of juicers around.
Yeah, now Regieleki getting chipped up here by the juicers. It looks like they're going to send this towards this tier 1 goal zone right here, and once they do, they're going to have to decide how they want to score this. This is going to be 20 points into the goal zone, and then a possible 40 more if Blaziken decides they want to score in the top path.
They're actually giving up that top path goal zone so the Metallic can go through the central and get to Tyranitar as soon as possible. Overheat comes through, but it's Trainer LGC on Zorak, baby. Is there anything else to say? Registeel's getting low. Now Kratos is getting gapped a little bit. They're going to have to reset. Registeel itself is resetting, but this is just more time into the hands of Nemesis to get this Tyranitar going.
Yeah, this Tyranitar is almost online here at 6 minutes. They need it. There it goes, just ticking over to 9, and we're going to see how Nemesis fights with it. They've been fighting pretty good without it. So I'm worried for the Orange Juicers once this thing jumps into the battlefield. It will be doing that in just 1 second. Big time Sand Tomb and the Secure on the side of Nem.
And the securing the KOs too, popping the Comfy Unite, so there's tons of HP in the tank, and they're all over this goal zone. They're smothering it like chicken. And now more KOs for trainer LGC. I feel like I'm stun locked into that phrase.
Insane stuff. I mean, trainer is on an absolute tear right now, just putting on a clinic, while at the same time, we now have Tyranitar online. Level 10, heading to the top path. Things are looking bleak for the Juicers.
Metallic being level 11, having caught up completely from all of the work that the Juicers did, keeping that Tyranitar down in the early stages. The game is gone, and now they need to find a different way in. A KO on LGC would be a heck of a way to start, but Nemesis not willing to play ball.
Yeah, Nemesis doesn't want to take this fight for this moment here. They're just ready at any moment to jump in with a massive Sand Tomb. Obviously, the Juicers know this as well. They don't yet have the Slowbro Unite to do something about it or the Zoroark currently, so they are in some trouble.
They are in some trouble indeed. Trainer LGC moving through. Kratos has a good target. Metallic pops the Tyranitar Unite, and they're trying to be beasts moving from east to west and see if they get on the goal zone. No, they actually just settle back down and wait for Yeet to show up to see if they can backdoor them a little bit. Hyper Voice is there, enough to space out the Juicers, and this Regieleki just hanging out, wondering what it has to do to get some attention.
Yeah, and now we can see they're moving in Trainer once again, but now getting caught by that slow beam. This is the counter that we talked about. Big time Scald on the Tyranitar as they're pushing forward, picking up a double KO, turning this thing around, another Scald, and here comes Mew looking to get some damage with that Electro Ball. Sylveon up into the air. Sylveon getting hit by a massive Solar Beam, and now Nemesis has to run away from this fight.
The fact that Yeet was still standing though, and yes, they gave up some KOs, again, they purchased themselves some time. So in all of that, the Juicers now are still fighting. They're using Unite moves. We just saw the rings unbound as they reset themselves, go through, and now LGC is back picking up a quick KO, but they're getting real low, stunned out and put down by the Hoopa. Regieleki's on the verge and taken by Zugrug, and now Nemesis is wondering what is the problem with our mid game.
Yeah, and here we go. They're walking forward. That looked like it was going to be a pretty decent fight for Nem, but at the same time, as soon as that slow beam hit the Zoroark, things went very, very badly for Nemesis. And this is something that we have talked about. Nice secure here for Nem. No one in this bottom path. However, in this top path, we got 50 going in this goal. Huge overcap for the Juicers.
Very well done to keep this thing closer than how it's felt up until this point. And we know what the recipe for success is, and it's exactly as we drew it up. Prio target, identify quickly, execute, and then move to the other target, right? Pick one, everybody collapse, and then focus attention somewhere else. That's how they got that big KO on LGC to begin with, and immediately got Metallic right after.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, Pokemon in Pokemon Unite don't become any less useful when their HP is low. It's only when you knock them out. So prioritizing a high-value target and, you know, taking players down one by one is an amazing strategy.
Right now, Metallic carrying the Comfy, and that's something we need to have, you know, kind of keep track of as we get to the late stage of this game, because it might tell us a little bit how Nemesis plans on going into this final fight, Spraggles.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do here. I mean, it's so incredibly close on score. They've got the Tyranitar. It's not yet 13, as we're going to see how they want to play this. It's very important that they engage on this correctly, as it looks like the Juicers are just zoning out the Trevenant right now. The Scald will be able to lower its attack stat, and at the same time, if they can catch it outside of a Sand Tomb, I'm sure they're going to throw everything they've got at it.
All right, they're staging up for a play is Nemesis. We'll see if they can catch anybody. Asmon's there, they force out the Solar Beam. Orange Juicers, when are they going to engage?
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this. They are slightly behind in this moment. The Scald just looking for members of Nemesis. Nemesis deciding when they want to move in and make this fight happen. Here comes a big-time jumper with the Sand Tomb. There's the Slow Beam.
Slow Beam on top of the Tyranitar, forcing the Comfy Unite to get popped out. They actually reset through the portal, but LGC is left off the chains. They find their first target. Blaziken is down. LGC wants the next one. We're going back into the middle. Zugrug is so low. They hit the right target, but nobody was there to focus fire in on them. 2 players down now for Orange Juicers, but Nemesis are on the hunt. They're up by 20 points, and they want more. Can they find the next target? Flareon's is where they're going. Flareon's is on the chase. Metallic sees them, and they are throwing all the rocks in the world straight in their grill, and they're going to close out another huge goal zone. We pop the Hoopa Unite right back in the middle. It's a race to see if anybody can score. Asmonable goes with the Rock Tomb in the middle. Secured by Hoopa, but they still need to get their points in. Nemesis needs to pivot and break some of these
shields.
Nemesis needs to break shields, but they have a Tyranitar. If they can get a Sand Tomb down on a goal zone, they can also stop them from scoring that way. The points going top, making it 316 to 279. This game is so incredibly close. Mew moving towards that central goal zone. Tyranitar looking to see if they can defend, but they weren't there in time. The points rain in. Orange Juicers with another 100.
I cannot believe the Orange Juicers made that magic happen. Great sandbagging of the Unite move by Roland to pull everybody to the middle and give this team a chance. We still got 35 seconds, and we got a real chance at a push.
That's right. The push is happening here in this bottom path. 20 more points going in from the Trevenant as we have 50 with Zugrug in this top path. They are moving towards this tier 2 goal zone, and they're looking to fight. Trevenant moves in. Here comes the Sand Tomb. The scores need to happen. The points go in the main goal zone, 596 to 295, and only 10 seconds left.
There's not enough in the tank here. Comfy United is popped. They're fighting in the tall grass. Doesn't matter. Zugrug's back to Skull. They slow beam another target, and Orange Juicers gonna take game number 2.
Orange Juicers with a big win right here, and just another, example of Tyranitar not getting it done on the big stage.
I have to question here. Nemesis on the full chase to get Flareons. It's almost like they wanted a little bit, they wanted their, have their cake and eat it too type situation. They got 2 prime targets. They had everybody there in the kitchen sink that they could throw at this Rayquaza to absolutely burn it down, and they went on a 4-player chase for Flareons.
Yeah, they were just looking to shut this fight down here, but they were not able to make it happen. It's really interesting because Tyranitar is so unbelievably difficult to fight, but you have to have a team that agrees to fight it. Once you put it in 1 or 2 bad situations and a team picks it off, it's done there. And otherwise, people are just running away from the Sand Tomb. Reminds me a little bit of a Delphox Unite move.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at how this game number 2 went. And early, it really felt like Nemesis had found a good recipe for success.
Yeah, look, Trainer on Zoroark with that Comfey, that was insane. They were just completely dominating this game. Then Tyranitar came online, and it seemed like it was over for the Juicers.
Yeah, they found a way, and here's what I'm talking about. All 4 players, 5 players, are they all there? They're chasing them down, trying to get the Flareons. They didn't even get the knockout, right? And now, because of that, Orange Juicers can have Roland pull all 4 other members through, and at that point, it was an easy secure.
Well, yeah, it was a scary one, I would say. That was very scary for the Juicers, but I think it was absolutely the right call. They were in the power position. They were the one that started it. They were the one who were, getting ready for those big secure moves. We had members of Nemesis running in there very late to the party, just trying to see if they could make something happen, as we have our player of the game, Kratos, on the Orange Juicers.
Blaziken, not only in Kratos' hands, but all across these teams, has been very, very good. And it's unsurprising that when you have Kratos, somebody that Rex said was like, he's kind of my player on the Juicers I'm going to have to look out for, gets the MVP here on a top-tier Pokemon like Blaziken.
That's obviously a bit of a heartbreaker game for Nemesis. They have, as we've said before, a long and tough road ahead of them. They need to take down the Juicers in this best of 5. They need to reset this bracket because they're coming from the losers bracket, so we have an advantage to the Juicers. They've got to reset the bracket by winning a best of 5 and then do it all over again. That game was looking pretty solid until some of those final moments.
It's going to be a test of stamina between both of these teams. If this goes 5 games, resets, and goes another 5 games, at that point, these notes start becoming less and less relevant, right?
Yeah.
Because as we've seen in these grand finals with so many best of 5s, it almost like a microcosm of develops within just these 2 teams in that moment. And that means, again, that these notes start diminishing in value.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to see how they want to play this, obviously. Nemesis wasn't too stoked when they won last game, and obviously you can imagine how they're feeling right now. Again, it is a very long road ahead of them. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, must be feeling pretty good after a win like that. 2 more of those, and this thing is over.
Yeah, it's hard to get gassed up over a single win when to win the championship, you need to at least take 5 more.
Yes,
right?
Of course.
Not just play 5 more, win 5 more games. games. So Orange Juicers, again, have the easier path, and now that they've kind of gotten their win and maybe they're finding their mojo a little bit after having been on ice, like you mentioned, for a little bit, it might become tougher. I know we say it's tough to beat the same team twice, but this is one of the first times we've seen a team from the winner side actually start motoring a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great point, as here we are getting ready for game number 3. Here is our draft. Nemesis is going to be on the purple side, banning out this Umbreon. We've got the 2 picks over to the sides of the Juicers. They're going to ban out Cramorant, and now our final ban for the side of Nemesis. We're going to see what they want to get rid of. Phalanx has been so incredibly popular, it feels like the first pick probably doesn't want to get rid of it. They'll get rid of something else, which looks like Metagross. I think that was just a pick on accident, it looks like, from what I can see with the cameras.
Yeah. The way they reacted to that happening was quite clear. Like,
yeah, it was like, hey, buddy.
Okay, all right. Well,
what you doing?
Well, they've got a lot of Pokemon they can pick from now.
Yeah. And a huge one is Leafeon. Leafeon crushing this tournament. We saw Overlord playing on it, doing some insane stuff. Trainer is like one of the Leafeons in NA, so we'll have to see how they want to play this. Over to the other side, Zugrug picking up the Trevenant, Flareon's picking up this Sylveon.
2 quality picks. I mean, if Tree's there, Zugrug's going to pick it, right? Flareon's, on the other hand, their Mew play has been really good, but pivoting to Sylveon because they know how good Yeet is on that. And please, Snipe Shot Inteleon.
Ooh, we've got ourselves an Inteleon. Have not seen much Inteleon, I think, at all on broadcast here today. A lot of teams sort of shying away from it, even though it's still an incredibly powerful choice. It is a Pokemon that you can hunt down, right? It's up there, it's right there with Decidueye. Luckily, it has more mobility than that bird, but at the same time, it is a Pokemon that you can take one of these massive carries, like a Dodrio, a Zoroark, or something, and just chase it across the map.
Absolutely. Locked in quickly is the Blaziken by Machisel, and Roland grabbing Blissey. So we're going to see how Nemesis closes this draft out. Like we said, Rex's Hoopa play is really leveled up. I'd be unsurprised to see them go there. And Metallic is one of the few players left in NA that is favoring this Gyarados in the top path.
Yeah, I think Gyarados is still really strong, but at the same time, it's obviously not performing like it used to be. It could just be the amount of, Unite move charge taken away from it. It could be that it wasn't the absolute best pick to begin with, but it was still doing some real work for some of these top teams. We're gonna have to see what it looks like here in game number 3, as Dodrio is the last pick for Juicers, excuse me.
Yeah, Kratos is a bird keeper trainer, right? They are playing the birds if it's there. We just saw them on Blaziken. Now they're picking up Dodrio. And a last pick Dodrio for Kratos, I mean, that's definitely in their comfort zone, in their wheelhouse, in a Pokemon that we've seen this team choose earlier, or this player choose earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Dodrio is a weird one right now. It does feel like a really powerful choice that you can get very late, and you kind of want to, because you don't want to be running into, a few really annoying Dodrio counters.
Rex playing leftovers on their Hoopa, if I saw that correctly. Is that a final preparation switch out we're going to see, or is that leftovers Hoopa?
It could be leftovers Hoopa. I mean, when you're running across the map, maybe you need some time to heal up after you're heading in for that jungle invade. So we'll have to see what they want to do with it. But at the same time, if you're running Trick Hoopa, and you're not attacking for a moment, you're actually considered out of combat even if you're providing shield, so they could be using this to heal while still inside combat.
Rex likes to get creative with the support picks. Of course, game 1, we already saw them lock in the Sableye to help facilitate Trainer LGC. Maybe we're going to see a Trick Hoopa game.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out here, as Trick Hoopa has actually been gaining in popularity in just about every region, and it would be time to see it here in North America in our grand finals as we head into game number 3. Nemesis, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. I'm sure they love being called the orange team.
Yeah, that's the side they prefer to be on, I suppose, as Rex is exactly where you said they would be. Across the map, just trying to be a bully on the Orange Juicers and keep Kratos from getting this Pokemon too easily. The buff is going to be well earned by this team. It doesn't matter, because Rex is leaving with it.
Yeah, he's taking it, and he is running, which, is pretty incredible. This is something that a lot of these supports can do, and it's especially a powerful play that we're seeing out of some other regions in the game. And now it looks like North America is more on board with this, extremely aggressive, invading the enemy central area strat.
Well, it looks good, and they're going to be able to collapse on top of Machisel and Roland. I don't think they know LGC's coming. They're going straight after Machisel. That's a quick KO, and Roland now is just hanging out, almost walking towards the portal as if they're hoping to bring them home, because they are looking at 2 players make a 3. Metallic bounding their way over across to get a stack in, and now Roland ticks over after a nice secure and really kind of puts the push to an end.
Yeah, and look at this here. Obviously, they were able to secure an assist earlier because we already have Gyarados at level 4 in this top path. We have Dodrio coming up here to make something happen, but there's Machisel with the big-time Blaze Kick, and Leafeon goes down.
Yeah, really close to be able to reset, and that was also a very fast Gyarados for Metallic as well, Spraggles, and that's going to be a problem for Orange Juicers because the best opportunity you have against Gyarados is the early stages in the game before it becomes Gyarados. And now Nemesis, again, they have an advantage. Can they leverage it well into the mid-game?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? How are they going to be able to handle this? We've got the Drill Peck here from the Juicers. Nice big secure there from Yeet. I mean, it's a really viable play. You're not sure that the Inteleon is there, and that water gun comes through with a huge burst of damage.
Yep, and now the Inteleon is online. The snipe shot is there, and it's just going to be pot shots at range. Kratos has 1 target now in my mind, and it's getting to the backline Inteleon. They know that LGC has to scrap in their face, but Yeet, if all goes well, is never even on the screen when they're hitting your squad.
Nice big Drill Peck. We see Asnavol getting caught right here, in a lot of trouble. Can they get the KO? They do. Snipe shot coming through. Not able to find their target, not able to get the wild Pokemon either. Dodrio moving in, getting a little aggressive, maybe too aggressive, is going to have to run back.
Fortunately, the Razor Leaf from Trainer actually couldn't box the Dodrio, so they couldn't pull it back to deal that second whip of damage there. But good recovery by Nemesis. I mean, they had some of their more squishy Pokemon exposed to Kratos, and were able to make sure that despite Azabel not being there, they didn't lose any of them.
You know, I'm going to have to wonder how exactly the Juicers want to play this. It really does feel like Nemesis is making some big-time plays here up into the top path. We've already got level 8 on our Leafeon. We've got level 9 on our Inteleon right here. I love to see a lot of these NA teams start to get really aggressive with the enemy central area. And we're seeing that from Nemesis in this game.
Yeah, Regieleki at half. Machisel actually forced to back off, using their Focus Blast, then moving in. Yeet trying to escape the Kratos. They're successful. Winding up a snipe shot. No, just an auto attack comes through, and Sylveon secures the Regieleki. It's marching towards Nemesis. The scoreline's pretty close, and they got a chance to defend here.
Yeah, they've got a chance to defend. Nice big snipe shot hits right into the Inteleon Unite move. We have Kratos moving in with Dodrio, but they are going to have to run. You know, Inteleon does have those snipe shots, but they also have those auto attacks inside their Unite that are just unbelievably brutal. And the quick snipe shot picks up a KO.
The 360 no scope rings true, and that Blaziken is buckled by the Inteleon. But Orange Juicers finding a way to get some value somewhere else on the map. Kratos picking up their Unite move now after dunking a couple points, and Rex quick on the rotation, but just not quick enough.
Yeah, not able to stop enough of it there, but the scoreline's still really close. 44-76 as we're about 4 minutes gone in this match. Up in our top path right here, you can see we are still fighting between these 2 goal zones, top and bottom. Tons of experience to be found, and we now have level 9 on this Gyarados, so we have the Unite move online.
That is 2 snipe shots that barely grazed past Roland here. And now we're popping some Unite moves. Bliss Assist to keep Blaziken up. Machisel charges up, but Overheat, nobody's home. Now Metallic's caught between all the players of Orange Juicers. Can they take any bodies with them on the way out? No. Perfect portal by Rex. Metallic doesn't take it. They bounce back through and says, I'm still here for the smoke, turning this place into the Lake of Rage. Kratos gets bounded on a pound, and we're floopy flopping all over the Orange Juicers.
Beautiful stuff from Metallic, picking up a triple KO in this top path. Regieleki here in 30 seconds. Orange Juicers just needs to continue farming, finding some experience. They have a goal zone up top and bottom, and they also have a score lead. They just took a pretty tough fight, as we can see Leafeon moving in, trying to get a KO right here, but maybe bit off more than they could chew, just having to run.
Yeah, in a great way. You could actually see they waited till Flareon's used the Hyper Voice on the Wild Mob and then went in to try and see if they could get a cheeky KO. Everybody's collapsing on top of Trainer. That's going to be a tough Pokemon to get out of there. However, Azabel and Metallic are there. Metallic actually bounces backwards to get out with their Horn Leash towards the rest of the Orange Juicers. Now we have to pop the Rex Unite. The rings are unbound, and they look for a target. Zugrug on the backside, and now can they collapse on Metallic? They're trying to poach that target back to the squad, but it's the laser beam from space by the Hoopa in big form that is really spacing out the Orange Juicers. Meanwhile, we've got a 40 banger going downstairs. Kratos pops their Unite move, rip through half the Nemesis squad. Is anybody actually going to go down here? Zugrug poaching everybody back. Finally, 2 players down on Nemesis. Orange Juicers knocking the pulp out their fruit.
Yeah, Orange Juicers looking incredible in this fight as Yeet has now used their Unite move, and they are pushing forward with this Inteleon. Picks up one, but the Drill Peck comes down and cleans that up. Orange Juicers now looking to make something happen at Regieleki. Zoned out pretty well. They are going to lose Sylveon, but they've been focusing their damage on this Regieleki. It's getting extremely low. Here comes the Razor Leaf, and it is secured by Nemesis.
LGC, what a troll. Just hung out, shot the Razor Leaf out, timed it, and pulled it back. Kratos gets the KO for that insolence, but Hoopa deals it right back. Rex demolishing the 3-headed bird, and now Regieleki storming towards the Orange Juicers pad, but I think if they hang out, they're overextending their welcome, and I think they need to peel back now.
Yeah, it looks like Nemesis just going to have to peel back, using that Gyarados Unite move, trying to make something happen there in that moment. The amazing thing about that Gyarados Unite is you are able to get it back very, very quickly. Even after the nerfs to its Unite move charge, it still is back immediately. It should have it at Rayquaza, no problem.
Yeah, Rex actually just making sure Zugrug thinks twice about entering and trying to make a cheeky cheeky secure on the basement Reggie here, but Kratos pulls up, gets a knockout on Rex, and now they have LGC cornered. LGC is gone. Flareon's with the Hyper Voice. Now they're chasing on Yeet. They're collapsing pretty quickly. Drill Peck misses, but they're pulled right back and knocked out quickly. Now they need to defend this goal zone as they're all crash landing on top of the heads of the Orange Juicers. Rex with the secure here, with the save, as they're trying to prevent them from scoring, but points are going in regardless. The goal zone's gone.
Wow, goal zone gone, broken here at 2 minutes 30 seconds. Amazing play from the Juicers right there, and you can see they were relentless trying to score right there, just continued pushing forward. They knew there wasn't enough Rex could do to stop them, using Phantom Forces, trying every trick in the book to push them off the goal zone, but with multiple targets, they couldn't make it happen. And now they are up big time. 44-11, and now we're gonna have to see how Nemesis wants to play this fight as Orange Juicers is in control.
They are in control indeed. Azimbo trying to turtle up around the rest of the squad because they know they're going to be needed to run interference. But they're going for a score. Nice wall down to make sure that the rest of Orange Juicers can't peel up, and they're going to get a hundo banger in and shrink this lead a little bit.
Yeah, they are. 144-11. Nemesis still behind right here, but Orange Juicers not making any aggressive plays. They're looking to see if they can catch someone. The Blaziken is very far forward, has a ton of information. They know exactly where the Leafeon is right now, and it's actually pushing towards the Blaziken. The question is, do they go in for a fight? Dodrio and Blaziken peel forward, not able to make anything happen. Right now, Nemesis just stalling.
Doing a good job, Trainer LGC did, to pull both of them out of hiding, Machisel and Kratos, and not getting knocked out for that effort is pretty important. Metallic going to charge a bounce, but again, we're just taking a deep breath here. Who's actually going to engage? Machisel gets out of the X Scissor, but is that going to be the impetus to kick things off? Not right now.
No, it doesn't look like it as we're continuing this fight. Huge Horn Legion Woodhammer. Here comes the Dodrio Unite move.
Kratos going straight up top to see if they can get a target. We have got the Rings Unbound. Blitz Scissors right on top of them, but Yeet with a snipe shot sorts them out quickly. They're trying to pivot onto the rest of the Juicers. 2 down now, and now it should be dominoes. We're going on top of Machisel. Machisel's gutted to the floor. It's just the Sylveon and the other pink blob, the Blissey, looking to sort it out. They pop their Unite move, but it's Metallic that's getting screamed at. But it's a KO streak of 2 by Rex on the other side. Orange Juicers just have Flareon standing, and they're already going for that back half action.
That's right, here we go. Huge score of the top path, 96 points go in, 240-211 as we see Nemesis trying to score on the bottom path. Dodrio running, trying to stop it right here. There is some time on the clock. There is something that they can do, but another 6 points rain in, 10 seconds left, and I don't think anyone from Orange Juicers can run and make another score happen in time.
Well, Kratos is peeling up, and no, that is too late. Day late, dollars short. And now Nemesis takes game 3. Buckle up, Buttercup. We're in for a marathon.
We may just be, and this is what happens in some of these grand finals. The team coming from the losers bracket, especially the team that was sent down there by the current team hanging out in the winners bracket, comes back up. They start winning some games, and they reset this bracket. You can see, once again, they're winning, but there's no time to celebrate. They are focused, not finished.
A lot of work to do for them. Again, they've just won 2 of the 6 games that they eventually need to win if they want to take this thing down. Orange Juicers are looking at it and go, all right, we win the next 2 on the hop, this day's over. Let's take a deep breath and let's crown ourselves the champions. We're the winner side, but again, despite this back and forth between these two teams, it's proving so difficult to beat the same team twice.
Yeah, absolutely. You see this happen a lot. It is always tough when you have a team that's come from the losers that you've already dispatched. No one knows exactly why. I remember talking to a friend of the broadcast, Inder, in one of our interviews just about this exact topic of why it is so tough. And for some reason, beating a team twice is just a real mountain to climb. You wouldn't think so. You were the ones who sent them down, but they have more information about you now. They have the momentum now, and they have a lot less to lose in some ways. Like, they're coming up swinging into this grand finals.
And they're doing good. They're playing composed. They're not letting the results of the previous game impact what they're doing in the next game. And they're not letting the emotions from winning a game carry on and stagger them for the next one. It feels like Nemesis is just churning forward, knowing if we can keep the engine running, we'll eventually get to our destination. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, kind of the exact same way.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not far off. These don't feel like complete stomps back and forth. These are close games, and honestly, again, I think it's going to come down to stamina, because the harder these games are on an individual basis, the harder the series becomes at a grander scale.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see right here, the Juicers behind a game, Nemesis up a game, but there's no huge celebration, and it doesn't look like there's an insane amount of stress from either of these squads. This is simply a war that is going on right now, and they just need to keep fighting. They both have strategies. They both have ways they can take their opponents down. They are in it for the long haul, both of these teams. Orange Juicers is well aware that Nemesis could reset this bracket on them, and they're going to have to keep their composure if something like that happens. One more win for Nem, and it does.
Now, we've seen Orange Juicers go into, I keep calling it the draft Bible, right? The notes that they have for these teams kind of pre-prepared. They've executed, it seems to me, at least the notes that they've taken down, right? How they want to approach these games. However, they are now, one game away from having the bracket reset on them. Is there anything they can do on this draft screen now that stands out? They would go, you know what, that would switch it up.
Yeah, you wonder, right? And you wonder how Nemesis wants to play this, because we saw some looks from Nemesis earlier that we really haven't seen in these grand finals yet. Them pulling things out like Glaceon, but it looks like they're getting really aggressive and in the face of Orange Juicers, and it's working out very well for them. The bands coming across, we have the Cramorant, we have the Leafeon on the other side, Umbreon, and of course Phalanx. I think everyone in NA right now is well aware that Phalanx is it in this tournament.
Yeah, it really, really is. I'm watching Nemesis plays, and I feel like they're the current perfect fusion between an NA playstyle and the Japanese playstyles we've seen of the most recent tournament here. Just sometimes they're incredibly team fight forward like the rest of NA, and other times it's cheeky aggression.
Yeah.
Cheeky aggression, calculated fights. We got a 2-on-1 here. Let's go. Let's open this. And because they're throwing like so many different looks, it's tough to adjust to what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw a lot from Japan, right? Is this strategy where you're kind of concerned with your opponents if you have to be almost, but there's this other game you are playing, which is take as many buffs as possible, take as many wild Pokemon as possible from the enemy team. We see these picks locking in. Gyarados making its way onto the map here for the Juicers as Trainer is locking in Mimikyu at the top of the show in the pre-show. I was talking about how I was not a Mimikyu believer here for this tournament. I'll have to see if these teams can prove me wrong.
Well, LGC was also the Mimikyu player from months ago when we were like, it was specifically me and you that were like, I don't think that's the wave.
Yeah.
And it didn't look phenomenal, but LGC kept going back to that well, because LGC is a difference maker on this Pokemon. If they can get it online and they get the support they need to facilitate what they're trying to do, we get those Shadow Sneak resets, and LGC is going to run roughshod through the Juicers.
And we see Metallic with this final choice right here. It looks like they maybe have not given up on Tyranitar, but I asked for the Zarina, and they are delivering. A Pokemon that's really been doing it in Japan, but we've not seen a ton of it here in NA or EU, really anywhere else. Right. I feel like Zarina is popular, maybe Japan, maybe in APAC a little bit, but boy, we have not seen it in NA. When you look across the other way, what targets do you see for this Unite move? I can see one big one, I guess.
Honestly, I'm kind of happy with Machisel, Flareons, or Kratos because that is an isolating, individualistic Unite move, and now they have 2 of them on their squad. So if LGC goes in, the Zarina can follow up on the trap target, and vice versa, right? We can line up our Shadow Sneak and get ready to engage once the Zarina Unite completes. So honestly, if I'm looking at the other side, as long as I'm not catching the Hoopa or the Trevenant, I'm pretty happy because that target should go down.
Even though we've seen some big Hoopa catches earlier in this tournament turn into wins, right?
That's true, yeah.
Those were pretty big moments when that support went down, but you're right. I feel like if you get close, you know, to that candle, you're feeling pretty good about taking it down with your Unite move, especially Zarina's. I feel like below 50% HP on Chandelure, and that Unite move is basically a delete button.
Yeah, without a doubt. But also like Blaziken, which has great mobility, being able to trap it, right? Because a lot of times it's an engagement, but it can still kind of weasel its way out just because of how the Pokemon's built in its skill set. But if you can trap it with one of your 2 hard engagement targets and the other one is there to follow up, that's critical. That is going to snowball effect through these fights.
And here we go, Dupes. Next, game number 4. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Nemesis 1 win away from the bracket reset.
Nemesis would love nothing more than reset this bracket and really put the screws to the Orange Juicers, the team that sent them down to the losers bracket. Nemesis forever trying to prove themselves as the top NA team despite being there the most consistently through CP.
And here we go down in this bottom path. We have Yeet looking to steal some of this away for their level 4 up at our top path, but Chisel just looking for a little bit of a secure on some of these wild Pokemon as well. You know, Zarina feels a little like Gyarados in that it takes a while to get online, but then once it does, once it hits its level 6, it's got those 2 huge moves, it's got the resets with Queenly Majesty. It feels like a massive power spike.
We already have LGC posturing to go for a big pick here, but 4 players down for Juicer. So all the pressure is on this Gossifleur and Yeet to make sure. Rex and Yeet got to hold back 4, and they're doing okay as now they're rotating immediately back up top to try and support the chaos that Nemesis is bringing onto their doorstep.
Yeah, obviously, if they can get a KO on someone like Trainer, and they do, they're so close to Gyarados right now. You can see how much effort gauge that just filled up. It's just about ready to evolve, and it does evolve. It is now Gyarados here in this top path. As you can see, this experience being pressured by Rex, but able to be taken by the Juicers.
Both of these teams got their Gyarados online at 8:30, around that mark. And that's the hallmark of a solid team that feels pretty good about what they're doing when they're bringing Gyarados to the Thea Sky Ruins. However, I was just going to say, we need Eldegoss online. We need Rex to become a factor here because that's the only way that Trainer and Metallic can feel like they're doing something. Candle on the backside, can they get an engagement on them? They're going for Flareon's trap and stomped out. You shattering that glass like a bat mitzvah. They're getting it done.
Yeah, they're moving through here, doing great. Amazing stuff from the Mimikyu as well. That Shadow Claw just ripping through the side of Orange Juicers here. They're making some big plays with it. Here comes the Stomps Arena and the Shadow Claw once again. Another big pickup for Nemesis.
Yeah, they're moving as a unit here, right? Just everybody getting each other's pockets, and that's what we were kind of stating, is if those 2 can finish the same target over and over and over again, it makes it difficult. I mean, Zarina has great sustainability. The resets through Mimikyu, the natural damage, and then when their Unite moves come into play, it's going to become a problem.
And here we go, looking for a possible fight here. They catch the Shadow Sneak, but I don't think the Trainer wants to jump into 4 members of Orange Juicers right now as they run down to the bottom path. One of my favorite parts about catching a Shadow Sneak like that, Dupesnacks, is your opponents are not sure whether you're coming in or not. You can see them playing in this really interesting sort of passive way. We're like, am I dealing with you or not? What's happening exactly? And you're just walking away. You're doing something else at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the best. Just having the marker on you is like, is this going to be the marker of doom?
Yeah.
Or am I just getting baited here? And good Mimikyu players will make it so that you never actually know if you're going to get engaged on or not.
Exactly right. They could engage 10 times in a row and then just, you know, start pulling back every time they hit that Shadow Sneak. And keeping your opponents guessing for something like that could be huge. Nice big Unite move to get out of a troubling situation here as we have this Regieleki walking towards this top path. Mimikyu did jump in for that fight, but Regieleki is being taken down here by now.
I mean, already one player down for Nemesis, as you mentioned, but Orange Juicers are finding a way. The scoreline's pretty close. Azimal again on babysitting duty on the goal zone themselves. Nice X's are catching multiple targets here. Buying enough time, Rex is there. Can they keep this goal zone standing? Roland's gonna have to reset through their own stuff here. Azimal's there, and we're picking them back through his Metallic. There's that delete Unite move right on top of Blaziken. Do they have the follow-up? They do, they're gone. Metallic looking for the next target. We got a little Dipsky-do action out of Roland. Can they get bullied out? They don't take the portal, but they had an opportunity to get away. Phantom Force back through, Rock Tombs there, and the stomps are still going. We've got our boots stitched up, and Metallic wants more.
Yeah, Metallic wants to pick up some of these big-time KOs, and they do. Really great stuff from Zarina. Again, we saw a lot of this in Japan. This kind of play style, this level of aggression, Unite moving the squishy Pokemon on the enemy team, and just a lot of Zarina. So much more than we've seen in other regions, and now we're seeing a top NA team pick it up. We even talked about how they were playing a lot more similarly to some of the Japanese teams than some of the NA teams, and this is just another example of that.
Yeah, I mean, to their core, they're an NA team, and these teams, these players like to brawl, but being able to pull out a different look, different strategy, and keep the team guessing, much like if you're going to pull the trigger on the Shadow Sneak or not, is invaluable. Bang, Gyarados is gone after a beautiful Mimikyu Unite, and now we're spacing through. Roland can't even step up because Yeet is there for the coverage, but we're going rings unbound. Can we close the goal zone before they show up? We can, but Rex is going to be the prime target. They're the ones that are knocked down, but if that buys enough time for everyone else to get out, that is a huge win, Spraggles.
Yeah, and massive Unite move there from the Candle. That was a really interesting play. Asdamel using the Crusted Unite, just pulling away from this here. Regieleki going down in this moment, moving towards this tier 2. Right now, Orange Juicers slightly behind on the scoreboard, but they've got that tier 1 available, and they also could decide to push with this Regieleki. We're going to see how many members of Nemesis want to stay here and deal with this, as the Orange Juicers are top, and a steal by Zug. How cruel.
They sent Zug down just to see how many players are there, and once they saw that there was 3, they immediately attacked that goal zone up top, knowing that they're going to be able to get them outnumbered. Zug pays the price for that move, but that tier 2 goal zone is gone in the top path, unlocking that Zapdos win con.
Yeah, Zug pays for it with a KO, right? But at the same time, not only does he get that information for the squad and they score up in the tier 2, he also takes the objective from them, wastes an insane amount of time.
That, I mean, they can't be happy about that as Nemesis, and they really felt like they were in control here. Immediately pulled away from them just by taking the Registeel, and then just your only thing you leave with is a Zugrug KO. That ain't worth. Now we're going back in. Trainer LGC is upset. Roland have to take their portal, but they're going to hang out the Gyarados to dry. Gyarados does get the Mimikyu, but Zarina, Metallic, there to stomp the fish down.
That's right. As we're getting ready for this right here, you can see we should have another Regieleki that could possibly walk towards Nemesis. Orange Juicers right here, not trying to let Nemesis reset this bracket. They want to win this one, win one more, and then head home as the champions of NA. Nemesis, though, playing some great matches here, and they look fantastic here. The Zarina already level 13.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at. Metallic has done a great job, but way more involved than we've seen in Metallic in previous games. Azabel, I mean, they're just in a blender, no shot to get out of that. As Trainer LGC is baiting these Shadow Sneaks around, and finally Metallic goes in. We just need the Trainer follow-up. Are they going to get it? We do pop the Reunite to get the Candle down. A nice reset attempt, but just a couple players make it through. Hoops is down as well. Mark down the Blaziken as well. Now Regieleki is going to go to Nemesis for free, and that was pretty important to just not open up an easier win con for OJ.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you don't love this as Nemesis. You don't love using Unite moves in a moment like this, but you kind of have to make sure that they don't send it towards your main base and unlock a crazy win condition, especially with a Hoopa on their side. We could easily see a Yamada strategy, just porting the whole team in there. That is no longer an option, as we have Nemesis getting a little aggressive here around this Rayquaza pit. We had the eject button from Zug, not able to make it happen there with the Wood Hammer, as we have...
Oh, Kratos is blended, my friend. Holy, Metallic gets them done. Cotton Cloud crash right on top. 2 players down in a heartbeat. What a misstep there. We have the Gyarados Unite. Machisel needs to find Yeet. Yeet is there, and they're going to keep moving forward. Mystical Fire on top of the Gyarados. We're going for the stomp, and now we're just slashing all through of them. 3 players down. Nemesis just needs to close the door on this thing. Roland going to reset themselves. Meanwhile, we've got an 80-point back cap by Rex. If we get the points in, they do. They now have the lead. Roland popping their Unite move, bringing everybody through. Blaziken is there. Can they actually take out Metallic? Fire types are advantage against Grass, but ain't going to work out here. Eject button for the overheat. Still standing, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff as the Juicers are back in this fight. Huge shadow sneak as they're running towards Flareon's, not able to take them down. Trainer now getting kicked into the wall.
The Rock 2 reposition.
Wow, the
Sick
Rock 2
play.
saved it right there from that overheat. What a massive Rock 2. I don't even know if they know how close that was. Nemesis up on the scoreboard, 295, 221. 1 minute left on the clock, under 1 minute right now. And Nemesis needs to make a big play here. Excuse me, Orange Juicers needs to make a big play, or Nemesis is going to reset this bracket. Orange Juicers with a sneaky score in the main base.
I mean, Zarina still just used their Unite move, and that was a great way to pick up the candle again. Their best source of rip. Now they're going for back caps. The Hundo Burger's going in, and LGC's not letting them off the hook. They're still shredding them. The Hundo Burger is in. Zagrod can do nothing but poach him with the Horn Leech. 20 seconds left, Spraggles, and Nemesis says, you might be the Orange Juicers, but we are 100% real fruit juice. We coming after you.
That's right. Somehow that score goes in. Zagrod does not land in time. Nemesis scoring in the top path. A beautiful play by the Juicers, but shut down by Nemesis as we are going to see a bracket reset here in North America.
Yeah, I told you. There ain't no way anybody's getting home on time today. I knew this was going to happen. Nemesis, cool as a cucumber, which is maybe the most dangerous thing I've seen today. The fact that they're still this locked in after just resetting the grand finals of the North America Regional Finals. Are you kidding me?
As they say, job's not done. The audience is ready for it. You can see people getting up, stretching their legs, getting ready for it. Like, all right, let's lock in because we've got a grand finals reset, as we often do here in Unite.
Often,
these teams,
every time,
it feels like every single time. I don't. How many of
all of them has to be?
It has to be everyone this season.
I think so. Stats team.
Stats
Get
team.
a stat.
We need to figure this out. How many bracket resets have we had between NA and EU? I feel like maybe EU didn't have one.
That almost doesn't feel correct.
It doesn't even
It's crazy
feel right.
that it feels less correct to say maybe one did
Maybe one.
than all of them did.
Yeah, it's amazing, but this is how it goes for these teams. For whatever reason, the team coming from the losers bracket has so much more to prove, has so much more information, has so much more momentum, and resets the bracket against the team that has a much easier chance to win this whole thing. And Doob Snacks, it often feels like the team coming from losers after a reset wins the whole thing.
Yeah, again, momentum-based, as we're watching here, Game 3, and Nemesis just did so good.
I'm hearing from our stats team, and I don't know how this is possible, 2 times from our broadcast, it did not happen.
That's not correct.
It seems impossible.
I refuse to believe that to be an accurate statistic. Zagrod coming through with maybe the play of the game to really give the Orange Juicers a shot here. Just a cheeky wood hammer to secure the Registeel while actually just on an information gathering mission. And that allows the Orange Juicers to close out the Tier 2 and again, open up that Zapdos win con.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. So nice. We saw it twice right here. We see the wood hammer right into this Unite move here, into another wood hammer, big time push with the Horn Leech, just stalling so that the Juicers could break that Tier 2 goal zone. And then here we have that play. I mean, just a hair off, and this changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, just that Hundo Burger going in means really that final nail is put into the coffin of the Orange Juicers here of the grand finals, forcing the bracket reset. 10 KOs for Metallic on this Zarina, and if that's not putting Zarina on your radar, it certainly has Metallic on your radar.
Yeah, without question. And, you see on the other side, we have Kratos with 0 KOs for the Juicers. Now, look at the damage. They're still out putting good damage. They're still fighting. But that Unite move from Metallic, setting up some big, as we were talking about it, delete button moments for the squad.
And unfortunately for Kratos, they were on the receiving end of almost all those individual-based Unite moves. If it wasn't them, it was Flareon's on the candle that you identified. And again, the strength of a good team is quick priority target identification and then executing on them. And you knew what they were trying to do with Mimikyu and Zarina, and they got it done.
Absolutely they did. Taking a look at our player of the game, LGC, trainer LGC on Nemesis with the Mimikyu. Look, I said I wasn't a Mimikyu believer in this tournament, but they might be converting me right here as they absolutely dominated that game. Huge plays from this player, and it wasn't only the knockouts. Look at that damage, 87,000. They were putting in a ton of work.
I don't want to, I know we're looking at LGC here, and what's sticking out to me is just that amazing Rock Tomb. Whether that was the plan or not, Asinable dialed in a beauty, because shifting the overheat over by like 3 pixels essentially made them miss the knockout on LGC, and that was just, again, another game-changing play in that final fight, and it just shows, and it shows to me and tells everyone at home how close these games are.
Yeah.
Like small micro-millimeter plays like that on screen are just like, okay, that was a game changer.
Yes.
Like that was literally the tide in the game changing, because LGC gets out scot-free and can now pivot back and start attacking again. It was wild.
Yeah, and what a tough match for the Juicers, just when you think about how well it was going for so long. Breaking that tier 2, setting up sort of a Zapdos possibility win condition with that Regieleki, even the ridiculous steal from Zugrug in the bottom path. It felt like everything was going their way, but still, they had to figure out a way to take down Nemesis, and they could not do it.
They could not. I'll tell you what, we're going to work today. That's why my sleeves are up, bow ties off. I'm 2 buttons down, 1, 2. I'm down to my 3rd button here. I swear, if this goes past 3 games, we're knocking the next one down. Don't even make me start on the vest.
Let's take a look at some of our caster predictions from earlier and see how right we were throughout this tournament. We've got Chef, Sylveon, Blaziken, LD, Cram. Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of that. For me, I'm talking about Blaziken. I'm talking about Trevenant, Sylveon, which you've seen a ton of, and now we're finally starting to see it, the bans on Phalanx.
Yeah, and it's about time, right? Both of us put that at number 4. I think when I put it on there, I was like, I hope. And then it started being played, and I was like, "Oh, it's the truth."
Yeah, it is.
It's just very, very good. Zoink's the only caster to shout out Mimikyu. It looked very good in that game.
Yeah.
Something I'm surprised, specifically maybe out of Zugrug, is the non-reliance on Snorlax, because their Snorlax is incredibly good, both block and yawn version. And I know Asinable has one as well, because these players have been playing since day 1. And if you're a tank player in this game since day 1, you've got a good Snorlax.
Yeah, absolutely you do. And you know, it's interesting. I love seeing the Mimikyu play. I wasn't a believer, but I gotta say I'm more of a believer in it lately than Tyranitar.
Yeah,
and this is
true.
just a Pokemon that was supposed to be the thing. You know, everyone's talking about how unbelievably busted this thing is, and on ladder it certainly feels that way, but here in competitive play it just, you can get outplayed.
Yeah, it kind of feels Dragapult 2.0, right? Like ladder demon, but never really found its footing in competitive. And actually, we saw Metallic hover the Zarina there in that gutter pick, and then switched to Zarina, and wow, Zarina looked a heck of a lot better than Tyranitar did in that game 2 where they lost.
It absolutely did. And yeah, you had that moment where it was on T-Tar and they decided to move away from it. I love that people can't see what's behind the camera, but there's some shenanigans back here. There's tomfoolery for sure.
Just every caster from every other game marches by and just easy cheeses, because we're the first casting booth, so every single person needs to walk by ours to get to theirs, and we get the whole kit and caboodle.
We get it all. We get it all. And what
is a kit and caboodle?
A kit and caboodle? It's a cat in a bag.
It's a kitten caboodle?
Yeah, it's a cat in a bag.
Is a caboodle a bag?
Obviously,
Twitch
a
chat.
Is a bag.
Tell us if a caboodle is a bag. No Googling, no cheating.
It obviously is a bag. It's a It's a cat bag. We
a
all know
caboodle?
this.
Then why would you say a kitten caboodle? Why would you say a cat bag?
Because it's a small one for baby cats. Okay, this isn't hard. A caboodle in general is just a bag for cats.
There's no way that is what a caboodle is.
You know
we
what?
have an interview.
We have an interview on stage. Let's throw it over to them, and hopefully they'll get to the bottom of this. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Jake and Kirk, for seeing if a caboodle is real. If it's not, who knows? What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined with Zero in on Alex during the grand finals, which have been so exciting. Zero, what has been your favorite part of Friday, the first day of NAIC?
I mean, I think just seeing the amount of competition here. You know, we have some amazing teams here, and just the high level of competition, the passion. And I mean, I know I'm part of the spectator crowd, but the energy is absolutely electric out here.
Yeah, we can hear it backstage. Both these teams, the crowd is roaring. It is so exciting. Well, we've already seen the bracket reset from Nemesis. Who do you have winning the grand finals in this next best of 5?
Listen, I might be a vitamin C lover because I got to go with the Orange Juicers, man. I am a big fan of Machizel. I love what he does, and you know what? I really think they have what it takes. Though, I will say, Nemesis is putting one fight.
All right, well, I'm going to take that as an Orange Juicers prediction. My last question, is a kitten caboodle a real word?
It might be. Honestly, anything could be a real word if you try hard enough.
All right, awesome. This was NAIC. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us. Back to Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
Coming right back to us right now. Us Dupe Snacks taking a big mouthful of honey, keeping that throat ready to go here.
I broke the light, Drew.
He wasn't ready.
Why am I the worst, dude?
He just wasn't ready. We did
They
not.
told us.
They actually did.
They told us.
It wasn't. We were not unaware that they were coming back to us. But
Brother.
Instead, you're going for it. Here we are. Oh, this is amazing. I really have been curious about this. NAIC pick rates. You and I talking a lot about Sylveon on our list here. Sylveon, Trev, Blaziken, Hoopster, Eldegoss, Blissey. None of us put Blissey on our list. I was the only one to not put a support. I just felt like it was cheating. None of us put Blissey.
You put Treven.
Yeah, it's true. None of us put Blissey on this list. But, you know, when you talk about bans, there are a lot of Pokemon that could be here if they weren't banned out so much. Umbreon feels like it has been a target ban. We saw Slash on it earlier, some of the best Umbreon play I've seen. And I think that has sent ripples throughout this tournament going, oh, we actually have to get rid of this thing because it's a menace.
See, I actually think the only team you had to get rid of it against
was G.
Because nobody else's Umbreon was doing that type of stuff. It's similar to like when Bruv's tree at the Aos Cup in Season 2, when they're like literally they're facing against Talibobo, and Talibobo's like, we just got to ban the tree because Bruv is destroying us on this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Shades of things like that. That's when you have to try to adjust into these microcosms and recognize, is this Pokemon good or is this player making this Pokemon hit like a different gear? And I think for Umbreon specifically, that's a Slash thing. So I think you can let it loose.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you do see some players just settle into it and dominate on it. Mime has been such a big Pokemon this tournament. And it's one of those that I feel like is always outside the meta a little bit, and nothing changes, and people just start to pick it up. And they're like, oh, actually, we're setting up huge plays with this thing. We saw it a ton today so far.
Yeah, and even when it wasn't, air quotes, the wave, I mean, when Bruv always had the pocket mime, it allowed them to get more creative in their drafts. We even saw, like, Tomato from Kabi-chan's also flex into mime as their tank pick. And honestly, when you can do stuff like that, it opens up opportunities for your other players to get creative in their picks as well, and a true ripple effect. But these teams disagree. Umbreon's gone. Crustle gone, so they're kind of cutting off Asinable, who's kind of been soloing this bug type.
I mean, it has been huge, right? And if this first pick goes over to the side of the Juicers and they want to take Trevenant, they're taking a lot of options away from him. Maybe a little more worried about this Sylveon, who we are seeing in so many games. Now, Nemesis has access to Trev right now, and I feel like that's a huge pickup for them. And it looks like they are going to go with it as well as Leafeon. A couple of grass types coming out here in our Grand Finals reset.
It feels like Zugrog is maybe now moving towards Snorlax. So if that's the case, then you can kind of sandbag your defender pick to the end, because I don't think that's where they're going to go. Or that's not where Nemesis was going to go, but, you know, Orange Juicer's not leaving it up to chance and grabbing it now.
Here we've got that Blissey pick as well. I mean, so many top picks on the side of Juicers right now. Yeet hovering this Inteleon. We saw it do some real work earlier. Metallic switching on over with Rex. They are going to pick up Eldegoss. Eldegoss feels like kind of an EU favorite. I feel like EU is dominating with this thing. We've seen North America and Japan recently from the tournament that I was watching have a little more variety with some of their supports. It wasn't the first pick every time.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Eldegoss is it just kind of covers different things. It has strong matchups into certain Pokemon. I mean, like a Garchomp, for example. Once a Garchomp engages, it gets caught in a Cotton Spore, like that's a problem. Now, what they've let, though, is Metallic have the opportunity to seal up this Gyarados.
Yeah, we're going to see if they want Gyarados. That Blaziken is also an option right here. Of course, Tyranitar that they hovered as well, but it didn't look like they were as confident on Tyranitar. Gyarados looking great. I have to say, the Garchomp pick is always questionable. We've seen some people dominate with Garchomp, and we've seen some people not quite make anything happen with it.
You know, I like that Metallic went to Gyarados. I do like that. I think Blaziken is good, but feels kind of a trap in this current composition that Orange Juicers has put together. So it's kind of like a bait, like, please take Blaziken. I think we'd rather scrap with that in the front line with how our team is built. However, Metallica going to Gyarados, that bounce, being able to just get in, and most importantly, have a great retreat tool is solid.
Yeah, and here we go. Our two teams getting ready. 10 seconds left before we start our Grand Finals reset. Locking in their Pokemon, locking in on stage. Like we saw from Nemesis earlier, they are doing well, they are winning, they are beating Orange Juicers, but they are focused, not finished. The job is not done yet, as our two teams are ready to square off here at NAIC. Orange Juicers versus Nemesis in your Grand Finals reset. Let me hear you, NAIC!
To the limits here. Nemesis ready to go. They've won 3-1 in that first set. They need to win another 3 here. They're halfway there. Game 1, bracket reset, Grand Finals at Pokémon NICE NAIC.
Pokemon NICE. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Here we go with this reset. And this is where anything can happen. But most of the time, Doob Snacks, it feels like the team that reset just has that momentum. They have the wind in their sails, and their ship is sailing towards becoming your champions. Nemesis wants this badly. They want the championship. As Yeet told me on stage, he wants the hardware. He wants to win a big title.
Look at the pressure they're putting on Roland here, or the time that Roland's managed to waste. They wanted they wanted the Magikarp to get that knockout so bad because of that effort gauge. Look, it's almost full. We might have a 9-minute Gyarados, a couple of seconds to seal that up, maybe a one piece of Wild Farm off, but that is huge for Nem.
How massive is this? We basically have a Gyarados at 9 minutes here in our first game of our Grand Finals. It's gonna walk the path in 1 second. A level 4 Gyarados walking towards these birds at 850. Wow, this is so huge for Nem.
It's almost like the Orange Juicers didn't get the memo on the knockout when they rotated up like 4 players to see what they could do with Metallic. And now it's just Machisler and Roland staring down Rex. And yeah, they might have a Gyarados. I don't think they're concerned that Rex hasn't evolved Eldegoss yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would be so worried if I was that top path for the Juicers. One of the biggest reasons is just Dragon Breath, having one of the craziest secures in the game. That Gabite feels like it doesn't come anywhere close. Luckily, it can pull some of the wild Pokemon away from Gyarados. That's what it's going to need to do right here. Although it is moving forward for a little bit of an engage, even 2-on-1, I feel like Gyarados feels pretty confident down here as 4 members of Nemesis are crashing this bottom goal.
And they can do that because the Gyarados is so huge right now. Yeet is going to go down. They get a little bit of value, but maybe not as much as would be worth trading Yeet for the 27 points that they're able to get in here. Nemesis rolling through. Nice bounce on top of Machisler. Dragon Rush to push Metallic towards the rest of the team, but Roland is still a chancey, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is going so well for Nemesis right now. A lot of these fights looking very beautiful for them. I like what Orange Juicers are doing, though. You can see this Gabite still looking for some experience. They're level 7 right now, so they are keeping pace. They're actually doing a little bit better than this top path, even though, to be fair, Nemesis has kind of left this Gyarados alone at this point. Getting caught with a Dragon combo, moving in and picking up the KO.
Roland just has to get away, KOing the Gabite there. The Machisler was huge, and Metallic getting that KO on top of all that pumped them up from 5 to 7 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, this is just one of the toughest things. When you let your opponents get Gyarados early, you are in such trouble. They are now going to take this top objective basically for free. Nemesis running down to the bottom path here, and it's not like Orange Juicers can do much about it currently. They got a snipe shot and Teleon down here at level 9.
There's no team that feels like they leave players solo in the lane and trust them completely more than Nemesis. If it's not Metallic up top, it's Az and Wilbot. And now, because of that, they're able to stress and pressure the map in different ways. Electro Ball hits Trainer. That's a lot of damage in. Kratos going for the cutoff here. Engagement back the other way. We pick up the berry just in time into the two-step. If they get this KO, that is nasty business. Kratos pivots out, but Metallica's right there. We pop the Yeet, Inteleon Unite, and now this Registeel is going to go down quickly. Secured the Solar Beam just either late or too far away. Heavy slam into getting buckled, folded like laundry as Azumel goes for a quick cheeky score, and Nemesis feels in control.
Yeah, Nemesis is in control right there, and unfortunately for the side of Orange Juicers, actually hitting with that Solar Beam a little earlier there gave them a better overcap in the bottom path with the way the scoring was able to go in there. Really amazing stuff for Nemesis, 197 to 44. The early Gyarados, already a level 10. We have Pokemon without Unite moves on the side of Orange Juicers, and we have a level 10 Gyarados on the side of Nemesis.
This is where I want to see good control out of Nemesis, right? Lean into that Japanese style of play. If you have an advantage, take it. If you don't press it, because now you're ahead, and everything you give up is worth its weight in gold for the Juicers.
Yeah, I mean, it is huge. If the Juicers could pick up some KOs right here, that would be massive. We have Azumel watching this bottom path right here. I'm sure the Juicers are aware of this. They're just trying to see if they can get any information from their opponents right here. With 2 goal zones gone, you have such a massive disadvantage information-wise with how much of the map you can see on the side of Orange Juicers. Nice big dragon combo, but not able to catch anyone. Ooh. Huge Unite moves back the other way. Bliss assistance onto the Garchomp.
Right into the two-step. The Bliss is preventing Machisel from going down to the two-step. So now a ton of resources thrown all over. Oh, nice heavy slam block catch. This would be a great KO on Yeet if they can get it. Trev Unite back up top. Can they convert? Machisel with the Dragon Rush. They're eyeing down a target. We have the Razor Leaf going to work up top, sorting out Sylveon. But it's 2 players down. Machisler bites the dust too. And now Heavy Slam going to try and separate LGC from the rest of the team. And at least Flareon's there to get some work done. But it's Azumel that uses the freaking whack-a-mole mallet and sorts out Flareon's.
Azumel playing insane right there. Just doing so much work, putting in some overtime. Just incredible stuff. I mean, what great positioning, moving the entire fight around, and we're seeing Trevenant players make plays like this. It's why it is the premier defender, in my opinion, in the game right now. I mean, it controlled that entire battle.
It really did. The repositioning that Woodhammer allows you to do, as well as just the Hornleech spacing, I mean, it's so good. And when you see these talented players using these Pokemon, you're like, yeah, that's why it's a difference maker.
Take a look at this here. That's a level 12 for Trainer. However, you look at the other side, Garchomp is keeping up for the Juicers. We're going to have to see if it's going to be a playmaker or not, but Machisel on the Chomp is continuing to farm, and they are getting strong.
Machisel is one of the best players in NA at keeping pace when the team's behind in terms of getting their levels up, and they need this Garchomp leveled up. Like, they are going to have to engage behind the Machisler here, so Machisel keeping pace is amazing for them. Azumel has a feeling, and they go straight in. They get Dragon Rushed out, and actually Hornleech into a wall. Shades of a Talonflame right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. If you have a move and there's a wall around you, you could hit it. If you're a Talonflame, you will hit it. Just how it goes.
I mean, there we go. That Sylveon immediately smacked down incredibly quickly, and that's what I'm talking about. Nem is taking cheeky advantages when they have them, but they're not overextending here. Machisel, again, they're letting Machisel off the hook. They're not pursuing that Spriggles. I love this control out of Nem right now.
Yeah, it is really great. Like you're saying, you know, they're taking some cheeky advantages.
Cheeky advantages?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what I said? That is kind of ludicrous. It sounded silly when you said it, and I was like, there's no way I'd say something like that.
You said cheeky, it felt like a Peaky Blinders style. It felt like a show I haven't heard about. Are you watching Cheeky Advantages? No, I'm
watching Peaky Blinders.
I'm still watching Peaky Blinders.
Okay, well, it looks like we need to write a show called Cheeky Advantages.
We own it now that we've spoken it into reality. It is ours currently.
Okay, trademark it. Somebody, production. Get the trademark team on that. That's something we have, right?
Oh, yeah. I can't believe we haven't been using our trademark team. 8 seconds now till Rayquaza. Regieleki walking to the sides of the Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers so incredibly behind right now. They're going to need something big right here. Things are looking great for Nem. We see the Leafeon peeling off to score right here. Orange Juicers are going to want to take a fight here if they can. Leafeon coming back.
Azumel right there, popping the Trev Unite to buy some time. There's going to be a big bounce into the middle. That's fully charged up. Garchomp Unite doesn't really hit anybody. already. Oh, and the Bliss Assistance hits Zugrug. Of course it didn't hit the Garchomp. It never does. Yeet's peeling away, but Metallic scrapping up front. Popping their Unite moves the Inteleon, and now it's all about auto attacks and damage now. Flareon's has them sussed out, gets the KO on Eldegoss as they stepped up for Yeet to make sure that they didn't get knocked out. The rest of Nemesis needs to get in the middle because they're starting to chip into this Rayquaza. Hitting on the heavy slam is this, but is the Orange Juicers have enough to rip here? The Garchomp is there, and that's a rip tool if they've got it. Metallic lining up, but Yeet needs to line up another snipe shot. This thing's getting low. We're bouncing to the middle, secured by Orange Juicers, and now it's instantly 2 players down for Nem.
No way did Orange Juicers get that. I mean, we had Inteleon right there looking for it in that moment, picking up a couple of KOs, but it's still not over. 244, 217. Flareon's looking to make some more scores happen, but that shield is very, very small. We're going to see if anyone's here to defend. Trevenant not able to make it in time. More points right in. That's 326, and we've got the big 50 here from Machisel moving in with the Dragon combo, and it looks like that might do it, Doobstacks. Orange Juicers somehow pulling out a Game 1 victory.
Flareon's on this Mew. I say you bench the Umbreon ban, pick up the Mew ban, and force Flareon's on something else because that kid is good, and those Electro Balls rarely miss. They secured that thing yet again, and another great secure tool from the Orange Juicers kind of finds its mark, right? And they had a lot going against it, but you use with the tools you got available to you, and they got it done.
This is one of those matches that you just walk away from as Nemesis, and you think, how did we lose that? We were so in control. We won every fight. We won every moment throughout. Like, how do we lose that one? Juicers feeling pretty good. Again, there's a lot of tournament to go, but you can see them feeling a little different from, of course, that bracket reset they just had to endure.
Yeah, that's a way to get the wind out of the sails of Nemesis, for sure. We're able to get that done. Was Flareon's the kid. Metallic and Flareon, 2 of our youngest players playing on this stage today, and they're scrapping it out. Both players looking good, both having their moments, but the end of Game 1 of the bracket reset was all Flareon.
Yeah, it was beautiful stuff there, and you know, the Juicers had a play. Their play was, we need Ray right now. They start ripping it with the Garchomp. They turn to do some little fighting. But in this moment, when it gets pretty low, it's coming down to a secure. We had Yeet, you know, the Inteleon, but he wasn't positioned as well as you would like. He was pretty close to Ray. He could have been knocked up. He could have been displaced by some enemies right there. But instead, it was just Mew picking up the big-time secure.
Yeah, you also had Metallic charging up the bounce, right, to try and get in the middle, but saw an engagement opportunity, so Metallic actually bounces early, clearly not going for a secure, but going for an engagement to try and maybe stun some of the players down. So knock up, and it didn't quite work out that way. We're seeing how dominant Nemesis was throughout this game here in Game 1 of the bracket reset, and again, to lose this one feels like a heartbreaker.
Yeah, this is a heartbreaker game right here. As you can see, they're looking for the secure, not able to make it happen right there. Very close for Nemesis, but Orange Juicers recognize the play they needed to make, and they go rain the points in. Right here, they're up, and then they continue to score. Machisel on the Juicers, the MVP with the Garchomp.
Yeah, we're really taking advantage of the Flareon secure to rack up that score line like a Sableye. 4 knockouts for them. But really, you know, their key moment was obviously getting the points in after Ray was secured, but ripping that Ray and giving the team a chance to get the secure, because that was their only way back in it.
It really was. You know, they had to take Ray at that point, and luckily they had something that could burn it down. You know, a lot of teams, you'll have a great team composition when it comes to securing wild Pokemon, when it comes to fighting the enemy, but not every team has a rip machine like this Garchomp right here, or a Cinderace or something like that. And they were able to use this and pick up a big win. They needed to rip Ray down, and they had the monster to do it.
Now, let me ask you, obviously, player of the game, Machisler on the Garchomp. Was the Garchomp the reason that Machisel did so well that game, or is it just they were playing a good game?
I would say, you know, if I'm being honest here, I don't think they were playing a particularly good game. In fact, I don't think, I know they're the MVP. I think the Orange Juicers weren't playing a very good game there. I think they got it together at the end. I didn't really like their pick. I don't think it was that great.
All right.
I mean, and I recognize they won this match, but that was that was one of those clawing their way to getting a victory here in that moment. Just they literally had to have Nemesis fumble that ball a whole bunch of times before they could pick it up. I love that they found their path to victory and they never lost sight of it. That's why they are a top team. But that match, they were getting rocked by Nemesis. I was thinking of all the things I could say about how it was a stomp.
Yeah, really, Garchomp was not it for me either. I don't think that was necessarily the difference maker, and I would like to see them, quite frankly, on something else.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the point I was going to work towards. That was the angle I was going to take. Oh, it's let through and immediately snatched up.
Well, the win rate's insane.
It is.
So I'm surprised, we see the final ban on the side of Juicers was going to be the Leafeon. That sends the first pick over to Nemesis. It gives them this incredibly powerful Pokemon.
Yes.
Now the question is, how comfortable are they on it? We've seen a lot of players dominate with it. We were watching some big games from Butano earlier on this thing, but how comfortable is Metallic on this big Metallic beast? Oh, and they steal the Venusaur too.
I love that. It works similarly to Inteleon, right? It's going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur. Like I can almost guarantee you that.
Yeah.
We've got Metallic here. I don't know how comfortable they are, but they better get comfy real quick because they're going to need to do get Metallic to do some heavy lifting.
I like this strategy here. I'm very interested to see if this Garchomp can give us a different look than game number 1, right? I did not love it in game number 1. However, MVP, they won that match, so we'll see. The proof could be in the pudding there. It might be the Pokemon that wins games. However, now Nemesis possibly just continuing to pour it on there. They almost went Zoroark Comfey. They're considering it, and no, they're deciding we're going to continue to keep some ranged damage here. Glaceon Hoopster.
I love where they went here. Trainers, Glaceon has been lights out all day long, and now the Orange Juicers might be falling into the Tyranitar trap right here. If that's where they lock in, more power to them, but they've got a lot of work to do. And this Glaceon has looked especially good, specifically into Tyranitar.
It's really interesting to see T-Tar here in this moment because, just like you said, the Glaceon's been strong into it. I think Icy Wind Glaceon plays into it really well. You give yourself a dash, you play at insane range, right? However, T-Tar does feel like it plays well into Venusaur and into Phalanx. So we're going to have to see. I mean, Tyranitar, strangely enough, not setting the world on fire, but it might be a great counter to some of what we've got on the side of Nemesis. Crustle is a huge one. That shield's massive, but T-Tar doesn't care about a shield.
Sure. What's important, though, with the Crustle is the wall.
Yes,
that's what's important. And yes, Tyranitar is theoretically good to Venusaur, but Venusaur is going to be playing at maximum range. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to send your players, even like Flareons, on a mission, right? A mobile Pokemon that can kind of force Yeet forward towards the Tyranitar so they can kind of sandwich them, right? And give them an opportunity to, kind of bypass the fact that we've got Crustle walls.
Yeah, for sure. Orange Juicers now up 1 game in this reset, but a nail-biter of a game for them. I mean, it was a really tough one that they somehow pulled out a victory on. It feels like Nemesis was in control. They were in the driver's seat. They got the reset here. We're going to see if Orange Juicers are going to be able to take over now as we head into game number 2. Nemesis, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team.
Finally, Orange Juicers on the orange side to confuse us just a little less. Rex always on a mission going across town shootout, but they're getting sussed out by Roland and literally just going to get chased down. The Machisel are going to work on this Acelgor here and hope that Rex doesn't poach it out from under him, and Rex is going to try and do just that. Unsuccessful this go-round.
Very, very close, however, as they're just being slapped here by the big hands from the Chansey, pushing them out of that central area. Might even be able to pick up a KO right here as they are continuing this chase. Focus Band is now down. Berry stolen by Roland, and we are looking for this KO. Here's the boosted. They're waiting for that big-time pound. No, not able to make it happen, and here comes Trainer stopping this. So sad for Roland.
Just all the fun we were having is now gone as Trainer LGC and Metallic pivot back and go, no, Chansey, you don't get to do this. You work in the Pokemon Center, so we'll send you back home. Nice little poach by the Dragon Rush, but Metallic and Trainer keeping the pressure forward. Machislo getting pretty low on HP. Metallic has to pop back the other way. LGC steps up to screen.
Yeah, I mean, really nice stuff there from the Garchomp, looking a little bit better. Of course, last match we had a, Gyarados at level 4. So that happened very quickly, and it was tough for the Juicers to deal with right here. Portal not going to be taken there, just a bit of a distraction as they're going to head back towards their goal zone here. Metallic level 5 now.
Asnable holding it down in the face of Flareons, who's really been a shining star here for the Orange Juicers, stepped up for that team as the youngest member. Going to secure some wild Pokemon for themselves. They're about to take over to level 6, Braggles.
And here we go. We have a level 6 Venusaur, Ivysaur, I should say, in this bottom path as our teams are getting ready to fight over these birds in the central area here at 8 minutes. A ton of damage just being put down, and we're seeing who can get what as both these teams just burst down these wild Pokemon.
Yeah, I think both LGC and Flareons were able to get a couple of those there in the middle. Asmodee takes the portal back through. They're going to step back through it and go downstairs.
Tyranitar not looking too bad here, keeping a level parity with a lot of these Pokemon. It's already at level 6, which is pretty nice. Now, of course, we're heading towards 7 minutes. If at all possible, you'd want it close to level 9, but level-wise, everyone's hanging out in a very, very similar space for these two teams. Tyranitar now at 7, Gabite at 7.
Metallic immediately engaging on Machislo, pinning them against the wall. LGC with the follow-up. Icy win. Now we've got the no retreat. The irony is they're backing up immediately, but the birds are going to be able to go towards Nemesis, and that's a great experience boon for them.
And here we go. Trainer just making their way through this hyperspace hole, getting a big-time amount of damage with Icy Wind right there, but not able to pick up a KO, as we have multiple members of Nemesis getting ready to see if they can take down Regirock.
Now, catching Flareons in the Rock Tomb and the wall of the environment here. X-Scissors through Zugrug, who's just trying to creep forward, maybe make another play on Regirock. Secured by Yeet. The contending Solar Beams come through, and the true Solar Beam user comes out ahead.
That was very scary right there when you saw that other Solar Beam. Like, it really could have gone either way. You had more damage on the side of Nemesis with Glaceon, but still, that was very scary.
Yeah, look at where Pupitar is working through the middle. If they can suss them out, no quickly resets before they get into too much trouble here. But that would have been a prime opportunity if Nemesis could have figured out where that Tyranitar was.
We've got level 9 here for our Venusaur. That's a Unite move online. We've also got 8 for the Glaceon. Tyranitar is not here yet, but it's got to be incredibly close to ticking over to that level 9, which is a huge difference, obviously, for the Juicers. We're going to see if they have a better strategy with this Pokemon than most, as it has a negative win rate, below 50% win rate, I should say, in this tournament.
Trainer LGC popping the glacial stage, so they're going to be fighting on roller skates up here. I guess ice skates instead, you big goober. Verdenanger comes through Solar Beam as well. Gabite is down, and now they're trying to get on top of Kratos. The Failings, the Donk surrounding by the Dinks, trying to make it happen, but the Trantar pops their Unite back on Yeet, and they get a KO streak of 2, sorting out the Tyranitar. You'd think it'd be Jurassic Park, but they're battling each other, and one is extinct.
Beautiful stuff. 6 points remain in this top goal zone. We're going to see if they would like to break this thing. 5 points go in. Looks like they might be leaving it here. Yeet's in a little bit of trouble, not able to make it home. Gives up a pretty big KO, and that's going to be a Garchomp on the side of the Juicers, going from level 8 to level 10.
Asmodee pivoting back, using their eject button to just get away, but they are put into trouble immediately. But now another glacial stage used, so they're fighting on ice skates, Spraggles. Bliss's instead of the middle, but all of Nemesis is sent reeling, and this is the mid-game. Why has Nemesis not figured this out? It always looks so sideways for some reason. Trevenant Unite is popped to finally get a KO here and keep pushing forward, and now 2 players down for Nem as they're fighting on their tier 2 and desperately trying to get out as Kratos.
Yeah, they are actually able to pull out right here. Roland helps the team skate. I guess you could say they're on rolling skates. All right, Registeel in this bottom path. Let's go.
Grand Finals at NAIC, and that's what we're bringing to you here. Electro Ball right into the mix and quickly sorted out is the Tyranitar. Couldn't get away from Metallic and company. Zugrug moving through, moving forward, and stunned with the Rings Unbound Hoopa, and put down by Yeet as Registeel's at half. Flareon's early with the Solar Beam, but now they're going to be able to bully them out. Secured by Yeet. and Nemesis is finding footing again.
Yeah, Nemesis pushing forward right here, finding a good fight, but they're running into a Sand Tomb. But what's a Sand Tomb to a Venusaur Unite? They are gone. That is 2 down.
Put them on the merry-go-round. Phalanx rolling through the opposing squad. Orange Juicers getting blended up indeed. And that Phalanx is looking good, and maybe you get why it's been banned so much.
Yeah, Phalanx looking incredible right here. Tyranitar not able to stop them on the goal zone with the Sand Tomb. Instead, we got the delete button of the Venusaur Unite move. They know exactly where this Garchomp is right now, and it does go down.
It's just absolutely buckled. LGC gets collapsed on, stunned a little bit by Kratos. LGC is low. And
no.
The Electro Web from Regieleki sorts them out. We got ops everywhere, says Nemesis. And now they're trying to stem that off. There's no shot.
Yeah, I mean, what an Electro Web. KO'd by the wild Pokemon, the objective, Regieleki right there. And it wasn't even aiming for him.
No, not even close to. Another Glacial Stage is out. Trainers looking to make something out of this, but they're getting caught out and they get buckled immediately. And Nemesis, what do you know? The mid-game treats them poorly, and Orange Juicers are way in this.
Orange Juicers way back in this match. Kratos level 13 on that Tyranitar, which is going to be massive. Metallic looking for their 13 on the side of Nemesis, Glaceon as well. Luckily, both these Pokemon get their plus moves at 12, so they're already pretty dang powerful, but they're going to have to deal with a Tyranitar at level 13. The Sand Tombs basically never quit, so we're going to see how they want to play this fight. Tyranitar right now just looking for some wild Pokemon experience so that they can get themselves a Unite move and get ready for Rayquaza. This game looks a lot different from game 1, where Nemesis looked incredible. We're going to have to see if Orange Juicers are able to play this Rayquaza fight as well as they did in game 1.
Looks like Metallic is going for either a back cap or a crazy flank. Solar Beams are actually finding some targets here as LGC is raining around. Machisel goes over the wall, pops their Unite moves, long range Blitz assistance, but they're caught on the wall. They E-check through, LGC makes it out. There's a portal for them in time. They dodge the Dragon Rush, and a nice little pop through by Rex to make sure LGC is safe. Rayquaza is down, but Metallic's caught on the backside of a Nightmare. Solar Beam comes through, puts damage on them. Rings are unbound. They're trying to stun the Machisler. Poaching 2 is Zugrug. Solar Beam back through the other way off the Trevenant Unite. Rubble rousing. Can we stun anybody down? Now Zugrug's in deep waters. Tyranitar engaged on LGC. They catch their target, and they put them down. Orange Juicers looking for the next one. It's Asinable, and they're buckled. Stepped on is the bug. Tyranitar KO streak at 2. Metallic and Rex are low HP. Kratos goes over the wall, straight towards Metallic, lets them off the hook. Rayquaza's getting low. Rex is here. We have a Solar Beam, but Duff Zugrug doesn't even find them. Push towards the portal. They reset through. They're so low on Rayquaza. Yeet makes it back, but they're putting the pressure on the people here, and they're knocking them out. I can't believe they just went down. Yeet is keeping this team in the game somehow. Another Solar Beam comes through. The rest of Nemesis is here, and LGC is up and moving. They're going to make a play on Rayquaza. Electro Ball secured by Flareons. The Juicers are back.
Once again, Flareons with a crazy secure and an insane Rayquaza fight. The Orange Juicers are moving forward, looking to score. 235 now to 371. Nemesis playing such an amazing fight. Such an incredible back and forth there. Yeet surviving through an absolute onslaught from the Orange Juicers, but they are able to take this victory right here. And I guess I have to say the Garchomp's working. That's 2 in a row.
That is 2 in a row for the Garchomp indeed. But my big question is, Nemesis, what are you doing from 6 to 3 minutes? Figure it out, dudes. I mean, their early start of the game is sorted. Their team fights at the end look good. What is happening in the middle, big dog?
Nemesis obviously struggling with this moment right here. They brought him to a bracket reset, but it looks like the Orange Juicers took this time to reconfigure what was going on. You know, they're bringing out the Tyranitar, the sub 50% win rate Pokemon right here, and they are making some plays. You can see how deflated Nemesis is right now. They can see this tournament slipping through their fingers, but they are able to beat this team. They've done it before. They can do it again, but they're going to need to run it right now. 3 in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, their back is literally against the wall. They are playing for their tournament lives here. This is that piece of hardware that they fought so hard for. If they don't get it here, Spraggles, they need to wait till August to try and do it in Honolulu, where we're going to have the best teams from all over the world to scrap with.
Yeah. And if you think it's tough now against the best teams in NA, well, I'm sure it is, because this is the region that's won Worlds twice in a row. Don't get it twisted, because what we're seeing out there on the world stage is absolutely unbelievable. This game obviously looked a lot better for the Juicers. Game 1 was pretty tragic. Game 2, however, they were alive and fighting.
Let's check the timestamp here where Orange Juicers decided to beat the brakes off them. Is that the mid-game? Come on, Nemesis, sort it out. It almost like they were just feeding themselves to a wood chipper right here, as tons of points were going in, and then they couldn't really adjust. They take this basement Reggie for an opportunity here. It looks like they're showing signs of life after that Unite move, but that was just a flash in the pan.
And look at it right here. I mean, this was just incredibly close. Looks like we got a slowed down moment of this. We have Flareon's moving up. Trainer just looking to see if they can get some damage on it. Boom! The Electro Ball. You see the Icy Wind hitting it at the same time, but that Electro Ball has that execute damage, that extra damage the lower the HP is, so they are able to get a big pop of damage onto Rayquaza. Huge secure once again for Flareon's. He's got a job, and that job is win games.
Yeah, Kratos getting credit on this Tyranitar. 10 knockouts, 87k damage. I guess the best that Tyranitar has looked so far, but I can't understate, like, if Flareon's is not on this team in these last 2 games, it's curtains. Like, they are leaning on this 17-year-old kid to get it done and carry them, and the kid's stepping up.
I love this Tyranitar build also, I'll have to say. You know, stacking on Tyranitar I think is a very common thing that a lot of players want to do, but this thing is a monster either way. You saw it here in that game. Got the camera on Flareon's right now, and he's got the team on his shoulders as he's really securing these Rayquazas in this Grand Finals reset. One more game, and we've got ourselves a North American champion, the Orange Juicers. An unlikely story, kind of a team full of players that not exactly everybody wanted. And now here they are in the Grand Finals, about to possibly become your champions.
And not to mention, Zugrug would become the first 2-time champion on this stage at NAIC, pronounced nice.
Pronounced nice, as we see these bands here. Umbreon, Blissey, Cramorant, and we've got Leafeon, which means, yes, they snatch up Phalanx. I don't think the Phalanx was their problem here. I think Phalanx looked pretty dang good.
Oh, I agree. I think Nemesis looked very good when they weren't playing between minutes 6 and 3. If they can sort that out, they've got a shot here. Immediately going to Trevenant. I would be shocked if they locked in A9, but grabbing the Hoopa is a good look.
Yeah, Hoopa's been great. Zug's Trev has been doing really, really well. Yeet, once again, locking in this Venusaur. I gotta say, I'm with this as well. I thought the Venusaur looked fantastic. Probably one of the best things we saw all match was that Venusaur from Yeet Fan.
Yeah, and don't forget, Tyranitar's still on the docket here. And so is the Garchomp, I suppose. So Asnable, again, going to the Crustle. They've been, when the Pokemon's been available, they've locked it in.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even been a question there. But now Flareon's is grabbing the Sylveon. And although the strength of Sylveon is clearly there, man, their Mew is lights out right now.
We're gonna have to see how Trainer wants to play this right here. Maybe they're worried about a Lucario. Maybe they just like the comfort pick. No, moving back on over to Glaceon. To be fair, it's looked pretty incredible.
Yeah, I like where Nemesis went here. Again, their problem wasn't in the Pokemon they picked last game. Like, I don't think there's any doubt about it. It was how they were executing in the mid game, and it kind of felt like their communication fell apart. I mean, we are almost like bar the Mew. If I'm Nemesis and I'm looking at, like, are we facing the same thing except without Flareon's Mew? I like where I'm at 100% more.
Honestly, I happen to agree, and we're looking to make the hat trick happen here with the Garchomp. Could Garchomp win 3 in a row in our Grand Finals? You're about to find out, because Machisel has locked it in.
Well, if there's somebody that can, it's the Machiseler, right? Known for pulling out the Machamp and making magic happen and really winning 2 on the hop off the back of the Machiseler Machamp. You know what? If there's somebody that can at this point that plays in the top path, it's certainly them with this trio of Garchomp picks.
As you can see, the big stage up here. This could be the last time these players sit on it for a game. If Orange Juicers are able to win this thing, they become your champions. And the next time a team walks up here is for the final stretch tomorrow, seeing which team can make it out of NA. Now, both of these teams are qualified for Worlds, but if you looked at this picture of Nemesis right now, you wouldn't believe it.
No, not even close. I'll tell you what, if I'm a Nemesis fan and I'm in the crowd right now, I'm coming unglued the moment this game pops off because they need to hear you. And yes, they've been stoic and ice cold, but that energy that is emanating from them is different than what we were seeing in that grand finals before the bracket was reset. So Nemesis, if you believe in this team, you better get behind them because we're about to jump into what could be their last game of this tournament.
That's right, and it also could be Orange Juicers' chance to seize that victory and become your North American champions as we head in here to game number 3 of our grand finals reset. Nemesis, your purple team, Orange Juicers, your orange team.
I love when it lines up like that. Machisler actually
too.
Jumping into the middle here for a little bit, rolling on scouting duty to make sure that Rex doesn't get too froggy on the Gossifleur. Metallic putting good pressure, though, onto Kratos, recognizing that they're alone, and they're taking the Tyranitar top to let the Garchomp get moving and maybe going to do a central swap later on.
Yeah, you know, this is something I was talking about. I don't necessarily feel like you need Tyranitar in that central area. It has decent secure early, and it also doesn't do too bad once it hits its level 5 after this new Stone Edge buff. On the other side, we've got the Phalanx. It is already level 4. We have the Glaceon walking up here at level 5. Glaceon, either build really needs 6. You know, it's one of the only EVs that doesn't go absolutely bananas at level 4.
However, they are carrying all the shards they need for a quality Icy when they fire that right at the opportunity that they got. They're darting forward, looking for more targets. At this point, just taking wild Pokemon and happy with their experience. I have been impressed in the early and late stages of the game of Nemesis control.
Yeah, you know, a lot of teams would overextend in moments like this. And I got to say, I like that play. They knew exactly where Garchomp was, and they decided to make an attempt to take it down there. I don't know if anyone makes it back through that portal as Garchomp now pushing forward, looking for a KO. They may be able to pick one up. Eldegoss moving in here. Actually, not Eldegoss. Gossifleur moving in here as Garchomp makes another attempt to take down Phalanx.
Able to just barely top off Metallic's HP as a Rex as this paltry Gossifleur. Well, they want to definitely tick over in short order here, get some pollen puffs flying and keeping this team feeling good.
And here we go, fighting over some of this wild Pokemon in between these two goal zones as we look at both teams heading towards the central area. And like I said, you know, it's not crazy leveled here, but we now have this Tyranitar already at 6.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to do another central rotation here leading into the 7-minute mark. You get pretty darn close to hitting level 9, which is going to be a scary thought.
Yeah, and it was looking great. It felt like the Juicers knew how to play this, maybe a little better than some of the other teams you see try to pick this Pokemon up. And it also felt like it was fighting pretty well into what Nemesis was throwing at it in a lot of these big engagements. You could see 4 members here of NEM looking for a play. Roland spots it out.
Yeah, and then just a little pop through, a little astonish stun to make sure that, like, yeah, I know you're here. You know, okay? You can't pull too many tricks on us, all right? I'm hooping.
And here we go. Yeet is now level 7, so we now have the ability to start hitting some things with some big-time solar beams. Gonna be interesting not seeing the solar beam the other way, right, with the Mew.
Absolutely. Now using the Unite move is Flareon to try and hyper voice through and give themselves a little bit of sustain, but ultimately not going to find much value in that, and that's a valuable resource that's just gone for some of these Reggie fights that can break out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's happening on the side of Juicers is they are stalling as much as they can. They know they can't fight Nem because they just don't have either Garchomp or Tyranitar online yet, and they would absolutely love to have that so they could make some big plays.
That Pupitar is on a mission to try and find this Tyranitar, and they evolve right in time in the opposing central. Metallic back the other way, keeps Machisler from resetting, and now they're going to work as the Tyranitar knocks out Yeet in their own central. Rex is leashing them around, waiting for LGC to pull up for the smoke and help them. Zugrug working back through the middle with Flareon's. Kratos is so low, you got to get this knockout, Metallic. They do. Okay, now you got to settle in and focus up because we're entering what? The mid game.
That's right, the mid game, and as many of you know, Dupesnax has been incredibly critical of Nemesis' mid-game, and let's face it, they had a real tough one last time as this Regice is getting hit. Zugrug getting pushed out of this fight right here. Regice being chipped. There isn't great secure on the side of the Juicers. Here comes the big-time Unite move. They're looking to make something happen. The wood hammer stops it, but no, they still are able to pick it up.
That was the most heart-pounding secure I've ever seen. And Nemesis is like, okay, you got to feel good about that. Machisler goes straight at them, though, forcing out some Unite moves back the other way, but it's 2 players down instantly. Asimov goes down as well. Roland just seeing where everybody's at. Yeet's sitting on pad, gonna have to fire some solar beams just to get some spacing and time, but the levels now are in the hands of the Orange Juicers.
I gotta say, Yeet's Venusaur has been absolutely unbelievable. Nailing those solar beams, pretty amazing boosteds right into it, great Giga Drains, and then this Unite move has just been a game changer for them. Yeet's Venusaur is a thing of beauty, and we saw Venusaur last year at NAIC be the difference maker.
Absolutely, and they're looking to repeat performance here because they need it. They lose this one, Nemesis is gone, falling short again, and they want that hardware. We've said it 1,000 times. Hoopa Unite right on the pad, and here come the Juicers. Meanwhile, Nemesis is up top, so Asimov has to recognize that they're giving this up and not give themselves up in the process, as all of Nemesis is now looking to push in this Regieleki, and they're pulled through by the Hoopa Port.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard fight, right? You're going to be running into a Tyranitar up here. I don't really know if there's much you can do. Tyranitar on a tier 2 at 4 minutes is just such an unbelievably difficult fight. And I think Nemesis recognizes this as well. They're moving in with the Unite move from the Crustal, seeing if more members of Nemesis are going to push forward here, and they do. Unite move from Venusaur, but really doesn't find much at all.
Man, that was a couple Unite moves, and I know we're at the 4-minute mark, so you kind of want to use them or lose them, but like, why was Asimov that far up? They knew LGC was peeling away and no longer in the mix for that. Why are they up there getting knocked out? They get sorted out, and that forces LGC to feel like they have to engage. They get knocked out in the mid-game, again, going sideways for Nemesis, as the Orange Juicers are feeling the flow. They're picking up steam, they're picking up pace, and Machisel now is fighting with Zugrug on their back. Portal is down, and Machisel even makes it out.
Yeah, Machisel makes it out, and look at these levels, by the way, Dupes. Next 12, 12, and 12. Sylveon, Garchomp, Tyranitar on the sides of the Orange Juicers. They're doing really well this game, in control in a lot of different ways, and one of the biggest being the levels, of course. Scoreboard very, very close between these two teams. Tier 1's up for both of these teams as well, as we have Metallic looking to fight here at this Tier 1 goal zone, and the rest of Nemesis is here to help.
The control that they had, it feels like it's slipping through their fingers a little bit. They're feeling the pressure. They're starting to shake. Nemesis was not making these types of plays before, and they're almost getting really punished for them. Fortunately, Metallic makes it out there. We're under the 3-minute mark, Springs.
Yeah, under the 3-minute mark. 1 minute away from Rayquaza. Could be the last Rayquaza that either of these teams see competitively until Worlds, because if Orange Juicers can win this thing, they become your North America champions here, as we have the massive Sand Tomb attack here from Tyranitar.
And they reset real quickly back out. Good solar beam coverage, but Orange Juicers is going to have the advantage around this Regieleki. We're moving up, 225. We're looking to scrap too. Happening the Trevenant, going straight into the action. Tons of targets hit, secured by Orange Juicers. Now they're pushing pad. They haven't taken a knockout here, but they did expend the Trevenant Unite resource. Eldegoss Cotton Cloud Crash hasn't ticked online either. 10 seconds here, and that thing's on the doorstep. It's going to hit, so we've got some double point action. 5 seconds till Ray.
And here we go. Rayquaza is about to hit the map. Phalanx in a little bit of trouble. Getting horn leached over to the Trevenant, but Trevenant's incredibly low. Here comes the Unite move from Phalanx, and Trevenant is somehow able to make it out through the Hoopa portal.
Rayquaza right there. Solar beam clutched out by Yeet. Clutched out by Yeet. Nemesis dreams are remaining intact. KO streak of 2 for LGC, but we've got the Hundo Burger on the backside. Rolling gets the spacing, and Rolling eats some sun to the teeth for a little bit of whitening, and Orange Juicers are watching this amazing game slip between their fingers off the back of a solar beam.
Insane. Everything was happening so fast, and then in some ways everything was happening so like you saw it coming a million miles away, and at the same time it was moving so quick. Nemesis right back in this tournament. What a play by the Juicer, the Hoopa portal. Trev was gonna go down, and then all of a sudden they're at Rayquaza, and Yeet fan from the Reddit bush comes out with the solar beam.
Brother, they eliminated Luminosity and said, Lutano, your kitchen is now mine. You fire solar beams from top left Ray pit. I can do that too, brother. Saving the game in similar shades of Lutano, but it's Nemesis giving themselves some life, and now they're taking all the bodies. They snatching them chains with them, and they're getting another one. Might as well go for the whole pack if they can sort out rolling at the finish line. 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace, the whole team is scrubbed.
Nemesis is right back in this tournament. When things were at their most bleak, they found the sunlight through that solar beam. Huge play. Look at the scoreboard at the top. It can't even contain it.
we out here, baby. That is our first 4-digit score line that you and I have seen today, and we've come pretty darn close in some of these matchups. Holy yeet, I'm a fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they ever needed a victory, if they ever needed a moment, that was it right there, bringing it right back. You actually can see a bit of a smile cracking on the face. Look, they're behind, they're down, but they are not out. They are in this tournament. They are that good, and they found a moment right here, and this moment could rattle the Juicers.
This is exactly the type of situation that kind of feels like game one was the other way, right? A team kind of feels dominant, feels moving forward. I don't want to say going through the paces because I think that they're playing particularly well, but like you said, you could see Yeet from a mile away, dude, and had all the time in the world to line that thing up, and the time they used was on a sundial because they fired that solar beam straight down the corridor and nailed it.
It was beautiful, and you could see, I mean, this is taxing for these players. This is an insane battle, a war of attrition, and we're seeing which team's mental can withstand this. This is a best of 5 reset between these two squads. You know exactly what the other team is going to do. The mind games are starting to become really intense. The picks are getting wild. We're seeing Tyrannitars win and Tyrannitars lose, Phalanx win and Phalanx lose, and we're seeing some insane Rayquaza moments. I'm wondering if that fight or that match would have gone a lot differently if the Juicers had their Mew they had their Mew like they did some of the previous games.
Well, I don't know. We're kind of watching these final throws here, which end up being the final fight. Flareon's peeling down, but again, the big pick was Kratos right here, bang, popping the Phalanx Unite right on top of them. And everybody's portaled through, so they start the rip. And I don't think, I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the boosted auto Electro Ball combo out of Flareon just hasn't been missing all day long, and I feel like you just got to stick with it, brother.
Incredible stuff here from Nemesis. A much-needed win as they are able to take that Rayquaza. What a fight, what a play by the Juicers. I love it. They just went to go secure their tournament win right there, and I respect it. The only people who didn't respect it were Nemesis.
Yeah, Yeet fan seeing that play from a mile away was already peeling straight down and was right in the pocket ready for it and delivered. Yeah. And delivered, right? It's one thing to identify that moment, it's another one to step up and take it and make it yours, and they did.
Here we go. Orange Juicers still one game away from winning this entire thing and becoming your champions in North America. Nemesis, on the other hand, can still do it. They have 2 games that they need to win in a row right here, but they're playing great today. In fact, if you would have watched that first series, you would assume Nemesis was probably going to 3-0 this reset. They're playing that good.
They really, really are. Both teams are kind of finding their own groove now. Now it feels like where maybe the Orange Juicers were on an upswing or had the wind in their sails, right, has kind of turned into a back and forth. Problem for Nemesis in that, if this is a back and forth, you can't give Orange Juicers another one because they're just leaving with the hardware.
That's right. They'll take this whole thing as we see another first pick on Phalanx, Zug on the tree, Roland on Hoopa.
Oh,
you know,
man.
a lot of things are looking pretty similar here in game number 4.
Oh, I mean, Kratos going straight to Tyranitar, and I don't know. I mean, Spraggles, what are we watching here? I mean, we're watching a repeat situation.
Yeah, they love it.
I don't know why Trainer would come off Glaceon now. Like,
I don't think they would.
Straight run it back, right? 3 games consecutive. The only difference being Sylveon versus Mew.
And, you know, to be fair, the Juicers had some great fights throughout that, so they're obviously enjoying what the Sylveon's bringing. We're going to have to see if there's any switch up from the Machisler. There could be, but they've been loving this Garchomp, and they do. It's time to bring out the Lapras.
Lapras is going to go to Zugrug, of course. Trev going to roll top in the hands of Machisel. So the Garchomp may be offering them something, but it wasn't quite the recipe for success that they thought it would be. I think you can maybe get a little false sense of security because you won the first time you played it, or you won the first 2 times you played it. So you go back to that well to see if you can make that magic happen 3 consecutive times. But I like this switch up.
Yeah, I like it as well. We're going to have to see. They've had a couple unconventional picks. I would say Garchomp's pretty unconventional. Not bad. We're just not seeing a ton of it in the meta, right? And we're seeing Lapras less and less in ranked for sure. We've seen a few teams bringing out really believe in it here, especially in North America. I've seen a decent amount of Lapras.
Yeah, Soup Chef's Lapras looked really good this morning. Which feels forever ago at this point.
Doesn't it? That was 2 power outages ago. That's how we measure things around here.
Yeah, how many power outages ago was that? Yeah, I mean, Soup Chef looked great on it, and Zugrug has kind of been a consistent believer in it too. So seeing that in their hands, I mean, why not? I mean, throw at least something different in the mix to try and make this thing break your way.
Taking a look at that shot there. That's the Sprigatito that overlooks our stage from the analyst area. You can see the big stage. You know, we've talked about it. We do talk about it a lot, but there's so much pressure when you're playing up on that stage in front of the live audience. Things are so different than when you're playing at home from your bedroom on your Switch.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. And these players are stepping up to the occasion. They're relishing it because they are putting us on blast. We are wading through it in these grand finals.
And here we go. Things are looking pretty good up at this top path from the Chisels, securing a decent amount of that, already at 8 Eos energy right there. Not able to make a score happen, however, as these teams are now going to pull back. Down to our bottom path right here. We've already got the level 4 on the Sylveon, so they can get real aggressive.
Yeah, Azumel stepping forward, Trainer actually jumping to the bottom path rather than the top, but it feels like it was kind of sussed out as there's 3 players for the Juicers here as well. Zugrug just throwing the whirlpool around them, going back towards their side of the map. Flareon's getting bullied a little bit by their Eevee counterpart.
Yeah, a little bit of bullying happening there from the Glaceon, but again, until that Glaceon hits 6 and gets freeze dry, it just doesn't seem to do enough damage. It doesn't have enough pop with that move just yet to pick up as many easy KOs as it does later. Looking to see if Hoopa's coming back here. It does look like they are moving back forward, and we have a nice secure here. Machisel now evolved into Trevenant.
Rex just going to force Roland to use another portal for themselves rather than be with the team here, and rolls back through. So Roland, no fear, sticking in the pocket, sticking in the path, and being a presence and the eyes for the Orange Juicers.
We could see the Juicers sending their Tyranitar back to that central area here. Going to try to clear as much of that as they can before we have the fight right in the middle of the map there for those 8-minute Altaria and Swablu that spawn.
All right, Metallic Machisel swearing down yet again for another game. Flareon's getting pressured a little bit. Hyper Voice backwards to make sure they don't get collapsed on there through the portal. Is this going to be a big-time skirmish at 8 minutes? Kratos needs these, right? They want to get to Tyranitar quickly, and they get a ton of them too, Spraggles.
Yeah, it looks like they got a lot of that there. Trainer now only sitting at 6. We have the level 7 Tyranitar on the other side. Luckily, Trainer doesn't need as much experience on that Glaceon, but they would love to be a much higher level now. Early Unite moves from these evolutions could make a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely, because the whole goal of the Eevee is, right, to get ahead, stay ahead. But if they're behind the Tyranitar, that is tough sledding for Trainer LGC.
Yeah, and here we go, pushing towards this top path here. We're going to see if there's anything the Juicers can do right now. They might just be looking for some experience up here. We've got 2 members of Nemesis down in this bottom path. They're going to have a much better time trying to get some of this XP right here, and it looks like they're able to get a decent amount of it.
Yeah, evolved into Venusaur is Yeet. Nice cutoff by Azumarill to keep Zugrug from getting on top of Yeet, going straight in for a Giga Drain, just stepping right into the Hyper Voice. Solar Beam pegs them both, half HP on each side as the 7-minute mark is here. Basement Reggie is going to populate, and Azumarill can't quite trap Zugrug.
You know, when you see Yeet on this Pokemon, it really does feel like it's shocking that so many teams have kind of moved away from Venusaur. It was a huge thing in NA for a while for sure, but now we look up towards this top path. We have the Tyranitar. There's the level 9. They're pushing onto this Alecki, and they can jump forward with the Sand Tomb at any moment.
Roland goes for the stun, secured by LGC. The passive, the Eevee saving them there as Glaceon's going to make it back out. So they take the objective here, and Yeet steps up, but Machisel kind of susses it out, puts a lot of damage onto Venusaur.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to defend this pretty well. The Sand Tomb is down, sending him back to the portal. Metallic, however, on a solo mission down here for this Regirock, seeing what they can make happen. Azumarill trying to defend it right here. Huge Rock Tomb, but there's still some HP left on this Regirock. He's looking for the secure. No, taken by Metallic.
Metallic gets it done, and it was rightfully theirs. They put all the work in. It'd be a shame to pass it off to final seconds here. But now they're trapped. Kratos is all over them. Metallic peeling back. No retreat, but flailing backwards as Azumarill steps up, and I think they might pay the price. No, they're able to make it out. Nobody willing to converge on top of them. Yeet, however, getting trapped a little bit by Kratos, and that Giga Drain is not enough, as now we have just a little bit of a T-Tar Unite, and they're looking for more targets. Are they going to press on top of this pad? Maybe. The portal reset is there. They're all going to take it through, and they come in straight back. They want the smoke. Metallic's there for the pickup. Tons of damage rained in, and they are all over them. Trev Unite is popped, and now is the push going to continue? Yes, it is. Machisel refuses to leave.
Yeah, they're just continuing this push right here, but it is not working out for the Juicers, giving up a lot of experience in that push. It stopped looking good for a while. Here comes Zugrug with a big-time Lapras Express.
I mean, Lapras Express is there, but they're just trying to protect this goal zone. And that bad pad push was brought to you by the mid-game.
It's a big old mid-game moment where teams are letting some big plays happen, Dude.
Yeah, big. Yeah, real big.
Big
up top,
plays.
Metallic getting bullied a little bit by Machisel, but feeling pretty good as their levels are solid here. Rex to support a little bubble beam Lapras action.
Yeah, it's a build that you don't see a ton of, and I want to see how it plays into Nemesis. I want to see what it does to Phalanx. I truly don't know how exactly this interacts with Phalanx. I do know how Sand Tomb does, though, and it's pretty mean.
Metallic being able to make it out of them just shows the mobility that Phalanx has and why it's so good, similar to Gyarados being able to bounce in, bounce out. But they're going straight towards the target here. Regieleki is at half. A Trev Unite popped on top. Machisel looks for target. Glacial stage is set. Trainer goes straight in. Secured long range. Solar Beam by Yeet. They were on a different continent when that happened. Azumarill pops their Unite move. Rubble rousing straight on Kratos. Solar Beam, tons of damage, and they're taken down by the Crustle.
Yeah, I mean, this Solar Beam, this Venusaur, between its Unite move and its Solar Beam combination here, we've had some huge secures. I think last game, looking at that Rayquaza, that might actually have even been the Unite move that takes it, but between that combo, we're seeing huge KOs and huge secures for Nemesis.
Metallic moving through, nice Hoopa portal by Roland to bring the squad down on this Regice. And Zugrug is going to have to be responsible for spacing here because there's nothing that this Nemesis squad would like more than to take that Regice out from under them. They're a little late here, but since they're all sitting on pad, you can't push.
Yeah, and here we go. We see our teams moving forward towards this Tier 1 goal zone. 127-35. Nemesis in control of this game score-wise, but with these Tier 1s up, it really is anyone's game as we actually have the move in with another Lapras Unite move.
Yeah, and Kratos actually going straight in, and they're going to pick up LGC. Between the Lapras and the Tyranitar, there's not much that Glaceon could do. Azumarill now caught in a bubble beam and getting knocked out, so you're seeing some value there. Solar beams from Yeet, pot shots getting thrown in, but the points go in regardless. However, Nemesis holding onto the score lead right now.
Yeah, Nemesis still ahead right here, but we've got some full pockets on the side of Orange Juicers moving up towards this Tier 1 goal zone, and a big 50 cap would bring this game a whole lot closer, and you're going to see that happen right about, almost that solar beam stopping it right there. That would have been huge to bring this game really, really close for these two teams. Right now, the Juicers are behind, but they're looking pretty good level-wise. However, Nemesis, nothing to sneeze at. A level 13 Venusaur on the other side. That's going to be a lot of solar beams.
Zugrug with some good positioning here, very forward, actually leaves their bush and tries to target out where Azadel is and actually gets trapped behind the rock tomb. No tier 1 goal zone to pivot to and try and score for Zugrug.
Here we go. Rayquaza spawning in just a couple of seconds right now. Nemesis absolutely needs this, your purple team. If they are not able to win this thing, their tournament is done and your Orange Juicers become your North American champions. Zugrug pushing forward. They're just looking for the moment where they decide to fight right here. Getting the reset through the hyperspace hole. They are behind, but we have Tyranitar making a sneaky play and a back cap on this bottom tier 2. This is going to put the Juicers up as we see them moving in. Here comes the Phalanx Unite.
Phalanx Unite, they're trying to chase down Zugrug. Can they get some of these players down? Tyranitar is going to be able to backdoor them. We're going to go straight for an engage right on top of Rex. We're after that action now, popping Unites everywhere. Hyperspace hole is down as anybody can reset through. Azadel actually hit the Rubble Rouse to make sure they didn't get taken out by the Tyranitar. But the Tyranitar, much like the Sand Tomb, sandbagging their Unite move for themselves. Tyranitar back in the cut though, as they're in there. Hyperspace hole is down again. They're going to be able to catch a reset after using their Unite move, Spragos. Now they need to find a target. Azadel can't quite wall him off in time, but we're scrapping on the backside. Zugrug eats a solar beam, and Metallic has to peel back. They might have gotten popped out of the hyperspace hole. No, they catch the reset. Trevenant catches a couple, and now it's all the Machisel going for it. We're stunning and punching. We're moving forward. 2 players down for Nemesis. Orange Juicer sees that this whole thing's on the line. They just need to sort out Yeet and Trainer. Solar beam comes through, but another player down. Rex on the backside. They're going for scores. 295 to 177.
This game is slipping through the fingers of Nemesis. There's not much time on the clock. They are starting Rayquaza. They have some incredible secure, but here comes the Tyranitar looking for the Venusaur, and they take it down. 25 seconds left. They need to make a play, but every single thing they do is being countered by the Juicers. Here comes Tyranitar looking for this Glaceon. Only 15 seconds left, and the rip has begun on Rayquaza. It could be the last 10 seconds here of their tournament life. 10 seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind, and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions!
Getting it done, bell to bell, seeing the writing on the wall, taking a fight, putting the trust in Tyranitar, backcapping, and had Kratos step back through to snuff them out. Orange Juicers putting the real squeeze on Nemesis. Pulp up, gang, pulp up.
Nemesis sent them, they sent Nemesis, down to this loser's bracket. Nemesis come back up to face them, and they look like the final boss, taking them down in this bracket reset. And then we saw a different Orange Juicers once this thing reset right here. They're able to take this series away from Nemesis.
What a match. What a showdown. What resiliency. Nemesis falling just shy yet again. However, this Orange Juicers team, the real deal.
Yeah.
They are the best team in North America.
They are the real deal. A team formed from the ashes of some crazy roster mania after AOS Cup. Players without a home who were incredible. You had Zugrug being dropped from the world champion team, Luminosity, now needing to find a squad of their own. You know, they band together with some players who had done pretty well on Alter Ego, a scrappy upstart like Flareon's, and all of a sudden, Orange Team, now Orange Juicers, is formed. And who knew that they would be the team that would make it all the way through to become your North American champions?
Machisler, Flareon's, Zugrug, Roland, and their captain, Kratos, said, we just need to do it again. And holy smokes, did they deliver. You better hide that draft Bible, my friend, because I think a lot of people are going to want to peek inside of it.
Yeah, I think inside of it says Garchomp, so it's not all good inside that draft Bible. But you know what? They were the team to really showcase what Tyranitar could do, right? It felt like every single time Nemesis wanted to do something, there was that huge counter punch from Tyranitar with the Sand Tubes. We're taking a look at some big moments from that game right right here. We had a nice fight for Nemesis here in this top path. And then here we go. Here's when they're pushing onto this goal zone, and it's all but lost for Nemesis. Huge Unite move, by the way, by the Sylveon, just dodging all of that damage.
Yeah, able to dodge all the damage, close out the goal zone, get a big-time W. And I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see these teams face off again on the world stage because they have a lot to prove still, and I know Nemesis is going to be hungry and on a revenge arc.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We're going to send this up to the stage with Anna. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I am here with Captain Kratos. How are you feeling at this moment?
I feel ecstatic, man. Like, I couldn't be feeling better, honestly.
Considering the history of your team, how you were formed, what does it mean that you are now the best team in North America?
I mean, we already proved it twice, just had to prove it a third time, you know? We also set the record for most first places in NA now, so that feels good too.
And you're going into a world tournament where we've seen North America be very dominant. Are you going to be able to continue that unbroken win streak?
We'll see. The other regions look really, really strong, so we'll see how it goes.
You were looking very strong as well. The casters were saying they thought this was a game of just keeping your mental state perfect. Is that what it really came down to?
Honestly, yeah. Like, as the day goes on, you get really tired. Like, you can hear my voice. It's pretty much gone. But you just have to power through it and get the best result.
In this case, you had to play a long series of games that were very demanding. What did it take for you guys to ultimately get to this last match and come out on top?
To get to this last match, that reset really helped. Like, we were kind of falling apart a little bit in the first set, but we managed to bring it all the way back because we just, you know, like, we were able to think about what we had to do next.
Would you name anyone on your team the MVP for these finals? And it could be you, if you want.
MVP, I can't do that. I can't do that.
That's fine. We're going into tomorrow where other teams will be playing. Do you have any favorites or anyone that you're particularly watching to join you at Worlds?
I said it earlier, but DOL Kin is one of them. And I think YouTube is also another one to look out for. So.
Great. Well, we'll let you celebrate with your team. Congratulations. Let's hear it one more time for your North American champions as we head back to you, casters.
Amazing stuff. Orange Juicers became your champions. And as we talked about, Dupe Snacks, what a road they had for so many of these players. I don't know if this would have even seemed like a possibility at the start of the season. For other players, it would have seemed like this would have been happening with another team.
Right. I mean, you look at Roland and Kratos from Alter Ego coming together here for this team. The Machisler as well.
Yeah.
Zugrug being a rogue piece, and then Flareon just kind of stepping in. And I said it before, Roland was like, who is this kid? And I'm like, Trust, it's pretty good. He was like, okay, let's go to work. And then they've won, according to Kratos, a new statistician, might have to add him to the squad, the most first places in NA.
I don't know if that is true, not true. We'll never know. We may never know.
Nobody can tell.
Nobody can fully tell. It's a bold claim. You know what? If it's not true, I love that he said it because what an incredibly bold claim. Man, what a Friday we've had. I almost said what a weekend we've had.
This is day one.
This is day one because we have so much more coming up very soon. Let's take a look at our bracket here and see how things played out. Oh, actually, why wouldn't we look at Kratos, the team captain and the MVP?
Grand Finals MVP, 10 knockouts, 87k damage, and honestly, that Tyranitar game was like, okay, I get it.
And this apparently is from the entire Grand Finals. He is the MVP of all of our matches here. Kratos, the difference maker, the team captain, the Tyranitar. We talked about it so much. Would this thing make an impact? Well, it just won in North America.
Yeah, and this is their stats across all of these Grand Finals here. Worth noting that, I mean, averaging 10 knockouts, averaging 87k damage, we call that pretty good.
We do call that pretty good. As you can see, the Juicers on stage posing for their photo. You know what? Their photos behind them look pretty cute. I kind of wish they were doing the exact same thing.
Like, take a look over the shoulder. That's more of a Snack Spriggles thing.
Yeah, that's like, how could we cheese this in a moment? Like, obviously, they just get to enjoy this here. as the champions right now. We're going to take a look at our bracket here in just a moment as we see our champs celebrate.
Grand finals, of course, we had to go through the bracket reset. Orange Juicers ultimately defeating Nemesis in that bracket reset 3-1. But Nemesis's road to there was long. They had to go through LG. They had to try to avenge themselves against Nemesis. They kicked off the day with a convincing win versus Ni Hao. But at the end of the day, it's OJ.
Yeah. Orange Juicers making it happen, making their way through the winner's bracket, taking down Nemesis, a team that a lot of people thought was going to win this entire thing. And you saw it. It almost happened there in those grand finals. Nemesis was on a hot streak, and then all of a sudden, the Juicers picked it up.
There's kind of two things that could have happened in that grand finals, right? We start getting off-the-wall crazy counter picks, but what these teams elected to do in the grand finals was almost settle into the same thing on repeat, and maybe that's a comfort thing because I said this was going to be a stamina stressing event. Let's take a look at our final stretch bracket Spraggles.
Yeah, here we've got the Kittens versus the Birders in our quarterfinals. We've got G versus Exile. G, that's going to be quite a game. Super Secret Team versus Ignorance, and Team YT versus Ni Hao. One of these 8 teams will secure a spot to Worlds. This bracket is going to be absolutely insane. It's one and done. You get one series against your opponent, and if you do not win, you're going home. So when these two teams face up in our finals, they will both be teams that have not lost.
Have not lost and can't lose. There is no bracket reset here. It is best of 3s, ripping through. You don't get 2 bites at the apple. You take an L, you are Dunsky, and the only thing on the line is that final world spot, the last one available on the planet.
That's right. We know every team qualified for Worlds except one, and we are going to find out who that is tomorrow. Make sure that you are following us, of course, here on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you're following us right there on Twitter, aka AX. Right there's the YouTube. Hey, there we are right on Instagram. Hashtag Pokemon NAIC, Pokemon nice, and Unite Esports on Twitter. And of course, like I said, make sure you're following the channel. You are going to want to be here tomorrow. That tournament is somehow going to be even more insane than this one.
Yeah, when every single match matters, you're not dropping down to a loser's bracket. It's every single team that loses is gone. We're just wiping them off the board. I cannot wait for the final stretch.
And now we have a QR code that's going to pop up on the screen right here where you can sign up. Yeah, get your phone, dude. Get your phone. That's my phone. Sign up for the latest news and upcoming video games, events, and more. Fans in the U.S., Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand can also receive emails about Pokemon Center products and promotions. Pokemon Center just launched in Australia and New Zealand last week. That's not how you say that?
No way.
I'm almost sure that's how you say that.
Day one coming to a close. Do we have more stuff to say?
Well, we have a little bit. We have the amazing Twitch drops. You are going to be able to get this license during I believe our grand finals tomorrow is when you're able to get the license. Of course, we have the bundle of 11 gold emblems. I'm eyeing a couple of them in there. Lugia, one of the best emblems in the game. So make sure you are here for these drops.
Omastar, the hardest one to get in the game by my own personal experience.
For me, I found Scyther to be very, very tough as well.
I mean, great that we have these drops just for tuning in. These are very, very good just to have in the game, help you build out those emblem loadouts, get into the rank ladder, and help us. Help us, but not like that scissor, but help us.
That's right. We've had such an amazing day. We regaled you with the ghost story of that scissor. We've had multiple power outages, and we finally found out who our champions were. Slinks is here apparently as well. Hey, Slinks.
Great catch.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Yeah.
Production, can you fire him?
Yeah, what do we do about something like that? Make sure you were here tomorrow for the final stretch. If you thought this was insane, that's going to be even crazier. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. I'm Spraggles. This is Doopsnacks, and we're saying goodbye here from New Orleans and NAIC. I love ya.
Nice.